The story begins on the 4th floor of the Cork Island dungeon. Peak Sword, ranked 16th in the unified rankings, leads a team of 8 top rankers and 200 elite members of the Silver Knights Guild. There are only 5 minutes left, and with this team, they would be able to capture a small fortress. However, Pixword is very nervous. On this 4th floor, a monster boss named Helgau appears every 2 weeks. A soldier warns that there are only 4 minutes left for the raid to begin. The guild had spent a lot of time and money strengthening themselves, definitely much stronger than last time. But then, an intruder appeared on the scene. All the members turned to see the user at the cave entrance. Who is the stranger, they thought. He has a weak presence and an unimposing appearance. How did he manage to bypass the defenses of the lower floors? He was just wearing a dirty cloak. Maybe he was a highly trained assassin. But an assassin would never reveal their presence in this way. A window shows that the player's name is Grid. Although in this summary we will also call him Grid. Pixword quickly searches among the ranked users for this name, but there is no such ranking. No player knew the user, so Pixword expels him from the place. This is an area controlled by the Silver Knights Guild. I don't know how you got here, but we are about to have an important battle. If you don't want to die, leave, Pixword said. Then, the hooded figure murmurs a few words. I was worried because my stealth disappeared. Maybe it's because of Helgau's presence. Then, I wouldn't need your cloak anymore, and proceeds to take it off, revealing an imposing armor. The group was completely stunned. The armor the player was wearing was impressive, perhaps of a unique grade, and even had a tail that seemed to have a life of its own. The members couldn't look away. Pixword grits his teeth and orders the player's expulsion, but then an explosion is heard behind him. He's here. The monster boss Helgau had appeared, towering over everyone with an intimidating presence. Windows show the monster's appearance. Helgau lets out a scream that instills fear, chaos, and weakening effects. Helgau's fire also reduced heat resistance by 50%. Then, the monster uses the Fire Pillar's ability, causing a massive explosion and wiping out a large part of the group. With a single ability, he had taken out half of the users. Pixword had increased his fire resistance by 86%, but still received a lot of damage. Then, footsteps are heard, and the stranger advances through the fire as if nothing. How was that possible? He resisted Helgau's powerful flames and suffered no damage. Then, the young man begins to summon something. It was a pickaxe with which he began to dig as if nothing. Good heavens! What were they seeing? Pixword's eyes were wide open. The young man was collecting materials right in front of Helgau. He complained, "It's so hot. Why do these minerals only appear when the boss reappears?" Lost in his thoughts, the monster boss raises his scythe and points it at the young man's back, causing a huge explosion. It was a direct hit. No one would be able to withstand it. However, he was completely unscathed and, addressing Pixword, issues a warning. "Hey sir, aren't you going to do anything about him? It's hot now, but it's going to get hotter." The rank 16 thought that wasn't the issue and asked directly, "Didn't his attack hurt you?" Meanwhile, Helgau was initiating another attack, and just before his scythe hit the player, he blocked it with his tail. Pixword couldn't close his mouth as he watched the incredible scene. Grid explains that it was thanks to the item's effect, and as you must have already realized, the protagonist of this story is not Pixword, but the young man with the impressive armor, Shin Young-woo. Although we will call him by his nickname, Grid, from this scene where we introduce the protagonist and what he will become. We will take a trip to the past to learn about his story and see how and when he became so powerful. Someone is fleeing. It's our protagonist, Grid, who is being pursued by guards. Why are they chasing me, he wonders. Then, he is reached by the sword of one of his pursuers. Am I going to die here, he wonders. Fool, you abused our generosity. Your greed blinded you, even when we had an agreement, Asur says. He reveals to Grid that he never expected him to complete the mission he was given. Grid responds that he fought for months to complete it and therefore deserved a reward. Asur agreed to reward him, but with death. Grid turned around and cursed Count Asur. Here, Mon Yue explains to us that Satisfy is the best virtual reality game in the world. There are about 2 billion active players around the world. There is a multitude of content and landscapes in this game, making it seem like another world. In Satisfy, there are countless unexplored places, and this was one of them, the cave of the extreme north, the deepest zone. A location with all kinds of equipment and items stacked, patiently waiting for someone to come and discover them. Placing us at this location an hour before the chase scene. Grid, a level 73 warrior, celebrates finding an item to complete a Count Ossur's S-level mission. The protagonist was supposed to deliver the rare book of the legendary craftsman. With tears in his eyes, Grid remembered all the obstacles he had to overcome to get to this point, all for this stupid S-level mission that he couldn't even abandon. If he wasn't well rewarded, he definitely wouldn't work with Ossur again. When Grid prepared to review the item, its status appeared as unknown. To review it, he needed to use Palion's Eye. Palion's Eye, exclaimed the protagonist. This item cost about $500 in real life. How much more money do I have to spend to complete this mission? Lamented the protagonist. However, there would always be the next month to save, so he decided to buy the item. When using the eye to evaluate the item, Grid discovered that it was a legendary grade item, Pagma's book. This contained the secrets of the legendary blacksmith Pagma, and the user who used it would become Pagma's descendant. By discovering the item, the player's reputation rose by 500 points across the continent. Grid was speechless. The protagonist couldn't contain the excitement of the legendary class. With it, he could obtain the most powerful class in the game. However, he had to deliver the book to complete the mission. Who cared about the mission at this point? If he sold it on the online market, he could get billions of wands. The protagonist had many debts from the money he borrowed to play the game. He invested so much time that his friends gradually drifted away from him, and even his own family considered him a waste. But everything had ended now that he had obtained the book. Ready to sell it, Grid ordered to end the session. But then a window appeared indicating that he couldn't disconnect at this time. Next, he was notified that Ossur's secret S-level mission had changed to an SS-level mission, the departure of Isla Sur. The Count appeared with his army. Bastard, greed has blinded you, the Count complained to Grid for trying to steal the mission item. Now, the Count would try to assassinate him. However, Grid shouted angrily that the mission given to him was too complicated for the reward offered. Ossur ordered his men to finish him. But before the guard could execute him, Grid escaped. I won't die like this, thought Grid. He was a level 73 warrior. At least he would try to do something. The protagonist summoned a shield, but it was easily destroyed by the Guardian. Furthermore, the impact threw him several meters back. Even though he blocked the attack, he lost half of his health. Grid knew that Ossur was around level 300, but even his Guardians were very powerful. Grid accepted his death. But looking at his inventory, he remembered that he still had Pagma's book. Under normal conditions, it would remain in his inventory even after death, but because it was part of a mission, he would obtain it if he killed Ossur. He only had one way out. He tried to open the book, but it was too late. Grid used the item and began his class change. All the protagonist's stats and abilities were reset. Grid became the descendant of Pagma and obtained numerous passive and active skills. The protagonist loved his warrior class for fighting, but now he had become a user of the blacksmith class. This bothered him, but he thought it was worth it when he saw Ossur's desperate expression. Then, the class change was completed, and Grid obtained the title of someone who would become a legend. Unaware that he was now at a negative level, Grid was willing to kill all his enemies, but his hopes were interrupted by a sword strike. You have died. After using the book and changing his class to a legendary one, our protagonist was defeated by Ossur's knights. As a result, the protagonist's level, which had been reset to level 1, was reduced by 2 more levels. So currently, he is at negative level -1. Is this possible? In addition to dying, he failed to deliver the legendary book to Count Ossur, so from now on, he was banned from accessing the Patron region. Before disappearing, Grid dedicated a few words to the Count. You really ended an innocent, dirty thief, stealing what I deserve legitimately. Besides, it's just a game, murmured Grid. But before disappearing, he wished that Ossur would live in the worst possible way. After this scene, we were teleported to a real-world building, specifically to the room of our protagonist, who emerged completely exhausted from his capsule to play Satisfy. That was so much fun, exclaimed Grid. However, as our protagonist lamented missing the opportunity to get rich, a more fearsome monster than any other creature in Satisfy appeared. An angry mother. Do you know what time it is, son? Asked Grid's angry mother. If you have been through this situation, sign up to join our family. Meanwhile, in another part of the country, At the operations offices of the Satisfy SA Group, a supercar arrived at the entrance. The head of the Satisfy operations team came down to greet the game's lead developer, who incredulously asked if someone had really managed to change classes. "It was just 5 minutes ago," she said. "It sounds fun," exclaimed the president. At headquarters, the head of the operations team detailed the player's report. His real name is Shin Yonghwa and his character's name is Grid. He was level 73, but currently is at a negative level. He obtained Pagma's book through Count Osir's secret mission and, according to the information department, he is an unemployed, uneducated game addict. Over the past 3 months, he has explored numerous times, dying several times in the process. Although we were instructed to carefully examine the legendary class he just obtained, it seems that he obtained it legitimately through his obsession and determination in the game. The developer praised such persistence from the protagonist. However, the head of the team found it very frustrating that this happened by mere chance. But the lead developer responded that he found it fun because, according to his calculations, the book should have been found 2 years ago, and Grid not only obtained the associated mission but also found the extreme north cave. This mission location could not be a coincidence, but rather Grid's effort to not give up like other players. Besides this minute possibility, the lead developer also realized that the protagonist's negative level, which initially seems like a disadvantage, is actually an advantage, as when he rises to level 1, from where all players start, he will have superior statistics to the rest of the players, as he will have risen 2 levels to reach level 1. The head of the team reacted quickly. "We must quickly correct this to avoid unbalancing the game." However, the president expressed that we should not give it too much importance, as the descendant of Pagma is relatively weak in combat compared to other warrior classes. However, after saying this, the president realized something. Returning to the protagonist, he was receiving payment for his real-life work while the rest of the workers judged him. The protagonist chose to ignore them and leave with the money. He looked and smelled bad, and his work was very poor, the protagonist heard. He lamented in a park. He really had no talent, and his situation was terrible, both in real life and in the game. He would have to start from scratch, but he decided to try again. Grid went back home and entered the capsule to log into Satisfy. "Even though I've lost everything, I'm curious about the legendary class I obtained," the protagonist murmured. No matter what he had to do, he was determined to make money. Grid was transported to the world of Satisfy, appearing half-naked in a strange forest. "What the hell? Where am I?" Grid wondered, surveying the area. It seemed to be in the Patreon region, but in an unexplored area. The protagonist searched for some sign to help him locate himself when he heard something. Grid noticed a scream coming from a strange tower in the middle of the forest. Inside, there was a girl lying on a cross, while strange figures dressed in robes uttered words in a language he had never heard before. They seemed to be performing some kind of ritual. What the hell is this place? Apparently, Grid had entered the Temple of Yaten. Upon realizing this, a shiver ran down Grid's body. My goodness! Temples are usually places for players above level 150. I should get out of here, Grid thought. He opened his status window, which, in addition to showing his new class and title, indicated his current poor condition. However, upon reviewing the new abilities he had obtained, he came across a very interesting one. All items can be used, but other penalties will be applied outside the item restrictions. Grid had to test this, so he equipped his old armor and sword. It seemed that the ability worked, as Grid could use level 60 items, despite being at a negative level. The power to use higher-level equipment was accompanied by a significant increase in the protagonist's basic statistics, although restrictions for using higher-level equipment soon appeared to dampen his spirits. It didn't take long for the sword's attacks to be reduced by 30%, while the armor's defense decreased by 20%. Nevertheless, he still remained infinitely superior to the items he could use for his current level. It was at this moment that Grid realized how fantastic this new class he had unlocked was. However, a thought invaded his mind. If this dungeon is level 150, it means that everything around this area is at a similar level. A scream interrupted his thoughts. If this is the Temple of Yaten, these strangers must be followers of Yaten and seem to be in the middle of some ceremony. The level of these mages is much higher than what Grid currently possesses, so he is no match for them. However, it shouldn't be a problem if he leaves without being discovered. It was at this moment that someone touched Grid from behind. His first reaction was to strike with the sword. "Easy, kid. Are you trying to kill me?" whispered the unknown person. The stranger removed the hood and introduced himself as Doran, a secret guard under the orders of Count Stein. Apparently, he had come to rescue the girl lying on the altar, who was Count Stein's daughter named Irene and had been kidnapped by Yatin's followers during her vacation. "It's a complicated situation, but it's good to have someone on my side," said the guard Doran. Grid was about to reject the proposal immediately, but a new mission appeared: rescue the esteemed daughter of the Count. Reward: 3,000 gold and the opportunity to become the Count's son-in-law. If you fail, you will lose 2 levels. Damn it, another S-class mission, Grid thought. Doran thought that our protagonist must be a very powerful person because, in this situation where they were outnumbered by so many men, he remained steadfast, without a hint of fear. Grid found it strange and reviewed his passive abilities. Composure. The probability of falling under an abnormal condition is drastically reduced. Recovery speed is increased. Wow, Grid would have to take a look at the rest of the abilities later. It must be my lucky day. It really comforts me to have the support of a warrior like you, poor Doran thanked, unaware of Grid's situation. But if I don't go help no, the protagonist refuted. Faced with this response, Doran tried to insist once more, but the protagonist's answer remained negative. Doran was surprised by Grid's coldness and tried a little harder. The protagonist did not want to lose the 3,000 gold that the mission offered, equivalent to over 3.6 million Korean won, but, being logical, it was foolish to accept another S-class mission. Amid the heated discussion, Grid accidentally pushed a rock that fell on a follower of Yatin, killing him and triggering the mission to rescue Count Stein's daughter. Then, Doran joined him. Now they would have to face these dark mages if he didn't want to die. Doran offered to clear a path for the protagonist to rescue the young Irene, but there were many dark wizards. To make matters worse, due to the restrictions, Grid's current statistics were comparable to those of a level 34, so he had no chance against so many Yatin's followers. While lamenting his pitiful feeling, he was saved by Doran, who seemed to be very powerful, quickly dispatching a group of wizards with his daggers. This surprised Grid, and an idea crossed his mind. With him by my side, maybe I can survive. However, he immediately regretted that thought when overwhelmed by the number of enemies. Outnumbered, Doran reasoned that the best idea was to descend directly to the altar, so he pushed Grid. "I'm dead," Grid shouted at the top of his lungs. But before hitting the ground, the guard used the levitate skill, surprising Grid. Although grateful to Doran for saving him, they were now right in front of the enemy. Yatin's followers began casting their spells, and facing a possible enemy counterattack, Doran dispatched the mages before they could finish their incantation. In response, some followers threw themselves against the intruders to buy time for the wizards. Meanwhile, the protagonist was no match in this battle, so all that was left was to cheer on the NPC. However, this had the opposite effect, distracting Doran, who was hit by an enemy spell. The only option left for Grid was to switch sides. "Actually, I've always wanted to become a servant of Yatin," murmured the protagonist. The black mages had prematurely sung victory, as the guard resisted the dark magic, surprising both Grid and the enemies. This time, however, it was Doran who attacked, but his attack was repelled by a shield. "Today is my lucky day," Grid was surprised to hear a female voice. Another player had appeared. "My S-class mission is to protect the ritual at all costs." I was afraid of how far they could go, but my opponent is an NPC named Doran, the girl said, excited. "I haven't felt this emotional in a long time. I'm Yura. May I fight you?" she asked. It was Yura, known as the Blood Witch, the #1 player in black magic, and 5th in the unified rankings. She was a very famous Korean player, both in the game and in real life, often appearing on television. Why the hell is she here? Grid wondered. Yura launched an attack that our protagonists narrowly dodged and asked our protagonist, "Are you the one who accepted this S-class mission? Thanks to you, I can test my new ability without the cameras seeing me. Although it will be a tough fight for you." Yura thought that Grid would be around level 80 after seeing his equipment. On the other hand, our protagonist was already facing difficulties with the level of the NPCs in the area, but now that a ranker had joined them, he was really in trouble. However, he had the powerful Doran by his side. Even though she was a ranker, it wouldn't be an easy mission. Yura began to prepare another attack, wanting to test how powerful she was now that she had reached level 230. Our protagonists, in turn, were on high alert. Doran moved quickly and attacked the mage, but fell into her trap and was immobilized. He then used his blades to free himself from the traps and then attacked the ranker. Yura easily dodged the attack and attacked Doran again, having him exactly where she wanted. This time, she activated a spell that drained the guard's blood, leaving him in critical condition. The protagonist couldn't do anything in this situation. Yura had to use 30% of her mana to use this ability and finish off the NPC, but it wasn't the end. Doran managed to survive. He was using a very powerful item. This left the ranker speechless, as he had used the level 220 Mesmerize ability, obtaining unlimited defense against enemy attacks for a certain period of time. The protagonist asked in surprise, "Are you okay?" "Yes, thanks to this ring and its ability," mumbled Doran, tired. "It should protect me from your curses and speed up my recovery." It was an incredible item, so he asked her to give it to him, but it wasn't time for jokes, as they were facing a formidable opponent. The guard attacked Yura again, who thought about preparing an attack to eliminate both of them once and for all. However, she didn't know how powerful the other warrior accompanying the NPC could be. Despite using low-level equipment, he was in a high-level area. Grid couldn't afford to be distracted for a moment, as the Yatin they had previously defeated were reappearing. Yura took advantage of the distraction to launch her most powerful attack, depleting all her mana reserves to finish off both at once. "It's over," lamented Doran. With an attack of this caliber, they couldn't survive. However, the protagonist stepped forward to protect the NPC. The attack caused a huge explosion in the tower, but Yura was certain that they couldn't resist such an attack. Far from reality, they were alive and well after receiving my spell. Who the hell is this guy? There was no way Yura wouldn't know such a powerful player. It was then that she realized that it was thanks to another feature of her new class, specifically the ability "A Legend Does Not Die Easily," whereby when health drops, the protagonist becomes invulnerable to all attacks for 5 seconds. A very broken ability. Yura, in turn, remained completely bewildered, as she believed she was at level 80, but survived her most powerful attack without a scratch. It seemed that she was starting to feel something for Grid, as from her point of view, it seemed like the protagonist was smiling warmly at her. This opportunity was seized by Doran, who, using Grid as a springboard, rose to counterattack the Dark Mage. However, Yura still had an ace up her sleeve and would protect herself with a defensive spell. The ranker, however, had to react quickly and finish off the unknown player before it was too late, but when she looked at his location, there was no sign of him. He simply disappeared. What the hell is this user Grid thinking? It left both allies and enemies bewildered. From the protagonist's point of view, in reality, he died again, losing 2 more levels in the process. And as punishment for dying twice in less than 24 hours, he would be denied access to Satisfy for the next 12 hours. Let's replay the scene to find out what really happened. When Doran propelled himself onto Grid's back, he caused damage to him, reducing the protagonist's health points to 0, ending the player's life. "It was all this NPC's fault," grumbled the protagonist, returning to see the outcome of the fight. The ranker thought that Grid was giving her the mission as a gesture of sympathy, which she didn't like. "I swear I will find you and never forgive you," Yura thought. The protagonist was very angry, blaming Ranker for interfering in his mission, so he entered the game forum to seek revenge. That's when Grid wrote several negative comments to discredit the player. It seemed like a new defender of the neighborhood had been born. The protagonist's ecstasy was interrupted by someone. It was his sister Shin Siege, asking what her older brother was doing to be so agitated. Grid's room was a mess, which worried his younger sister. As she approached to see what her brother was doing, she read Grid's comments. He apologized, saying it was unintentional, but ended up disappointing his sister. "Is everything Yura's fault? Is she also trying to ruin my life outside the game?" thought the protagonist, accusing Yura again. The next day, Grid was home alone. His parents and sister had gone out. He had a simple plan: to have breakfast while watching his favorite news channel, Satisfy. A new idea popped into Grid's mind. If this guy can become famous, can I also get rich? That's when the announcer talked about the Yatin Tower, which was completely destroyed the night before. Grid seemed to have an idea of who could have done it. The announcer had been investigating and all the evidence pointed to one person, the ranker number 5, Yura. Judging by the ruins, she must have had a very intense battle. There seemed to be a testimony from a player who witnessed the scene. "I was running away from a monster when I heard a noise coming from the tower. Yura was fighting a guy and cast her best spell. Yura is even more beautiful in person," the fan said for everyone to hear. But the result was so surprising that even Yura was left speechless, as the guy didn't have a scratch after the spell's impact. Yura was fighting a top ranker? Exclaimed the announcer. But the fan of Yura was crushed by a rock, so he couldn't see his face. Have I become famous? Thought Grid, confused in his house. This can only mean that I'll get rich. Grid quickly grabbed his phone, called the news channel's inquiry center, and exclaimed that he was the user who fought Yura. They asked for his name and level, but when Grid mentioned being level less than 3, they immediately hung up. How would they believe me? The last thing they knew about the temple was this image. It seems that in the end, Doran had to sacrifice himself to save Irene. Even though he was an NPC, he was a good person and had a very interesting ring. After closing the chapter of the Yatan Tower, they started interviewing a rising player, Cats, level 203. I guess everyone already knows who I am, exclaimed the arrogant player. Grid had heard of him. He was a famous arrogant boy, the son of the head of a large corporation. The interviewer asked Cats how he reached the top 53 so quickly. The user mentioned that he had gained 30 levels in 3 months, which surprised Grid, as it took him several years to reach level 70. Before answering the interviewer, Cats wanted to take the opportunity to challenge the Korean ranker Yura. This is the end of your era. I will be the next top ranker, said the lunatic. Grid thought that, even though he was top 53, he didn't stand a chance against the top 5. Although Grid also didn't like Yura, she was a monster on another level. After Cat's declaration of war, he exclaimed that his rapid advancement was due to this sword. He then activated a skill and modified the sword. It seemed that he had a passive ability that modified the sword he used to give it vitality in exchange for more attack damage. The more vitality he absorbed, the more attack he would have. He obtained this ability thanks to his epic class called Warrior's Blood, one level below the legendary class that Grid possessed, but it was also a hidden class that few could obtain. This excited the protagonist, who was eager to learn more about his own class. Determined, Grid returned to the game and appeared in the Bairan village. Clearly, he couldn't reappear in a destroyed Yatan temple. In this village, there seemed to be many players recruiting members, although the level requirements were very high. Amidst the shouts, he heard a player looking for members above level 200 to search for blue or chalum, the strongest mineral. All the members saw it had to be above level 100, so Grid reappeared in a high-level area. That's when he saw a carriage. It was his opportunity to go to a beginner's village. But when he asked about the cost of the trip, they asked for 10 gold coins. Grid had nothing, so he would have to find another solution. Now, Grid had a new class, the descendant of Pagma. He began to review his skills to experiment. It seemed that he could increase his statistics and reputation by creating items. Furthermore, it seemed that he had mastered the skills of a blacksmith. He had legendary blacksmithing at level 1, while he had already mastered the rest of them. It was something amazing. The main blacksmith had barely reached the intermediate level of blacksmithing skill. One of the abilities that Grid possessed was creation. He had his own production method with the help of the system. Thanks to the legendary blacksmith skill, he could create 3 items of that class for each level he gained. Currently, he could design 3 items. The television object was epic, but a legendary level 1 would be much better. Therefore, Grid activated the legendary blacksmith skill. He planned to make a sword for hunting and leveling up. The system asked about the materials he would use to create the weapon, and he remembered that they mentioned that blue orichalcum was the best material. So, he would design his sword using that mineral as a base. Now he would have to design the sword. A window appeared for him to paint how he would like his sword to be. He was very excited and started adding unrealistic statistics, such as 10 million in attack statistics and the ability to summon meteorites. He wanted it to look like a shark, and in the end, it looked like a mix between an anchovy and a shark, but our protagonist liked it because he created it himself. A new window appeared. The system automatically calibrated the statistics according to the design and materials used. The weapon statistics would be adjusted and corrected to be realistic. Grid had created plans for a fantastic weapon, with over 1,000 durability points and almost 2,000 attack points, as well as increasing agility by 50 points. Even though the statistics he input were adjusted, it was a sword like no other. However, the conditions for using the weapon were ridiculous. It was necessary to be at level 300 or higher, have over 5,000 strength, and have advanced sword mastery at level 8 or higher. This was madness, as the top unified ranker had barely reached level 250 recently. It was an item that no one in the game could use, however. He could use it thanks to his skill, and even with its limitations, it would still be very powerful. With the plans ready, now he just needed to obtain the mineral to create the sword. When he asked to join the group, he was directly rejected, as it was for level 190s and the protagonist seemed to be at level 60. Grid lied, saying he was level 100, and although he used lower-level equipment, his control was very good, so it didn't affect him much. From his appearance, they knew that the protagonist was probably lying, but before they could expel him from the place, another player arrived and said that his group would take care of the fight. Thus, Grid could take care of other things. It seemed to be the reign of the first place, the ranking of martial artists better known as Sacred Fists. The boy's level was 180, but in his class it was very difficult to level up, so it was an achievement. The protagonist thought he was lucky to be strong and handsome, but he was supporting him. So, he would swallow his words. "I could even take care of the cleaning," exclaimed excited Grid. The companion did not seem convinced, so they decided to test the protagonist's skills in a one-on-one fight against Regis. Grid was scared, so he quickly fled the scene, as he did not want to die again. Remember that in the previous chapter, Grid could not join the raid to obtain the mineral for his sword. Regis thought it would have been good to have him on the team and wondered why he left. Now the protagonist would have to resort to his initial plan of the carriage. But first, he would have to get some money. At that moment, he received a notification to name the object he had created a short time ago. He could not obtain the material, so he named it as a failure. Now that he knew he could create limited items, he would only design them when necessary and when he had the resources. This is the first video on the channel, the first of many, and for an excellent debut, bringing you a wonderful work, Overgeared. Leave a like so I know you liked it and bring the continuation of the anime here. If you don't want to miss the next releases, subscribe and leave a like. This is very important to us. In addition to the comments, which generate engagement for the channel, I await you in the next nerd recap. Trying to get some money, he went to a blacksmith's forge and tried to sell the plans for the object he had created. However, the blacksmith rejected him, thinking that he was belittling the work of the forge. Faced with the blacksmith's harsh words, the protagonist collapsed as he left the forge. Upon hearing his cries, the blacksmith came out and offered him work cutting wood to pay something to Grid. A new mission appeared for him, to cut 500 pieces of wood to obtain 10 experience and 20 bronze. Excited, he thanked the man and started working. It was a very simple mission, and it had been a long time since he had done one of that level. However, the game was very realistic, so failing to cut the wood was very likely. Maybe it will help to value the item with my new skills, thought Grid. Ancient Axe, Normal Classification, Durability 6, and Attack Power between 4 and 7. Understanding of the Ancient Axe is 100%. You have learned to use the old axe. Is it thanks to the passive skill? Thought the protagonist. He then realized that there was a spot on the wood indicating where to strike. Upon doing so, the piece split exactly in half, showcasing an incredible skill that Grid had achieved with just one strike. If one reaches the maximum understanding of a legendary object, they will become successful very quickly. But now he had to quickly finish the woodcutting mission. However, after 2 hours, Grid was completely exhausted, as the stamina of a level -3 was terrible, and he had only managed to cut 150 pieces of wood. Even though he was exhausted, he couldn't give up at this moment, as it was his last chance to leave the city. Grid picked up the axe again and struck once more, unlocking a new statistic, persistence. He couldn't easily tire, the equipment weight limit increased, the feeling of satiety increased, and it was a statistic that could be improved thanks to his effort. Grid had unlocked a legendary statistic and felt rejuvenated. Now he could finish the job. After 4 hours, Grid managed to finish cutting all the wood, and instead of 500 pieces, he had cut 1,000, all in 6 hours, surprising the blacksmith. Despite my appearance, I am also a blacksmith, Grid revealed to the Lord, which he thought would be a lie. Then, he offered him another mission. He would have to mine 80 iron minerals to believe in him, and as a reward, he would get 55 experience points and 50 affinity points with a blacksmith. It was his opportunity, as if Grid completed the mission, he would be able to level up to level 0. When he arrived at the mine, he was completely exhausted, as he had to walk for almost 4 more hours to get there. The miners thought that, due to his frail body, he would hinder more than help, so they sent the protagonist to a corner to try to imitate the professionals. But when they heard how he struck with the pickaxe, All the miners turned around. As with each blow the protagonist made, new iron ores appeared. The miners were amazed, as an incredible miner had been born. After a while, Grid managed to mine a total of 170 iron minerals. Grid celebrated with great enthusiasm for having achieved it, and all this was thanks to his persistence. After completing the mission, a notification appeared that Grid had leveled up to level 1. Now that he had finally leveled up to level 1, his punishment stats were restored to a normal state, in addition to adding the stats of a descendant of Pagma. But when Grid reviewed his stats, he was greatly shocked, as the normal stats of a level 1 totaled 22 points, but as a descendant of Pagma, he had a total of 165 points, combining all his stats. Additionally, he had 40 extra stat points that he could add to other attributes. This was because, upon leveling up, one obtains 10 stat points that can be allocated to improve their avatar, but as he started from level -3, he had to level up 4 times to reach level 1. Astounding! Exclaimed our tired protagonist upon returning to the blacksmith smith. His perception of Grid completely changed after completing the missions assigned to him, increasing the affinity with the blacksmith by 60 points and the reputation in the village of Byran by 200. Upon returning to the village, the behavior of Lord Smith changed completely. The protagonist asked him to teach how to create an item that sells well. The blacksmith agreed and showed a Yafa arrow. At first glance, it looks like a normal arrow, but it has the Yafa mineral mixed with the arrow steel, giving it the effect of ignoring part of the opponent's defense, essential for missions against golems that drop the blue orichalca mineral. The protagonist proceeded to use his appraisal skill on the arrow, gaining an 89% understanding of the arrow, being able to use it skillfully. Apparently, he will have to disassemble it and understand the production method to fully comprehend it. Fortunately, the blacksmith smith will help understand the process after the blacksmith's explanation of metal casting to create the arrows. The protagonist starts working. Thanks to being a descendant of Pagma, he receives instructions on how to perform each process carefully. He is sensitive to temperature, being able to measure it accurately, and the temperature appears in a window. After finishing the casting process, he gains 80 experience points and increases his affinity with the blacksmith by 30 points, earning 3 Yaffle ingots as a reward. Blacksmith Smith is surprised by Grid's ability to perform the process perfectly on his first attempt. "It's as if Pagma is resurfacing," said the excited blacksmith. Grid, on the other hand, thought it was not his reincarnation, but rather his successor. With the mission completed, he also levels up, now being level 2. Smith continues to explain the process of creating the arrows. The next step is to create the tips, and in this part, he must be very careful, cleaning the impurities that may have formed to then join them with the shaft and feathers, creating a perfect balance. After learning the production method of the Yafa arrow with the blacksmith, thus increasing his understanding to 100%, it is Grid's turn. However, Smith forgot to teach him how to create the arrow shafts, but this will not be necessary, as the protagonist increased his understanding to 100%, adding a new item to his production list, which he hopes to fully complete someday. While the metal cools in the molds, the protagonist creates the arrow shafts and feathers. Smith is surprised that he managed to do this after only seeing the process once. Returning to the arrowheads, Grid would add a step to the production, making the Yafa arrows even more resilient, surprising the blacksmith, as it is not an easy process. In an instant, Grid managed to create better arrows than any other to sell them at a higher price. Given that a normal Yafa arrow usually costs 6 silver units, but the protagonist would have to stand out in order to sell at a higher price. With the improvement in arrowheads, it was time to assemble them with a shaft to finalize the arrow. In doing so, a skill of Pagma's descendant, the legendary blacksmith's breath, is activated, increasing the weapon statistics created by 5% when Grid is focused, and there is a chance that the created object will obtain special characteristics. Grid didn't know what was happening, but upon finishing, he had created a special Yafa arrow, which had the possibility of completely ignoring the opponent's statistics, in addition to having incredibly improved attack damage. In his first attempt, Grid managed to create an epic level item, obtaining the reward for creating an epic item, increasing all his statistics by 4 points and raising his reputation by 80 throughout the continent. With the experience gained, he also rises to level 3. However, the protagonist is disappointed because he wanted his first epic level item to be a sword. Pagma's descendant's class was amazing, as he had just created the best arrow in Satisfy. After the help, Grid leaves Lord Smith's forge, thanking him for all the lessons and help. To bid farewell, the blacksmith presents him with 100 special Yafa arrows he had created, and some material ingots. Grid is grateful, but needs to head to the city to sell the arrows and make some money, so he bids farewell to Smith. Elsewhere in Satisfy, the group that went in search of the blue orichalcum mineral was battling the forest golems to obtain them. Here we are introduced to the group leader named Jishuka. Despite the main members being very powerful, the rest of the players were being annihilated by the golems. Even with the casualties, they managed to defeat the leader, obtaining as rewards 30 black iron minerals, 7 orichalcum, and 1 blue orichalcum. It seems that the group wanted to obtain the boss's amethyst shield, although this item had the worst drop rate and this time it had not appeared either. 75 members of the group had been defeated during the mission. It was the 4th raid they had made, and with so many casualties, fewer and fewer players were showing up. The Sadaka group was formed only by high-level rankers, but the size was reduced, so they were not as well known. They needed the amethyst shield for another linked mission, but they had no luck with the drop of this item. In response, the leader ordered the group to focus on leveling up individually. They would have to level up 15 levels in the next 3 months if they didn't want to die. After the meeting, the leader went to buy more Yafa arrows, but when the seller showed her the arrows for sale, there were some more expensive than the rest. They were 3 times more expensive than the common Yafa arrows. When she saw the color of the arrows, she was surprised. They were purple arrows, which meant they were of epic level, capable of completely ignoring the enemy's armor. She had already spoken to numerous blacksmiths to make something similar, but no one had the level to do it. If they hadn't created them, there was a blacksmith who surpassed the best blacksmiths in Satisfy. She had to make an offer immediately for these arrows. Therefore, the leader Jishuka sent out an announcement to the guild. They had to find this blacksmith before other guilds did, as he was the best blacksmith on the entire continent, and all the guilds would cause chaos to recruit him. The news spread quickly and soon reached the ears of Panmir, the #1 ranked blacksmith. The game had described Grid as a master craftsman, something not even the top-ranked person was called in the descriptions of Satisfy's history. Only 2 people had managed to create an epic item, and he was the first person to do so, putting all his effort into the forge. But who was this new blacksmith? Panmir wondered. The next day, the protagonist woke up early to go to the employment office. There were many people, and they were always ahead of the protagonist in tasks. He tried his luck the next day, but was exhausted. Before leaving, he was stopped by his father, who asked him to sit down so they could eat as a family. If he did that, his father would pay him what he earned in a day's work. The protagonist was very grateful for the family he had and asked his father to pay his debts, receiving a pot of rice on his head as a response. After that, Grid returned to Satisfy, having hardly rested at all, but he needed to play. When he opened the market to see at what price his arrows were sold, he was completely surprised. The winning bid bought his arrows for 72 silver coins per unit, which was 12 times more expensive than a normal arrow. Multiplying this by the 99 arrows he sold, it totaled 71 gold coins and 28 silver coins. A madness. This would be equivalent to 120,000 Korean won, so he wouldn't need to go to the office for work in real life anymore. He rushed to claim his 71 gold coins, but there was a commission for selling epic items in the market, so he received 60 gold coins and 59 silver coins. A new idea came to Grid's mind. If he could make money selling items, he wouldn't need to leave the city. This thought disappeared as quickly as he remembered that the owner of the forge in that city was Mr. Smith. So, he rented a carriage and headed to a city called Winston, where apparently the Stein family's blacksmith would become the new lord of the city. The name sounded familiar to Grid, but they were already very close to the city. Finally, he had arrived at the new city, which was 4 times larger than the previous one and seemed more lively. The first thing our protagonist decided to do was to find a place to store his inventory. Before that, he evaluated his sword and armor, as increasing his understanding of them would also reduce the level limitations. When evaluating, Grid obtained a 33% understanding with the sword and 6% with the armor. Understanding the armor came with a reduction of its penalties that limited the items by level. The reduction of the sword's power went from 30% to 20%, while the reduction of the armor's 20% defense he had now only went to 8%. Now that he understood the understanding system, he could try to repair the durability of these items to increase the understanding to the maximum, but he would leave that for another occasion for economic reasons. Storing items in the warehouse also costs 30 silver coins. Everything costs money. After leaving his armor and sword in the warehouse, he decided to take the only special arrow from Yafa that he hadn't sold, to keep as a memento. Now that Grid was using lighter equipment, he felt like he could fly. It was much more comfortable than his heavy armor. In the city, There seemed to be players of all levels, from beginners to experts, but the protagonist didn't have time for that, so he went to the forge. It was a huge building, so there should be at least an intermediate-level blacksmith in that place, which meant they would treat Grid well. As a descendant of Pagma, the intermediate or higher-level NPC blacksmiths would favorably treat him. Upon entering the building, he saw that it was all empty, but there seemed to be a person. There was a strange old man lying down, who asked who he was. Grid replied that he had come to create the best-selling item, but the old man explained that recently the Marrow Company was selling items at very low prices and in large quantities, so the items from his forge had not been sold for a long time, and therefore he closed the shop. This news disappointed the protagonist, as it was the only forge in the city. Then, another group of people entered, shouting at the old man. The protagonist thought he didn't want to get into more trouble. Then, the group that entered showed a purchase contract for the building, asking the old man to sign and hand over the building. The grumpy old man said there was a limit to being kind, and apparently the large Marrow Company planned to force the old man to sell the forge. Before getting into more trouble, the protagonist decided to escape, but was stopped by the redhead, who asked if he was a spy from the company. The protagonist didn't count on his equipment, so he couldn't confront them. Therefore, he says that he is new in town and didn't know that the bandit's blacksmith had closed. The bandit understands the situation and kicks him out of the place. The elder had no intentions of selling the business, so the bandits will try to force the sale. One of them insults the elder's deceased son, which our protagonist cannot tolerate. However, he is not a hero at that moment. Grid receives a new mission from the warrior. He will have to get rid of the Marrow Company's henchmen and break the blacksmith's contract. As a reward, the Elder Khan's alcoholism will improve, and he will have maximum affinity with Grid. Additionally, just by accepting the mission, he will gain the ability Ferrero's Wrath. However, if he fails, the Elder will die in a few days, and he will not have access to missions related to him. Even though the odds are low, Grid is determined to accept it. Among Grid's abilities is the legendary Blacksmith's Patience, which improves the protagonist's health, defense, and stamina by 200% for 1 hour. He also has the passive ability of immunity for 5 seconds and, although he is level 3, he has level 20 statistics. It's a shame he doesn't have his combat equipment, but he still has his epic grade arrow, with a characteristic of bypassing his opponent's armor. You don't know when to stop insulting an elder, Grid said aloud. The elder was surprised because Grid hadn't left. Grid pointed his arrow at the group leader and expressed his discontent. Even though they are debt collectors, there is a limit to these things, bastards. These words irritated the collectors, but by accepting the mission, Grid acquired the Blacksmith's Wrath, increasing his attack by 10% and his attack speed by 30%. For 20 seconds, the leader struck at Grid, but he managed to dodge. The enemies were really fast, even though they were only at level 30. Grid took advantage of a narrow staircase to avoid being surrounded, and when they came after him, he activated his new ability, delivering a critical blow to an enemy. The rest were surprised, as their friend had been defeated by an arrow. The protagonist was inflamed and continued to provoke the debt collectors. However, he had a limited time to defeat the level 35 enemy, being at level 3. Grid gained 4,300 experience, leveling up 5 levels at once. Now, he had a total of 110 stat points to distribute among his attributes. As there were still 4 enemies, he used all his points, putting 50 into strength and the remaining 60 into agility. There were still 10 seconds with the Blacksmith's Wrath, so he tried to defeat another henchman before the ability went on cooldown. However, this time he didn't land a critical hit, and the enemy survived. The collectors realized they couldn't confront him on the stairs, but the protagonist also couldn't wait forever. With a plan in mind, he decided to descend and confront them head-on. If surrounded, he would only need to finish them all at once and activate the Blacksmith's Patience to sustain his health enough. However, when he tried to activate the ability, he couldn't, as it activated automatically. Grid was in trouble, but he couldn't die, so he dodged the enemy's attacks and took an intermediate-level potion. He had to keep dodging, but there were too many. One of the bandits managed to cut his leg. Grid was in a terrible situation. He didn't want to spend potions on a rank B mission, but he had to do it to survive. Grid took an intermediate strength and agility potion, which increased his stats. In the next 5 minutes, he ended up spending 24,000 Korean won, but it seemed to have an effect. He was very fast now, but if they were attacked at the same time, there would still be too many. He needed to recover from the leg first, so he had to buy time until he could take another health potion. Taking advantage of the fact that the bandits were being provoked, he counterattacked treacherously, finishing off one of them in the confusion. Grid took his second healing potion and leveled up 3 more levels to defeat the enemy. The leader was very angry at the protagonist's dirty tricks, so he attacked mercilessly. But Grid was now at level 11, much faster than before. However, he forgot that there were 3 of them and received an unexpected attack. The elder was very worried. Grid tried to gain more time to take another potion, but was grabbed by a henchman. He was finished again, but managed to spot armor on the first floor, so he got rid of what was holding him and launched the arrow as a distraction. He ran up the stairs and asked the old Khan if he wanted to protect his forge, to which the old man affirmed. Then, Grid would borrow the armor. The worried elder shouted that equipment couldn't be used. The henchman caught up to Grid, but he had already equipped his armor and, just before the bandits could finish him off, he asked if they had heard the word surrender and struck them down, earning over 15,000 experience points, reaching level 21, and completing the mission. His affinity with Khan reached its peak, and the exhausted elder climbed the stairs to check on the boy. He was surprised to see that the protagonist could use those items, the armor called Valhalla and the sword, a copy of Dane's Sleeve, both of unique rank with high usage restrictions and created by Albatin. The protagonist could use them as a descendant of Pagma, surprising the old Khan, who fainted. Grid was worried because the elder had another mission for him, but he fainted. In another part of the city, in a luxurious mansion, the owner, Mr. Valmont, seemed agitated when he found out that the bandits they had sent to force the blacksmith to sign the contract had disappeared after receiving payment. The man apologized, as he had recommended those mercenaries. But the mansion owner, Mr. Valmont, seemed cruel and demanded that he sell his family as slaves to repay the money. After that, he expelled the man and asked his strategist, named Rabbit, what had really happened. Rabbit mentioned that the men had entered the blacksmith shop but disappeared after entering. As for the old Khan, he was taken to a clinic by a young man. Valmont wanted the blacksmith shop and was selling cheap weapons just to put Khan out of business. They were about to acquire the blacksmith shop, but they failed. Rabbit was sent to investigate who the young man was and put in charge of obtaining the blacksmith shop. After this episode, Grid happily had breakfast, watching television. He had reached level 21 and was about to receive more missions from Khan. Perhaps even the armor and swords he had used would be some reward, just like his failure sword. The other 2 items were of unique rank, with high usage requirements and could not be traded. Grid left the old man in a clinic and hoped he would recover soon. Later, Grid returned to Satisfy, reappearing in front of the clinic. Khan was happy to see him. The old man seemed to have recovered. He thanked the protagonist for helping him, but before leaving, they had to pay a gold coin, as the old man was out of money. Grid paid, and the old man didn't know how to thank him, as he couldn't give the armor. They were family relics. He explained that Valhalla and Ice Leave were weapons created by his grandfather, Abatino, and no one could use them. 130 years ago, someone recognized their value, Pagma. Abatino knelt before Pagma and asked him to use them in battle, but Pagma refused, saying that one day the rightful owner would appear. Grid was able to use them. How did he do it? He asked Grid. Then it was his chance to obtain the items, so he took it and mentioned being a descendant of Pagma. The old Khan was moved to hear this. Another mission appeared for Grid, with which he could obtain the sword as a reward. Grid was very disappointed, but the old man needed proof. It was a great coincidence. Just like his descendants, they met. The old man took out alcohol to celebrate, but Grid took it from him, as Khan couldn't drink anymore. At that moment, Rabbit entered on behalf of the Marrow Company. Grid took the opportunity to store the bottles in the inventory and sell them. It seemed that this time they only wanted to talk. Khan couldn't pay a debt of 600 gold coins owed to the company, but he also didn't want to sell his building. They proposed a blacksmith competition, a Marrow Company blacksmith against the old Khan. It was clearly a trap, because they had certainly found a better blacksmith than his old one. But the old man accepted the duel on the condition that his successor would fight, as he was already old and wouldn't be able to compete. With this excuse, he ended up presenting the protagonist as his successor. Grid quickly rejected the idea, but was interrupted by another mission. If he won the duel, he would obtain 600 gold coins, equivalent to 720,000 Korean won. Grid quickly changed his mind, murmuring that he would crush them all. They reached an agreement and would soon provide more information and the location. Grid had no problem protecting the blacksmith shop, as he would earn 600 gold coins. After accepting the competition, Grid had a mission with a reward of gaining 500 reputation points in the new city, increasing affinity with the residents, and the 600 gold coins. However, if he failed, the protagonist's reputation would plummet to the minimum, and Old Khan would be forced to hand over his blacksmith shop to the Marrow Company. In the protagonist's thoughts, he already visualized his victory. I am a legendary blacksmith capable of crafting epic items. This competition will be no problem, thought the excited Grid. His thoughts were interrupted by the Old Khan, who brought weapons to train the protagonist's forging skills. Grid asked the old man why he didn't report the extortion he suffered from the Marrow Company. Khan replied that the Lord was also part of the scheme, receiving bribes from the company. Grid proposed to directly contact Count Stein, as Winston was part of his territory. However, the old Khan also tried and failed, as the Lord always interfered. The only viable solution was to win the competition. So, Grid asked the old man to trust him, as he would not disappoint him. The emotional old man agreed, and the image of his deceased son came to mind, as the resemblance to Grid was inevitable. In fact, Grid was just forcing him to accept the mission, but the old Khan reminded him a lot of his grandfather, both in attitude and vocabulary. Therefore, he would strive to the utmost for the competition after playing all night. Grid emerges from his capsule. Playing Satisfy was different for Grid than for the blacksmith smith, but even though he was so old, he retained extraordinary skills like those of an advanced blacksmith. Grid wanted to learn from him, but what am I thinking? He corrected himself. The drowsy adventurer Grid went to have breakfast with his parents, who were very happy to spend more time with their son lately. But Grid suddenly asks about his grandfather. His parents are shocked by their unfeeling son, who never cared about anyone, was starting to change for the better. The grandfather was fine. So, Grid proposes to visit them together soon. Meanwhile, at the Marrow Company, the owner throws food to Rabbit. Why do you do unnecessary things? Rabbit scolded, reprimanding the family strategist. The move Rabbit had made didn't make sense in Valmont's eyes. Rabbit explains the situation. The residents greatly respected the old Khan, so the Marrow Company had to create the impression that their skills were superior to Khan's. So, they gave him one last chance. This way, they will improve the company's image. A smile appeared on Valmont's face. This way, we can attract royal clients, and it wouldn't be so bad, exclaimed Valmont. But before that, he had to ensure that the rival couldn't win. Rabbit's investigations indicated that the boy representing Khan is an ordinary person with no reputation, so the company prepared a craftsman who would definitely win. Even if he was a nobody, the company had to send their best blacksmith. Meanwhile, at Khan's forge, a guest questioned Grid's appearance. Is it true that this boy took down Bale and his men? He looks more like a weak and innocent young man to me. Grid asked him to be more discreet if he was going to criticize him. Then, some concerned citizens entered the blacksmith shop. Old Khan, this announcement is all over the city, they exclaimed. Apparently, the Marrow Company had made the competition public and did it in a very friendly manner, because even if they won, the company was willing to let Khan continue working at the forge, so they tried to coexist with the residents of Winston. The citizens' view of the Marrow Company was starting to change, and they were willing to give Khan a chance, and the conditions were quite good in the eyes of the people. They seemed to respect the old Kansas. This thought is completely destroyed by Khan, who tears up the announcement, asking if they had forgotten that the company had monopolized the business, impoverishing the city of Winston. The citizens retract, as they had fallen for the Marrow Company's trick again. It seems that our protagonist had also been deceived by the company's intentions. At this moment, a stranger interrupts Grid's thoughts. According to what I heard, the Marrow Company bought and traded the residents' lands. Grid realizes something that the rest couldn't see. According to the mark on his head, this person was another user. The stranger continued with his speech. The company offered to buy the forge, but you decided to stay for your personal interest. The rest of the citizens immediately jumped to defend their blacksmith, but the player calmed them down. I'm not here to fight. The company's priority is obviously to make a profit, but they can create a symbiotic relationship. After all, the company cannot survive without the residents. This speech calmed the inhabitants, who discussed that if the company benefited, the city's situation would also improve. Grid was surprised. It completely changed the flow of the conversation. "Who is this boy?" Oldkin thought the young man was an interloper and asked for his name. The boy introduces himself as Euroi. Ken agreed with Euroi's speech. In the long run, it would be better to have a symbiotic relationship with the company. However, Winston was part of Stein County, which had a local statute called the People's Rights, which protected its inhabitants against external investors. After Khan's explanation, Euroi realizes that the company ignored the will of Count Stein, monopolizing information and development. Therefore, the responsibility fell on the city lord. Khan was satisfied after making the young man understand the city's situation. After that, Euroi volunteers to present to Count Stein the tricks of the Lord of Winston and the Marrow Company. Euroi managed to capture the residents' expression with just his words. Grid wondered how he had managed to do that. He had not received a mission from the residents of Winston, but he himself forced the residents to give him the mission to deliver the message to the Count. Then, Grid stopped the player and asked directly, "I know you came from the Marrow Company. Why did you change sides?" Instead of answering, Euroi showed the mission he obtained from the people of Winston. He had to escape from the Marrow Company and reveal the situation to Count Stein, but the surprising thing was the rewards. He would obtain the title of Apostle of Justice, maximizing his affinity and reputation in Winston, in addition to receiving a gift from Count Stein. The jealous protagonist asked him to teach him how he got such a good hidden mission. Euroi has no problem speaking the truth, the freedom that exists in Satisfy. If you actively communicate with the NPCs, you can obtain related missions. It's a method that we, the old players, know very well, so it's normal that you don't know it, explained the adventurer. But the embarrassed Grid revealed that, despite being a very experienced player, he was totally unaware of this trick, which made Euroi burst into laughter. "You are very funny. Let's be friends," he proposed amidst laughter, but Grid was very embarrassed, so he immediately disconnected to avoid further embarrassment. Euroi hoped he wasn't angry. However, he had to hurry to complete the new mission. Despite playing 18 hours a day since the game's release, he was only at level 127, all because of his class called Speaker. With this class, the only way to attack is with a skill called Malicious Tongue. Compared to other classes, it is much more difficult to level up due to limited weapons, low health, reduced abilities, and the lack of escape techniques, which complicated the gameplay. Nevertheless, he needed to complete this mission and obtain the new title that would boost his statistics. He needed to traverse the castle to speak with Count Stein. He tried to talk to the guards to deceive them, but received no response. That's when someone spoke to him from behind. It was the strategist Rabbit. He had to report after instigating the inhabitants. Rabbit questioned what he was doing there, and Euroi had to use his persuasion skill to explain that he was just strolling around while thinking about how to instigate the citizens. Rabbit mentioned that they had underestimated Euroi's abilities or perhaps were being betrayed. Euroi wondered why his persuasion skill didn't work. Rabbit revealed that he was prepared for betrayal and ordered Euroi to be arrested. The player tried to escape, but the guards captured him. He drew a dagger to defend himself, but was repelled. His only option was to disconnect, but when he gave the command, a window appeared indicating that it was not possible. Rabbit revealed that he was responsible for neutralizing the disconnection spell and that if the player died, he would be revived. Then they would imprison him in the castle. Euroi was given a new mission. After a prolonged wait, he would be imprisoned in a castle, with no possibility of escape, but if he could last for 50 consecutive hours, he would be rescued by the Apostle of Justice. This was a long time because the maximum time Euroi had spent playing was 20 hours, the limit of the capsule, as if you played for more than 20 hours, the capsule itself would expel you from the game, giving you a penalty of 6 hours without being able to connect to the device. It was very dangerous. However, Euroi was a man without a girlfriend, job, or anything else that could interrupt him. If he put the capsule in trance mode, maybe he could resist the full mission time, he thought. Euroi couldn't fail this mission, which is why he ended up accepting it, activating a timer. Now it was impossible to turn off the capsule from the outside, and if you tried to force it, they would also send a security team to protect the capsule. His only hope was to wait for the Apostle of Justice, who would follow him throughout the game. Satisfy had 2 billion players, making it essential for the game to be free of bugs and errors. In the central offices of the Satisfy group, the head developer was notified that Mission B408 had been activated. The president granted permission to send agents to the player's location in case of emergency. Mission B408 is a hidden grade, and the reward for completing it is a second class. However, it is very risky, as the player must remain in the game for a long time. The developers discussed the mission. The player, whose real name is Su Roy, 25 years old, is a player from Mongolia, which is incredible, as only 3% of the Mongolian population plays Satisfy. The head of the operations team detailed a user report about his current speaker class, with low battle strength, still managing to reach level 127, mostly completing missions. The president requested communication with the manager of the Mongolia branch, who was present at the meeting, and stated that the situation was under control, with real-time monitoring and medical personnel ready for any eventuality. The Mongolia manager also communicated that the country's government was aware and willing to collaborate but suggested that the news be released to the media, as the first player with 2 classes would be Mongolian, which could boost the market in the country. The directors and the team discussed the idea, which is a great opportunity to develop the game in Mongolia, although some personnel considered the idea too absurd, as it would have the opposite effect in case of mission failure. Then, a director expressed that they didn't need to worry too much. It was an easy mission to complete by design, as long as the boy didn't leave the game. Then, he asked about the success rate, revealing the leader the data from the reports. This surprised the entire team, as it was very low, only 9%? They asked in disbelief. There must be a mistake, as there is a hidden NPC in the underground prison. This was the Apostle of Justice, and by showing him the mission information and Winston's situation, he would rescue him. This moment was interrupted by the president's laughter, who realized something that the rest didn't see. There was a variable in the way, as it was assumed that Roy should only share the information with the Apostle of Justice, but he revealed the information to another user. Who was the player? Meanwhile, our cheerful protagonist cried drunkenly at a street post. How could he have betrayed him like that? Oldkin gave him such a good mission to a stranger, even when I paid for the doctor. He vented. Then he arrived home at 1 in the morning, so he couldn't make noise. He should let us know if he's going to be out so late. Apparently, Grid's sister was waiting for him, worried because no one was in the capsule, but then she noticed the smell of alcohol emanating from her brother. Drunk Grid was happy that his sister was worried about him, but she told him to take a shower and go to bed, as it was clear that Grid was not in his best state. Returning to the Satisfy offices, a director expresses that it's not possible to complete this mission. The president soothes the disappointment of one of the directors, but even if he wasn't the Apostle of Justice, they still had the Grid, a new variable in the game. This didn't cheer up the director, as the player in question was only level 21. Even after obtaining a legendary class, they had wasted many resources on this user, and no one believed the mission could be accomplished. But the president seemed to have something in mind. The other director continued to disdain Grid. The only things he did after obtaining the legendary class were to create epic-grade arrows and receive a mission, although he hadn't shown any results. The president found Grid's actions very amusing. Here it is explained that currently in Satisfy, there are only 3 users of epic class. One of them was recently revealed, Blood Warrior, but the other 2 users are still a mystery to the public. The first user to obtain the epic grade class had not yet been identified, while the second user revealed himself to maintain his 7th place in the rankings. For this reason, the Satisfy community has been debating what the other 2 epic grade classes are and, above all, who was the first player to achieve an epic class. Remember that they still don't know that the protagonist has achieved an even higher grade class, the legendary class. Meanwhile, in the Aquero dungeon, some players try to recruit another player. Join our group. If you join, we will give you all the loot. The girls in the group thought they were going too far and that the men were very stupid, as all the men were drooling over a girl since she arrived. The player introduced herself as Euphemy and exclaimed that she would join the guild with the strongest players, then asked them to show their powers. This proposal further excited the men, but they were interrupted by a monster's cry, an opportunity they would take to show their skills. We will be the only ones to have Lady Euphemy, exclaimed a group. The users began to use their most powerful abilities in order to impress the player, finishing off the monsters. However, in Euphemy's eyes, they were very average abilities, a thought that was interrupted by an ability behind her. She heard a loud bang caused by someone's ability. Who is this user? Asked the girl. It was a user with a very powerful ability, perfect for defeating Piero, thought the player. Then she activated her duplication ability, and windows appeared indicating that the level 3 Frenzy Vortex ability had been successfully duplicated. This ability generated a vortex for 5 seconds, causing a lot of damage per second. After duplicating it, She could use this ability once and keep it in her arsenal until she used it. Here her identity is revealed, Euphemina, level 90, also known as Duplicator. The user asked if she would join their group after such a display of power, but as she turned around, they realized that the player had disappeared. She was somewhere else. She had prepared for 63 days for this S-class mission. Her mission indicated that she had to defeat a traitor named Piero and, as a reward, obtain the title of Vengeance Agent, which came with very interesting abilities. But if she lost, she would lose 2 levels. Euphemina was ready to start the mission, so she opened the door, concerned about the powerful NPC she would have to fight. Inside was the strongest knight in the Empire, Piero. Piero noticed the intruder as the player prepared to complete the mission. Spears fell from the sky onto her. Euphemina used an ability called Tartan and summoned a kind of golem. It was the most powerful defensive ability, known only by the first place in the Guardian Knight's ranking. The player could use the duplication ability 3 times a day. After copying an ability, she stored it in her repertoire and could use it once. The player spent 2 months copying the abilities of the top-ranked players, so she currently had 50 high-level abilities in her list. Although she could only use them once, they were very powerful abilities. "It's more than enough to finish this," exclaimed the player. And here is when she reveals that she is the first user of an epic grade class. Euphemina used another ability on Piero, which generated a great impact. But it wasn't enough. Piero resisted. Then the player chained the spell she had recently copied, generating a huge explosion, but she was sure he was still alive, so she continued chaining powerful abilities, one after another, causing great damage to the dungeon. The girl wondered if she had managed to defeat him, but she hadn't received the mission completed notification yet, so the NPC was still alive after using so many high-level skills. She had consumed a lot of mana, so she used the levitation ability. Now she needed to keep her distance to recover her mana with potions, but her thoughts were interrupted by a quick counterattack from Piero. How was it possible that he was completely unscathed? Piero was about to finish her off, but Euphemina quickly responded with another ability, one that generated illusions in the opponent. Euphemina took the opportunity to descend and recover, as she had saved this ability for an emergency. She thought she was trapped in the illusion, so now she could recover her mana with potions to counterattack with more skills. But some windows warned the player of the danger due to excessive use of skills. Your physical abilities have decreased, you cannot use skills for a while, all your attributes have decreased by 50%. What an inconvenient moment, just when she was about to complete the mission. However, she couldn't give up. There was still some time until Piero could recover. But when she looked up at the sky, she was surprised. Piero had broken free from the illusion and was now looking at her. He's a monster, thought Euphemina. He wasn't strong enough, so she gave up the mission, losing 2 levels in the process and disappointing Asmal's trust. She had wasted 2 months duplicating skills in vain. She was very angry, as she had been so close. Then, an NPC appeared. "Are you Miss Irina?" "I bring a message for you," said the NPC. "A message?" asked the player. "We would like you to take on a task," exclaimed the NPC. So, she received a mission. The player was not at all motivated after losing to Piero, but upon reading the mission, she changed her mind. If she completed the mission, she would obtain the title of competitor, which came with interesting statistics and abilities. Furthermore, they called her Irina, among the many nicknames she had. Irina was what she used to create objects, so she accepted the mission. She had to represent the company Mero in a competition to defeat Khan's successor. Returning to the protagonist, Khan asked him to stop grumbling, but Grid was still annoyed because the old man had given such a good mission to a stranger before him. The elder explained that the company was watching them, so Uroi was the most suitable for the task. Furthermore, he couldn't put his young successor in danger, as the elder Khan thought of Grid as his own son and therefore could not continue living if something happened to him. These words motivated Grid to continue training for the competition against Mero. The competition would be in 2 days, so both Khan and Grid were very excited. If Grid repeatedly used his ability, it would constantly improve. He could feel that his movements were becoming more precise and efficient. Grid didn't stop creating rare and epic class items, improving both his statistics and his reputation, as well as continuing to accumulate dexterity and persistence statistics. The protagonist thought that the feeling of improvement was absolutely thrilling. After a long day of training, the protagonist was exhausted and decided to review his statistics to see how much he had improved. However, upon review, his blacksmithing skill and blacksmith's breath were still at level 1 and around 10%. Still, regardless of his statistics, Grid felt that he was improving, not to mention that he had gained 130 additional statistics points for creating items. Grid thought of assigning all the statistics to dexterity to win the competition, but he remembered his battle with the collectors, so he decided to distribute the statistics, 70 in dexterity and 60 in endurance. After improving his endurance, his health points also increased. His statistics were very positively distant from those of a level 21, they were more comparable to those of a level 75. Now that he had the descendant class of Pacma, he could continue to improve, and Grid was willing to make an effort in the competition. He would reap all the fruits of his effort. The next day, at the central stadium of Winston, the square was filled with users and NPCs who had come to see the competition. Users were surprised by the large number of NPCs at the site. Apparently, they were residents who had come to support Can's blacksmith shop. All the inhabitants encouraged the protagonist. Grid's appearance and his low-level equipment disappointed the players who had come to see a high-level competition. The company Marrow was confident in their victory. The competition presenter announced the representative of the Marrow Company, who was Irina. She was very beautiful, so she quickly won the hearts of the players in the audience. Irina blew a kiss to the stands, thanking for the support. Grid thought she was beautiful, but after seeing Yura, she didn't even come close to the beauty of Ranker 5. Furthermore, Grid still had the support of the residents of Winston, or maybe not. Grid was very disappointed with the people who were defending him, but the presenter asked him to stand up. Irina introduced herself to Grid and hoped to have a good competition, but the protagonist quickly put her in her place. "You're not my type, so don't play with me, little girl," he said. "Are you being so rude to a beauty like me?" responded the offended Irina. "You're beautiful, but a girl like you shouldn't go around calling herself beautiful," retorted the protagonist. No man had been able to resist Irina's charms before. She was very angry and was going to humiliate him in front of everyone. Irina asked not to be called a girl, as she was already 20 years old, but Grid put her in her place again. "I'm too old for this," he said. The host kicked off the competition with today's theme, a dagger. They had to produce one within a time limit of 3 hours, and the best dagger would win the competition. Irina was very confident that she could win, but the only thing that worried her was the difficulty of the mission, as it was the first time a mission appeared to her as of unknown difficulty. This was because the rival's skills had not yet been revealed. Nevertheless, she decided not to worry, as her plan remained the same. When she started forging, she would duplicate his skill. However, when she looked at Grid, she was very surprised. If they had the same skills, the luckier person would win, but when she looked at Grid, she was very surprised. If they had the same skills, the one with the best equipment would win, which drastically increased their chances. So, Irina pulls out an epic-class hammer with which she would defeat Grid, in addition to activating another ability she had, observation. However, when she observed Grid, she drew a blank. Grid asked why she was looking at him, but the observation ability did not work on Grid, as the level of the ability was very low. "This is impossible," exclaimed Irina, as she had the observation at level S and even managed to copy abilities from an advanced blacksmith when she was at level C. Was he a master blacksmith? "It can't be," she exclaimed. "In the world of blacksmiths, there are only intermediate blacksmiths, but there's no way my ability could fail." So, she thought there was only one explanation. Did he also have an epic class? But she dismissed that answer. That can't be. Anicaps and I are the only epic class users. So, was he a unique class user? Irina wondered. She didn't know, but the only thing she was clear about now was that if things continued like this, she was going to lose. So, she quickly called Rabbit, asking for Grid's mentor to also participate in the competition. This proposal surprised Rabbit, but they had to do whatever it took to win. So, they explained the situation to the host, who quickly called Can to participate. Thus, Irina would face a 2-on-1 situation. Back to Grid, he thought he was being underestimated, but the Elderkin was grateful for the opportunity to participate alongside the blacksmith he respected to defend his forge. Grid also became emotional and started working alongside Kansas. This was seized by Irina, who focused on the Elderkin to copy his skills, satisfactorily obtaining advanced craftsmanship, the blacksmith at level 2, being able to use it once during the competition. Irina thought she would have a similar level to Grid's, so now she had to work on her dagger and leave the rest to luck. After a while, Irina realized they were still working on the blade, while she had already finished that part. On Grid's side, the blacksmith's patience was activated. improving his blacksmith statistics. Everything was going well, and he had the old can by his side. Everything was perfect, so the blacksmith's talent was also activated, improving the dagger's statistics. However, Rabbit seemed to have noticed something. Meanwhile, for Grid, there was only one thing left: to use a minotaur horn to create the hilt. They had spent a lot of gold on this resource. Then, Grid heard the host's reaction. Irina had finished forging her dagger, just like her master. It has a wonderful aspect. This masterpiece was completed in less than 3 hours, exclaimed the host. Grid was surprised. The girl hadn't been boasting. She was really very talented. The host proceeded to show the weapon's statistics. It had fabulous statistics. It was an epic-class weapon with over 120 attack points and the probability of enchanting the rival. The requirements to use the dagger were to have over 100 levels, have over 200 agility points and 30 intelligence, in addition to having intermediate dagger mastery. The results are clear, exclaimed the host. Grid, on the other hand, couldn't afford to be distracted. The company owner was impressed with the young lady's dagger. Ken was also impressed. The girl's skills for her age, but she was no match for Grid. It was then that Grid finished his dagger. The only thing that worried him was that the audience wouldn't have a heart attack after seeing his dagger. However, the arena was interrupted by guards, who approached the protagonists and arrested Grid, on the charge of cooperating with the traitor Uroy. Both the elder Can and the residents of Winston were surprised. They arrested Uroy? They wondered, confused. Valmont, on the other hand, showed indifference. This wretch is behind it all. He knew he couldn't win, so he mobilized his guards, thought Kansas. Grid, on the other hand, denied working with Uroy, as that damn man had stolen a mission from him. Rabbit, on the other hand, was glad to have mobilized the guards in time. I've seen all kinds of objects during the 20 years I've worked with the company, but Irina's dagger can't rival this object. We've lost, thought Rabbit. Even the grumpy Valmont could appreciate how magnificent Grid's dagger was. The results were being announced, and they would definitely lose the support of the public in this situation. However, the audience would be more than convinced if they were told that Irina's dagger was the winner. So, Rabbit hides Grid's dagger so that its statistics are not seen, but he would remember the blacksmith's name. With these skills, it wouldn't be absurd to call him the best blacksmith on the continent, he thought. Then, Irina approached to see the dagger. What a magnificent object! If we had finished the game, I would have lost. However, Irina fulfilled the requirements of her mission, so she asked for the reward, to which the strategist agreed. Irina completed her mission, earning 1,500 gold, the title of competitor, as well as statistics and skills. She obtained the dice throw ability, which would cause a beneficial or detrimental effect, depending on the number that came up, and could be used on both allies and enemies. Irina thought they had accused Grid without reason, as he seemed innocent and confused. However, it was necessary for them to win. He has the worst of personalities, but I would like to know his true identity, the player thought. Then, the NPC Rabbit reveals that he noticed Irina's poor skills at the blacksmith, but her movements were just like Khan's, so she must have some ability to copy. Irina was impressed by the NPC's abilities, but Rabbit changes the subject. One day, Count Stein will stop the Marrow Company due to his greed, so he was thinking of leaving the company and seeking another opportunity for success. After seeing Grid's abilities, she thought that Can's blacksmith could be that opportunity. Grid could rival the rest of the companies just with his skill. Is this player really that amazing? Thought Irina. Then, Rabbit proposed another task to Irina. Would you help me rescue that man? Exclaimed Irina. Then, a new window appeared with the details. She would have to help Rabbit rescue Grid. If she succeeded, she would receive 5,000 gold coins and maximum affinity with Rabbit and the residents. But if she failed, she would lose 2 levels and the NPC would disappear along with the future missions he could grant. Who was this guy? Thought Irina. As soon as she related to him, she obtained a title and an S rank. Should she help him? Exclaimed the player. Meanwhile, at the blacksmith, the residents were thinking of rebelling. We can't leave everything in the hands of Grid and Uroy, they lamented. They were going to protect their future themselves, but the emotion is interrupted by an arrow. Balmont had predicted a rebellion. The citizens were very angry, but Balmont was going to subdue them. But the NPC's goal was nothing other than Can's blacksmith. You are demons, thought Kansas. Then, they ordered to arrest Can as the leader of the rebellion. In another dark place in Satisfy, poor Yoroi was exhausted, praying for someone to rescue him. According to the data, his condition was unstable, so they had to disconnect him to ensure his safety. The game developers were discussing whether they should intervene. In the eyes of some developers, it was very dangerous to leave this to Grid, as he was a very low-level user and had just been arrested. The probability of success should be less than 9%. However, now Grid was closer to Yoroi. There was still hope. This player had a lot of persistence. He will definitely do something. We will bet the remaining 2 hours on him, decided the director of the Mongolia branch. In the dungeon of Winston's castle, the guards were trying to extract information from Grid. "Fool, if you don't answer my questions, you will be executed immediately," shouted an unhappy guard. "I don't care," replied our protagonist, even more stubborn. "You have no courage. You are manipulators," shouted Grid to vent. But in reality, if he died, the protagonist would reappear at Khan's blacksmith. However, the other guard calms his companion. "Calm down, Leo. You know he has an immortal body. Let's take him to solitary confinement." This was a terrible situation for Grid. If they imprisoned him, Khan would be in danger, and he couldn't play if they kept him in prison. "What a big problem," shouted Grid. Then, the guard orders to imprison Grid until he is willing to talk. Grid couldn't express his discontent, as he was already ready to talk. Grid is arrested. But then he receives an S-rank mission, Apostle of Justice. He had to rescue Yoroi in less than 7 hours. As a reward, he would obtain the title of Apostle of Justice, along with other benefits. Grid had seen this mission before. They were the same rewards that Yoroi showed him. Grid was imprisoned, but there was no option to refuse the mission. "Why are they doing this to me?" cursed Grid. 3 hours had already passed, and Grid's situation was the same. Our protagonist wanted to strike the goddess of fortune, but this thought is interrupted by a familiar voice. "Grid, where are you?" It was Irina. "What is this girl doing here?" "It doesn't matter now. She is my last hope," thought Grid. He didn't like her, but he only had 2 hours left, so the protagonist made some noise to get her attention. Irina noticed the sound, but was startled to see a bloody and gagged Grid. Irina was happy to find Grid and was willing to free him from the cell. But first, she would return his dagger. "I return this to you. You put in a lot of effort," expressed Irina as she returned his dagger. Grid thanked her for the gesture. Maybe she's not such a bad girl, thought Grid. However, Irina had a request in return. She wanted Grid to make a magical orb capable of containing the greatest amount of power possible. Grid had never forged anything like it, but he would accept for now. However, the player had one more request. She wouldn't call her girl again, as her name was Euphemina. Irina was a nickname. Grid thought there were too many conditions, but he had no choice. Finally, Grid was free. But why would he help Irina? And how had she managed to get this far being a blacksmith? Then, the user reveals that she is not a blacksmith. She confesses that she has the hidden class duplicator, and that during the competition, she had copied Khan's abilities. Grid is surprised, as currently there are only 3 hidden classes in Satisfy. But why would Euphemia reveal this to him? Euphemina confesses that sooner or later they would have met, and she also knew that Grid also had a hidden class of at least a unique grade. This surprised the protagonist. Could he have fallen for him? He asked the protagonist directly. "Stop talking nonsense," the player replied, because even though she didn't know Grid's class, they now had to fight seriously as they had brought the entire army. Irina had already finished off 100 of them, but she needed Grid's help to finish off the rest. Grid couldn't help in combat as he only had his dagger, but upon seeing the weapon statistics, he had a pleasant surprise. Apparently, the weapon was of unique grade, with high attack damage, the possibility of instantly finishing off the enemy, and the abilities of explosive wind and swift movements. Additionally, the dagger granted agility to the wielder. It was an incredible weapon, but the usage requirements were absurd. The player would need to be above level 180, have nearly 500 points in agility statistics, and master advanced level dagger skills. Grid hadn't been able to see the weapon statistics as he was arrested before doing so. Then, 2 windows appeared, one being a weapon created by Grid, with a 100% understanding, so the only penalty that applied to the weapon for not meeting the requirements was a 20% reduction in damage and half the effects. Grid was disappointed to receive penalties, even as the creator. But Irina was truly surprised. How could he use this dagger? Are you part of an assassin's guild? She asked, bewildered. Because, as a general rule in Satisfy, no user can use an item if they do not meet the requirements, even if they are the creator. Grid was an exception, thanks to his descendant class of Pagma. Irina was surprised that the protagonist had as much mastery of weapons as advanced blacksmithing. He must have seen the dagger's statistics, she thought, but they were interrupted by a horde of knights who attacked the protagonist mercilessly. In response, Grid used the explosive wind ability of the dagger, finishing off an entire group of guards. Euphemina applauded, surprised by Grid's abilities, but the protagonist shouted not to just stand there. The player revealed that she only needed to rescue him, and that her abilities had a small cost. Grid couldn't waste time, as another group was coming after them, and there was just over an hour left to complete his rescue mission. Then, Grid revealed to Euphemina that they needed to rescue someone else, but the player told Grid that she had already rescued Can, who was coming here. Was he also captured? Grid wondered. It was a relief to hear that, but I need to save a guy named Euroi, the protagonist revealed. Irina wondered who he was, but Grid also didn't know, as he had only seen him once. Euphemia didn't want to continue getting involved, but Grid was forced to take on this mission, so he called the girl annoying. This irritated Euphemia. I already told you not to call me girl, the player shouted, while launching a powerful ability that grazed our protagonist. Irina had massacred a complete group of guards, causing the soldiers to retreat. This speed without chanting was comparable to Yura, thought Grid. I'll let it go this time, but I really would love it if you didn't call me girl, a grumpy Euphemina said in a challenging tone. Grid could only apologize for his mistake. How far should we go? Isn't B3 the lowest floor? Grid asked, bewildered. But the player replied that there was a lower B4 floor, so they only had to follow her, as there was just over an hour left to complete their mission. Irina revealed that someone she trusted had told her about the existence of the B4 floor. The guards were following them closely, so Grid quickened his pace, although the player seemed to have seen something. It was a flower in such a dark place. Grid asked her not to pick it up, as it was a trap. Fortunately for our protagonists, the traps were visible. However, they couldn't resist picking it up. Grid tried to maintain composure, but was attacked by another trap. Irina's excuse was hunger, but Grid wasn't convinced, as she picked up another flower. They were activating all the dungeon traps. How many times do I have to tell you there are traps? Grid said, his patience exhausted. Irina didn't want to do side missions, as she only needed to rescue Grid. At that moment, they were caught up by the guards, and then Grid took a shortcut to get there first, asking Euphemina to take care of the guards in some way. Finish them off, as I have to keep working. If you use fire in such a confined space, we'll all end up burned, the player replied. Grid thought Irina had an incredible ability. Thanks to her, he didn't need to watch his back. Euphemina, in turn, continued to finish off the guards, but they didn't end. She still had 11 abilities left over from Piero's mission. She didn't want to waste them on simple guards, as there were still the 5 Knights of Winston remaining, and she couldn't identify them among so many guards. However, she needed to buy time, so she would have to use some abilities, as she needed Grid to make an orb. Euroi, on the other hand, was at his limit, so he spent his last strength to let out a shout. Grid recognized Euroi's voice and ran to where it came from. Then, he came across a guard who introduced himself as Leo, a Knight of Winston. He had found out about their escape and knew that Grid would try to rescue Euroi. Grid was worried, as the knights were around level 180. The knight targeted Grid and attacked him head-on. Grid, in turn, activated the blacksmith's wrath and the swift movement ability of the dagger at the same time, gaining an increase in agility. The knight begins with an attack. The protagonist narrowly manages to dodge, remaining very fast, thought Grid as he repelled the sword strike. Without the dagger, that attack would have finished him. The knight's pride was wounded. How could a simple blacksmith block his attack? Therefore, he makes use of his skilled fatal fire sword. This attack directly hits Grid, causing a total of 17,300 damage. Nevertheless, Grid manages to survive with his skill. A legend doesn't die so easily. He needed to recover as soon as possible with a potion to not die as stupidly as last time. Then the knight's attack ceased. He needed to finish off the guard, but the guard was destroyed by Irina's area fire attacks. Before dying, the dying guard asks Grid how he didn't lose? Something that Grid mentions about not losing due to the vast difference in strength and abilities between them. Grid obtains the title of Night Slayer, in addition to obtaining the dungeon key and leveling up significantly. Currently, Grid has reached level 45. The protagonist manages to find Uroy's cell. Grid planned to attack him for stealing a mission, but Uroy was already on his last legs. Uroy was very surprised that his savior was Grid. So, he completes his mission, obtaining the secondary class of Companion of the Apostle of Justice. Uroy is truly grateful to Grid, as thanks to him, he gained the courage statistic and abilities that will help him in battle. In turn, Grid also completes his mission, acquiring the title of Apostle of Justice and the rewards that follow. Uroy, in turn, is very grateful to Grid, so he offers his loyalty and introduces himself as Dame and descendant of the Blue Wolf. Now, she would follow Grid to repay this debt. Grid thought he was crazy. Returning with Euphemina, she continued to defeat the guards that kept coming. The duplicator class may seem the best for copying the benefits and abilities of other classes, being able to defeat dungeon bosses alone with the right combination of skills. Returning to the duplicator class, an army of one man. However, she can only copy 3 skills per day and, in relation to her own class skills, has only 9 skills that are not useful for combat. Therefore, if a duplicator has a large supply of copied skills, she can become the strongest user. However, once she uses up all her skills, Euphemina would be in her weakest state. The guards were surprised that a simple player could defeat so many guards. Only the elite of the Winston Knights remained. Irina thought Grid should have been defeated by now. After hearing a loud explosion, even if he had managed to save Uroy, it wasn't certain that he would come to rescue her. The Knights reveal that there are still guards of the Winston Lord at the entrance, in case Grid manages to escape. They had to finish as quickly as possible. And on the part of the player, she was in trouble. Only 3 advanced skills remained, but they were of the fire type, so she would be finished if she used them in a confined space. The Knights advanced at the same time to finish off Irina, who managed to dodge the attack while cursing herself for trusting Grid. Then, the other guards simultaneously attacked to finish off the player. Irina makes use of her basic skills and summons a shield, but it is destroyed by the knight. The blow was cushioned, but she received a lot of damage. The guards celebrated their victory. It seemed she was powerless. Now, she would avenge the hundreds of knights she had defeated. Irina was in trouble. She only had to use the skill she had recently gained, although it only had a 50% chance of being beneficial. She had to leave it to luck. Euphemina was about to use dice roll when she hears a familiar voice. "You are shameless. How can self-proclaimed knights attack a girl in a group?" The knight stops his attack. It was our protagonist. "Grid, you should have come earlier," Euphemina said, relieved. The knights were astonished. If he was there, it could only mean that the knight Leo was defeated. Grid reveals that he defeated a certain Leo in an honorable one-on-one. This, along with the threatening aura he emanated, made the soldiers retreat. Euphemina was surprised. The NPCs instinctively backed off when the opponents were 30 or more levels higher than them. "How high is your level?" the user asked. He was a blacksmith, but they still had to be cautious, as he had defeated Leo and seemed very confident. The knights couldn't afford to make a misstep. "Step aside if you don't want to end up like Leo," Grid intimidated with a threatening tone. Uroy thought he looked pathetic the first time he met him, but now even the Winston Knights feared him. He must have an extremely high level. Grid is an amazing person, Uroy thought. Grid, on the other hand, enjoyed the feeling of superiority. He didn't think he could defeat them, but he had the powerful Irina by his side. The guards were now in trouble, being cornered against the stairs. They couldn't keep retreating. So, Grid started encouraging the player. "Come on, Euphemina, show them who's boss. Use your magic to annihilate them." "I can't," the player replied. This left Grid confused. "I can't defeat them," she revealed. Irina was also confused. Didn't you defeat a knight on your own? Do it again." Then, the guards began to counterattack. "Don't ignore us," one of them shouted as he advanced to attack. "Damn, I provoked them too much," thought the protagonist. Now, he was in trouble. However, Uroy threw himself to protect the protagonist. Uroy shouted in concern. Then the guard dropped his sword. He held his wrist. The blow was so strong. Grid was confused. How did he resist? "I'm fine," the adventurer replied. Thanks to the strong will skill he gained, Uroi could resist an attack for the next 10 seconds. Irina asked in disbelief how he blocked a knight's sword with just his body, but Grid didn't know either. "I have no idea. I don't know him very well, but it's not the time for questions. You two should escape." "Now," exclaimed Uroi. "I will hold them off. I owe you a lot." Euphemina felt bad for leaving him, but Grid saw an opportunity to escape. "Hold on as long as you can," the protagonist bid farewell. "If the opportunity arises, we will meet again," he exclaimed. "We won't let them escape so easily," the knights grumbled. Then, Uroi activated Malicious Tongue and began insulting the guards. The knight's statistics began to drop. It was the opportunity to test his new skill, Unyielding Justice. This attack inflicts 300% of Uroi's attack damage. It was a spectacle of lights, but it didn't really cause much damage to the knight, as Uroi's damage statistics were very low, even when increased by 300%. Exhausted, the player fell to his knees. He was going to be captured, but since he had completed his mission, he could log out. Finally, he could rest. He left the rest in the hands of the protagonist. Returning to the protagonists, they already visualized the exit door of the dungeon. Finally, they were free. Grid shouted freedom to the four winds, but Euphemina told him to shut up, as they were still in enemy territory. They had to leave the castle, but Grid was very out of breath. "I told you to shut up," Euphemina impatiently shouted. How could someone so stupid be more powerful than she thought? Then Grid asked, "Are these guys enemies too?" "They were the Lord's bodyguards who came with the Lord of Winston. To think that all these knights and soldiers were defeated," lamented the Lord. Grid blamed Irina. "This only happened because you were causing a scene." This made the player even more furious. The Lord, in turn, could not let them escape or he would report the corruption to Lord Stein. "Finish off the sinners," he ordered. "Take care of them," Euphemina said to the protagonist, frightened by the situation. Euphemina had to maintain her patience. "Are you really going to act like a weakling until the end?" she thought. But now that they were outside, she could make use of her fire abilities as much as she wanted. A swift attack brought down the Lord's bodyguards, causing him to fall backwards. Faced with such a display of power, it was impossible. All of his guards had been defeated with a single attack. However, Euphemina managed to release all her stress and asked the Lord to accompany them out of the castle. Grid, for his part, wished he never had to face such a terrifying player. Finally, they were truly free. "Great job," everyone shouted the strategist Rabbit. The Lord shouted for help. "I forgot about the company," Grid thought. But why was Euphemina speaking so casually with them? Right, they worked together. "Did they set me up in a trap?" Grid asked. Grid quickly checked his statistics to see if he could take on all of them. He now had 4 titles and luckily, the enemies were not very well equipped. He should increase his attack and defense with all the stat points he had gained. The protagonist spent 150 on strength and 90 on agility. There was no other option. After increasing his stats so much, the protagonist became too powerful, although he had not realized it yet. Because the total stat points of a level 45 are less than 500 points, but Grid's exceeded 1,300 points and, with the dagger equipped, his attack power surpassed level 100 of the fighter class. However, his expectations of fighting opponents so overwhelmingly superior made him feel weaker than he really was. "Rabbit, what are you doing?" shouted Lord Winston. "Rush and set me free," demanded the strategist. "I am no longer a mere member of the company," Rabbit revealed. Now they would punish Mr. and Beaumont for their actions. Mr. reproached the betrayal, but as Rabbit was a merchant, he was acting with a benefit in mind. He had decided to bet on Grid. The protagonist had incredible skills, but Rabbit was going to help make the whole world know about him. Rabbit is truly willing to take Grid to the top. But they had to finish another pending matter as quickly as possible, so he would leave with Irina. "I will tell you the details after dealing with the mere company," Rabbit said. "I will definitely make you richer than you could have ever dreamed," Rabbit said before leaving. These words captivated Grid, but Euphemina caught his attention. "I hope you haven't forgotten the promise to forge me a uniquely rare orb," Euphemina said. Grid cheerfully replied, "I haven't forgotten. You just have to obtain the materials and the production process for me," Euphemia was very surprised that Grid had agreed so obediently, but in reality, Grid would obtain a completely free production method. "I will contact you when I get the materials," Irina said goodbye. "It was fun. See you." Once everything was finished, the protagonist decided to disconnect, as he was very tired. Finally, he could see the light at the end of the tunnel. "I was going to be rich." Guys, if you don't want to miss the next releases, subscribe to the channel and leave a like. It's very important for us, in addition to the comments, which generate engagement for the channel. I look forward to seeing you in the next nerd recap. Rabbit asked Irina why Grid was afraid of the player, but Irina reveals that in reality, he is absurdly powerful and was just playing with her. Euphemia reveals that she defeated a knight from Winston, surprising the strategist. "It's stronger than a knight," he exclaimed, astonished. "There couldn't be a blacksmith like this unless it was Pagma." Now everything made sense. He is definitely a descendant of Pagma. Now his plans wouldn't sound far-fetched at all. Although Rabbit's vision never happened, the Mere Company fell after the disturbances revealed to Count Stein. The Lord of Winston and Valmont were executed, and on Rabbit's part, he was sentenced to 10 years in prison, as Count Stein did not forgive his actions in the company. It was a pity not to see Grid's achievements, but Rabbit knew that even without him, Grid would achieve great things. The people of Winston, for their part, would regain their original activity, while the bards told the epic story of how a young blacksmith saved his people from tyranny. "It's a very entertaining story," said one person, upon hearing the adventure, while paying for the report. "You say it's a new face in town, but the girl reveals that from now on they would see each other more often around the city, as she was none other than the daughter of Count Stein, who would designate his daughter Irene as the Lady of Winston." In the previous chapter, Grid managed to escape from the dungeon. Meanwhile, in the real world, it was news that a player from Satisfy had obtained 2 classes. In several countries, they discussed what the second class could be and how rare this feat is. Japan, for its part, was calm, as they already had a player of epic class and were confident of getting another with 2 classes. In this country, they looked down on Korea, as they only had Ayura at the top. In Korea, they described the characteristics of having 2 classes, being able to use more weapons and opting for more stats and skills. Additionally, upon leveling up, one would obtain double the stat points. Grid was tired of hearing about the new player with 2 classes. "It's so broken," he thought. Who could the bastard be? The protagonist was jealous. At dusk, Grid reveals to his parents that he will not return to work. His father questions whether he is going to be unemployed forever. His sister, in turn, was once again disappointed. The mother reveals that Grid was deceived into joining a multi-level marketing company and had to pay a debt. But Grid responds that it is different this time. Then, the protagonist reveals that he is a great blacksmith in the game and that people will buy his weapons for a lot of real money. The father responds with a disappointed look. They were very disappointed that their son was a gaming addict. The father asks him to stop being foolish, grow up once and for all, and look for a job. Grid is very sad because his family does not trust him. Later, Grid was tired of his new job. The problem had always been money, so he was going to accept Rabbit's proposal. With the support of Rabbit and Khan, he could achieve results to show his parents. Grid returns to Khan's forge. The elder is happy to see him. Grid is also glad that the forge is reopening, but asks about Rabbit. Then, Elderkin hands a letter from Rabbit to the protagonist. In the letter, Rabbit explains that he was not forgiven for getting involved with the company. Still, he trusted that Grid could achieve great feats with his skills. He would be watching from afar, praying for his success. Apparently, the Count could not forgive all his actions and sentenced him to 10 years in prison. This was devastating news for the protagonist, as all his dreams and riches went down the drain. The elder tries to cheer him up with a proposal. He entrusted his forge to Grid. The protagonist was confused. He had never heard of a player becoming the successor of an NPC. It was surprising. But Grid imposes a condition. "I will believe in you if you write a contract." Later, Elderkin delivers the contract and declares the protagonist as the successor of the forge. Grid was very happy, as one day the forge would be his. Then, Kim proposes to train a bit in forging, to which Grid happily agrees. Meanwhile, at the auction house, a user cannot find what she is looking for. She searches anxiously, asking how it is possible that Yafa's special arrows are not there. Normally, a blacksmith would create thousands of these arrows to sell, but this one sold only 99 and disappeared. Could he have already been recruited by a pack? Sadaka wondered. The rest of the users, surprised by the beauty of the pack captain Sadaka, Jishuka, the player, realizes they are talking about her and turns to intimidate them. She clarifies that she is the same Jishuka from previous chapters, although the menu has changed the character's design. Jishuka opens the clan chat and informs that if they do not find the blacksmith in less than a month, they will undergo hellish training. The only one excited about the training was Regis. There was not much information about the mysterious blacksmith, but they needed to locate him to strengthen the clan. Then, another member enters the game. Apparently, he found information online about a forging competition in a city called Winston. One of the participants managed to create an epic dagger in less than 3 hours. It was him. An epic object in less than 3 hours was something impossible, even for the best blacksmith in the ranking, Panmir. Jishuka gives the order to mobilize the entire clan to the city of Winston. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Satisfy, someone earns 500,000 points after defeating several enemies. He does not stop defeating enemies, gaining 600,000 experience. It was the Blood Warrior, the third epic class in the game. Katz had reached level 216 and was ranked 40th in the unified ranking. In real life, he was the second son of the owner of a Japanese conglomerate. Although he had quickly climbed the ranking thanks to his epic class, he had not been able to advance much in recent months, despite hunting more than ever. His older and younger brothers were gaining ground to be the successors, so he did not want to be a loser in the game and also needed to go to high-level hunting areas, as expensive potions were not a problem for him. However, his equipment was not up to par. Even with all the money in the world, there were no good items for sale. What were the blacksmiths doing? A month after the events in the village of Winston, in the capital of the Stein Kingdom, Euphemie was lost in her thoughts. She could not find the production methods for orbs, even after a month of searching. She had enough gold to buy them, thanks to the mission she completed, but she could not find the production methods anywhere. Then, the player notices something and shouts loudly, "Show yourself! I know you are there!" Thanks to her class, she had high detection skills. She was being watched, even without revealing her name on the ranking list, but as a secret ranker. The player asks again for the person to show themselves. The stranger was surprised. A simple blacksmith managed to detect my presence? It was not possible. The manual introduces the unknown as Faker, a member of the Sadaka clan and the first place in the assassin ranking. The other clan members laugh at the player. The reputation of the Sadaka clan was suffering because of her. You lost your touch after reaching the top of the assassin ranking. Apparently, the Sadaka clan was gathering after obtaining information about the winner of the forging competition in Winston. The leader had asked them to follow her until she arrived. Faker had planned to watch her from a distance until the leader arrived, but he was detected, even while in level 7 stealth. Then, Irina decides to attack directly, launching a powerful strike that makes the Sadaka clan members stop following her, calling them perverts. Chain-linking with another high-level skill, the Sadaka clan members wonder how a blacksmith could use such advanced skills. She was not the blacksmith they were looking for. It was a trap from the clan that was also after the creator of the arrows. They wanted to distract him with false news. The Sadaka clan had been deceived. The assassin asks Irina which clan she belongs to. The player was tired, as all the men she had encountered lately were psychopaths, so she attacks with an electric skill. But Faker reveals that it is useless against him and, with a quick move, gets behind Irina and counterattacks with a kick. It was the first time Irina had been hit by a user since she became a duplicator. He was a powerful user. Then, the player also duplicates herself, surprising Irina. "It's over," she shouts. But Irina uses another skill, which eliminates the clones and summons the ancient knight of the queen, a familiar? The surprised assassin wonders how it was possible to summon a familiar without being a summoner. The knight delivers a powerful blow, which the assassin dodges. A knight was the perfect counterattack for an assassin who fights with stealth, he thought. If he could not fight the knight, he would attack the summoner. Faker throws magical daggers at the user, who responds with an assassin skill. How was this possible? The confused Faker wondered. Irina, in turn, had gathered many skills from top rankers during her search for the orb production method, so she was currently at her most powerful version yet. The knight delivers another blow, and Faker's companions decide to support him by attacking the knight. However, it was very powerful. Irina continues chaining skills and uses an attack called Dragon Claws, surprising the Sadaka clan, which takes a lot of damage from the attack. How was it possible that the girl had such an overwhelming advantage? Even facing 4 top rankers? Was it the absolute power that the clan had been looking for? Faker was finished. The explosion destroys everything at the site. Later, the leader and the other clan members arrive at the location. The surprised leader asks who they were fighting against, as everything was destroyed. A member explains that Irina single-handedly defeated the 4 clan members, including Faker, using skills from different classes. Perhaps she was a hidden class player. She had left the clan with a terrible image, so the leader orders them to find her immediately, and she will personally deal with Irina and her followers. As for Grid, the only thing he did during the last month was create items. Thanks to his training, he realized a few things. The first is that if he continues producing the same item repeatedly, he does not gain much experience. The second is that there are 2 conditions to create a high-level item: use high-level materials or spend more time and effort with normal materials. And third, to work with heavy minerals, it takes not only dexterity but also strength and stamina. The protagonist decides to rest a bit. During this month, in addition to improving his stats, he also managed to raise legendary skills to level 2, enhancing the legendary blacksmithing and the legendary blacksmith's breath. On average, it took 6 hours to create an item, and he produced a total of 73 items, of which only 3 were epic. At least he had managed to get a list with the production method of many items delivered from Can to his successor. Now that Grid thought about it, he had not heard any news about the girl. During this last month, Grid was about to obtain a production method for a unique grade item completely free. Wait a moment, if I make the item and it results in a normal grade orb, I'm screwed, Grid thought as a chill ran down his body. Without a doubt, Irina would annihilate him. Then, someone enters the blacksmith shop, startling Grid. 2 players ask the protagonist if he was Can, but the elder introduces himself as Can, the owner of the blacksmith shop. The players ask the elder if he had a competition with a girl named Irina a month ago, to which the old man responds affirmatively. His companion asks the blacksmith if the girl was also a blacksmith. Did she really manage to create something truly useful? He asked the elder. He describes her as a formidable blacksmith. But who are you to intrude and ask about her? Ken asked. The other player throws another question. Was the Marrow Company the only group that intervened in the competition, or was there some other stranger? Grid wondered who these guys were to ask so many rude questions, as they were disrespecting the poor elder Kansas. Therefore, he asks the players to be kinder to the elder. The player asks the protagonist not to interfere in their matters, and they begin to argue among themselves. The companion reassures him, as he was very agitated since he learned of Faker's defeat. He proceeds to ask Can one last thing before leaving, if they knew anything more about Irina, but the elder says no. We only faced each other in a competition. How are we supposed to know anything about her? The elder replied. Since they did not know anything, the players left the place to ask elsewhere. Grid kicks them out, asking them never to return. Then, a customer asks Can for more items, as apparently, the items that Grid had forged had become very popular. This was a great opportunity for Grid, as the elder Can knew very well the value of the items he forged and negotiated for him. On the other hand, the auction houses had very high commissions. If it continued like this, he might get rich. But something continued to bother the protagonist. Most of the items he had forged were of normal grade. Perhaps the system was broken. In the group's operations center, another complaint email arrives for customer service. Apparently, Grid was complaining that the game was manipulating his probabilities, as he was a legendary blacksmith, but of the 73 items he forged in the last month, none were legendary. He only managed to create 3 epic items. Therefore, the only possible answer was that they were manipulating his chances. Support was tired of reading these emails, as the chances of creating legendary items would increase as he leveled up. Grid had a legendary class but was unaware of this fact. Still, the protagonist was a loser, as only 3 epic items came out of the 73 items he forged. It was normal to wonder why he was complaining. Grid was an icon of misfortune. According to his calculations, with the items he sold during the last month, he made a profit of just over $1,000 approximately, working 5 or 6 hours a day. If he worked all day, he could generate even more income. However, his parents forced him to find a job. He needed to sell his dagger to have an adequate income that would convince his parents, but he didn't know anyone with advanced dagger mastery. He would have to return to the employment office. Then, he was hit in the face by a flyer. It was for a rental establishment on promotion, offering a lifetime 30% discount. The fee cost about $5, so instead of going to the employment office, he would go to the capsule hotel to play in the morning and afternoon, and then play at home in the evening. Grid ran to the place. From now on, this place would become his new workplace. This was the day Grid would start working as a full-time blacksmith. Meanwhile, at Can's Forge, customers were interested in buying many more items. However, they were sold out due to the recent popularity that these items gained. They were more expensive than items of the same category, but still worth it, as their performance was 20% better. Grid worked all day, but it took time to create them. Apparently, everyone wanted to meet the master craftsman who produced these items, but Grid asked them not to reveal his identity. Many users gathered to discuss who the master craftsman could be, but no one realized that the novice hammering in the back was the person they were looking for. During the last week, Grid had been going to the capsule hotel, playing a total of 15 hours a day. Because of this, he doubled the number of items he could produce. This was his last great creation, a silver armor he forged using Can's production method. It cost 483 gold coins. I must clarify that 1 gold coin is worth about $1 in this manual. Therefore, the materials he used were around $500. It was the most expensive item he had produced so far. It took 20 hours because he didn't want a normal grade item. Now it was time to see his statistics. Grid prayed that it would be legendary grade, or at least unique grade, but upon seeing his statistics, he was disappointed as it was an epic grade item. Grid shouted from the bottom of his heart, but Elderkin tried to console him. "It's amazing. It's rated higher than what you would get by following my production method," said Kansas. Grid asked how much he could sell it for. Elderkin didn't know, so he could auction it off for the knights to bid on it. Can once saw a very good armor, but it didn't come close to the armor Grid had just forged. "I suppose I'll auction it," said the protagonist. Due to the legendary blacksmith's crafting and breathing skills, the armor statistics were 20% higher and had additional options. Most knights hovered around level 180, but perhaps this level 120 armor would catch their attention, thought the protagonist. The auction was in the castle, and it was a good opportunity for Grid, as this time they wouldn't charge commissions. If there were no commissions, it was the opportunity for Grid to reappear. Since the auction was in 2 days, Grid would take the time to create a few more items to auction. On the day of the auction, the protagonist was disappointed that most of the items he created in those 2 days were of common grade. Then, Elderkin handed him a talisman with which he could participate in the auction representing the blacksmith. Grid obtained the insignia of Khan's successor, and the old man wished him luck. Grid, in turn, expected nothing, as luck had never been his companion in this life, and he said goodbye to Khan. Here the manual explains that the purpose of the castle auction is not only to obtain good equipment for the knights, but also to use it as a means to find blacksmiths with excellent skills. For this reason, many blacksmiths gather in the castle lobby every year in the hope of being selected and gaining the rights to produce items for the lord. Grid was surprised by the immense number of blacksmiths present, both NPCs and players. The auction hostess announced that the event would start soon, so she asked the participants to set a minimum price for their items and submit their bids. Grid decided to submit the armor first, along with some epic-grade gauntlets he managed to create at the last moment. However, the protagonist didn't know what minimum price to set for his items. At that moment, a young man asked if he could help him with something. The player introduced himself as Stein. Grid thought he had heard that name before and commented that he was having trouble deciding the minimum price he would set for his items. Then, Stein asked if the master who sent it to Grid hadn't told him the price beforehand. Then, the player showed a mission, apparently having come to represent the blacksmith Radvan. Grid asked, confused, if he wasn't coming to sell his items, but those of his master? Then, the young man revealed that the quality of the items sold at this auction was very high, so he couldn't sell his works. Then, Stein showed the weapon of his master, a great sword of level 190. He was very happy and proud of his master's work. Then, Grid thought it was normal to complete NPC missions and gain production methods. Still, he was surprised by Stein's happiness upon seeing a rare category item. Stein also wanted to see Grid's master's items, so he asked Grid to show them. For his part, Grid was reluctant to show them but asked what price defensive items of level 120 usually had. Stein was disappointed that he couldn't satisfy his curiosity but revealed that normal grade items cost about 300 gold coins. Then, Grid asked about epic grade items, and Stein's curiosity was sparked again. He asked excitedly if the master forged epic grade items. Stein revealed that epic gauntlets usually sold for 600, while armor of that level could be sold for 1,800 gold coins. After deducting the costs of materials and the week he spent at that capsule hotel, he would still make a profit of over 2 million Korean wons. Grid was excited because he had debts of 10 million wons and could now pay them off. The young player was startled by the protagonist's expression but was warned that he was running out of time to set his prices. Grid did this as quickly as possible and prayed that a knight would buy them for a good price. Meanwhile, in the auction room, they presented the last item to be sold today. The buyers were disappointed that it was the last one, as there was nothing of value. Only the items had piqued their curiosity. The last item was an above-average sword forged by the blacksmith Radvan. This sword allowed magic to flow easily through it. The buyers were excited, as it was the best item they had seen so far, and began to bid, offering 1,000, 1,100, and 1,200 gold coins one after the other. Then, they informed the hostess that there were items that had been sent late. Later, he was awakened by the young blacksmith, as the results had already been published. The hostess began to inform about the auctions. A total of 100 items were auctioned, of which only 6 were sold. The blacksmiths were very sad, as there were few chances that their items would be on the list. The necklace of Miss Clarice was sold for 453 gold, Mr. Gress's inner armor for 189 gold, Piglet's potion for 15 gold, and the sword that Mr. Stein brought was sold for 1,900 gold coins. The young man was very happy, as his master would be very pleased to know this, but Grid was very jealous. He thought he had received a very good offer. The last item announced belonged to Grid. The protagonist stepped forward, and the hostess informed him that the auction administrator wanted to see him. Grid was confused, but Stein, who had more experience in auctions, was happy. "A big surprise awaits you," he said to the protagonist with a smile from ear to ear. Grid, in turn, wondered what kind of surprise awaited him. The hostess informed the administrator that Grid had arrived, who invited the protagonist to sit down while praising the fact that he had managed to copy Can's work, calling him a heroic blacksmith. The stories about Grid had spread beyond. Winston, the administrator, praised the protagonist's skills and personality. "Can trained you well," he exclaimed. Grid thought he achieved everything thanks to his skills, not Khan's. The administrator revealed that they would buy Grid's items for 5,500 gold coins, in addition to wanting the protagonist to provide equipment for the soldiers. Grid was stunned, as this amount would be almost 7 million Korean wons, or 73 days working at the employment office, and he achieved it in a week. However, there was a problem for Grid. His blacksmith shop was so busy that they didn't have time to prepare equipment for all those soldiers. Grid said that thanks to this auction, the protagonist now had clarity. Although it took more time, high-grade items earned him much more money than normal-grade ones. Therefore, he would refuse to equip simple soldiers. The administrator asks if he could only create equipment for the knights, reminding that they are the few guards with the highest rank. However, the items he brought would have to be equal to or better than those he brought to the auction. The administrator understood the difficulty of the mission, which is why he would also pay 10% more. It was a very complicated mission because, although he worked 20 hours to create an epic item, sometimes normal-grade items came out, and if he failed the mission, he would likely be penalized. No one in their right mind would accept, he thought. However, the protagonist seems to have changed his mind upon leaving the castle, as Grid accepted the proposal. "I need money, and I ended up accepting the deal," the protagonist cursed. According to the mission, Grid had to deliver 3 epic swords to Administrator Blatty within a week. Of the last 3 items Grid created, 2 were epic, so it wasn't impossible. Somehow, he would manage to deliver them in a week. Grid leaves the castle, not before remembering how happy the young blacksmith was with Grid's good news. "I couldn't say goodbye to him," thought the protagonist. Now it was time to celebrate, as Grid was now rich. In the previous episode, our protagonist managed to strike a deal with the auction administrator, so now he had to forge 3 epic items in less than a week. Recapping the situation in the city, Count Stein sought and destroyed all Yatton churches, as this group had kidnapped his daughter Irene, and during the rescue operation, they lost Oran, the strongest warrior of the Stein family. In the north of Winston, on a mission to eliminate the Yatten temples, everything seemed to be going well until a user appeared on the battlefield. It was Yura, the Blood Witch. There are too many of them. This might take longer than usual, thought the player. Apparently, she had to complete an SS-ranked mission. She had to save the Yatten believers from the attack of Stein's troops. As a reward, she would obtain the position of the 8th servant of the Yatten Church and some skills. Yura needed to complete the mission because upon encountering the 7th ranked in the unified ranking, Angus, she could only feel helpless against an epic class bearer. So, Yura attacks Stein's troops and launches herself directly against her enemies. She needed to get stronger to become the number 1 ranked. In the castle of Winston, they are counting the casualties. There were 412 victims, and 5 knights were seriously injured. The count's daughter was furious. The number of enemies was only 150. How could 1,000 soldiers and 8 knights have been defeated by their hands? The informant reveals that the reports highlight a very skilled opponent among the enemy ranks, probably one of the 7 main servants of the Yatten Church. Irene picks up the ring that hangs melancholically, remembering Doran. She definitely needed to avenge him, so she orders the subjugation group to be reorganized to strengthen it, returning to the protagonist. We see that his last creation is a normal grade sword. Elder Khan was surprised. Among the normal category swords, it should be one of the best. This comment further irritated Grid, as the weapon remained normal category. With the money Grid had, he could only buy materials to forge 7 swords and had just ruined one. He needed to forge 3 epic swords. Therefore, now he needed to forge 1 epic sword for every 2 swords he forged. Elderkin reassures Grid, saying that if he sold this sword, he could get 800 gold coins. But Grid responds that the material cost 950 coins. Then, Grid gets excited again. You are spending all your energy and more than 20 hours to create just 1 object. Hard work will never betray you, he replied, starting to work on the next weapon. A day later, Grid reviewed the statistics of his second sword, which turned out to be normal grade again. Ken proposes to sell it for 800 gold coins, but Grid calls the old man a scammer. Grid leaves the forge and shouts as loud as he can, "Hey great developers! Stop manipulating my possibilities or I will request a customer service test." Grid sends the title of legendary blacksmith to hell, as he now only had 5 opportunities, but he had to work on the next weapon, which obtained the rare classification. The protagonist needed to focus, but even his sister noticed that Grid was not resting well. The 4th sword was normal grade, disappointing the protagonist. However, Grid would finish forging all the swords. A week later, Elderkin observes the protagonist's creations. 2 epic weapons, 1 rare, and 3 normal. You just need 1 epic. But this is still a great achievement, Ken said to ease the situation. Grid was working on his last sword. The elder asks if he is okay, to which Grid responds affirmatively, as he has already accepted his misfortune. The elder wondered how Pagma's descendant could act so weakly and feebly, to which Grid questions the existence of Pagma. This was his last blade. For Grid, the chances of making an epic weapon were null, but at least he could rest. So, he proceeds to join the parts. This began to emit a very strange glow. It was the first time a created object had this reaction. A lightning bolt blessed the sword, and Grid wondered what the hell was happening. But upon reviewing the sword, it was the first legendary grade sword the protagonist had created. It had the title of Self-Transcendent Sword, with over 350 attack power, and among its characteristics, it granted additional damage according to the opponent's level, the perfect state ability of self-transcendence. All the protagonist's statistics increased for creating a legendary object, and he gained 1,000 reputation throughout the continent. Additionally, he earned the title of creator of only legendary objects. The situation took a 180-degree turn for our unfortunate protagonist. It was the first time he created a legendary weapon, but when he turned to see Elder Khan, he started foaming at the mouth and fainted. "Don't die, old man," shouted Grid. In the castle of Winston, they inform Lady Irene that the second subjugation group was defeated. According to the data they had collected, it must have been the fault of one of the 7 main servants of Yatten. Therefore, the subjugation of the enemies depended exclusively on being able to defeat such an adversary. Thus, they would wait for reinforcements before making any move. Although it would take longer, Irene was willing to avenge her old friend Doran. Then she notices something out the window. What is that guy doing? It seems to be our protagonist, who is looting sources to find coins. A gold coin. It's the first time I've found money, exclaimed Grid. Then, the auction administrator enters Lady Winston's room. Lady Irene, are you present? Just in time, Administrator. There is a strange user in the garden. The administrator spared the explanations. I see you have already realized. You must meet with that man as soon as possible. Lady Irene is called Grid. Irene seems to recognize this name. Grid? She asked, confused. In the sitting room, Mrs. Winston receives the protagonist. The administrator explains that Grid was tasked with creating swords for the Knights of Winston after the auction. Moreover, he was also the hero who saved the people from the tyranny of the Marrow Company. Irene is delighted. The blacksmith of the rumors had planned to meet with you, but many circumstances took my time. Grid, for his part, was only thinking of one thing. Just give me my reward. But where have I seen this woman before, he wondered. Then, the administrator introduces Irene, one of the swords that the protagonist produced. Upon unveiling it, Mrs. Winston is surprised. What a remarkable weapon is this? Grid proposes to start negotiations, recalling that he would pay more the better the weapons he brought. It was a magnificent sword. Then he asks one of his knights, if I wield this sword, could I rival one of Yatin's 7 servants? The knight quickly replies, if I wield this sword, I can face them, but I cannot defeat them, he corrected himself. Then, Irene turns to the protagonist. Very well, then there is no reason to doubt, Administrator, by this sword. And pointing to Grid, she allows him to choose the price and proposes that they meet more often. Grid notices something. Where have I seen that ring before? He liked the new ruler of Winston. She was flexible and open-minded. Grid is in the waiting room. The administrator apologizes for making him wait, but Grid urges him, please, be quicker. I'm tired of hammering. The administrator apologizes again. I understand. You should have concentrated all your energy and mind to create such a beautiful and majestic work. Grid threatens him. Don't try to fool me. The administrator offers 220,000 gold. The protagonist thought 220 gold was little, but the administrator corrects. 220,000. They were willing to make this weapon a relic for the Stein family. Grid was blank. The administrator thought he might have offered too little, but he couldn't give more, as Winston's annual budget was 170,000 gold. Grid, for his part, was crying with happiness. In exchange, it was almost $4 million. More than 250 million Korean wons would remain after paying his debt. If he sold it online to other players, they would even pay much more, but there weren't many players who met the requirements to use it, so he needed to sell it now. Now he could attend his schoolmates' meetings dressed in luxury clothes and in foreign cars. He was willing to confess his feelings again to his crush. Grid agreed to sell the weapon at that price. Then, the administrator offers him a gift as a token of gratitude. Grid did not know what it was, but the administrator reveals that it is a strange mineral called blue orichalcum. Grid remembers that it was the mineral needed to craft the failure. He needed 15 of these mineral orbs, so today was his lucky day. The administrator was happy to have successfully closed the transaction. Grid completed his mission, obtaining 234,000 gold and 3 pieces of blue orichalcum, earning the title of Distinguished Person of Winston. With this title, he had been recognized by the ruler, so his products were recognized as high quality and were exempt from taxes. Grid celebrated success after success, thanked for everything, and logged off. He couldn't wait to tell everyone at home. Grid ran home, excited. He was a rich man now. However, Grid could have gotten much more for such an extraordinary weapon, as several users could achieve advanced mastery of the sword, being able to use it, and considering the stock of legendary weapons in the market, he could have sold it for billions of Korean wons without a problem. However, this event was the beginning of a new life for Grid. He arrived home as quickly as possible, with good news for his family, but felt an atmosphere of discouragement at home. Grid asked if something was wrong, as everyone seemed sadder than usual. Then, his sister revealed that the guarantee for the loan his father signed was 800 million Korean wons. Later, the father asked Grid not to worry. If they sold the house and used the saved money, they could pay 400 million Korean wons. The father did not know how else he could apologize to correct his mistake. Grid was very worried about his father. They apologized to their daughter, as they would now have to use the money they had saved for her university and wedding. Wait a moment, had they saved nothing for Grid? Were all the savings for his sister? Grid asked worriedly. Am I not part of this family? Then, the sister explained that she did not need to go to university and would help pay off the debt with a part-time job. The parents asked their daughter not to go that far. They were very proud of her. Grid, for his part, saw that it was unfair to his sister. She had always had the best grades and was about to waste all her effort. Then Grid raised his voice. Well, I will earn money so that you can continue studying. The parents did not understand what had happened to their son. Then, the father would also look for another job the next day. The mother also proposed to work in a restaurant, so the whole family would strive to pay off the debt. It seemed they did not take Grid seriously, so he revealed that he made 200 million in a game. The parents were stunned by these numbers. Grid was willing to save his family. It was the first time he felt a responsibility to fulfill. Meanwhile, in Satisfy, the governor of Winston hands Grid's legendary sword to the knight Ser Phoenix so that he can punish Yatin's servants. The knight agrees to defend the glory of the Stein family. Irene orders them to bring back the head of one of Yatin's 7 main servants. Although the enemy was made up of only 150 soldiers, they could not let their guard down, as they had a main servant in their ranks. Therefore, they would go all out. 12 knights and 100 soldiers had to emerge victorious at all costs. Ser Phoenix led the allied troops as the strongest knight in northern Winston. From the perspective of Yatin's followers, they were nothing more than other sacrifices for their god. They would support Yura as best they could. Yura knew that in this church, and especially the 7 servants, they were rotten to the core with evil. She regretted accepting the mission, but unless she obtained a hidden class like Katz or Angus, she couldn't do anything else. Yura charged directly at the enemies. The knight was surprised by her decision. Finally, one of the 7 servants appeared. They were supposed to end this here. Yura didn't like being associated with the wicked followers of Yatin, but her actions couldn't be less dishonorable. Then, the player began to cast a spell. The sky started to darken. Yura had the mission to protect the followers of Yatin and launched an attack that should take out a quarter of the enemy soldiers. However, the Phoenix Knight charged directly into the enemy front. Yura was very surprised. Impossible. The enemy leader was able to block my Black Storm? The witch went on the defensive and activated a diamond barrier. The intimidating knight did not back down and activated the perfect state of self-transcendence of the sword, destroying the defense with a single blow. Yura didn't know how to react, as her defense could withstand monster bosses without issue. It didn't make sense. Then, Yura used the Inferno skill, which instilled a state of fear in the opponent, but it seemed useless against the knight, as the only one affected was the horse. Yura was worried. How did it have no effect on him? Here the manual reveals to us that the perfect state of self-transcendence increased all statistics by 200% for 2 minutes and the user became resistant to negative effects. However, upon activating the skill, the bearer could not control themselves and would be immobilized with reduced defenses for 2 seconds. Yura had felt this feeling of helplessness before. An image came to her mind. Grid. Then, the knight struck. The player had only one way out. A few days ago, Yura obtained 100,000 faith points and heard Yatin's voice. If she prayed, Yura would gain a new power. She needed power, a power to deal with those who were not affected by black magic. And then, Yura unleashed a great power, returning to the protagonist. The parents were very surprised that their son was not lying. The father asked if he hadn't done anything illegal, while the mother hypothesized that it was a fake account. The sister, in turn, thought that Grid had sold his organs, so she lifted his shirt to confirm that her brother was whole. Grid understood his situation, as no parent would believe that their 26-year-old unemployed son could earn such a sum of money legally. But Grid swore to them that he earned it cleanly and legally in a game, and allowed them to use it without problems. In fact, the protagonist got rid of all his equipment, and upon removing it, they charged 13 million yuns in taxes. The mother was surprised. I asked a friend, and she told me that to earn that much money, you have to be very famous. The sister heard that there were fewer than 20 people who earned that much from games in Korea. The father revealed that, from his position as a father, he had only been reprimanding him for playing. This money only meant that Grid must have been working very hard, so he approved of Grid spending all day playing. Finally, he was recognized. The father thanked Grid. Thanks to you, We can overcome this crisis, so do what you have to do. The parents were willing to repay the debt over the next 3 years. The father was eternally grateful and apologized for having to depend on him. From now on, the parents would work and strive, as the burden was too heavy for them, since they still had to repay 600 million Korean yuns. Grid expressed that there was no debt between family and that this time it was his turn to help the family. Grid would continue to work to pay off the debts for some time, but he liked the idea of being able to help his loved ones. Grid returned to the world of Satisfy. The protagonist was determined to do his best from now on. He saved 20,000 gold coins to continue producing, but he had to be careful, as if he produced a normal grade item with very high usage requirements, he wouldn't be able to sell it. He had to produce level 140 items to balance the creation price and the selling price. Other people in the village talked about another subjugation group that had been defeated again by the Yatan Church. Even the strongest knight of the north, Sir Phoenix, had been severely injured. The 7 servants were too powerful. Grid had heard about the 7 servants among the customers at the blacksmith. Grid wondered if they were really that strong. As he opened his status window, it seemed that his statistics had improved a lot from having been crafting so much lately. Even at level 45, he could hunt level 100 monsters without problems if he took his equipment. Grid would have liked to go out to hunt monsters as he used to in the past, but he had to work to pay off his debt. Once at Khan's blacksmith, Grid was working at his forge when the elder arrived. "You came early to work today," the old man mentioned. Grid revealed that from now on he would strive to work more seriously. Khan praised the protagonist's forging techniques and asked what he was working on this time. On this occasion, Grid was creating a forging hammer, as the one he had been using for the past few days had nearly reduced its durability to the minimum. This was a big change. The elder thought that the hammer Grid had been using was important to him, as it was the only one he used, but the protagonist revealed that it had no sentimental value, it was just the only hammer he had. The elder was moved. The hammer is the most important tool of a blacksmith. He thought that Grid would know this, being a descendant of Pagma, and showed him his hammer. Grid used appraisal to see the statistics of the tool. It was a rare grade hammer that increased the chance of creating rare items by 10%. Upon evaluating it, Grid understood the materials and production methods of the excellent blacksmith hammer. The elder expressed that with a good hammer, he wouldn't have had so many problems. Grid shouted in confusion, "Why didn't you tell me before?" Upon finishing the production of his hammer, we see that the protagonist created the unknown master blacksmith's hammer, which increased the chance of creating rare items by 17% and epic items by 7%. The only requirement to use it was to be a descendant of Pagma. Grid created a hammer that only he could use. The elder thought that Grid would never cease to amaze him. The elder had a request for Grid, but the protagonist seemed to still be angry. The old man revealed that today was the anniversary of his son's death and asked Grid if he would like to accompany him to visit the grave. This request caught Grid by surprise. In a beautiful setting, Grid and the elder arrived at the cemetery. It was uncomfortable for the protagonist. Elder Khan was one of the few people who accepted him as he was, so he would listen to his request. This is the cemetery of Elder Khan's ancestors, and they were in front of the tombstone of his son, Oliver. The elder described him as a great blacksmith. If he had been alive, he could have reached the same heights as his ancestor, Sir Bettino, but an illness did not allow it. 10 years had passed, but the elder still missed him every day. He thought he would like to dedicate his life to his son. Then, the elder asked his son if he could recognize the protagonist. "He is the descendant of Pagma, the blacksmith of whom you always asked me to tell you stories." "Are you surprised?" he asked his son. He said he was grateful to work with him and that he was also the savior of the blacksmith. He mentioned that he also quit drinking. Then, the elder began to talk to himself. This surprised the protagonist, and the elder turned around. "My son says he is very jealous of me. Thank God I brought you with me today." This brought out the more sentimental side of the protagonist, and he took a step forward. "Sir Oliver, your father is a dear friend of mine, so I will return to your beloved blacksmith, the best of all." Therefore, he asked him to continue watching over him from heaven. The elder could not help but shed a few tears. At that moment, the bond between Khan and the protagonist strengthened, and the tombstones began to glow. The souls of KH's ancestors were moved by the affection shown towards the elder. Grid called the elder to see, but he had fallen asleep. The souls presented themselves. "Nice to meet you, descendant of Pagma and friend of our descendant." They were the ancestors of Khan and wanted to reward Grid for his sincerity. "A reward?" asked the protagonist. 130 years ago, I witnessed the admirable beauty that pierced the heavens. What the hell is the ancestor talking about? He continued. I was so fascinated that I could not hide my emotion. Therefore, to properly record it, I drew the scene from my memories on the northern cliff of the Kezan Gorge. There you will find Pagma's swordsmanship. Then, Pagma's descendant mission updated. Grid had to head to the gorge to learn Pagma's swordsmanship, and as rewards, he would obtain the Sword of Ensleeve. Now he remembered. It was a mission that appeared to him upon meeting the Elder. The ancestor told the protagonist that the drawing would help him learn Pagma's swordsmanship. They hoped that Grid would surpass even Pagma and finally left Grid in the care of his father. The protagonist accepted so that the ancestors could rest in peace. Later, when the Elder woke up from his nap, he asked the protagonist when he had fallen asleep. Grid replied that old people shouldn't fall asleep anywhere. From now on, he asked him to be more careful. The Elder asked the protagonist why he was standing there like that, to which Grid asked him not to mind. At the entrance of Khan's blacksmith, we see Uroi. He wonders what he should do. Will he be happy to see me? Maybe he'll ask why I came to see him so late. It had been 40 days since Uroi completed the mission of waiting for 30 hours online. The boy spent a week in the hospital to recover and took another week to decide whether or not to reveal his name as the first user of 2 classes. Therefore, he returned to play Satisfy only 3 days ago and was finally visiting Khan's blacksmith to serve the one he promised to follow, who was coming out the door. The adventurer was moved to see the protagonist and knelt to introduce himself. Uroi? Asked Grid. The boy was excited and thrilled to be remembered, but Grid grabbed him firmly. At that moment, Grid was irritated with the boy, as he thought they lost the forging competition because of him. Uroi, not fully understanding the situation, apologized and continued to call him my lord. Grid found this way of addressing him strange and thought that perhaps he had gone crazy from waiting so long. Then, Grid let the matter slide and told him to go away. Uroi asked where he would go. The boy revealed that he would follow Grid because he swore to do so. Moreover, his titles of Apostle of Justice and Companion of the Apostle of Justice should be together. Grid thought that the boy was definitely crazy. Uroi proposed to join Grid's guild, but he wasn't in any, so Uroi suggested that he create one. Stop bothering me and go your way, said Grid. The protagonist was very busy creating items for his class mission. Guys, if you don't want to miss the next releases, subscribe to the channel and leave a like. It's very important for us, in addition to the comments, which generate engagement for the channel. I look forward to seeing you in the next Nerd Recap. In another place in Satisfy, the protagonist arrives at a forest and we see that Uroi is following him without Grid noticing. It is wrong to disobey my lord, but I swore I would follow him. Then we see that a storm begins. Uroi closely follows Grid and sees that the protagonist is unfortunate. The rain prevented him from cooking his food, and a bird stole his meal. Without a doubt, he needed to be protected. While Grid faced challenges instead of collecting materials for his items, the world of Satisfy was shaken by the subjugation of the Yatan Church. At the end of the great battle, the power of God Yatan was witnessed, giving rise to the 8th servant. Ura surpassed the limits of a dark mage and approached the limits of power. The influence of the Yatan Church was increasing across the continent, and the minimum level of believers rose from 160 to 170. If it continued to grow at this pace, the believers could create a country on their own. To stop this, dozens of nations united to subjugate the bishop and the first servant of Yatan. Teos ordered to eliminate the heretics, but Count Stein was willing to end the church. It was a battle between the Alliance and the Yatan Church, the beginning of a great episode that would greatly affect the future of the continent. It was news all over the world, and experts analyzed that the cause was the 8th servant, who was not an NPC, but a player. The bloody witch Ura had to be taken seriously. Everyone was agitated by this unprecedented war. Then a mission appeared: subjugate 25 members of the Yatan Church. This mission had been appearing very recently, but Grid did not care. He was the only player in Satisfy who did not know the situation. He wanted to complete the mission of Khan's ancestors. Grid had forged rare and epic items with the objects he collected over the last 10 days, but the Kezan Queenan was still very difficult for him with that level of equipment. The Queenan was considered one of the worst areas in the north, formed by uneven terrain and even hidden caves with monsters of at least level 160. It was one of the 5 forbidden areas of Winston. In the past, Grid had died more than 10 times trying to complete Osir's mission. Uroi had been following the protagonist for the last few days. He wanted to help, but he was afraid of irritating Grid again. For his part, Grid thought it was not impossible. Now he was much stronger than before, but the difference with the monsters in that area was still vast. He should challenge them once he reached level 150, but that would take a long time, and he would take a long time to obtain the mission reward. Then, an idea crossed Grid's mind, and he suddenly stood up. Uroi asked what happened, and Grid opened his panel after being killed by the monsters of the Queenian more than 10 times. He knew their weaknesses well and memorized the Queenian like the palm of his hand. Then he opened the legendary creation window of the blacksmith, with which he fracasseau. There was an unknown message asking everyone watching the video to like it and those who were not subscribed to subscribe. Putting the jokes aside and continuing with the story, as he had increased his level as a legendary blacksmith, he could now create 3 more items, and in total, 5 out of 6 creations remained. Grid had to create an item that countered the Kezan. He had no time to level up, as he needed to earn money to pay off debts. The only option was to create an item that matched the characteristics of the Kezan Queenian. He did not need to worry about stamina. The real problem was the level 160 monsters hiding in the caves and jumping on passing adventurers. At the very least, he needed a legendary weapon. Grid did not know how to make another masterpiece like that again. He needed to think of a way. Then he remembered the ground ants, which went around obstacles instead of crossing them. He would not need to fight them if he had something like an invisibility cloak. The elder asked about materials for stealth items, and Grid mentioned the scales of the silver dragon, a type of dragon that lived stealthily. Its scales had a protective coloration that hid them from human eyes, but they were hard to find and very powerful. How could he obtain these resources? The elder revealed that a human could not fuse their scales. Grid was surprised, and the elder explained that among the most famous stealth equipment was Kruger's invisibility cloak, the legendary tailor from 200 years ago. Grid did not know this type. There were other materials he could use for stealth items, such as sylphy scales, which were scales from small fairies. They also had a protective coloration. Dragon scales were classified as minerals due to their resistance, but fairy scales were thin yet very resistant, so they were classified as fabric. This was a specialty of a tailor, not a blacksmith. Grid was at the counter, and the system asked what item he wanted to create. He replied that he wanted to create a cloak. The system asked for the material, and Grid answered, sylphy scales. Sometimes, blacksmiths used leather to create items, and if he could not create a fabric item, the system would notify him beforehand. Then the system asked him to draw the design, which meant he could forge a cloak with those scales. Grid began to draw. He needed a cloak with a hood, but he did not want it to look like a priest's robe, so he added more details. He thought it looked better than he imagined. I will become very popular wearing this, or not. Because I will be invisible, he said. The system asked him to add the characteristics of the cloak, but he could not exaggerate like he did with the failure. So he stated that it could perfectly hide the appearance when equipped. If he completed it, it would reduce 1 item from what he could create with the system, and Grid agreed. The correction process began, and the final design surprised the protagonist. It was of unique classification, increased his movement speed by 30%, and activated stealth when equipped, but deactivated when attacking an enemy. There were no restrictions for its use, and to create it, he needed 20 sylphy scales. Grid thought it was amazing. Besides stealth, it included movement speed and wind resistance, and it did not require many resources to create. It was a total success. Then he gave it a simple name, Hooded Cloak. In the afternoon, he asked the elder, who laughed a lot. Hunting sylphii, he laughed. That is only possible for elementalists, said the elder. Grid was furious that he had not said so before and spent another creation space. Then Ken revealed that he could obtain the scales only by hunting the Frostlight orcs. They have a sixth sense that can detect and hunt sylphi, and they like to hoard the scales as treasure. They were stronger, larger, and smarter than common orcs, but they had a weakness to fire. Grid had options to forge his creation since the orcs were the weakest. He just needed to resist the cold, so he asked the elder for production methods for cold-resistant armor. The elder suggested using the leather of the great brown bear. Grid obtained a good epic hammer and would try to make his equipment at least of rare classification this time. He would start immediately. The next day, we see a warm armor made of great brown bear skin, resistant to cold, of normal classification. The elder was distracted while Grid cursed the operators of Satisfy. He had spent 20 hours in high-quality materials, even using his new hammer. He could only continue creating, trying to ensure this did not happen again. The elder enjoyed watching Grid work, so finally, the day of the hunt arrived. These orcs are powerful, be careful, Khan warned. It was a relief that he had finished his equipment. Grid wore a normal classification hood and cloak, rare classification gloves, and epic boots. In the end, it was not so bad. He only had some reductions in the characteristics of the items for not meeting the requirements, but since he created them, they were small restrictions. Since he wore a set of the Great Brown Bear, his defense increased by 60 points, while cold resistance rose another 60%. Therefore, the protagonist had 120% cold resistance. Although the restrictions reduced the effects by 50%, in the end, he had 60% total cold resistance. Grid was grateful for having shown the production methods of a set. The elder revealed that he created them as individual items, but since Grid used the perfect proportions, he designed a set. Perhaps it was because he was a descendant of Pagma. Since it was a set, it should sell for a good price. The weapon Grid would use would be the ideal dagger. In Grid's eyes, those orcs stood no chance. The protagonist said goodbye to the elder, and it was the first time he went out to hunt with the correct equipment. But what Grid did not know was that the drop rate of Sylphy scales was less than 1%. In the frozen fields of the north, our protagonist barely felt the cold, thanks to his brown bear set. Most players would freeze in minutes, but since he had 60% cold resistance, Grid was perfectly fine. He was ready to start the hunt. Finally, he found a camp of frost-light orcs and needed their scales. Grid thought that since they were low-level monsters, they would be so stupid that they wouldn't even know how to shoot arrows. In Grid's eyes, it was an easy hunt. The protagonist positioned himself in front of the guard, and the orcs wondered who he was in their language. Grid mocked them, saying they were uncivilized beasts and to prepare themselves. He drew his dagger and ordered them to hand over all the Sylphy scales, but an arrow flew past him. An orc shot an arrow with precision. The elder mentioned that they were strong and intelligent. Grid activated quick movements and dodged the arrows coming his way. How could they have such accuracy? Especially with the wind being so strong? Then the attack stopped momentarily, Grid thinking that maybe they had run out of arrows advanced. But an orc raised his axe, ready to finish the fight. Grid managed to avoid the blow, but they were much larger up close. He used the wind gust skill, which hit with 60% of Grid's attack power. It was a direct hit, and the attack sent the orcs flying. Even the armored NPCs were no match. The orc counterattacked with a swing of its axe, but Grid managed to withstand it. How did he endure such a strong attack without sturdy armor? The skin of these orcs seemed like an easy target. Grid would need to use skill combinations to fight against them. So, he hit it with a kick to gain distance, activated the blacksmith's fury, and struck again with a wind gust. This attack injured it, opening a gap for a direct critical hit. Grid thought he had defeated it, but the furious orc was still alive and hit him with a single blow that took 1,000 from his health. His attacks were having an effect, but the orc simply had too much health. Grid was receiving consecutive attacks and needed to use potions to recover, initiating another offensive against the orc. It was a battle of endurance, the protagonist alternating attacks. Then, he received a direct hit, his health fell below 10%, and he had only 7 seconds to use another potion. Grid was finished. But then the passive ability of the Apostle of Justice activated, granting him courage and strength in times of crisis, the title he received for helping Uroi. Grid drew his dagger, his stats increased by 30%, and the orcs wondered why their companion was taking so long. When an orc was thrown towards them, his companion was completely defeated. It was impossible. In turn, Grid gained 266,000 experience points, leveling up and recovering all his vitality. The orcs were confused. They needed to take revenge, but Grid would take this opportunity to continue leveling up. Then, he activated Unwavering Justice, increasing his attack by 300%. We travel to the future. 3 days later, Uroi arrived in the north. Apparently, the elder revealed that Grid went hunting orcs for materials. Uroi apologized for letting him go hunt alone. Among the items Uroi brought, there were 50 flame vials to combat the orcs. Additionally, Due to his new class, he could equip weapons that were previously impossible for the speaker class. But that wasn't enough to defeat these terrifying orcs. His thoughts were interrupted by a fight in the distance. Uroi hoped he wasn't too late, as if the orcs attacked in groups, his lord could be in danger. Upon arriving at the camp, he encountered a pile of defeated orc warriors. It was a true slaughter. They were powerful level 120 orcs. Undoubtedly his lord could not have come out unscathed. Then, he heard someone complaining of back pain. It was Grid. "Is that you again, Uroi?" Grid questioned. The adventurer was relieved to see that Grid was okay. He defeated them with such a small dagger? That was the strength of his lord. Grid asked what he was doing, but Uroi knelt and apologized for leaving him alone. Grid opened his status window. He was currently level 83, which meant he had leveled up 38 times in 3 days. In such a short time, he reached the level he had when he was a warrior. His class was ridiculously strong. Anyway, why did that stranger keep following him? Grid asked why he looked so happy, to which Uroi replied that he was glad because Grid was unharmed. Moreover, he could see his impressive appearance. Grid said it didn't make sense to look impressive without actually being so. Among the rewards he obtained for hunting more than 80 orcs in the last 3 days, he only managed to get 3 Sylphy scales. Uroi was worried that Grid was furious. Grid was annoyed for not getting what he wanted. Besides, that stranger had been following him lately. Uroi explained that the protagonist saved him from prison and thanks to him completed a mission that lasted 50 hours. It was impossible for a mission to last that long, but Uroi revealed that it was true, as the reward was a second class. This surprised Grid. Uroi asked to obtain the second class, and the player nodded. Grid was even angrier now that he had received such a good reward, even when it was the protagonist who went through all the adversities. The humble Uroi explained that he would use his ability only to sacrifice himself for his master. In Grid's eyes, the reward of the Apostle of Justice wasn't bad, but the player obtained better rewards. Then, Grid ordered him to serve him until death, but Uroi corrected that it was what he had been trying to do for the last few days. Uroi asked where the protagonist would go now, as he had finished off all the orcs at the guard entrance. Grid explained that he needed 20 Sylphy scales, and since there weren't enough there, he would go to the lookout they had inside the cave. Grid was tired, as he had been hunting for 3 days, so he would stop to rest if the next orc gave him another scale. Just at that moment, another orc appeared before them. It was the orc chief, Frostlight, level 140. He swung an axe that the players barely managed to dodge. Grid asked why such a powerful one appeared, and Uroi explained that it showed up because it annihilated the entire village. It was a very powerful rival. Then, Grid ordered Uroi to act as bait so he could escape, but Uroi stayed by his side. Grid questioned if he was really his master since he wasn't obeying him, but Uroi proposed something. They didn't need to escape. His class was the companion of the Apostle of Justice, and if they fought together, their stats would increase by 30%. Uroi was level 138, so if they fought together, they could defeat him. Grid remembered that in prison he seemed powerful, so he agreed. However, he said that all the items the chief dropped as rewards would be his. Uroi accepted, as Grid was his lord. Then, they formed a group where Grid was the leader and would receive all the items. Uroi noticed that the protagonist's level was 83, which surprised the adventurer. How could he defeat so many orcs being level 83? Grid asked if he had a problem with his level. Uroi asked excitedly if Grid had one of the 3 epic classes, and Grid replied that he had something similar. "My lord is an incredible person," the adventurer expressed. Now that he understood the situation, it was time to work. Grid left the chief to the adventurer while he dealt with the horde of orcs that the chief brought. Uroi thought it was amazing how unpredictable his master was, but he needed to rise to the occasion. He used taunt to draw the chief's attention, which focused all its attention on Uroi, allowing our protagonist to finish off the rest of the orcs. He combined the blacksmith's fury with unwavering justice to unleash the wind gust, wiping out all the orcs at once. Grid had executed this combo perfectly after 3 days of hunting. Grid obtained 2 scales, a good ratio considering he had only defeated 11 orcs. Now, he would help Uroi with the chief. However, an orc king fell from the sky. Uroi apologized because the effect of taunt had ended. Grid dodged the attack but suffered residual damage, as the powerful strike grazed him. He was taking damage from the air pressure. He could block their attacks, but not counterattack. It was overwhelming. It was the first monster chief he faced properly, and he could defeat it. Then, he activated another skill of the descendant of Pagma. He needed to do whatever it took to win. The protagonist gave an order, and Uroi charged forward. The player launched himself with unwavering justice, striking the orc from behind. Uroi had used the same skill as Grid. The protagonist took advantage of the distraction to strike with unwavering justice and wind gust, landing a solid blow to the orc's head. This impact was so powerful that it broke the orc's mask. Now that he had hit its head, it left its legs exposed, and together they attacked the boss at the same time. They had caused a lot of damage to him and could defeat him. Despite being unbearable, he was good at coordinating with the protagonist. The boss, in turn, was furious. Was it a very weak blow? Was his skin thicker than they thought? They had to protect themselves from the strike. The orc shouted as he swung his axe. It was very fast. Grid was surprised because the orc could speak. Die, insects, he pronounced while striking the humans. They had suffered a lot of damage, and the protagonist was below 20% health. Uroi, in turn, had fainted, and his life had dropped below 10%. Normally, if your health drops below 40% at once, you faint for 3 seconds. Although the protagonist was immune to debuffs, thanks to being a descendant of Pagma, Uroi was now completely unprotected. The boss swung his axe. But when the snow cleared to reveal the result, we see that Uroi managed to wake up, stopping his sleep all at once. He shouted, Grid, as it seemed the protagonist had stepped in to protect the adventurer. As the leader of the raid, he could not let his companion die. Uroi shouted, completely worried. Let's remember that our protagonists were facing the Orc King, and during an offensive from the monster boss, Uroi was in very bad shape and seriously injured. But just before the orc finished off the adventurer, Grid jumped to the rescue, defending his companion. After taking the impact from the Orc King, the worried Uroi asked the protagonist why he sacrificed himself for him. Grid asked that instead of talking to him, he should go have fun with the Orc King, while the protagonist would take a couple of potions, revealing that he could survive the Orc King's attack thanks to his skill that a legend does not die easily. The orc raised his axe with the intention of launching another strike, while Uroi kept lamenting not having protected Grid. The protagonist warned of the strike, but Uroi asked him to take his potions. It's okay, you have to kill him so I can take them, replied the furious protagonist. However, Uroi seemed to have something in mind and swore to protect Grid's back. The orc struck with his axe, and the protagonist murmured that although he tried to block that attack, he would end up reduced to ashes. Then the orc showed a look of surprise, as the adventurer managed to withstand the blow. Upon appearing, Uroi used his skilled strong will, through which he would resist an attack for 10 seconds. Grid hurried to take a potion, recalling that he had used a similar defensive skill in prison. Uroi put his hand into his inventory. I don't have to worry about failing since my rival is too big. Then he threw a fire bomb at the orc, which exploded all over its face. To Grid, it seemed like a great idea, as fire was a weakness of orcs. Uroi, in turn, continued chaining more fire bombs that exploded consecutively on the orc. The monster boss suffered a lot of damage from these attacks, so while Uroi took a potion, our protagonists launched themselves into the attack, going on the offensive. The players struck the orc's body. It seemed to be working, and at this rate, they would complete the raid. It seemed that the blows were having an effect, but he remained a formidable rival. If they did not hit him with a good finishing blow, they would be the ones to lose the raid. Grid realized that after receiving the firebombs, the enemy did not move, so he decided to end the fight with a strike. However, Uroi warned him to stop, as it was a trick. Then, the Orc King took advantage of the confusion to kick the protagonist. Grid was worried again, and while subduing Grid, the orc pulled a red sphere from his inventory. What is this sphere? The orc shouted as he used the sphere and seemed to enter a kind of berserker mode. This was bad. Uroi had to do something. The orc increased the pressure of his stomp and, raising his axe, was ready to finish the fight, but he felt a presence behind him. Uroi seemed to have activated another skill, and with it, he intended to destroy the monster. To stop a possible attack, the orc turned to attack Uroi. Grid, in turn, did not understand the situation. By using this skill, Uroi's health was reduced to a minimum. This surprised the protagonist, and Uroi mentioned the name of the skill, Justice Sacrifice, while delivering a blow that hit the orc squarely. The boss was thrown back by the force of the impact, and Grid thought it must be a finishing blow. The orc screamed in pain, while the counterpart was exhausted from using the skill. However, the orc was not finished and, bracing himself, got back up. Uroy assumed it would not be enough, so he asked Grid to finish the battle, as this time it would be different. Grid did not understand the situation, but Uroy mentioned the entrance. But this time, it seemed to be his end. Grid saw how his companion received the final blow, and his health dropped to 0. He left the rest to Grid. A notification warned the protagonist that a member of his group had died. Then, the orc noticed a presence behind him again. When he turned around, he saw the protagonist was different. And the entrance, I don't know what he was talking about, but I know he did something for me. As Grid tightened his dagger, he activated the blacksmith's wrath and quick movements. The orc turned to attack Grid. The protagonist had to aim for a vital point, and with wind gust, he struck the beast's abdomen, which was thrown back by the impact. It seemed to have taken much more damage than before. Did the damage he received increase? Grid thought that the skill Uroy used reduced the boss's defense, but while he was lost in his thoughts, he received a blow from the monster boss. The furious orc was throwing blows in all directions, despite his health being at a minimum. Grid needed to hit him with a very powerful blow to finish him off, but he was already losing all his health. However, at that exact moment, a skill from the Apostle of Justice activated, which increased all his stats by 30% in times of crisis. Additionally, Grid recovered the cooldown of Unwavering Justice and struck the orc with all his might. This blow destroyed the enemy's axe and dealt a lot of damage to him. The orc fell to his knees and collapsed before Grid. 2 windows appeared indicating that he had defeated the snow orc boss. A feeling flooded Grid's entire body, which he shouted in happiness, as it was Grid's first successful raid. The next day, in Khan's blacksmith shop, our protagonist reviewed the rewards he obtained after defeating the boss. "We barely managed to get the 20 sylphid scales," exclaimed Grid. The protagonist obtained the helmet of the snow orc boss, of unique rank. Among its features, it reduced the chance of receiving critical hits by 20%, had the possibility of intimidating the rival, and if equipped with the rest of the snow boss set, could command the snow orcs. He also obtained the red lightning summoning sphere, which increased the power of a weapon in exchange for reducing its health by 10%. Grid only managed to get 7 sylphid scales, in addition to 2 blessed runes for weapon enhancement and 3 blessed runes for armor enhancement. He also obtained orc leather, but compared to the rest of the rewards, it was not worth it, so he discarded it. He also obtained blessed enhancement runes. These were better than normal enhancement runes, so they cost 12 times more than ordinary runes, about 1200 gold. These were the runes that high-level users used to enhance their weapons. Perhaps he would sell them to get some money. The protagonist thought that without Uroy's help, he would not have managed to get so many things. He felt bad for keeping everything. However, he could not do more for him. Elder Khan, for his part, realized that the protagonist was very happy with the things he obtained after his hunt. "He got his second class, thanks to me, so all of this is mine." The elder did not know what his disciple was saying. Khan had never seen items like those the protagonist obtained. But Grid kept insisting that they were only his. Khan asked why he threw away the orc leather, to which the protagonist replied that it was useless. While picking it up, Old Khan realized it was very good quality leather. If he used this leather for the inside of an armor, it could completely absorb the impact of blows, the elder explained. Then, Grid demanded that he return it, but changed his mind. "I'll give it to you, so use it to make armor for me." Meanwhile, the protagonist would go to the market. The elder thought that the only one benefiting was Grid, but he would like to be able to work with such quality materials. Later, at the market, Grid bought 10 ordinary enhancement runes for 1,000 gold. He thought it was expensive. However, there was no other way if Grid wanted to go to the canyon, as the sylphid scales were not the only problem. Still without the scales, he would have to go to the canyon to find the mural that has Pagma's sword handling. It was complicated dealing with the orcs, and although he was now level 85, there were still monsters he could not defeat. For now, he would enhance his items. Grid headed to a quiet place to enhance his objects. In an alley, he took out his dagger, ideal for enhancing it. However, his family was in crisis, and Grid said he would help them. Should he be spending money on enhancing items? He wondered. Then he tightened the dagger's handle and thought it was an investment. Enhancing his dagger by 5 more should be enough. He then used an enhancement rune on his dagger, and the first enhancement was successful. He used 3 more runes and achieved 2 more successful enhancements. Therefore, his dagger was enhanced by 3 more, and using the rest of the enhancement runes, he achieved a 4th successful enhancement. Grid was having a lot of luck. With 10 enhancement runes, he managed to enhance 4 points. His dagger. Was it because he was a descendant of Pagma? At the market, a player was buying some potions when our protagonist ran by and asked for another 10 enhancement runes. Using these runes, he managed to enhance his dagger to +5, which was his goal. By enhancing his dagger, his stats rose dramatically. This was due to the base stats of the weapon being very good, and the chance of enhancing the weapon beyond +6 dropped drastically. Grid was very happy to start another hunt. However, the idea of enhancing his dagger even more crossed his mind. The +6 enhancement was very rare, and he was just 1 point away from achieving such a feat. Moreover, having a +5 weapon would not change its appearance, but starting from +6, the weapon would gain a special aura. No, I have to focus, Grid thought. My family is broke, I can't take risks. But he was the descendant of Pagma. He should do it. Back at the market, the same boy continued trying to buy items, but again he was interrupted by our protagonist, who once again asked for 10 new enhancement runes. After failing so much to enhance his weapon, the enhancement level dropped to just 2. This was unacceptable for Grid, who was determined to achieve the +6 enhancement. Therefore, the protagonist used more enhancement runes, powering up his dagger regardless of how much he would spend. After an intense afternoon, we see how the inhabitants of Winston are surprised. It's impressive, they could be heard murmuring. I've never seen this before. It's fabulous. That weapon emitted a blue glow indicating that it had been enhanced by 6 points. It was impressive. Grid thought it was good to be the target of jealousy, and he did not regret spending over 2,000 extra gold to obtain the +6 item. Then, a user asked why there was so much scandal. Pathetic, very pathetic, exclaimed the player. It was the Blood Warrior Cats, the 3rd user of the hidden class, who was currently ranked 40th in the unified rankings. Grabbing Grid's hand and calling him an insect, he asked if he liked having an improved item so much. Don't talk like that to someone you don't know, exclaimed the protagonist as he stepped away. The player found it amusing that someone so pathetic tried to show off. Then, he unsheathed his sword to show the true improved weapon. Cat's sword emitted a blinding glow, indicating it was an improved +8 weapon. Grid asked if there was something special about it, explaining that he didn't care about the enhancement level of his weapon since his dagger was much better. Have you ever felt the satisfaction of obtaining an item after spending so much energy and effort? Asked the player. He only got irritated and said goodbye, stating that he could continue living to feel some satisfaction. The inhabitants were with Grid. It was a disappointment, as the rumors said. The rest of the players told Grid that it was a good response and felt good hearing it. Grid returned to the forge to continue working, still irritated by the afternoon situation. He could have achieved it with his enhancement runes, but he couldn't spend them if he wanted to save his family. Grid was not that immature after all. The elder noticed that the protagonist was always working hard, and Grid explained that he was finishing his last equipment to go to the canyon the next day. It was the right moment for the elder to give him a gift, asking Grid to take a look. Grid thanked him, saying that it was a joke before and that he didn't need to have spent his energy creating armor. It was an epic rank armor, a masterpiece by Khan, with over 350 armor. Khan stated that it was his best work so far and hoped it would be useful for Grid. The next day, in the canyon, Grid had finished his preparations and was ready. His equipment included the Orc Chief's helmet, the Elder Khan's breastplate, some epic gauntlets he managed to create at the last moment, and some rare boots. The gauntlets, besides their good stats, had the possibility of activating the double barrier. Grid had nothing to regret. Now it was time to move forward, gripping his dagger. Grid thought it was amazing to have spent the enhancement runes to max out his dagger. Once in the canyon, Grid walked along the edge of a cliff. No matter how many times he had been there in the past, he would never get used to it. I will die if I fall from here, thought Grid. The scales of Sylphie were important, but he would complete the mission even without them. Unfolding a window with the mission information, Grid had to find the hint of Pagma in the canyon. If he mastered Pagma's sword, he would obtain the Dane Slave Sword. Grid's dagger, even with maximum enhancement, was still a level 180 weapon, so it could not be compared to the level 250 Dane Slave Sword. Moreover, he would learn how to wield Pagma's sword. Grid definitely needed that skill, as he only had 4 attack skills. He had to be careful with the cave walls, as he had been caught many times by the level 160 monsters in those caves in the past. Therefore, Grid already knew the attack patterns of the enemies. He just needed to move silently. However, he was interrupted by a level 162 lizard. The protagonist had been discovered. Undoubtedly, it was a user with very bad luck. The lizard attacked, and Grid equipped his helmet. The monster's offensive was its tongue, sharp as a sword, which Grid managed to dodge easily. That tongue sword has killed me countless times. It remains equally dangerous, he thought. The lizard continued attacking, this time with its tail. The protagonist kept dodging the blows, but now it was not the same as before. Charging an attack with the dagger, Grid struck the monster with the blacksmith's wrath and the wind gust. The lizard was disintegrated with a single blow. Grid did not expect to deal so much damage, as the defense of those lizards should be superior to that of the snow orcs. Undoubtedly, the enhancements on the dagger were having an effect. The protagonist managed to defeat the canyon monsters with unwavering justice, taking down another monster and gaining over 300,000 experience points. Grid was surprised by his strength, as he had taken down level 160 lizards while being level 85. However, he could not celebrate for long, as he was interrupted by a horde of level 185 lizard men. "I didn't expect such a pleasant reception," exclaimed the intimidated protagonist. The three monsters launched their attacks simultaneously, and Grid prepared his attack, ready to make a slaughter. But the lizard stepped forward to protect itself with its shield, surprising the protagonist. However, he could not stand still, as the other two lizards were ready to finish off the intruder, hitting Grid with 2,500 damage points. They would be a tougher nut to crack, as they not only had high defense stats but also had defensive equipment. If it weren't for the Elder's armor, Grid would have been eliminated. The lizard men continued their attack, and Grid could not rely solely on his armor. He began by halting their movements with unwavering justice, striking the shield lizard and knocking it down onto its companions. Grid followed up with a wind gust, which made the lizards retreat. Grid found an opening and activated quick movements, launching himself at his adversaries. The lizards were surprised by the great speed with which Grid approached. The human activated the blacksmith's wrath and made a cut that finished off the lizards. The three monsters were eliminated by the blow, and as a reward, Grid obtained almost 1,000,000 experience points. He was definitely not the same Grid who had come to the canyon in the past. However, to defeat the monsters, Grid spent almost all his life and all his mana. Potions were no longer a problem for him, and if he took down 2 more lizards, he would level up, as long as he did not encounter the canyon spider. He would have no problems, as it was the strongest predator in the area. Sure enough, Grid came face to face with a level 188 canyon spider. Undoubtedly, Grid was unfortunate. The spider attacked the protagonist, who dodged the attacks and asked the monster to retreat. The passive of a legend who does not fear easily activated, and Grid mentally prepared himself. Still, it was a common monster. Grid attacked the spider's abdomen with a wind gust but only dealt 300 damage. Undoubtedly, its defense was superior to that of the orc chief. The spider attacked the protagonist again with multiple strikes. Grid had to use the quick movement skill to avoid the attacks. Going on the offensive, Grid used the blacksmith's wrath to enhance the wind gust and struck the monster's face, causing only 344 damage. Grid was in a terrible situation. How good is its defense, he wondered. His combo was not working, so he tried to escape from the spider. At this rate, he would fail his mission. Grid could barely dodge the spider's attacks with his quick movements, and even his wind gust was proving useless. He should use his unwavering justice to increase his attack by 300%, but he needed to make physical contact to use it. It was useless if he couldn't get close. Then, Grid had an idea. He just needed to combine the wind gust with his unwavering justice. Grid landed and bet everything on the freedom that Satisfy offered to create an event. The protagonist attacked with the wind gust and, before launching it, also struck with the unwavering justice, adding it to the attack. The spider thought about resisting the attack but was split in half, causing a massive explosion. The spider was severely injured. It seemed to have worked. Then, a window appeared indicating that the skill fusion was successful, and the Justice Gust skill was generated. This attack hits the opponent with 320% of the user's attack within a maximum radius of 6 meters. Additionally, the protagonist's intelligence increased by 10 points for creating a skill. However, The spider was still alive but fell on its back and could not move. Grid seized the opportunity and attacked the beast. Then, the effect of the gauntlets activated and doubled the damage of Grid's attack. Filled with conviction, the protagonist struck the monster, causing another explosion in the area. He did it! Grid defeated the canyon spider and gained almost 400,000 experience points, leveling up to level 86. Grid celebrated his feat. Meanwhile, someone witnessed what happened. He killed a canyon spider alone. "I haven't seen that in years," murmured the stranger. In the stranger's eyes, the player seemed to grow stronger in critical situations, and each time he defeated a monster, his skill grew, so his potential was beyond imagination. The stranger mentioned Asmal and a revenge. Here we are introduced to the stranger Piero, the strongest knight of the Saharan Empire and former captain of the Red Knights. He exclaims that he has finally found someone who will avenge him. Elsewhere in the canyon, inside one of the caves, we see 3 players trapped. "What was that sound?" asks one of them. "Surely it was hunting prey to store like us," replies one of them. Choi Chan-sung, level 87, thief. The chubby one regrets coming to Winston, as he did not want to be spider food. Sim Kiwan, fire mage, level 87. The last, Lee Yunho, a level 88 warrior, responds that they all agreed to come due to their companion's aggressiveness. Sim Kiwan apologizes, saying he was just joking. The thief, in turn, tries to calm them down. Then, the warrior exclaims that his new companions are not as fun as Shin Yong-gu. The mage asks who Shin Yong-bu is. "Don't you remember him?" he exclaimed. "He used to give us money and let us hit him without running away," the chubby one recalled. "School was fun," he replied. The only one who did nothing was Choi Chan-san. Then, the chubby one reveals that he found out Shin played Satisfy. The thief exclaimed that he was a level 70 weakling. The thief asks that instead of talking, they try to escape, as his dagger did nothing against the spider web. The chubby one's fire also seemed useless. The thief expresses his discontent, saying that even using all his strength, he couldn't do anything. At this rate, they would starve, he concluded. Then, the players notice something. "Is it just me, or is there someone there?" The stranger began to speak. "With the size of that spider, it must have lived here for at least 10 years. "There must be good loot," said Grid, who complained that although it was hard to defeat it, he only got useless items. The young ones were surprised. "You defeated the spider?" said the little thief, suggesting that he was probably a high-level player and that if they acted friendly, he would help them. Then, the players call the protagonist and ask Grid for help. "I can't see properly. What's going on? Are they players stored as food?" he asked. Then, he approached to see, but Grid ran away as soon as he recognized them. The protagonist was fleeing the scene. "What is that idiot doing here?" The protagonist still remembered how they bothered him at the student party. They were jerks who bullied the protagonist at school. He definitely didn't want to go back to those days. However, now it was different. The protagonist had become a very powerful person in Satisfy. Back to Grid's former companions, the chubby one suggested disconnecting, but the thief explained that if he did that in the game, it would count as a death. So, they decided to wait a little longer in case the other player returned. Just at that moment, Grid came back. "Hey, want some help?" said the protagonist in an intimidating tone. The thief was happy he had returned, but undoubtedly the player's mask was very sinister. Grid thought the mask hid his identity, so it was the perfect opportunity for revenge. "Take a thread from the spider. Is the web causing problems?" he asked. Then, he drew his dagger and cut the web. The players were surprised. That shine meant he was wielding a high-level enhanced weapon. The little thief thought that flattering the player would help them, so he started to flatter Grid. These bastards are acting submissive because they are in trouble. Grid would help them, but they would have to give him their entire inventory. It was a fair proposal in the eyes of the adventurers. The thief expressed his discontent. "I thought you wouldn't be useful, but you're just an idiot who went crazy." Before he could finish his sentence, he was struck by Grid. "What's happening with this damage? He took almost all my health with a bare hand, activating the blacksmith's wrath." Grid clenched his fist and threatened them. It was the first time the protagonist could respond to his aggressors. Satisfy was the best game for Grid. The tough guy couldn't do anything and insulted the protagonist, demanding he say where he lived so he could find him in real life. Unconsciously, Grid was scared again, but with a hook to the jaw, he replied that he lived in Brazil, hee. The chubby one threatened the protagonist, but Grid was at his peak and continued his revenge. After beating them for a while, the other boy asked the protagonist to be reasonable and if he wasn't going to help them, to leave, as he was feeling unwell. Grid thought Choi was different, as he had even apologized to him once. Grid agreed to help them, but they would have to bark like a dog first, as they had also done bad things to him in the past. "I'm not going to ask you for money. Am I not generous?" asked the protagonist, but Choi had no answer. He would rather die than beg. This surprised the protagonist. The others were also unwilling to submit. Grid thought that beating them was no longer fun, and if he eliminated them, the game would punish him and his reputation would drop. Therefore, he simply left the scene. The adventurers wondered if he would really leave like that. However, Grid had a very difficult childhood at school, so he wouldn't just walk away. He would take the spiders from the ravine to finish them off. The boys thought he would help them in the end, but he simply left. The warrior cursed the stranger. On the other hand, Choi asked what they would do now. They couldn't escape, so they could only wait for the player to return. The thief wouldn't allow them to continue mocking them, so they had no other option. Later that night, they heard laughter at the cave entrance. "Hey, kids, you said you preferred to die, didn't you?" The protagonist had returned to the den. "However, the web was emptier than my heart. If you want to heal my poor wounded heart, you can subscribe to the channel and thus Nerd Recap will receive a little love." Back to the story, Grid didn't know what had happened. They were disconnected. What will Grid do now? Continuing with the story, we find ourselves at a beautiful waterfall. Legends say that the founder of the Eternal Kingdom, Lauren, discovered this waterfall after conquering the entire north. Its location was unknown, and adventurers could only rely on rumors to find it. Our protagonist, Grid, was right in front of it. "So, this is Lauren's waterfall. Impressive," he said. However, Grid was not looking for the waterfall, but for Pagma's sword. The ghost had clearly mentioned that he recorded the fencing on a cliff to the north, but Grid was starting to doubt the spirit. But before giving up, he saw something behind the waterfall. There was a kind of cave. Grid decided he would investigate the cave. So, it was in a small cave behind the waterfall. Kan's ancestor should have been more precise, our protagonist grumbled. Grid finally found Pagma's fencing. Everything was covered in moss, but he could still see the designs. In the designs, one could see Pagma's appearance. It was quite beautiful, and the dine-sleeve sword he carried was much larger than the imitation that Kan's family had. The original sword seemed to measure over 3 meters. However, Grid had already been at the location for a while, and there was no indication of the mission. The protagonist thought that maybe he had to memorize all the movements from the designs and, with the reward so close, he was willing to do it. After spending the afternoon imitating Pagma's movements, Grid complained about why he still hadn't received his reward. The protagonist had spent almost all his stamina and was exhausted, but when looking at the ground, he found a design he hadn't seen. Then, 2 windows appeared, notifying that the mission had been completed, obtaining Pagma's fencing. Now he would have to return to Kan to receive his reward. Grid has Pagma's fencing at level 1. Among the benefits of this skill, when it was deactivated, his damage increased by 20% and an additional 10% critical damage. But the good part came when activating it. The protagonist obtained 5 techniques with the sword. The skills were Wave, which inflicted 155% damage to all enemies within a 1-meter range, reducing their speed. Containment, which prevented anyone from approaching Grid for 3 seconds. Bond, which allowed hitting a target with 500% of Grid's attack. Death, which also attacked a target, inflicting 1,500% of Grid's attack, causing bleeding and despair. Although this attack had a longer cooldown than Bond. The 5th skill was Transcend, with which his attacks dealt double damage and became ranged attacks. They were spectacular skills. However, the mana consumption of each skill was very high. In fact, some couldn't even be used with his current mana. For now, he would return to the blacksmith. The protagonist needed to increase his intelligence to 400 points to be able to use Death, as 1 point of intelligence also added 3 more mana. However, Grid couldn't increase his stats for now due to debts. Grid's thoughts are interrupted as he passes near a swamp, where 4 wild mermen appear at level 175. They were known to be very strong in water. However, It was the perfect opportunity to test his new skills. Grid activates Pagma's swordsmanship and raises his dagger, his body automatically moving to perform the complicated maneuvers. Then, Grid begins to excel with Pagma's swordsmanship and activates the containment skill. With this skill, enemies could not approach Grid for 3 seconds. The merman did not know what was happening. For his part, Grid had spent half of his mana with just one skill, so he quickly proceeds to take a mana potion. Taking advantage of their paralysis, he would finish them off with his own technique. He deactivates the swordsmanship to gain the benefits of the passive and attacks with the Justice Burst. This attack hits and finishes off one of the mermen. Before they could react, he activates quick movements and attacks the mermen. However, one of the mermen attacks Grid from behind, dealing damage to our protagonist. But he had to recover as quickly as possible, taking another potion, raising his dagger, and activating the swordsmanship again. He was determined. This time, he uses the wave skill and finishes off the rest of the mermen. Notification windows appear, indicating that he leveled up, with his respective 10 stat points. Grid would invest these points in intelligence to gain 30 extra mana points. He could increase his stats by creating equipment, so he would take his time. Grid is surprised by the presence of a stranger. That was impressive, he mentioned. Grid wondered who the stranger was. Above his head appeared a sign mentioning his name, Piero. Therefore, he was an NPC. Guys, if you don't want to miss the next releases, subscribe to the channel and leave a like. This is very important to us, along with the comments, which generate engagement for the channel. I look forward to seeing you in the next Nerd Recap. NPC. Piero asks the protagonist to calm down, as he only wanted to ask a favor. Judging by his appearance, Grid knew who he might be dealing with. Without a doubt, he was a beggar. Thus, Grid expresses that he has no money. The NPC starts laughing heartily. What makes you think I'm a beggar? But the answer was obvious to Grid. The conversation is interrupted by a horde of mermen seeking revenge. Who killed our brothers? There were too many for Grid, so he blames the stranger. He killed them. I saw it with my own eyes. This behavior of blaming others did not please Piero. The NPC steps forward and attacks the mermen, annihilating them with a single blow. You look a lot like a man I hate very much, he said after finishing off the enemies. Grid thought that his sword must be incredibly powerful, and his strength was surprising. Grid apologizes for not dying. Piero, for his part, downplays the situation to get straight to the point. He needed Grid's help. After hearing Piero, Grid receives a quest in which he must become Piero's agent to discover the true traitor of the Red Knights. His goal was to punish Asmol, and as rewards, he would receive the title of Agent of Revenge, gain cruelty stats, 100 attack points, and the skill Killer's Impulse. They were extraordinary rewards, but the Saharan Knights were the most powerful on the entire continent. Apparently, the vice-captain of the Knights, Asmol, was going to have a meeting with the Empress, but Piero discovered them. However, they betrayed him, and he became a fugitive. Grid knew his limits, and the vice-captain was too powerful for him, so he refuses to accept the mission. I can't count on the skills or the time, he apologized. Piero thought that Grid was lying, so he asked if he wanted more rewards. Grid replies that he actually wasn't that strong. I saw you watching before, so I'll add my sword as a reward. It was a great unique sword, and it had the skill Hatred. Piero thinks that Grid is just making excuses because he saw him defeat the spider and the mermen. I increased the reward. So do you accept? He demanded, tapping Grid with the sword. If you don't accept, I'll kill you. The sword strike dealt 7,500 damage to the protagonist, activating a passive of the Apostle of Justice that increases Grid's stats by 30%. The sword strike had severely injured the protagonist. Piero was not willing to listen to Grid. He was an NPC who would kill him if he did not accept the mission. So, Grid asks him to just kill him. I prefer to lose a little experience than lose several levels for failing the mission. Besides, I will respawn immediately in Winston, said the protagonist, thinking of saving the trip back. Piero looked at him with disdain. People like you don't know how precious life is, asking him to step aside. As for Piero, it was also not fun to go around killing people. However, he asks Grid that if he changes his mind, to talk to him, as he had faith in the protagonist. Back at the blacksmith, they hear a celebratory shout. Finally, it's mine, I got Dine's sleeve. It was a rank-unique sword that increased damage as more enemies were present, and it had a skill called Golden Flesh. Not even the high rankers of Satisfy had such fantastic weapons as this sword, and if Grid improved it, it would be very eye-catching. Elder Can, for his part, thanked Grid for showing Pagma's swordsmanship, as he did not expect to see it with his own eyes. Then, Grid asks about the requirements to obtain the Valrala armor, but the Elder replies that he should first recover from his journey. Grid had leveled up to level 95 on his return, so he would take a break. In fact, the protagonist managed to increase the Smith's Wrath and Unbreakable Justice to level 2, so he was more than satisfied. Can and the protagonist are interrupted by someone. "Is it you, Mr. Grid?" The auction administrator urgently requires your presence to create an item. They were guards who asked Grid to accompany them to the castle blacksmith in Winston. Upon arriving, Grid is surprised. "Wow, I didn't know there was a blacksmith in the castle." The administrator asks him to produce an item at this location this time, as it was an extremely urgent case. The Yatton Church has been growing at an extreme speed since the 8th servant appeared. They have been advancing towards Winston, destroying everything in their path, explained the administrator. Grid had heard rumors that Yura had become the 8th servant, and that many players were joining the church due to an event that increased experience by 20%. Winston was in a delicate situation. The administrator hands Grid a production method, explaining that to stop their advance, they needed this item. Upon opening the scroll, it was the production method for a shield between rare and legendary, also appearing 2 windows with information about a new quest. Grid had to create and deliver the divine shield to stop the Yatton Church's invasion. The reward depended on the level of the item delivered, and if he failed the mission, the item would be destroyed along with possible future quests. This divine shield possessed the power of Rebecca, the goddess of light, being powerful against black magic, demons, and the Yatton Church. It was a perfect opportunity to obtain the production method for a level 190 item. "There's no reason to refuse," said Grid. Then, the administrator comments that he even managed to get a priest to infuse divine power into the shield. "I am Cassus. This body serves Rebecca, the goddess of light," said the priest. Grid had not noticed his presence, as he looked more like a demon than a priest. Starting the production, the mithril was very difficult to melt. Grid was clear that he would not sleep for the next 2 days. He had accepted the mission due to the fact that, because of his journey to obtain Pagma's swordsmanship, he could not earn money. However, the materials were very expensive. Magic stones, mithril, and gold and silver to represent Rebecca. 2 days later, the player asks the NPC priest why he had been praying for 2 consecutive days. "I would have woken you when I needed your help, but the priest wanted to pray for Grid's fortune as much as he could." The goddess Rebecca governs the light. The light represents positive energy, but from the priest's face, it seems he lives in misery. Grid asks the priest to do his best by blessing the 2 shields he managed to forge. The materials had cost 17,000 gold, and he spent everything he had, only managing to forge 2. If he received the worst rating, he wouldn't be able to sell them, as they could only be used by members of the church. Rebecca. From a screen, Shin Yongbu observed the protagonist's actions. He really plays unpredictably, working on low-speed projects, avoiding anything that leads him directly to success. The lead developer could understand why the executive Sanmin is frustrated with him. Then, the developer notices the presence of someone else, waiting for NPCs. He asks the program if Isabel is among the current NPCs in the location, and the program responds that she is not. This seemed very interesting to the director. Without a doubt, Shin Yongbu was very entertaining, even being so unpredictable. He did not expect to have created a variable like that. Returning to the protagonist, sometime later, the priest wakes Grid to inform him that the goddess Rebecca has heard our prayers. This moved the protagonist. Rare class divine shield. Grid curses the priest. "Why do you give me hope if it is not true?" The priest explains that he did not respond to this shield, but to this one, showing him a legendary class shield. Grid is surprised to celebrate having managed to forge another legendary item, while the windows notify that all his statistics increased by 25 points and he gained reputation for achieving this. The priest thinks that the administrator will be delighted when he finds out, so he goes to inform him. Grid was very happy. "Get ready to lose your money," he thought, holding the shield. The administrator expresses that it is a great job and says he will send the money later, so Grid can go back for now. Grid did not know what to say, so the administrator continues, saying that our financial situation is not good due to the war, so Grid should go back for now. Grid does not sit idly by and asks for the shield to be returned to him since he was the one who paid for and forged the shield. The administrator was acting very differently and orders Grid to be arrested. The NPC asks a guard to deliver the shield to a certain person and, addressing Grid, says that one should not let courtesy go to their head. The priest, for his part, is speechless. Grid continues shouting that he is innocent. Then, the priest uses the light of purification, illuminating the entire room with a dazzling glow. This light affects the auction administrator, who falls unconscious to the ground. As I suspected, there is something strange here, said the priest. Only members of the Rebecca Church can use this shield, and Winston only asked for a priest from the church, instead of also asking for a paladin who could wield the shield. By creating an item they cannot use, they intended to steal it. Then we see a church member holding the shield. The priest asks if he brainwashed the administrator. He reveals that even if he had done so, they could no longer do anything. Grid shouts for them to return the shield to him. While the priest thinks that an ordinary believer could not even look at the shield, but he is holding it without problems. He must be a high-level follower. At this moment, a feminine voice is heard. I knew this would happen, and the wall is completely destroyed. What would you do without me? Says an NPC named Isabel. Grid wonders who she is, while the priest asks her to use doors instead of breaking walls. The girl apologizes, saying that this entrance looks cooler, and addresses the Yatin follower. Hey, heretic, why don't you start by revealing why you want the shield, she said, while summoning a spear. The Yatin follower is startled. Don't tell me that spear is the lifeful spear. What is a daughter of Rebecca doing here? Said the older member, surprised. Isabel asks him to answer her questions, but the follower runs away. This was not in my plans. I must escape now, says the priest, and the paladin goes in pursuit. Meanwhile, in this strange situation, our protagonist wonders, what is happening here? At this point, Shin Yongbu thought that this mission to recover the shield did not exist. Half an hour later, Grid is still in pursuit, damn shield thief. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Satisfy in Pedro, a small town in the Eternal Kingdom, the manual explains that this place is under the control of one of the best guilds, the Giant Guild, and the lord of this town was Chris, a great swordsman ranked 3rd in the unified rankings and the master of the Giant Guild. He observes an armor. This armor was forged by a master craftsman without reputation. It was a formidable item. I failed to invite the blacksmiths Panmir and Stein, the 1st and 2nd ranked blacksmiths, but I would undoubtedly get this blacksmith for my group. So he stands up and gives the order to find the blacksmith in Winston and recruit him. The entire guild was frantic to find the rumored blacksmith. Meanwhile, in Winston, we see another mission from another guild, to find and recruit the unknown master blacksmith and eliminate Euphemina. They discovered that the blacksmith arena was Euphemina, but they were completely unaware of the whereabouts of the unknown blacksmith. They had to find him to avoid problems with Rishuka. The Sadaka guild also mobilized to find the blacksmith. Then Regis notices a familiar face. It was the guy who tried to join the raid, so he calls him to ask. Grid calls him by his name, to which the player is happy that he remembered his name. Then Regis asks why he looks so sad. Grid then remembers that he was a muscular, naive guy with a pure heart, so an idea crosses his mind. This kind of big heart will listen and accept my request. Grid throws himself to the side and starts to play his role. An idiot stole my item. Please kill me, said Grid. Regis tries to calm the protagonist. My God, what a terrible bastard. But don't ask to die just for that. I will help you, so don't give up. But his speech is interrupted by his furious clan leader, Jishuka, who scolds him for helping strangers instead of completing the group's mission. Gentlemen, if you also want the captain to rip Regis's ear off, leave your like on the video. The clan captain addresses Grid. Regis has work to do, so deal with your own problems. Regis explains to the protagonist that the girl's name was Jishuka and she was the master of the clan to which Grid belonged. Then he expresses his discontent to the chief. Grid then explains that he is not a bad person and needs help from Regis. Jishuka realizes that they are attracting too much attention and could tarnish the clan's reputation, so she would lend her clan member for this occasion. Regis explains that helping those in need is the spirit of Taekwondo. Without a doubt, Jishuka would end that brainless one when she returned. A conversation catches the player's attention. The girl in the background asks if that was the blacksmith who participated in the blacksmith games, to which the other responds affirmatively. He went out with Can to face a 2-against-1. Was he the man of the rumors? Maybe he knew the whereabouts of Euphemia. She then proceeds to send a message to Regis, but he had blocked Jashuka's messages. Meanwhile, elsewhere, we see a ritual being performed. Only the divine shield was missing to complete it. It was Malak, the sixth servant of the Yatan church. He asked someone if they knew what would happen if they added black magic to the divine shield. He explains that, due to the war, the defenses of Winston had become weaker, and he was able to obtain an excellent virgin to use as a sacrifice, Miss Irene. She clutches her ring and then remembers Doran's last words. I was able to save her thanks to that man. You must find him and keep him by your side. The next day, Grid asks what they will do if he is not on this mountain, to which the energetic Regis responds that if it is not on this mountain, they should look elsewhere. Regis is surprised by Grid's equipment, as he did not know he was a powerful warrior. You said the thief emanated a negative aura, right? He is probably a member of the Yatan church, and if he grabbed the shield, he must be a high-level believer. Grid asks if it was them. There were at least a dozen followers. He proposes to be discreet and avoid being seen, but it seems Regis had other plans and charges directly into the offensive. After intense minutes of fighting, Regis managed to defeat all the Yatan followers. For him, it was just another training session. Our protagonists enter the cave. Grid did not see the old thief among the defeated followers, so he must be inside. Then a sinister voice is heard. I do not like having unwanted guests. Two windows appear notifying the appearance of the servant Malak and a powerful black magic that applies effects of fear, weakness, and immobilization. A tentacle appears out of nowhere ready to strike our protagonists. Thanks to his passive ability, the effects of intimidation do not affect Grid, and he easily dodges the attack. However, this impacts the muscular Regis, crossing through him. Regis could not dodge due to the immobilization. This could be very difficult to consider it a training, mentioned the injured player. Malak, in turn, is surprised that the paralysis does not affect Grid, but it would equally end him. As he throws his sharp cloak towards the protagonist, he draws his dagger and strikes the cloak with his gust of wind. This action surprises Yatan's follower. Meanwhile, Regis recovers from the damage with a potion, while asking his clan for help to defeat Yatan's sixth servant. In response from the clan, we see that Jashuka is very furious for being blocked. Calm for now, master. We encountered Malak. He was not at the Yatan church headquarters. He is level 310, so prepare all the equipment and come quickly to help me. Then Jashuka orders that Malak is not the priority, but Grid, as he is the blacksmith disciple of Khan, so he might know the whereabouts of Euphemina. This impresses Regis. Wait, he is a blacksmith? Meanwhile, Grid activates quick movements to approach his enemy, then opens his inventory to draw the weapon. Currently, he should use it with two hands due to his low strength, but Grid liked the imposing nature of the weapon, which already had an enhancement of +5. Activating Pagma's fencing, he uses the binding skill, with which he inflicts 500% damage to the rival. Upon striking Malak, it causes a great explosion. Regis thought that his clan must be mistaken. Someone so strong could not be a blacksmith. Malak starts to laugh while covering himself with his cloak. It is an impressive sword, but it is useless if it does not reach my body. What was this cloak? How much damage could it mitigate? However, Grid could not get distracted, as the wizard goes on the offensive. Malak's attack hits Grid, knocking off his helmet. Grid could not stand still, so he uses Pagma's fencing and the containment skill again to keep his distance from the enemy. The Dark Mage is surprised that he cannot get close to Grid, who takes the opportunity to retreat and recover mana with a potion. They should take the opportunity to escape. However, Regis warns that, fortunately, reinforcements have already arrived. An arrow passes between our protagonists and hits the target in Malak. If you don't want to die for being in the way, go hide in a corner, did you hear? It was the captain of the Sadaka clan. This threatens Regis. We have to talk when this is over, and you, disciple of Khan, don't think about going anywhere and wait for us. Grid is surprised, as the player was using the Yafa arrows he forged. He then asks the player if she was the one who bought them. This surprises Jashuka. They had the blacksmith they were looking for right in front of their eyes. Malak interrupts the conversation. Although his efforts were greater, they would still be useless. Jashuka tells Grid again not to go anywhere and to wait for them, and turning to Malak, she says that he was just the prey of the Sadaka clan. Here it is explained to us that the sixth servant of the Yaten church was the priest who oversaw all the church's rituals. He was well known for sacrificing virgins. The clan captain starts the fight again. Malik had planned to sacrifice Jishuka as well, but a member jumps in defense of the master and protects her with his shield from the enemy attack. It was Tobin, the first ranked among the paladins. From the rear, Jishuka fires her arrows. The servant's attack was very powerful, reducing the shield's durability by 20 points. Undoubtedly, a level 310 enemy was not something common. The captain's arrows impact Malik, but have no effect thanks to his cloak. However, Regis makes use of his great speed to position himself behind the enemy, charges an attack, and his speed surprises the Dark Servant, who takes the full impact. This attack makes him recoil forcefully, causing him damage for the first time in the fight. The captain warns not to move thoughtlessly, as he must be more careful with dangerous enemies, while encouraging the group. Our enemy is the weakest of Yaten's 8 servants. We are all of higher level. We can win. Regis, in turn, senses someone's presence, but before he could act, he is hit again. The player had been severely injured. Malik was going to stop playing, as he was very bored. The wizard unleashes his magical power in the area, intimidating the clan members and causing effects of fear, weakness, and immobilization. With the objectives trapped, he uses his magic to attack and deals a lot of damage to the players. After the impact, many of the members fell unconscious, while the captain was also affected, losing 53% of her health with a single blow and becoming dazed. Malik was truly powerful. Among his arsenal were defensive skills and dark magic. Tobin orders the clan to protect their master, but she orders them not to worry about her. The priority was to defend Grid. But she is startled to see him completely fine, wearing armor and even wielding a sword. Wasn't he a blacksmith? Did they receive false information? Was it really him? He himself mentioned that he was the creator of the arrows. Malik did not know what kind of tricks the protagonist was using, as he had not been affected before or now. The captain orders to take advantage of the distraction while she takes a potion. Vanner launches an attack, delivering multiple blows to the dark mage. However, he could not penetrate the cloak that Malik wore. The player increases his speed, but they remain futile attempts, or so Malik thought. But he is surprised by a spear, a quick attack like lightning. It was Pawn, the first-ranked knight with a spear and number 23 in the unified rankings. Vander thinks that Pawn came to steal the prey, but the spearman explains that he attacks while the others defend. Vander, in turn, put all his stats into strength to focus on his guardian class in PvP. The dark mage was annoyed that they were fighting among themselves and orders them to be quiet, exerting great pressure. This excites Pawn even more, who retreats to dodge an attack. It seemed very interesting that the attack pursued him. He activates a skill and manages to pierce Malik's defense with his spear. The wizard did not contemplate this possibility, as although he was not hit, the player managed to penetrate 3 layers of his shield. On the other hand, the guardian knight would also go on the offensive. However, his attack would be easily repelled. Vander grumbled as he landed on his back. Undoubtedly, the enemy they were facing was formidable. Vander, in turn, could do nothing. Even with Pawn's strongest skill, he could not hit him. The blame fell on his weapon, which was level 190, far too low for the player's level. Jishuka was not the only one who knew the true value of a blacksmith like Grid. Malik, in turn, calls the clan leader and exclaims not to show mercy, grabbing Regis and preparing to finish him off in front of everyone. Vander asks why he came to help someone without potions, but the player thought this would just be another training. Malik exerts pressure on Regis. If he died, he would lose a lot of experience. The Sadaka clan could do nothing. The leader did not know whether to go save the player with everything or sacrifice him to save the rest. With Jishuka lost in her thoughts, Grid springs into action. What are you doing? Do you know how much money I have at stake right now? Malik recoils in the presence of the player, who activates Pagma's fencing again as he approaches the NPC. Grid orders him to free Regis. This insect again? Thought Malik. The protagonist uses the containment skill and stops the enemy. It was a dance that made your heart race with every movement, exerting an enormous sense of pressure, just as the beauty of his fencing seemed to make time stand still. It was simply overwhelming. Malik did not know how he could have more than his god, Yaten. He just needed a second to kill him, but Grid was intimidating, So much so that Malik released Regis to be able to flee. Grid asks if he is okay, while Regis replies that he is increasingly surprised. Regis thought that last time, Grid was not lying. He could not know how strong someone was, judging only by their equipment. Grid also thought that Regis was a very humble player, as even having such a high level, he appreciated his fencing. Undoubtedly, he was a very easy type to manipulate, and Grid would take advantage of it. The containment skill had an effect of 3 seconds, so they had to get away from Malik as quickly as possible. The mage wondered what tricks Grid was using, as the overwhelming pressure disappeared as quickly as it appeared. It was evident that the NPC was in a bad mood. However, Malik is hit by a great explosion, coming from a player of the clan named Layla, the second-rank specialist. Layla opened a gap for our protagonists to retreat. Grid recognized her instantly. Apparently, she was a famous singer from the LTS group. Grid runs towards her, proclaiming to be a big fan, but she warns about an enemy counterattack. Another allied attack saves our protagonists, and Jishuka shouts for them to get away from the enemy as quickly as possible. With 3 arrows in his chest, Malik had no intention of letting Grid escape, launching 3 arrows at his back. However, Malik realizes that they are an illusion. Grid is also surprised. It was Faker, the first-ranked assassin. Before Grid could thank him, the player disappears again and, with his shadow clones, initiates an offensive against Malik. However, his attacks are deflected by the servant's cloak. The cloak was very damaged, but it easily blocked the attacks of his best men. However, Jishuka's arrows managed to hit him, so he must have a blind spot. He asks Regis if he had noticed, and that is why he was attacking him, but Regis did not know what he was talking about. Even Faker's quick blades were stopped, and after protecting himself with the cloak, his attack would come next. Malik uses another area skill, releasing a miasma all over the place. It was a very frightening presence. Prepared, Malik summons a 3-headed dog, which rises imposing behind him. The dark mage orders the beast to finish off his enemies, and in the blink of an eye, the beast attacks. Some members of the group underestimate the dog and advance. Meanwhile, the dog charges its attack, and from each of its heads, it casts a different spell. The summoning had an impressive casting speed. Yura orders the vanguard to attack the enemy with everything, while those in the back must protect Grid at all costs. Jishuka fires her arrows and thinks that, from the fencing he showed, he was not a blacksmith, but a swordsman. However, she recognized the arrows, so for now, the captain's arrows would protect him. The arrows of Jishuka hit the dog's attack, mitigating the damage. Vander continues the offensive and strikes the beast on the head with an axe. However, even after injuring one of its heads, the dog seems to ignore the damage and attacks more furiously than before. But let us remember that Vander's class is not a tank class, so he cannot withstand many direct hits. His health was dwindling due to the poison that had been applied by the dog's attack. But soon after, an attack from Pawn hits the monster, drawing the focus away from Vander, allowing him to retreat to recover. Additionally, the Guardian Force ability is activated, preventing Vander from receiving an attack from the enemy once. However, the dog would not let its prey escape and lunges at the player. This beast was not a normal summon, as it withstood Pawn's best attack, so it must also be close to level 300. He casts his spells again, but this time it is Tobias who protects the Guardian Knight. The dog's attack was very powerful. Although it was a high-level opponent, the damage the clan was inflicting was accumulating, so it was only a matter of time before they finished off the summon. With the beast in his sights, Jishuka prepares a decisive attack. It was a great effort for Tobias to keep it still, as even his best shield was rusting from the dog's poison. Malik was surprised that the adventurers were facing his wild dog this way. It seemed they would defeat it, so the mage summons an entire pack of dogs. Undoubtedly, the clan was in trouble. Lowering their weapons, the captain recognizes that this is the limit of the clan. There is no way out. It is a total defeat. The master apologizes to the clan members, and Malik celebrates his victory, wishing a painful death to the players. However, someone steps forward. The dogs seem to fear him and retreat, as the opponent intimidated them too much. "And to think I forgot him in all this chaos," murmured Grid. "It was the divine shield." Grid lamented, "This creation is so bad that even the old man didn't steal it. It was the rare rank divine shield he created." Malik gritted his teeth. It was him again. I can't believe he brought this piece of, said Grid as he advanced with the shield. Previously, the Sadaka clan was in trouble, so Grid drew the first divine shield he forged and made the dogs retreat. The dogs feared the protagonist, as the power of the goddess Rebecca was infused in the shield. Rishuka reacted in surprise. You forged that shield, just like Yafa's arrows? Pawn did not know that this warrior was the creator of the arrows, while Vander questioned the quality of the shield. However, Tobias knew that the shield was not just any shield. As a shield bearer, this shield is among the top 3 I have ever seen. Still, Grid expressed that this was a failure, as the original was stolen by a damn thief. What? That was a failure? Tobias inquired. Malik, in turn, cursed him. So, you are the blacksmith of the rumors that the administrator hired. If the shield is in your hands, it means that the master failed to steal it. Insolent fool, shouted Grid. So, you are the one who ordered it to be stolen? Pawn asks the clan master. The player claimed to be a blacksmith and yet wore the heavy armor of a knight while having the agility to use a dagger, adding to his excellent fencing. He could not be an ordinary blacksmith. Perhaps he was a player with a hidden class. The master reveals that it was all speculation, but they would ask as soon as the raid was over. Jishuka orders to initiate a new offensive, and Regis assures he is ready for it after receiving Malik's attack. The player had realized a way to end the battle once and for all. The player might be clumsy and naive, but he had an unmatched strength. Regis asks for help from the protagonist. Hey, Grid, it seems that the dogs fear your shield. Could you help me? If he asked for help, it meant that Regis had recovered. I accept. But I have one condition. I want 50% of the items that Malik drops, Vander says, which seems unfair since there were 17 people on site, and he was demanding half of the rewards, even when they were helping. Grid says that Regis was the only one who asked for help, so he reassures the knight. We couldn't finish the raid without your shield. We'll split 50 to 50, but I asked Grid not to forget how good they were to him, agrees the master. Meanwhile, Grid thinks he should have asked for 70 to 30. If they agreed so easily, the protagonist joins the group, surprised by the level. The 17 members were above level 200. Jishuka and Regis could be in the top 20 of the unified ranking, while the rest should be in the top 100. Grid didn't know they were so strong. Some clan players mocked the protagonist's low level, so Regis reassures him. He just needed to hold the shield. Before Grid could respond, he is thrown by Regis, landing right in front of Malik and his summons. The NPC thanks them for giving the shield directly but is interrupted by Regis, who positions himself over him. Malik mocks, as with his cloak, he is untouchable. But Regis charges his attack and uses it right in Malik's face. How is this possible? My cloak had no effect? He wondered, as he was hit by multiple punches from all sides. It was no trick. He simply pierced through his cloak with pure speed, changing the trajectory of his blows at the last moment. Regis positions himself behind Malik and, charging an attack, hits the rival's back, sending him flying several meters until he crashes against the walls. The Black Mage suffers a lot of damage, so the clan takes the opportunity to initiate a counterattack. Meanwhile, Grid acts as a dog trainer. Malik was furious but still had a lot of mana. The mage was using a lot of magical power to heal his wounds and strengthen his protective cloak. Now it would be impossible for him to take any damage. However, his speech is interrupted by an arrow from Jishuka. Regis explains that Malik was hit when he was unexpectedly attacked and had to use 3 layers to block Pawn's spear. Everyone should attack at the same time because if they all attacked at once, he wouldn't be able to defend against some unexpected arrows. Grid asks how Regis's status is, who replies that everything is fine. Malik was impressed, wondering how much more magical power they could withstand. Then the sorcerer uses the divine punishment skill, creating a black cloud that launches constant attacks, causing a lot of damage to everyone. The weaker ones cannot resist, and the windows notify the deaths of the members. Malik was already celebrating his imminent victory. Jishuka charges her most powerful attack and fires, using 100% of her mana. The Phoenix arrow hits the opponent, causing a great explosion. Even Grid is surprised by the power of the attack. It was a devastating attack, but Malik resisted and could heal himself. Damn, is there nothing that can be done to defeat this monster? Jishuka wondered. Vander and Tobias were the only ones who could move and advance against the enemy before he fully recovered. They attacked the mage, but it is useless against his cloak. Grid asks about the combat situation. He was fine, thanks to his shield. Regis explains that a Malik attack almost wiped out all the clan members, while Pond thinks they weren't enough to defeat him. Grid questions whether they were really such a powerful clan when he realizes something. They had several group buffs. The protagonist was so busy that he didn't notice these advantages, so he swaps the shield for the sword and goes on the attack. The knights try to subdue the mage, but it is useless. They had failed in this raid. Before Malik finishes his sentence, Grid appears in the air and pierces him with his sword. At that moment, the passive of his gauntlets is activated, doubling the damage of the attack and splitting Malik in half. How did it end like this? Grid activates the Pagma's fencing and uses the assassinate attack, which hits Malik and defeats him. Malik's raid was completed. After defeating Yatin's servant, several windows appear notifying Grid's success. He had defeated the sixth servant, Malik. The clan members were so surprised that they couldn't close their mouths. Then, other windows appear notifying that he obtained 3,000 reputation points, gained the wrath of the Yatin Church, but increased his affinity with the rest of the churches on the continent. He also gained 1.5 million experience points, with which he leveled up. As rewards, the group leader obtained 382 gold, 8 blessed weapon runes, 10 armor runes, and 3 high-level runes, in addition to Malik's drops, his cloak, mask, and black orb. Jishuka didn't know what was happening. A level 95 player had just defeated Malik. Who was this player? Grid turns around furiously. Was the group set up so that the leader received the rewards? Were they planning to deceive him? The clan master thought Grid was a box of surprises, but reassures him. We keep our promise. The other clan members quickly approach the protagonist, congratulating him and asking how he did it. Even Layla praises him, but she wouldn't be fooled. Are you trying to trick me into running away with my items, aren't you? Jishuka agrees. Even with her personality, they needed to win over the blacksmith with combat skills. Here, the story shows us the characteristics of the items. All were of unique classification. The cloak increases intelligence by 200 points and has a smell of blood that attracts monsters. The mask increases all attributes by 5% and reduces skill casting time by 20%. The orb increases the attack power of black magic by 20% and can store up to 4 spells. Grid thinks that the cloak only increases intelligence, while the smell of blood, more than a benefit, was a disadvantage. Vander also wonders if the defensive ability applies only to Malik, the top-ranked among wind mages. He thinks the mask is a great item because it increases all attributes and decreases spell casting time. She, in turn, is interested in the orb. These two players were the only mages in the clan, and Jishuka wanted to give the mask and the orb to them, but they agreed to share. However, Grid chooses the cloak, surprising everyone. Did he want the worst item? Grid asks why they reacted that way. Weren't they in agreement? Regis couldn't let Grid make a bad decision, and for the good of the clan, no one says anything, so he is willing to tell him. Although Jishuka advanced and told the protagonist that this is the worst item of the three, Regis definitely admired his captain, Grid, and wondered why she said that about the cloak since it fit him like a glove. The intelligence points he granted allowed him to use his Pagma fencing, along with a perfect smell of blood for hunting, were the best item for a craftsman needing to level up. Grid confirms his choice. I want the cape. Jishuka would definitely not be surprised and asks about the other items. We want the cape and the orb. Would it be okay if we paid for each of them? However, they did not know the price they had, so they would auction them to see how much the players were willing to pay, and later they would cancel the auction and pay Grid. The protagonist agrees to the proposal and accepts. Now they just had to define how the runes would be divided, but the player offers for him to keep them all, as if it weren't for Grid, they wouldn't have been able to complete the raid. Grid thinks that, besides being beautiful, the girl was kind, while Regis proposes to continue the search for the stolen item. Tomorrow, Grid thought, Regis is very kind for keeping his promise to help him. The group disconnects. See you in 3 days to finalize the agreement. Make sure to respond to our private messages, said the captain, bidding farewell to Grid. The protagonist also thinks it's time to disconnect, but before that, he will explore what that bastard was doing there. Going back to the past, a voice awakens Miss Irene. It was Doran. asking her to prepare to return to the castle and to find the boy who recognized the ring. The young lady asks if he will also come to the castle. Then, she wakes up from the dream, wondering why the ring felt familiar to her. "So you are the Count's daughter that Doran saved?" Irene is surprised. "He was the boy who helped Doran and also the creator of the Sword of Self-Transcendence." "Sir Grid," she said shyly. Then, a window appears before the protagonist. It was a mission in which he should escort the young lady to the castle. As rewards, his affinity with Irene would increase to the maximum, and he would also obtain the ring. If the affinity increased to the maximum with an NPC, the chances of a special event occurring would increase. Grid should complete it, as he could obtain Doran's magnificent ring. This item held very beautiful memories for the protagonist. He definitely would not auction it. Then, more followers of Yatten appear at the location. Grid places the young lady on his back and asks her to hold on tight. The girl apologizes for being a burden, but for Grid, he doesn't mind working hard for her. The enemies charge at the protagonists, so, invoking his sword, Grid activates quick movements. Yatten's servants could not reach him. He was too fast. Grid weaves through them in the blink of an eye. Irene knew he was strong. She knew because she was always surrounded by strong people, like her father or the Northern Knights. Moreover, Doran had already told her. While shedding a tear and sheathing his sword, Grid thought there was a better benefit than the ring. If he increased his affinity to the maximum with Irene, he could marry her, and the husband of the ruling young lady was the Lord. If Grid became Lord, he wouldn't have to pay taxes. To prevent them from escaping, the servants cast curses and dark magic, but they were useless against Grid's divine shield. The enemies could not be compared to Malik, so he drew his dagger and killed them all with a gust of wind. On that same day, the Church of Yatten weakened due to the loss of its sixth servant. Until a new priest was chosen, players could not choose the black magic mage class. The reputation of the Sadaka clan grew drastically, and they received numerous requests to join. This event not only shook Satisfy but also had effects in the real world. Returning to the protagonists, Miss Irene asks Grid why he was so strong despite being a blacksmith. Grid explains that he is a bit different, as he is a noble back at the castle. Winston informs that the young lady has returned. An injured knight from the north rushes towards Irene, apologizing for his incompetence. The young lady asks him to get up and be careful with his wounds, explaining that he must heal quickly, as Malik has been defeated, and all of this was thanks to Grid. The knight is surprised, as he recognizes the creator of his sword, asking how a blacksmith defeated a direct servant. Moreover, the young lady seemed to have fallen in love with him. If he defeated Malik, he must have a great reputation. The knight bows in respect and gratitude towards the protagonist. Then, a window notifies that the mission has been completed. Irene hands Grid Doran's ring as a sign of gratitude. Grid accepts with pleasure, but a window notifies that the object will be bound to his character. Bound. This meant he could not auction it. Grid had planned to obtain at least $1 million, but now he would have to use it. The young lady proposes to celebrate with a banquet, and Grid agrees. Later, Grid leaves the castle and takes stock. He was now at level 97 and had earned about $35,000 from the raid. After this small victory, Grid disconnects from the game. Guys, if you don't want to miss the next releases, subscribe to the channel and leave a like. This is very important to us, along with the comments, which generate engagement for the channel. I look forward to seeing you in the next Nerd Recap. The next day, he meets his sister at a luxury restaurant. Grid's sister suggests going to a cheaper place to eat, as it costs at least $200 per person there, but Grid encourages her to eat whatever she wants since he won $35,000 yesterday. Later, they would take their parents to an even better place. The sister expresses that one does not earn $35,000 every day and they still have to pay off their debt. Grid replies that she is very mature for a first-year college student and that he should feed her well. He stands up and demands to let him be a good brother at least once. This shout catches the attention of someone who just entered the restaurant. It was Yura, who recognizes our protagonist, saying he is that player from the Yatten Church, and she never expected to see him in real life. However, the waitress thanks Yura for accepting the restaurant's invitation to visit, at which point Yura apologizes. "I just remembered I already had plans, I'm sorry." Yura had not found anything about that player, not even his true identity, despite having spent months searching, but now she had found him in this place. Yura was impressed with him, as Grid was the only one to leave her with a feeling of defeat, even though she was the fifth strongest player. Now she finally had a lead. On her phone, she requests a complete investigation into the guy eating at the restaurant where she is. Back to Grid and his sister, she was eating several dishes, and he had a satisfied look on his face for being able to provide her with a delicious meal. Then an unknown number calls him, which erased all his happiness. Fearing the call, he hears a female voice. It was Ah Hyung, Grid's first love. The protagonist recognized her voice because it was special to him. Grid asks why she was calling, as his sister did not know who it was. On the phone, the girl explains that she was looking at their graduation album and remembered Grid. At that moment, she asks him if he would like to have coffee later. This is Grid's opportunity, so he asks his sister to eat faster. The protagonist thinks he should confess to her now that he has money. That same night, at a night bar, Ah Hyung expresses that the protagonist seems well. Grid thinks his heart will explode just being with her. This time, he would make sure to express what he felt. The girl notices that the protagonist has changed, and Grid explains that he got a good job, paid off all his debts, and even spent $1,000 on the suit he was wearing. How would the girl react if he confessed at this moment? Ion tells him that she always knew he was a hard worker and loved that part of him. These words move the protagonist greatly, and clenching his fists, he makes a decision. I like you, I've always liked you, he confesses for a long time. The shy protagonist reveals that he always wanted to say this. The girl looks at him for a moment and starts to laugh. Why do you have such a serious expression? She asks the protagonist. But that's how you are, and I like that, she asks loudly if he was joking and if she would give him some time to think. Grid, completely moved by his companion's reaction, agrees. The girl gets up to fix her makeup in the bathroom. Grid thinks he must be dreaming, and while she is not looking, he takes the opportunity to go to the bathroom as well. Asking the waiter, he happily heads to the restroom when he hears a familiar voice coming from the girl's bathroom. It's so embarrassing. It's exactly how the guys say. He doesn't know how to dress, I don't know where he borrowed so much money, but I'm good at pretending, and the worst part is that he confessed to me. Just have the money from our bet ready to give me at the next meeting. Grid heard the girl he once loved mocking his feelings without remorse. Ah Hyung realizes she can't wait until the next meeting to tell everyone, while Grid listens, unable to do anything. Later, on a bus, Grid was returning home while reflecting. Even now, having money and expensive clothes, was he still like the tip of a cigarette, a worthless human being? Thought the protagonist as he shed tears for the first time that night. Later, Grid connects to Satisfy, and at Can's blacksmith shop, the elder wonders why he looks so depressed. The protagonist couldn't lift his head. He still remembered the girl's mockery he loved. However, a message interrupts his thoughts. I request that you join our clan. I promise to offer you the best environment to work. Grid felt a little better hearing that someone needed him. Today's chapter continues at Can's blacksmith shop with Jishuka and the Sadaka clan. The clan captain tells the protagonist that they need him and promises to offer the best environment for creation. Grid did not expect the whole clan to come see him at the blacksmith shop, and since they had seen his items and sword skills, they probably already suspected he was a hidden class. Grid expresses that he can continue making money working alone, but Jishuka replies that it would be more beneficial if he worked with them, as he would gain fame that surpasses the money he would earn. Grid explains that his workplace is Can's blacksmith shop and that he is not willing to move, so he asks if they would still agree. However, the captain responds without hesitation, I have already prepared to move the clan's base here. There is no problem, she replied without a hint of doubt, clarifying that he was more important. Grid thinks this is very favorable, so he accepts the clan's invitation. He was willing to show his success to his former schoolmates. Then, a window notifies that Grid has joined the Sadak clan, which is level 5, has over 600,000 reputation points, consists of 18 members, and has no alliances, affiliations, or territories. Grid understands that not having alliances is fine, but he did not like the idea of not having territories and being hostile towards so many other clans. Grid asks about the issue of territories, as a clan should have them, but Jishuka is clear. We received some offers, it's just that we rejected all of them. Then the protagonist regrets having joined, as it is not easy to acquire territories, and clan guilds die for not having any. How are you going to make me rich? He asked discontentedly. Jishuka, in turn, replies that when the nobles offered territories to the clan, they were looking for the rumored blacksmith, and therefore it was impossible to defend a base while searching throughout the continent. In other words, for the clan, It was more important to recruit the protagonist and prioritize that over the desire to acquire territories. Grid was moved. Was he that important? Grid expresses that he understood they were trying to recruit a hidden class before other clans, but the captain corrects him. That's not true. The paladin reveals to Grid that in Satisfy there are very few blacksmiths who can make high-level equipment, not even advanced blacksmiths, and even NPCs are only available in cities, said Tobias. Jashukar explains that they were not looking to recruit a hidden class but rather the blacksmith who made the epic arrows. She states that the clan was curious about his hidden class, but if it was a secret, they would not ask. Then, Elder can bring some drinks for them to have while they talk. Tobias apologizes to the Elder for bothering him at his workplace, and Grid understands that they may seem tough, but by the way they treated Elder they could be trusted. Grid stands up and approaches the captain. You are not like the people I know. The latter did not understand what Grid was referring to. Grid replies that he came to the right place, while thinking that these people do value him for who he is. Then, the eyes of the members open wide. They finally had a great blacksmith among their ranks. Everyone was very curious about Grid, and the protagonist asks if they will provide him with the materials and production methods, and angrily reveals that even if they gave him the materials, he would not work for free for the clan. They would have to pay for the final product. Regis, calm, replies that a blacksmith is the core of a clan's growth, so he would finance him without problems, understanding that they would not exploit him. He asks who he would start with, and the clan members fight among themselves to be the first to obtain a weapon forged by the protagonist. Tobias reasons with the other members that the first to obtain a weapon should be the master, but he would definitely go after the master. This idea does not please Pan and Vander, so they start fighting again over Grid's weapons. Grid thinks that, except for Regis, the rest of the clan had a huge desire for the equipment. He then points to Tobias and two other members. These guys get excited and start lighting up their eyes. In this, Grid says they will be the last, as in the past they were stupid and rude to him. And even though they apologize to him and it was still not enough. Then, the clan captain requests Grid to make Pan's spear first. Jashukar explains that Pan is one of the few distributors of pure physical damage, so his attack power is very important in raids. However, the weapon that the player currently possesses is of low level and cannot fully exploit his ability. Pan approaches the protagonist and, showing him the method of producing the weapon, asks if he will be able to learn. This is a method for an advanced level 4 master blacksmith. Grid acquires it without any problem and expresses that he will be able to do it. This surprises Jashukar and the Lancer, as it would mean that the player had advanced blacksmithing, at least at level 4. This was surprising since the number 1 player in the blacksmithing rankings was still at an intermediate level of blacksmithing. Even among the hidden classes, Grid was a monster. Looking at the weapon's characteristics, the protagonist thinks it is not as good as the Sword of Self-Transcendence, but it is still a very good weapon. Pan thanks the protagonist and heads off to obtain the materials for the weapon. He will also focus on searching for the stolen shield with Regis, so he asks him to concentrate on producing a good spear. The protagonist thinks that the key will be to activate the blacksmith's breath, just as happened with the Sword of Self-Transcendence. If the weapon is activated, it will be even better than it originally would have been. A little nervous, Vander asks the protagonist if he could request a repair, as his hatchets had rusted due to Malik's fault. Then, the Elder would get an anvil and a repair hammer. Grid asks if there were specific tools for repairs, to which the Elder replies that yes, and if there was demand, they should obtain them to have more sources of income, an idea that pleases Grid. Then, Grid proceeds to take a look at the bloody twin hatchets of level 200, but the protagonist realizes that the attack power of the weapons was very low and asks Vander, who is surprised that Grid noticed. Vander thinks it is a shame, as it had been very difficult to obtain them in a raid against Fan. Then, the protagonist decides to take a look at the weapons and, using his skill, examines the equipment thoroughly and, smiling, understands something. Grid begins to work on the hatchets, and Tobias notices that the atmosphere has completely changed in the blacksmith shop. After a few moments, Grid throws the hatchets to their owner, who is surprised by the speed with which the weapons were repaired, praising him for his skill. But then, Vander was more than surprised, and Tobias asks why he is surprised, completely bewildered. Vander asks him to see the information on the hatchets, showing the equipment to the clan. We see that the attack power of the weapon can now vary between 250 and 380 points, being notified in a window that the genuine conversion skill has been generated. The clan members are surprised by the change in the equipment and how a new skill has been generated. Tobias, in turn, asks the protagonist if it was magic. It's not magic, it's a skill. I can discover hidden characteristics with the appraisal skill, the protagonist explained to the clan members. Grid explains that the hatchet has a hidden button that allows changing the attack power to defeat enemies, and until now it had been set to the lowest attack power. Tobias did not know that the appraisal skill could be used this way, and Vander is very surprised by the protagonist. Surprised by the knowledge that the new clan member had, Jishuka asks if this hidden feature existed in all equipment. Grid says that he will not fall again for a woman's charms and explains that not all equipment had this hidden feature and that he should appraise them to know if they had it. Then, other members step forward and ask Grid to appraise their weapons as well. Tobias asks for the appraisal price, and we see that the protagonist is calculating in his mind. His appraisal was more powerful than Palalian's eye, but he could not be dishonest with his clanmates by charging for using an unlimited skill. So, he addresses the clan and expresses that, since they joined the clan, he would give a special discount and charge only 30 gold for each appraisal, and if there was a hidden feature, he would charge an extra 300 gold. According to his calculations, it would be thousands of dollars just for taking a look. But Tobias and his guys would be the last again. Elsewhere in Satisfy, Pawn asks in a market for griffin tendons. The street shops did not have them, and at the auctions, it was very expensive to obtain. Regis asks if he is sure about investing so much in material, considering the low probability of production. Pawn knew that even an advanced blacksmith had only a 10% chance of creating epic items, excluding the fee he would have to pay Grid. He could only buy materials for 3 attempts. Regis laments not having money to lend to his companion, to which Pawn asks him to stop giving money to everyone. Then, Regis notices something. They were players from the giant clan. What were they doing in Winston? Regis heard that recently the captain of the giant clan was appointed lord of a city called Pedro. Pawn proposes to ignore them to get his material and leave. Because in the past, in a game called LTS, the Sadaka clan was far superior to them, but currently in Satisfy, the giant clan was one of the best clans, so it would be best to avoid a confrontation. Then, Regis points out that the only griffin tendons available at auction belong to the giant clan. Later, returning to Kan's blacksmith shop, the clan was very excited. Upon arrival, Pawn asks Vander the reason for the excitement. The latter rushes towards the player to show the new feature of his weapons, asking if he felt jealous. Surprised, Pawn asks what he did to improve them so much, to which Vander reveals that Grid discovered a hidden feature of the weapon, so all the members were reviewing their weapons with the blacksmith. And out of 300 clan weapons, 3 had hidden features. Upon hearing the news, Pawn quickly requests that his weapon be reviewed as well. Although his spear did not have any hidden features, Grid celebrates having earned 10,000 gold in a single afternoon, in addition to having improved his understanding of hundreds of objects by appraising them. Grid explains that he will now start working and asks the clan members if they are going to hunt. Tobias notices that it is already getting dark. Regis, in turn, says goodbye, wishing the protagonist good luck in producing the spear, while Vander asks him not to overexert himself on Pawn's spear, infuriating the lancer. The protagonist takes the moment to think that they might be a bit noisy, but he could trust them. Later, in the forge, Grid thinks that the descendant of Pagma allows using any type of equipment, grants immunity to status changes, and has great skills, such as the blacksmith's rage. A blacksmith does not die so easily, or Pagma's fencing. In conclusion, the descendant of Pagma could perfectly be a combat class. However, the place where this class is truly explored is the blacksmith shop, where Grid can shine brighter than the sun. The protagonist melts the mithril at 18-20 degrees. Increasing and controlling the temperature of the furnace is a skill that only advanced blacksmiths of level 3 or higher could use. Grid expresses that the color of the mithril is perfect, even more beautiful than the Ahyung, although Grid regrets his words, as he was going crazy. Then, Grid takes his epic hammer, using it to increase the chances of obtaining higher ratings. Even if he improved the hammer in the future, he could get better chances, but until then, Grid would only put all his effort into Pawn's weapon, because this would be the first weapon he would present to the clan. 3 days later, Pawn goes to the blacksmith shop to pick up his weapon, but is surprised because the whole clan also showed up to see Pawn's weapon. Vander hugs Pawn and comments that upon seeing Grid's message in the clan that their weapons were ready, the whole clan came to see them. Vander mentions that he heard that his spear got damaged, mocking the player. Jishuka asks not to be disappointed if his category was normal, as it could still be useful. Grid comes out of the blacksmith shop asking why there was so much commotion so early. A tired protagonist appears carrying the 3 spears he was able to forge for Pawn and asks why the whole clan showed up, even when he mentioned that he had failed. Then, he delivers the weapons to Pawn, who thanks the blacksmith for working all night. Grid apologizes again for the result, and Pawn asks him not to worry, as he only bought materials for 3 attempts. However, upon reviewing the weapon, Pawn is completely surprised by Grid's abilities. The protagonist then apologizes for not being able to forge a legendary weapon, but hopes that a unique category spear and 2 epic ones can be useful for Pawn. Pawn raises the unique category weapon, Incredulous, with almost 500 attack points and very light characteristics, which means that the more skilled the user, the more he can maximize the power. Additionally, it has the skills True Illusion and Creator's Desire. The uncontrolled Vander, blinded by envy, tries to persuade Pawn to discard the weapon. Grid explains that the epic spears were also very good, but the unique category one had 19% more durability and attack power, plus a 12% bonus from the legendary blacksmith's crafting improvement and another 7% from the blacksmith's breath. These statistics could also be improved with the Creator's Desire skill, which the spear possessed, increasing the weapon's damage by 30% for 2 minutes. This weapon would undoubtedly be the trump card of the main physical damage distributor. Pawn swings the spear, thinking it is as beautiful as the spear considered a national treasure of the Saharian Empire, named Person. Moreover, its length and width were perfect for Pawn. The Lancer declares that he only felt chills twice while playing Satisfy. The first was upon discovering the existence of the game and all the possibilities it offered, and the second was when he met the number 1 man in the unified ranking, a genius who completely defeated Pawn. After that, Pawn ventured into the Fire Dragon's territory to seek a craftsman capable of forging a unique rank equipment, and although they considered it impossible, he had before his eyes a blacksmith capable of doing it in 3 attempts. He had been able to break down a wall that hindered Pawn's development and was the cause of the 3rd chill he felt in this game. Pawn bows before Grid and thanks him for his work, feeling very honored to be part of the same clan as him. Jishuka instinctively rushes towards the protagonist, hugging him tightly. "You are the best, Grid. You really are an amazing person," she praised the protagonist's skills. To mock Vander, she said that now that she had 2 epic spears, she could use them at the same time and be a 2-spear lancer. Then, Faker positioned himself behind him. "It's a good idea, although only if you can use them properly," he said, challenging the lancer. Pawn launches an attack, thanking him for being his practice partner. He was excited to test them. Faker steps back to avoid being hit and counterattacks, praising the lancer's skills. "You are very good at using 2 spears, have you practiced?" he asked Pawn, but of course, it was thanks to his basic skill that he adapted very quickly. However, no matter how good his skill was, Faker exposes that his speed was superior to Pawn's spears. Then, the player assures that it would not be for long and increases the speed of his strikes, impacting several of them on Faker. Pawn's attacks became faster and faster due to the spear's passive, which increased the attack speed of his continuous strikes, reaching the speed of an assassin. "It's almost like using traps," Faker said, giving up. Maybe with these weapons, Pawn could reach number 1 in Satisfy. But then, Vander interrupts the practice with a sneak attack. An inhabitant of Winston asks the elder if this was still his blacksmith shop, as it had recently become more lively. At this moment, the protagonist realizes something and, positioning himself behind the elder, asks Jishuka if she was trying to seduce him not to pay. Pawn apologizes for not doing it immediately, but he was very excited. It was the first time he had such good equipment, so he didn't know how to set the price. Then he asks Grid if 800,000 gold seemed good to him, which would be equivalent to almost $800,000 in real money. Grid thinks that for the Sword of Self-Transcendence he charged 220,000 gold in mocks because Pawn would pay 4 times more for a unique rank weapon that is inferior to the legendary ranking of the sword, labeling Pawn as the second prey of his deceptions, thinking that Regis is number 1 in ease of being deceived. For this reason, Grid decides to gift the player with the 2 epic spears, as he was in a good mood and thought about paying 150,000 gold for each one. However, Grid was very generous. Jishuka was fascinated by Grid, an unpredictable player until the end. Meanwhile, we see some players observing the scene from afar. They are members of the Giant Clan, who understand why the players from the Sadaka clan come so often to that blacksmith. They plan to notify the clan master as soon as possible, as the Giant Clan intends to steal the unknown artisan from Sadaka. Meanwhile, in another place in Satisfy, Regis clears the path of monsters with the clear goal of finding Grid's shield on the other side of a call, asking the player if there has been any progress in the search for the shield. Both users head to the last place where Grid's shield was seen, but they find no trace of it. Regis then asks about the Gale spear that Grid forged, as it was much talked about in the clan. Pawn explains that it is the best weapon he has ever wielded and he didn't even want to tarnish it by using it against normal monsters. The conversation is interrupted by the clan master, who demands that they stop talking to focus on the search for the shield. She explains that they must find it at all costs to gain Grid's trust. Meanwhile, the main group would take care of the raids that were postponed to locate the protagonist. The clan is not made up of many players, so they have to divide tasks efficiently. Vander notices that Jashuka has returned to being the strict leader she always was, and Tobias imagines it is because of the giant clan. They were behind us in LTS, but as we moved to Satisfy, the situation reversed, said the paladin, deducing that Jashuka wanted to close the level gap as quickly as possible. The leader demands that they find the shield by the end of the day, but the players hang up the call, infuriating the clan master. Vander takes the opportunity to ask them to forge a weapon for him first, so that the clan can grow quickly. Jashuka explains that the second request should be for that player. Back at the blacksmith, the man introduces us to Ibelin, level 212, a member of the Sadaka Guild and third in the swordsman ranking, at 16 years old. He thinks that the protagonist has very good concentration. Overwhelmed by curiosity, he observes how the rumored blacksmith works, intending not to disturb him, but a scream of anger from Grid startles the young player. The protagonist laments how complicated the shape of the sword is, observing the production method. Grid complains about the strange edge of the sword, explaining that the more the metal is melted, the harder it becomes, but producing this type of sword is very complex, so it is rare to find them with epic ranking. Most blacksmiths give up halfway through the process. He understands that preserving the shape of the sword is the priority, but he does not want to make something with normal or rare ranking, thought Grid. If all his stats are added up, the protagonist had almost 1,500 points of dexterity, a second-level blacksmith like Ken has about 600 points of dexterity, and the elder was considered the best blacksmith in the north, with Grid having much more dexterity than him. Therefore, he decides that instead of melting the metal into that shape, he will forge the blades of the sword with his own hands. Meanwhile, in an underground dungeon southeast of Pedro's castle, a window notifies the defeat of the male vampire, who promises revenge as he disappears. As rewards, the vampire drops the vampire necklace, a strength elixir, and an agility elixir. The user who defeated him asks that if he returns, he brings more elixirs. This is the great swordsman Chris, leader of the giant clan, who takes the elixirs to permanently increase his strength and agility. Chris announces his victory, while the clan members congratulate him for defeating him. My strength will be that of the giant clan, and the executives will soon have the vampire set. Then, a clan member reveals to the leader that the Sadaka clan has obtained the rumored artisan. Why don't we interrupt him and take the artisan? He asked. He explains that the giant guild has 530 players, while Sadaka has 17 members. Aren't you being too careless? He asks the clan master, but he starts to laugh. You are the executive who joined when we moved to Satisfy, right? He reveals that the giant clan fled from Sadaka in LTS and had to move to Satisfy. It is a disgrace that the name still follows us, he mentioned, disappointed. He describes them as corner dragons and explains that they will understand their strength when they face each other. However, the boy thinks that the giant clan is acting very cowardly, to which the master reveals that the three captains who did not come to this raid are the ones who had the most problems against Sadaka in LTS. What do you mean by cowardly? They are the three who want to destroy them, no matter what, and they were not the only ones, replied the leader, returning to the Sadaka clan. Regis finds Mahara, a magical swordsman who is part of the 5 captains of the giant clan and ranks 19th in the unified rankings. Pawn is also intercepted by another captain, Sirkin, who is first in the swordsman ranking and 11th in the unified rankings. Meanwhile, Jashuka's group is also ambushed by another captain, Azelas, a wizard ranked 32nd in the unified rankings. Mahara is excited to meet one of the best players from LTS and holds his sword threateningly in front of Regis to greet the player. Mahara summons pillars of fire that surround Regis to attack him directly with his sword. Regis laments the blow, while the swordsman mocks his weakness in Satisfy. You are no longer what you used to be. Now, I am too great to consider you a rival, he says with laughter. Regis does not remember mocking anyone recently and asks for the identity of the attacker. He becomes irritated upon realizing that Regis does not remember him. Meanwhile, Pawn blocks a blow from Sirkin, who greets him with superiority. The elder explains that he is serving Chris and that he is worthy, asking if that makes him happy. Pawn dodges the attack and thinks that in LTS he was stronger than him, but probably now he was at an even higher level than Jishuka, so he could not let his guard down. Then, the 70-year-old elder prepares a sneak attack and counterattacks the spearman with a direct blow. As for Jishuka, someone used magic to petrify the legs of the Sadaka clan. Jishuka laments not having prepared a defense against petrifications and shouts for the culprit to show themselves. Then, a multitude of eager players reveals themselves, occupying the entire horizon. Vander estimates about 200 players, while Tobias recognizes members of the giant clan. Jishuka explains that the reputation of the best clan is not achieved by recruiting more members. They haven't changed at all, she said, disappointed. Then, Captain Asaya greets the master of the Sadaka clan for not being shaken in the face of so many enemies. It pains me that you think we haven't changed, since Chris considers you cornered dragons, mentioned the player. Jishuka thinks that Chris made a good move by attacking them while Vander and Pawn were absent. But then she thinks it is impossible, as Chris recognized their strengths. A person like him would not celebrate this type of attack. Then, the wizard reveals Chris's true objective. Our goal is the pearl that guards the dragon. At the same time, more members of the giant clan visit Can's blacksmith in Winston. The scene continues with a sword strike in the air, hitting the enemies. Ibelin is tired but thinks he must protect Grid at all costs. While lost in his thoughts, a player lunges at him and strikes him with a hammer, mocking the Sadaka clan for recruiting children as members. He congratulates the young man for putting up a fight but exposes that the giant clan is superior. Yellen defeated 4 players, but the remaining 12 players exceeded level 150. After fighting for hours, he exhausted all his stamina, not to mention that most of them came with armor to counter his sword. Meanwhile, other players watched the confrontation from afar, mocking the Sadaka clan that boasted of its strength. Now they were beating one of their members. Ibelin cries out in impotence. While the giant clan mocks, the swordsman swings his sword to resist and shouts that the Sadaka clan is the best. But before he can finish his sentence, he is hit by an attack from a wizard of the giant clan. Ibelin is pushed back by the impact, breaking the door of the blacksmith and staining a hinge with blood. Meanwhile, Regis continues his fight. The magical swordsman praises the fighter's resilience, as he was holding up even with a large wound in his chest. Then, Regis charges his fist and counterattacks with a powerful punch that hits Mahara. The latter prepares an attack and exclaims that it would not be easy to defeat Regis, engulfing the fighter in flames and launching his sword at Regis's blind spot. Still, Regis could see through his simple attack pattern, underestimating the swordsman, who mocks the player's arrogance. Then, an energy envelopes the sword he threw, surprising Regis and causing a great explosion. Mahara celebrates his victory. I finished you off using the ultimate skill that decimated more than 180 followers of Yatin, but as the smoke and dust dissipate, a severely injured Regis can be seen. A window notifies the loss of vision in his left eye and a reduction in stats caused by the damage. The fighter thought he still needed a lot of training. The magical swordsman, in turn, prepares a second attack, uniting several magical stones and firing a strong burst of magical power aimed at exterminating Regis. After the impact, Mahara thinks it was worth spending all his mana to finish off Regis. With that attack, Regis would surely be dead. However, as the smoke dissipates, it can be seen that Regis stopped the attack with just a kick. The swordsman was surprised that he could stop a definitive attack with a kick. Regis made no sense. Then, Regis gains momentum, rising to great heights to descend with a strong kick, which hits Mahara, finishing him off with a single blow. Regis congratulates him for being a formidable opponent and thanks him for the training. But they were not the only ones who had time to improve. Meanwhile, Pawn was defending against the elder's blows. The swordsman was sure that in recent years he could improve his reputation as a first-class swordsman, but still could not impact Pawn's defense. Is it the time of the younger generation? He wondered. Pawn then takes the opportunity to attack with powerful and quick thrusts that hit the swordsman. The latter is surprised by the speed of the attacks, which he could not even foresee. At this rate, he could not hold out much longer. Then, Pawn activates a skill and, impacting multiple blows, sends him flying backward. The elder is surprised by the great improvement Pawn has made. However, the spearman reveals that the outcome of the battle was really decided by his new spear, as otherwise, he would have been completely dominated by his sword. The elder expresses that Pawn is the one wielding the spear and asks him not to be so humble. Then, Pawn asks him to convey to his leader the message that the next time they want to face Sadaka, they should prepare better. As for Jishuka's situation, the wizard cannot believe the situation. They started 3 months after us, he murmured incredulously. Still, 10 Sadaka players had taken out more than 200 players. That power transcends common sense. Jishuka was putting them in a dominant position, but even if they wanted to finish her off, Tobias's defense was impenetrable. Do you think the initial plan was to defeat them? But given the resolution, now I must hold them off as long as possible until the other team succeed in their mission? Tobias realizes the strategy and notifies the master. They are in a prolonged battle, so it is confirmed that we are not the objective. Therefore, the leader decides to end this farce as quickly as possible. Then, Jishuka shouts and asks Celas to reveal himself. Is your goal the blacksmith? Asked the arch-nemesis. The wizard, in turn, shows his presence and reveals that Jishuka is right. Without the main force at the base, it would be easy to capture the blacksmith. However, Jishuka responds that their plan will not go as they expect. Back at the blacksmith, we see that the door hinge soaked in the blood of the young Ibelin falls onto the blade that Grid was hammering. The members of the giant enter, asking Grid if he is the blacksmith they are looking for. As the protagonist drops his hammer, Grid looks incredulously as the hinge embeds itself in the blade of the sword he was forging. Equipping all his gear, the furious Grid asks the bastards if they know how long he has been forging this sword. From the ground, Ibelin tries to get up, worried. A player from the giant clan notices Grid's anger. I think we interrupted in the middle of your forging, he seems irritated, he exclaimed. But his companion finds it strange that he is upset over so little. While they apologize, they think he shouldn't get angry over a trifle. Moreover, he should be kind to him and show courtesy by orders of his clan master. The player introduces himself as a member of the giant clan and explains that they came to escort the protagonist. He asks him to lower his weapon and calm down, saying that his clan has more than 10 blacksmiths, so they knew more than a thing or two about creating objects. It's not that easy, is it? He asked, disdainfully regarding the blacksmith profession. He tells Grid that he can forge another, so he should calm down. You are putting us in a difficult situation, even though we came after you with a good offer, he said, extending his hand to Grid. Forge another? Just because you are a famous clan, does that give you the right to belittle people's work? Asked the protagonist, irritated. Ibelin, in turn, thinks he must stop Grid. There were still 12 enemies with an average level of 150. It was completely different from a raid. So, the young swordsman writes and sends a message to the protagonist, asking him to wait until he recovers to face them together. However, Grid was so furious that he didn't even notice. The players from the giant clan continue to insist on trying to recruit Grid. But one of them questions whether Grid is really the blacksmith, as he was equipped with armor and a dagger. It's true, something didn't seem right. The player asks Grid to calm down and explains that he would wait until Grid finished forging to talk. However, these words only angered the protagonist even more, to which the companion warns the player that something didn't seem right. But the warning is useless, as Grid attacks the player with the Dian sleeve sword, activating the gauntlet skill and finishing off the player. The rest of the giant members are surprised. Impossible! How can a blacksmith kill with a single blow? They wondered, while a window notifies the death of their companion. The users did not understand the situation, while Grid was also surprised by the power of Dian sleeve. He thought he just swung the weapon, but it was much more powerful than he calculated. Then, among the sword's characteristics, it shows that the more enemies there are, the more attack power the sword would have, given that it was a weapon to finish off numerous enemies. He must have activated his passive and had almost 200 extra attack points, so it must have been about 15 extra points per person. Grid thinks that if he faced 100 enemies at once, the sword would have an extra 1500 attack points. Perhaps it exceeded a limit, he thought. Still, Grid felt like he was cheating, despite being a rank-unique weapon, like the ones he had already created. The weapons of the first master artisan Albertino were on another level. Grid thinks that even being a descendant of Pagma, his skill was inferior to that of Khan's ancestor, and for that reason, the first thing he will do is surpass him. But before that, he must finish off those who ruined his object. With that in mind, he launches himself, activating the blacksmith's wrath. With the enhancement granted by the skill, he strikes the defense of one of the giant members, surprising him with the damage he received, even while blocking the blow. He is definitely not a blacksmith. This must be a trap from Sadaka, he thought regretfully, announcing the retreat and asking the clan members to flee the scene. However, the protagonist does not think of letting them escape and activates quick movements. He then lunges at an enemy and deals almost 6,000 points of damage, surprising the player, as he was a tank who could handle the others. He is one of the members with the most health and defense, he exclaimed, while fleeing the scene. They thought they would only face Ibelin, one of the best rookies, but they did not think they had a secret weapon. He then orders a retreat and asks them to stay alive, no matter what happens. However, they are intercepted by Grid's gust of wind. The protagonist asks who allowed them to run and, in an intimidating tone, declares that he will finish off the last of them. He then activates Pagma's fencing. Elsewhere in Satisfy, Jishuka manages to hit an arrow on target, successfully hitting Ayaz, finishing him off, who disappears cursing the Sadaka clan. While the other side celebrates victory, Tobias expresses that they should now return to the blacksmith as quickly as possible. But Jishuka exclaims that they are too far away and, at that moment, receives a call from Ibelin. The master asks if they are okay, to which the player responds that they were ambushed and now he is healing. However, he asks Jishuka if Grid has always been this strong. The protagonist was decimating the giant clan using Pagma's swordsmanship skill wave, which dealt area damage. The players of the giant clan did not understand how he had injured 10 players with a single attack. Being an area skill, it was unfair that the damage was so high. Then, it occurred to them that it could be a rare skill. In turn, Ibelin wonders what class Lord Grid had. Everyone assumed he possessed one of the 3 hidden epic classes, but that power could only mean a hidden unique rank class. A player recovers by taking a potion while asking his superior if it was possible to defeat him, but the superior's denial is absolute. It is impossible. Then, the latter exclaims that even if they died, they could not leave empty-handed, so he asks them to gather as much information as possible. All the players begin to use status skills to weaken the protagonist, but thanks to the passive of Pagma's descendant, all were rendered useless. The giant clan did not know what to think, and with the enemies completely terrified, Grid finds himself at his peak and threatens them, saying that if this is all they have, let's finish this. In the background, we see that the spectators continued to follow the fight. One of the players asks if they recorded the confrontation, to which another replies that he thought about making some money selling images of the fight. But this was no longer a fight. It was a total massacre. The protagonist was out of control, screaming ecstatically as he finished off the members of the giant clan. The next day, Chris bangs on the table, asking how 300 men lost to a force of 18 players. Moreover, according to what he saw from the blacksmith, he should have at least an epic class. What did Jishuka do to have him on her side? He wondered furiously. Then, Chris ordered that, from this incident on, the members of the giant clan were prohibited from engaging in external activities and were ordered to prioritize leveling up. On the other hand, the winds of change blew for the Sadaka clan, strengthening the clan's power. The top-ranked players became aware of Sadaka's true strength and were interested in joining, including Grid. There were 7 new members for the clan. Jishuka thought these players were not ordinary and was sure they joined after witnessing the madness of that day, when a blacksmith blinded by madness over a simple hinge caused a great commotion throughout Satisfy. The news spread like wildfire across the world, appearing on all the news broadcasts. The presenters warned children, the elderly, and pregnant women not to watch the video due to the violence shown in it. From that day on, Grid was seen as a psychopath. The story continues with Grid taking stock of his earnings. The raid on Malik yielded 40 million Korean wons, with the Spear of Pong earning him 960 million Korean wons, while evaluating and repairing the clan's equipment earned him 10 million wons, meaning he obtained over 1 billion Korean wons in total benefits, to which the recent sale of the Malik orb should be added, with which he obtained another 360 million wons. Grid laughed loudly. They sold the sphere for $600,000 and the Spear of Pong for $800,000, even though they were unique rank items. The protagonist mocked his peers. Pong, Jishuka, and the others could not be so foolish. The sword of self-transcendence is only worth $200,000. Idiots. When will they be as stupid as I was? The protagonist wondered, regretting selling the legendary category sword at that price. Grid banged his head on the table, annoyed at having lost so much money, although he had actually earned about 1.4 billion wons in total. Grid decided not to think about it anymore, as with the sale of the sword, He also managed to become a distinguished person in Winston, being exempt from paying taxes. He also forged a legendary shield, and although it was stolen, he defeated Malik, increasing his affinity with a lady of Winston, Irene, and being able to join the Sadaka clan. Overall, his situation became very favorable, and he had no time to worry about the past. He still had to finish Ibelin's item. This type of sword is the hardest item to have among the objects Grid forged. The material to forge it was super rare, and those idiots ruined it. The protagonist's thoughts are interrupted by Ibelin, who enters the forge excited, as he had finally managed to obtain the materials to forge another sword. Grid had not heard from the rookie for 2 days but was happy that he had managed to get them. In turn, Ibelin comments that it cost him a lot to obtain them, but he was able to get enough materials for another sword. Grid reviews the materials and promises to have it ready by the next day. From now on, he would try to catch up with the blacksmith Albertino. Ibelin, in turn, praises Grid's combat skills that occurred a few days ago. He earned the respect of the young man. Grid blushes, thinking that Ibelin had good eyes. Grid gained fame from this incident and was now known as the psychopath or the butcher. The protagonist thinks it was due to the horrible appearance of the helmet he wore, so when he had time, he would forge a more elegant one. Grid thinks that if he smiled, he would look good, but Ibelin asks if he is unwell, as he has a very bad face, a comment that irritates the protagonist. Therefore, he kicks the player out of the forge to work in peace. Grid's goal was to obtain at least the epic category. He dreams of paying off his father's $700,000 debt, and after that, he would buy an $800,000 car. His life depended on the items he forged. He was willing to change his image for the media of Satisfy and Ahyung, and he would start with Ibelin's sword, which we see ultimately turned out to be of rare grade, which was not even worth buying the tires for his dream car. Grid was screwed, thinking that maybe he could make some money from Regis. Although he remembered that he was still looking for his shield, he then looked at the failed piece of sword. In fact, he still had some material, and although it had mixed with the bloodied steel, if he melted it down, he could try to forge another one. Although it was made with low-quality materials, he would sell it at a high price. The next day, in the forge, Jishuka tries to console the young player, but Ibelin explains that he is not disappointed, as even though it is of rare grade, Grid's productions are of excellent quality. This conversation awakens the sleepy Grid, who asks if they have seen the swords. The rookie thanks the blacksmith for his work, and Grid comments that not everything always turns out well, but he managed to forge another sword that Ibelin had not seen. Grid mentions that he made it with the leftovers from the piece that the giant clan ruined, but he managed to forge something extraordinary. Incredulous, Jishuka and Ibelin observe the legendary sword that Grid forged, the Agony of Thorn, with over 400 attack points and unique abilities. Ibelin could not believe it was real, and Grid explains that this is his first creation, born with emotions, as it contained Ibelin's blood and was hostile towards him, who neglected and abandoned it. It was level 210, and if someone other than Ibelin wielded it, there was a 100% chance of being cursed. Grid thinks it was interesting, plus it permanently increased all his stats by 25 points and earned him 1,000 reputation points for forging a legendary item. The clan master could not close her mouth after hearing that the only limit was that of the few master craftsmen in history. Legendary items could only be obtained in raids, as the system made it impossible to create them. Therefore, Grid must be special. Jishuka steps forward and directly asks Grid if there is only one way to forge legendary items. Focusing on the protagonist, she asks if he has a legendary class. Grid is surprised by the question. He expected to hide this until the end. But why did he look so sexy? If he looked for one more second, Grid would give everything he had, so diverting his gaze, the protagonist affirms that he does have it. Then, Jishuka throws herself at the protagonist, hugging him and praising him for being the best. Grid, in turn, tries to concentrate. The incident that happened recently could not happen again, but he felt very good. Then, Ibelin interrupts the scene and thanks the protagonist for the sword, deciding to buy it immediately for $1 million. But Grid refuses, asking for $3 million, an amount that seems excessive to the rookie. He comments that its characteristics are incredible, but due to the weapon's passive, only he could use it. Ibelin makes a counteroffer, and Grid asks him to return it, expressing that he saw on his face how he was trying to stab him in the back, betraying his gratitude. Ibelin asks if he will be okay because of the curse, and the protagonist uses his sword skill, surprising Ibelin. We see that the notifications indicate that the sword tries to curse the protagonist, but it is useless due to Pagma's passive. Grid then explains that if he does not buy it, he will use it himself. Surprised, Ibelin wonders what class Grid would have. I'm being generous. I'll sell it for $2.5 million as a discount for clan members, offers the protagonist, tired of being an idiot. With the sale of the Sword of Self-Transcendence, later in real life, we see that Grid asks his parents to pay off their debts with that money and that with what is left, he can fix the store. He thanks his parents for the effort they have made for so long, and the mother asks where he got so much money. The father, in turn, explains that the role of parents is to take care of the family and apologizes to his son. Grid thinks that his father is not considering all the things he has done as the pillar of the family in recent years and murmurs that the position of father is exhausting. We have to support each other. That's what a family does, he says, happy to be able to help his family. His sister is next to him and asks him to spend wisely, but Grid comments that life does not work that way. In the garage, Grid presents his new $800,000 car to his parents. The mother scolds him for buying unnecessary things without thinking, but Grid feels it is good, as they were scoldings with a special maternal energy. If you also felt that energy in your mother's slippers, subscribe to the channel. We continue the story at Shinsei School. Grid's sister leaves classes with her friend Yerem. The boys at school watch, infatuated, the duo of girls and praise them for their beauty, besides being pretty and looking like celebrities. The girls are in the top 5 in national grades. Yerem finds it funny that there is such a long line of boys, while Siege feels uncomfortable. Yerem hugs her friend and, greeting the boys, encourages Siege to do the same, but she asks her not to, as the situation worsens when they pay attention. Then, Yerem asks her to introduce her brother, as Siege was hiding him from her. Furious, she exclaims that when it comes to her, she would not let him get close to her brother. At that moment, Grid makes his appearance, greeting his sister. Yerem is surprised and asks if they are really siblings, or maybe her friend was adopted, but Siege confirms that Grid is indeed her older brother. Grid cordially introduces himself to his sister's friend, but asks her to step back so as not to contaminate her with his ugliness. Well, let's talk on the way, said the protagonist, opening the car with the key. Siege's friend is surprised to see that her friend's brother has the latest model of such an expensive car. Getting into the car, she asks the boys to hurry, being more respectful to Grid this time. Siege asks the protagonist if something happened, to which Grid replies that he needed his sister's help to advise him on how to look good at the reunion of former classmates the next day. The next day, we see Grid going to the reunion in his new car. The location was very far from the city, so they might be trying to annoy him, but that did not worry the protagonist, as this time he was well dressed and accompanied by his new car. The confident Grid felt different. Then, Grid notices a girl asking for a ride. Her car broke down. The protagonist wonders if he should help, even without time to help others. Grid cannot leave her there, and upon observing the beautiful silhouette of the girl, he asks if she needs help. Upon seeing the young lady's car up close, Grid also realizes that that model is 4 times more expensive than his and is only sold to certain people. Grid wonders how such a young girl could have such a car. Then, the identity of the girl is revealed, who asks if he could give her a ride. Grid is speechless, shocked to realize it was Yura, the only female user in the top 10 of the Unified Satisfy ranking, the 3rd on the list of the most influential people in the world, and considered the most beautiful woman on the planet. Overwhelmed by her beauty, Grid could not believe he was in front of Yura. It could not be a coincidence. Then, he remembered that he had made some negative comments on a blog. Maybe she had come back to take revenge, thought the protagonist, frightened. Yura interprets Grid's silence as a yes and gets into the car. While the protagonist is relieved that she did not recognize him with his new look, Yura comments that it is a pleasure to meet Grid in person. The protagonist apologizes, saying she is confusing him with someone else, and starts to drive. Yura asks him to just take her to her original destination. At the reunion location, some people complain that Grid is arriving late. It is the redhead who asks Ah Hyung if she is sure Grid will come, but the girl did not know if he would come after traveling to the reunion far from the city, just to annoy him. The girl asks if he is anxious just because he has no one to annoy, but assures that if Grid's first love tells him to come, he will come. She exclaims that everyone at the location was waiting for the protagonist to come to mock him. Then, Ah Hyung mocks the redhead, as he was also an unemployed redhead who was recently fired from a convenience store for his temper, and hits the mark by saying he is just waiting for the protagonist to come to mock him and feel a little better. The redhead knew that what the girl said was true. The only existence more pathetic than his was Grid's. Then, from the window, some classmates notice that a very luxurious car worth 800 million Korean wons is parked at the location. Out of curiosity, the redhead and the girls approach to see who the millionaire is that is living an easy life thanks to his rich parents, while thinking he would be a great catch to seduce. At the doors, the boys realize there is more than one person. It was the protagonist and Yura. The companions couldn't believe that Shin Yong-bu was the owner of that car and his companion was the goddess of Satisfy. The redhead wonders, wasn't Grid unemployed? How did he become so successful? While still being surprised by Yura's beauty, which made the rest of the girls look like a bunch of squids, she thought irritably. Moreover, she seemed to be close to Grid. Then, a limousine parks next to the protagonists, and Yura states that it is her secretary, thanking him for the ride. The protagonist asks Grid not to take the conversation they had in the car as a joke and, approaching him, surprises all of Grid's companions. The famous Yura kisses Shin Yong-bu. Although we really see that Yura only approaches to whisper that now that he has given her enough attention to settle her debt. Then, she says goodbye to the protagonist. Grid's companions were very irritated. The loser Shin Yong-bu is living in a different world, they thought, gritting their teeth. Once inside, all the companions surround Grid to ask questions about his fortune and Yura. The redhead is annoyed because he didn't expect this to happen, and Grid calls him by name. The intimidating one asks how life has treated him and if he still has the bad habit of fighting. He explains that he is already an adult and, therefore, must mature, a comment that irritates the redhead. Grabbing Grid by the jacket, he exclaims not to think so highly of himself, as he could beat him to death. But Grid laughs and comments that it makes no sense to be angry and, even more intimidating, asks how it feels to be crushed under the foot of someone he always saw as inferior. The redhead had seen that look before and, remembering the monster he encountered in Satisfy, recoils in surprise. Grid comments that he liked that expression of fear but hated to waste more time with his former companions. They all brought down his self-esteem and mocked Grid, but now they were desperate to be nice to him. They were all leeches. Know your place, instead of pleasing your tiny sense of superiority, exclaimed the protagonist, before saying goodbye to the losers and heading to the car. He is interrupted by Ah Hyung, who asks if he is leaving and requests to continue the conversation from last time. She declares that she also likes Grid and expresses that she can relieve all the pain his classmates have caused him. Grid looks at her thoughtfully. A promise in the car. Grid asks Yura if she wants to pay her debts, as he saved her in the Yatin church? Said the incredulous protagonist, to which the player comments that after demonstrating her superiority, Grid disconnected so she could complete her mission. Grid explains that it is a misunderstanding and that he never thought of helping her. You don't owe me anything, he said, trying not to complicate his situation further. Yura comments that, thanks to Grid, she was able to become the 8th servant, while Grid gives up. The girl did what she wanted. She comments that she heard that recently the protagonist joined the Sadak Guild and they defeated Malik, so the conflict would be inevitable now that they became enemies of the Yatin Church, but she promises that she will never kill Grid in battle, just hit him until he can no longer fight. Something startled, the protagonist thought that the girl had investigated him well. But they and the church could fight in peace since he was only interested in making more money. Yura explains that now she would help him settle his debt. She heard that the protagonist was humiliated by his classmates at the meeting he was going to. Therefore, the girl would act as his girlfriend so that others would feel jealous. It would be the promise for Grid's help in the game. Back in the present, Grid thinks that superstar Yura is a terrifying woman. He thanks Ah Hyung for her response, but remembering the girl's words in the bathroom, Grid says goodbye, proclaiming that he would not believe her words again. Despite there being over 10,000 classes in Satisfy, the threshold to reach the top 10 in the ranking of each class was so complicated that it rarely changed. But what caused the change were the members of the Sadak Guild, who slowly climbed to the top 10 just a few months after their relocation. Users called this a period of catastrophic change. Moving to a dungeon, some rats are attacked, surprised because the bleeding wouldn't stop. Then we see that it is Evelyn's sword skill. The player gains improvements in damage and movement speed from a skill of her sword and finishes off the monster with a single blow. With this, the player levels up and thinks it is amazing. These monsters were 30 levels higher than me, but I was able to defeat them so easily, he said, thinking that now that he had the sword, he could level up much faster. If he kept this pace, he could quickly catch up. Ibelin thought he had the advantage in the ranking of the best rookies. But then Law surpassed him, becoming number 1 in the master ranking. This fact surprised Ibelin a lot, as he did not expect someone his age to surpass him. And finishing off more rat monsters, the young man exclaims that he will catch up to the player with his new sword. Meanwhile, a regretful Vander asks why the next item Grid forges will be armor. He also wanted a weapon to level up quickly, like Ibelin was doing. But Jashukka explains that her weapon was already quite good and now she needed armor that would allow her to be useful as a tank in raids. The guild master understands that Vander would be excited after seeing the fantastic weapons Grid forged for his companions. But even being Grid, it was impossible to forge a legendary or unique item every time. Therefore, he should just be grateful to be next in line, although this does not convince the knight, who only wanted a weapon to level up instead of armor. Then, Jashukka responds angrily, "Of course you have a lot to say for being bald," asking if he has already delivered the production method to Grid, to which Vander responds affirmatively. Then, Jashukka asks him to hurry to get the materials since Grid would not be in the forge, as he was also working to level up. Moving to a dungeon, we see that users are fascinated as they are defeating golems very easily, characterized by their high defense against physical attacks. The players thought it was a rookie upon observing his equipment, but it was that person. Then, we find out that the person is Grid, known by users as the Butcher, who frantically takes down the golems. The players cannot believe what they are seeing. Grid destroys golems easily, while a group of 11 players couldn't even defeat one of them. Moreover, he is doing this with a pickaxe. While a window notifies Grid of the materials he obtained, he thinks that using a pickaxe with 100% understanding would be the best option to finish off the golems, since, except for the core of magical stones from the golems, the rest of their bodies was made of minerals. Grid heard that this labyrinth was created by a wizard to hide a great treasure and was being very useful for leveling up quickly while obtaining minerals. Then we see that other players copy Grid's strategy, realizing the great damage that the picks caused to the golems. However, the damage from the golems remained very high, finishing off the player with a single attack. Then, the users see Grid mining without caring about the player who died right next to him. He was definitely a psychopath. After a while of farming, Grid managed to level up a bit and gather many minerals. Then, the protagonist receives a message from Jashukka explaining that they were a bit delayed with the raid, but they managed to obtain all the materials, so the protagonist decides it is time to return. However, Grid was so obsessed with hunting golems that he got lost in the labyrinth. Not even the players who were watching him before were there. Then, Grid thinks that the best option is to contact someone from the guild to help him, instead of wandering aimlessly through the labyrinth. When the floor collapses, causing the protagonist to fall, a window notifies that the magical traps set by the great wizard Braham have been activated. Then the protagonist takes a lot of damage from the traps. Thus, Doran's ring activates, and in the end, he manages to survive thanks to his passive of a blacksmith that does not die so easily. While taking a potion, Grid wonders where the hell he was, since any other person would have died, and he managed to survive thanks to the ring and his skill that activated at the same time. His thoughts are interrupted by a window notifying that the guardian of the labyrinth has awakened. Realizing that the golem is much larger than those he has faced so far, Grid must defeat it to leave the place. Drawing his sword, he activates Pagma's swordsmanship and uses the skill Assassinate against the enemy, which, along with the passive of his gauntlets, deals almost 70,000 damage to the monster. The golem counterattacks with a punch that sends Grid flying. Grid barely did damage to the golem with his best attack, so there was nothing more he could do to defeat it. He would have to hit it 14 more times with that attack while dodging the monster's blows to recover the skill's cooldown. This would take many hours. Then, we see that Jashukka and Vander ran to the dungeon as soon as they saw the message, but they did not understand how the protagonist ended up fighting a boss alone. Vander asks if they should go down to help him, but Jashukka explains that the protagonist had not yet given up on defeating the monster and that if they helped him now, he would think they were trying to steal his prey. Then, Jashukka shouts to Grid that if he couldn't defeat the monster, he should flee through the small cave behind the guardian. Grid is surprised because Jashukka was watching his fight and also notices the cave mentioned by the player, but the golem takes advantage of Grid's distraction to attack him. Although Grid had a secret card hidden up his sleeve, summoning powerful lightning, he strikes the golem, causing it a lot of damage. Then, wielding his sword and holding the red lightning summoning pearl, he infuses electric power into his sword, followed by a strike from the skill Assassinate, which deals 141,000 damage to the monster. Grid had dealt more than double the previous damage, and observing his sword, he wondered if by imbuing the lightning element, it temporarily became a magical sword. Vander and Jashukka couldn't believe that Grid could also use magic, and while Grid delivered a deep strike with the sword, His companions thought it was as if he were using traps. The protagonist, in turn, realizes that the golem is like a bar of metal, and changing weapons. We see that Grid uses his forging hammer, with which he strikes the golem's arm, turning it into a unique and compact piece. Grid is excited and charges at the enemy, shouting, "You are nothing more than a mineral," while striking his body as if he were forging it. After a while, we see that Grid struck the golem so much that the guardian's joints became stiff, and he could not move. Wielding a Dian sleeve, Grid activates the blacksmith's rage and comments that he had never used the skill before, but now, with Malak's mantle, he had enough mana to use it. Activating Pagma's swordsmanship, he uses the skill Transcend. Grid swings the weapon and, positioning himself correctly, leans his body. Determined, the protagonist launches the skill Transcend and Pagma's swordsmanship, which costs 1800 mana points, doubles the attack power, and converts ranged attacks. The cut is for the Guardian of the Labyrinth and impacts him as it combines with the lightning from the red orb. The blow shatters the golem's hard defense. Grid takes advantage of the situation to test the rest of the dances of Pagma's swordsmanship and activates the skill Entwine, with which he strikes with 500% of his attack power at a target. The protagonist impacts multiple successive blows, one after the other, dealing a lot of damage to the enemy. Grid was surprised with himself, as the first time he used Entwine, he could only land 6 consecutive strikes, but now he could use it 10 times in a row. Meanwhile, the golem crumbled under the blows that Grid continued to deliver, while Jashuka was surprised. She couldn't believe that the protagonist had the advantage, exceeding the boss in attack power, resistance, and all other aspects. She murmured incredulously. He also surpassed him in luck, as the Guardian of the Labyrinth is a boss monster without skills. Jashuka was sure that the skills he showed in the raid against Malak and in the incident with the giant of the clan were just the tip of the iceberg. The protagonist decides it is time to end the fight and, activating Pagma's swordsmanship, uses the skill Assassinate, which completely impacts the monster, destroying it instantly. If you also want Grid to pierce you with his great and erect sword, just subscribe to the channel. If you have already done so, we can continue with the story. After defeating the boss monster, a window notifies the protagonist of his victory and as rewards, Grid obtains 180 gold coins and 43 million experience points, with which he levels up to level 114. Grid was very happy to have managed to complete a raid alone. But what made him even happier was that by doing it alone, all the rewards were for him. Another window notifies that Grid obtained 90 luxury iron minerals, also obtaining 3 luxury magical stones, 45 orichalcum, and 33 black iron, and lastly, a key to Braham's treasure chest, rewards that disappoint the protagonist, who expected more. No one else could have survived the trap, and after an intense fight, he had only received some pieces of metal. However, the protagonist's thoughts are interrupted by a large rock falling right next to him. Then, Grid realizes that the cave is collapsing, and Jashuka shouts for him to escape through the cave he saw a few moments ago. Grid spots the cave and runs at full speed towards it. Already in another part of the cave, we see that the protagonist managed to save himself, but he was very tired. Grid thought that the game was trying to finish him off when he ends up seeing some treasure chests. He remembered that in his inventory he had a key for Braham's treasure and felt a wonderful sensation flooding his being. Seeing the 3 chests on the table, he asks which one he will open. Most would think that the most elegant and beautiful one would be a trap, but it is reverse psychology that makes you choose wrong if you think too much, murmured the protagonist determined. Placing the key, Grid could definitely feel that there was something valuable inside the chest. Upon using the key, it disappears, and the chest begins to open. Grid could feel the reward he deserved after hard work to get there, but inside the chest, there was only an egg. Holding the egg, Grid was very furious. It must be a prank, he regretted risking his life for an egg. Grid was depressed while remembering the other chests. He should have thought a little more about my decision, he regretted now, since he no longer had the key. But an idea crossed his mind. If he didn't have the key, he just needed to make one with item creation. Activating the item creation system, a message box appears asking what item he wanted to create. To which Grid responds that a key, the use of this skill was limited, but considering that he could find more chests from now on, it would be worth creating a key that opened any chest or box he found. He would use the same black iron he used to forge the Dian sleeve. The next step would be the design, and Grid thought that if it was a key that would open any lock, it should be a tool similar to what thieves use in their robberies. Drawing a shape of his plans, Grid tries to make it look more like a universal key. The automatic review was completed, and the system asked him to give a name to the creation. Grid had succeeded, a key that would open any type of lock. So the name he would choose would be Master Key. A window shows the characteristics of the Master Key. It is a black key that can open any type of lock. It had a common appearance, but it was made of very high-quality material. To use such an item, the user would have to possess more than 300 dexterity points, and the more dexterity they had, the more diverse types of locks they would be able to open. The protagonist obtained the black iron by defeating the guardian of the labyrinth, but it would be impossible to get fire to melt it in this place. Then, at that moment, Jishuka arrives at the location and asks if he is okay, to which the protagonist exclaims that she arrived at the right moment. The cheerful protagonist asks her to light a fire for him with the phoenix arrow, explaining that he needs to melt a metal to make a small item. Jishuka asks if he is asking her to use her ultimate skill, which consumes 100% of her mana, just to light a fire. Grid replies that it is not that difficult and that if she didn't do it, he was willing to leave the clan. In a dead end, Jishuka agrees to shoot her arrow and asks if she just needs to do it against a wall. Taking her bow, she asks him to get ready and, drawing her arrow, shoots it at a wall. By merging with the wall, the protagonist takes advantage of the heat to forge the item, while Vander admired Grid for being able to control the clan's master. After a while, Grid manages to forge the master key. Jishuka asks what he has forged, and the protagonist replies that it is the best tool in the world. He then inserts the key into the lock, and it clicks. It worked. The three approached to see what was inside the chest. It was Braham's boots, of unique level and level 240. Among their characteristics, there was a 20% reduction in skill cooldowns and the ability to fly. Grid was pleased to be able to reduce the cooldown of Pagma's fencing. Additionally, the boots had the rare and exclusive ability to fly, something that few great wizards possessed. With them, Grid could fly like a bird at the cost of 2 mana per second. Jishuka was surprised. It was a magic that could only be acquired after reaching level 200 and obtaining the second promotion. Vander was enchanted with the boots and their high defense, asking Grid to sell them to him for a high price. However, the protagonist decides to keep the boots for himself, as he was no longer desperate for money. They then decide to open the last chest, hoping for something as good as the boots. This was the beginning of a luxurious life. However, something hits Grid when the chest opens. What was that? Grid wondered, bewildered. Something seems to come out of the chest. Having fallen from the blow, Grid lies dazed, showing no signs of life. His companion screamed his name in fear upon seeing the player like that on the ground. Jishuka shoots an arrow at what came out of the chest, but the projectile passes through the gaseous body. Vander promises to avenge his companion's death, but Grid stands up, confirming that he is alive. Jishuka asks if it didn't go through his chest, and Grid also felt the blow, but the egg blocked the attack. Grid is surprised by the egg's resistance, which moved on its own and was very fast, in addition to having a very high durability to block such an attack. Grid wonders what species that egg belongs to. When the object begins to crack, it opens, releasing a glow that illuminates the room. From it emerges a golden fluid. Grid wonders if it was some kind of liquid metal like mercury, and a voice terrifies the protagonist. "Do you challenge me after 300 years? What a repugnant mineral," it confesses, addressing the golden metal. Jishuka realizes that the pressure exerted by the ghost is as intense as Malak's. The ghost's face is revealed, and he addresses Grid, mentioning the Pabranum that protected him, asking if he is a descendant of Pagma. Grid did not expect the ghost to know his lineage. Perhaps it was a special mission for the protagonist's companions. They thought they might discover more about the protagonist's hidden class. Grid introduces himself as a descendant of Pagma and asks for the identity of the stranger, who introduces himself as the great wizard Braham. He confirms that he is the creator of the labyrinth and explains that he made it to find Pagma's descendant. He reveals that he created 27 labyrinths like this one throughout the continent, and yet Grid arrived late. He felt disappointed that Pagma's descendant had no desire for the minerals. Grid, in turn, did not expect an NPC to do all this just to wait for him, so he asks what he wants, pointing to the metal. The wizard names it Pabranum, a metal capable of moving by its own will. It is the most perfect metal created with Pagma's abilities and Braham's magic. It is stronger than adamantium, lighter than mithril, and has the elasticity of Jaffa. Grid was amazed at the level Pagma had to create such a mineral. Seeing the protagonist's distraction, the wizard calls his attention by shooting a flame, from which Grid is protected by the pabranum. Braham thought that the metal only favored the blacksmith who could feel it, thinking it was a narrow-minded metal. Grid, in turn, angrily asks why he was attacking him for no reason. Then Braham begins to tell his story, explaining that he was the great wizard who survived the battle with the fire dragon Traka and managed to transcend humanity, wishing to be immortal. With this goal, he designed the soul vessel, in which his immortal soul would reside. He thought of pabranum as the perfect mineral to create it and attributed its creation to Pagma, which took 10 long years. Effortlessly, the pabranum was created, but Pagma passed away from old age before he could begin creating the vessel, while the humble dwarves could not even melt the pabranum with their poor skills, which drove the wizard Braham to despair and frustration. Referring to Grid, he exclaims that he finally met someone who could fulfill his goal, Pagma's successor. Then, a window appears notifying Grid that he has received a new class mission. Braham asks the protagonist to forge the soul vessel. If he succeeds, he promises to give him the rest of the pabranum that he has left. Several windows appear, paralyzing the protagonist. He had found a fragment of Braham's soul and now had to create the soul vessel to resurrect him as an immortal being. As rewards, he would receive a large amount of pabranum, considering the great characteristics of this mineral. Grid thought it was a magnificent reward, so he accepts the mission to create the soul vessel and draws a kind of dog bowl on the ground. Grid asks the wizard if this way is correct. The furious wizard regrets that his immortality depended on an idiot like this. He then explains to the protagonist that he must receive the blessing of all the gods. The god of life and wisdom, Juder, the god of war, Dominion, the goddess of light, Rebecca, and the god of plague and darkness, Yatin. By doing so, he would obtain the divine pabranum and could give it any shape he desired, as long as it could contain something. Grid asks how he would obtain the blessings when the Church of Yatin is hostile to him. Braham replies that he is running out of time and comments that if they do not accept willingly, he will use force, disappearing. He comments that he will wait for him in the same place and trusts Grid. Grid thinks that his biggest problem would be the Yatin Church, while in the background, we see Jashuka calling the guild's mage, Layla. She asks the mage if she knew the names of Pagma or Braham, to which she replies that Braham is the master of all wizards, the most powerful wizard in Satisfy, and the creator of most of the spells that exist in Satisfy. Although she had never heard of Pagma. Then, Jashuka asks Vander to investigate Pagma. If he was a historical figure, the NPCs should know more about him than the players. However, the player could not stop looking at something. Then, levitating with the boots, Grid comments that he can see the path of the labyrinth. Probably Braham must have given information about the labyrinth. Rising, Grid shouts that he would head to the blacksmith first and, equipping his helmet, says goodbye to his companions. Vander thought the protagonist looked spectacular and those boots were the best, while Jashuka remembered that the level limitation of the boots was level 240. She recalled that the cloak of Malik he was wearing also required a minimum level of 200, and just like Ibelin's sword, Grid could use it without problems, wondering if the protagonist could use any equipment. She thought that initially she did not want to discover about his class, but now she was curious. In another part of Satisfy, Grid flies quickly over the players. Meanwhile, the players are surprised, and the protagonist thinks that the boots consume a lot of mana, so he considers landing and continuing on foot. As he walks, the mineral starts to speed up, and the protagonist jokingly asks if he is excited to be free after 300 years. Grid comments to the mineral that it seems somewhat lamentable, then suggests changing its appearance, since, being a mineral that protects its owner, it already had an idea in mind about the form it would take. Meanwhile, the players theorize that he might be a classified wizard, but since he carries a large sword, he could be a magical swordsman. That day, the players began to create various stories about the magical swordsman who passed through the city. Later, at the blacksmith, Jashuka and Vander return completely exhausted from their journey, while Grid scolds them for walking so slowly. Then, the protagonist asks Jashuka to shoot him, as the players were furious for having taken so long to exit the labyrinth. Jashuka shoots an arrow to vent her frustration, but it is repelled at a very high speed, leaving her stunned, as she did not expect him to block an arrow she had fired with half of her power, showing 2 golden circles. Grid comments that he will soon melt the pabranum and give them a more elegant appearance. When struck, they would remain quiet for a few seconds, indicating that their defense was not entirely impenetrable. But despite everything, they had an automatic defense that could be added to their armor. The protagonist's thoughts are interrupted by someone asking his name. It is a horde of knights who came in the name of Count Stein, requesting the protagonist's presence. Jashuka is surprised that one of the most powerful counts in the Eternal Kingdom requests Grid's presence and wonders who the protagonist really is. In the castle of Winston, Irene's father does not like that his daughter seems to have fallen in love with a commoner instead of a prince. He wonders if he is really facing the blacksmith who defeated Malik and saved his daughter Irene. It is then that Bran de Ian, a fencing student of Count Stein and a friend of Irene, comments that he also thinks Grid is a fraud, as it is impossible to achieve such accomplishments at such a young age, and he cannot allow Lady Irene to be with a lying bastard. While the protagonist formally introduces himself to the Count, Bran states that they should punish the protagonist for trying to seduce Irene. The noble shouts at Grid for presenting himself in that attire, but the protagonist thinks he was invited to showcase his achievements. He feels he is in a hostile environment and wonders who that foolish man is. Count Stein enumerates Grid's accomplishments, mentioning that he forged the sword of self-transcendence at a young age, in addition to being the outstanding swordsman who defeated Malik. The protagonist tries to be courteous and comments that he was able to defeat Malik thanks to the help of his comrades. However, he doubts the previously mentioned feats, not believing that a blacksmith's swordsmanship could defeat the followers of Yatin or Malik. He thinks that Grid invented the whole story of rescuing his daughter, despite it being true. Irene intervenes, clarifying that they should not doubt Grid, but Bran asks her not to intervene, as he would prove the blacksmith's skills himself. He attacks Grid, drawing his sword, and the protagonist comments that he did not expect them to treat their guest so poorly. He repels Bran with a vertical cut, causing him to stagger back from the impact, surprising the noble. Moreover, how can he lift such a large sword with just one hand? And how does he manage to strike so hard? Then the noble focuses on striking his opponent's legs, but is blocked by Grid, only to be hit afterward with a kick. Bran never thought a commoner could be so agile in battle, especially since Bran was level 200. But Grid had statistics far superior to his level, along with unique weapons and battle experience that made him much more powerful than the noble. Then Bran begins to use and summon various skills, revealing that he is a magical swordsman. He states that he is a great magician and the only son of the supreme magician, Count Osur. Upon hearing these words, Grid recalls the betrayal he suffered from Count Osur at the beginning of the story. Bran takes advantage of the distraction to attack with the skill Fury of the Storm, which produces a strong wind that restricts its target, as well as reducing their movement and limiting their actions. Bran mentions that now that he has heard his father's name, it would be too late. Thanks to Pagma's passive ability, these restrictive skills were useless. He should have killed him earlier, murmurs the protagonist. Then the protagonist swears revenge for what happened and uses the skill Pagma's swordsmanship and lace, causing numerous cuts on his opponent. Stein recognizes these movements instantly and ends up shouting a word, Pagma. Bran falls back from all those strikes, unable to believe he is losing badly, much less understanding why his skill was not working on our protagonist. Why is Grid's swordsmanship so incredible and fast? Bran wondered. The protagonist introduces himself again to the Count and asks if that was a sufficient test. The Count reproaches himself for not realizing from the beginning that there is only one person in all of Satisfy who is both the best blacksmith and the strongest swordsman, and asks the successor of Pagma to marry his daughter. Finally, our protagonist is starting to get lucky. Leave your comments on what you think will happen. Will we have a mini Grid in the future? If you don't want to miss the upcoming releases, subscribe to the channel and leave a like. The Grid is puzzled, wondering how someone would know the story of Pagma and, even more, asking to marry his daughter. He thinks that Irene has a wonderful personality and is beautiful, and although some mockingly say she is an NPC from the game, this game is another reality. NPCs have feelings, thoughts, physical bodies, and physiological needs just like humans. Finally, he will be able to do it. After 27 years of being single, the protagonist thinks, blushing, that if anyone else wants to do this, they should subscribe to the Nerd Recap channel, or otherwise, they won't get to enjoy life until they are 80 years old. With that matter clarified, we can continue with the story. Bran reveals to Stein that the Grid is immortal, cannot die due to God's curse. Let us remember that NPCs can differentiate the players of Satisfy from the rest of the NPCs. Therefore, he asks the Count to reconsider offering his daughter's hand to a player, as Irene will grow old alone. Not willing to let Irene suffer, he challenges the protagonist to a second duel, regardless of whether he is Pagma's successor. He will not allow the young man to have the lady. However, the lady declares that she is in love with the Grid, comments that it is her duty to face the consequences of loving him, and asks him to stop. Even ignoring this, Brand attacks again with a skill. Grid comments that it is very slow, so he will clearly show the difference between them by using Pagma's swordsmanship skill to attack the NPC. Stein did not expect Brand to get so angry, and Brand becomes unconscious. The Count apologizes for his disciple's actions. Grid comments that a marriage would be difficult at this time due to some urgent things he needed to do, which the Count interprets as a yes. The protagonist thinks that this matter is not so important and prefers to focus on his class missions. The Count apologizes to the Grid for making him go through all this, even as a guest, and prays to the goddess Rebecca that he can finish his urgent matters as soon as possible. Grid remembers that the mage said he should obtain the blessings of all the gods, so he asks the Count if he could write a letter of recommendation to the Church of Rebecca, which he accepts without problems. Irene, for her part, asks the Grid to take care of himself until they can see each other again. "You have seen how strong I am," the protagonist mentions, unaware that he is the first among 2 billion Satisfy users to become the son-in-law of a noble. Later, at the blacksmith shop, the Grid returns thinking that everything seemed to go well. Then, one of the new members of the Sadaka Guild asks if he is the Grid, saying he heard he was an extraordinary blacksmith. Grid remembers that the guy's name was Tun and that he joined recently. Grid asks what the player wanted, and the player asks if he knows the maniac who took out the guys from the Giant Guild and asks him to forge a weapon so he can fight him. Grid observes Tun's rudeness and asks where he just came from. Tun realizes that the Grid is irritated. "A level 100 seems like the guild is being very nice to you," mocks the player. The player reveals that he will leave the guild as soon as he takes out the masked butcher and warns the protagonist that if he doesn't watch his words, he will also be destroyed. He asks the Grid if he knows the identity of the butcher, as he asked other members, but they did not tell him. Summoning his weapon, the Grid, tired of acting politely after being with the nobles, with a dagger in his hand, comments that Tun will be the last thing he will worry about today, as he will teach him a lesson for dirtying his workplace. Tun warns that he shouldn't be so bold with him, and then he lunges to attack the protagonist, but the Grid thinks he has become strong enough to take care of himself and will teach him a lesson. Tun strikes with his fist, but the Grid manages to block with his dagger. The protagonist did not expect the player to have such monstrous strength. Here we are revealed that Tun is ranked 40th in the unified ranking and tells the protagonist that he was ignorant, that he only fought against newbies, challenging him to fight against a real ranker. Tun repels the protagonist with a blow. Since the battle against Malik, the Grid had increased his strength and was very confident, but Tun was stronger than him. The player continues to strike the protagonist with his claw gloves, exclaiming that he didn't think a level 100 blacksmith could defend against his attacks with a dagger. The Grid had become overconfident after defeating the guys from the Giant Guild, but a battle against a ranker was something completely different. Smiling, Tun murmurs that he discovered that the Grid has a hidden class, revealing that he also has a hidden class, and asks the Grid to fight seriously. Here we are revealed that his class is Beast Master. The Grid reasons that he will have to use all his resources to get out of this, but a surprise attack causes Tun to be thrown through the air, hitting some wooden stumps he had spat out earlier. It was Regis, being rude to the Grid? He said in a threatening tone. Regis asks him to try to control himself, or next time it will be the Grid's head that flies. The Grid thinks he has never seen Regis angry, and apparently, the new members were not fully accepted by the guild. Tun gets up, murmuring that he did not expect a surprise attack. The Grid cannot believe he can get up after that blow. Tun comments that it will be difficult to fight in a 2-on-1, so he retreats for now, stating that the Grid is quite good, so they could fight another time, while the Grid shouts for him to clean up the place first. Tun leaves, and Regis tells the Grid to ignore him, as it would not be easy to defeat him if he changed form. Changing the subject, he reveals that they found his divine shield. One of Rebecca's daughters has it. The protagonist did not know who Rebecca's daughters were, and his friend explains that it is a title given to the 3 best paladins of the Church of Rebecca. Regis requested a meeting, but it was refused, so they had no intention of returning the shield. The Grid remembers that he has met one of Rebecca's daughters named Isabel. Regis explains that Rebecca granted her daughters sacred weapons, and their power was the 2nd or 3rd servant of Yatin. The Grid thinks this complicates his situation even more, as he must receive the blessing of the Pope, and Regis comments that there is one last thing. There was a message from the guild master. The master mentioned that he could set aside item crafting for now, and if he needed help from the guild, he just needed to send a message, paraphrasing the master. After hearing these words, the Grid asks Regis to tell the guild that he would return as soon as possible to the Holy See of the Church of Rebecca. The next day, Vander asks Ken about the protagonist, but the elder mentions that he went to a blacksmith shop north of the city. At the entrance of the Vatican, Rolling, an apprentice blacksmith, exclaims that he is exhausted and wonders if he should finish the last peak he has left to forge. It is then that he sees something in the sky that does not seem to be birds. They were gargoyles. But why would there be so many gathered in one place? In this, the protagonist appears among the gargoyles. He lands in front of the blacksmith shop and comments that, thanks to the vibranium and the cloak, he managed to defeat that pack. Fortunately, he arrived in time at a blacksmith shop to repair his items. The protagonist comments as he approaches the forge, saying that it is lucky they have one, so he would pay to use it. The apprentice blacksmith asks him not to use other people's forges and that he did not look like a blacksmith in those clothes, starting to work. The grid thinks that, being a descendant of Pagma, any blacksmith above average level is favorable to the protagonist, so this kid should be a low-level blacksmith, so he prepares to silence him with his skills. "You are level 20, right?" saying to the young man, asking him to pay close attention if he wants to succeed. A simple rural blacksmith would never have the chance to witness this level of skill, he says confidently in his forging abilities. Despite his strong words, the young man is surprised to see that the grid prepared the forge so quickly and that he controls the fire with ease, wielding the hammer in perfect harmony with the fire. The young blacksmith has never seen anything like it. "It is far superior to my father, a mid-level blacksmith," he exclaims after repairing all the items. For the grid, only the helmet remained, so he strikes it with his hammer. The young man asks why he destroyed the helmet when he only needed a small repair. The grid explains that he did not break it but disassembled the helmet after so many repairs. His understanding of the helmet increased to 85%, so if he reassembled it with corrections, his understanding would increase to 100%, and he could forge it as many times as he wanted. With this knowledge, he realizes that the helmet could be further improved. After a while, he manages to finish it and maximizes his understanding by having it reassembled by a master craftsman. The helmet's statistics improved. The grid takes off flying towards the Vatican, thanking them for letting him use the forge and paying the blacksmith about 20 silver coins. The blacksmith bids farewell, warning that the trip to the Vatican would be difficult without a healer. The grid comments that he will not spend money on one and explains that if he practices what he learned, he could become a mid-level blacksmith in about 10 years. The young man thanks him for the lessons and introduces himself as Lector as he says goodbye. Then, the grid takes off flying, still having a long way to go to reach the Vatican, and there probably wouldn't be any more forges, but it should be enough with the potions he carried. He did not want to spend money hiring an NPC healer, explaining that in Satisfy, only the priests of the Rebecca Church can be legitimate healers. To be a priest, it is necessary to practice abstinence, silence, and fasting, which is why there are very few players who chose to be of this class, and the rest of the players began to pay a lot of money to hire NPC priests. When this money began to accumulate in the churches, the high clerics began to yield to their worldly desires. The person who leads all this corruption is the current pope, moving us to the headquarters of the Holy Church. Rebecca. Intense moans can be heard behind a door. "She is really energetic in bed, isn't she?" comments a girl who arrives at the scene, to which Casus replies that it is not an appropriate comment for a sacred virgin of light. It is Isabel, who does not like the idea that the highest position has been corrupted. The conversation is interrupted by someone who comes out after opening the door, and the priest asks Isabel to be careful with her words. It is Drevigo, the 13th Pope of the Rebecca Church, who, sweating, comments that he heard a lot of commotion outside. "Weren't they talking behind my back?" the priest asks mockingly, and Rebecca's daughter kneels to show respect for the high position. The Pope comments that Isabel continues to be as beautiful as ever. "Your Holiness, if you did not come out of your chamber to ask me to lie with you, you will hear the reason why I am here," says Isabel directly, frightening Casus with her words. The Pope understood that he should not seduce Rebecca's daughters, as they were the symbols of the church. Rebecca explains why she is there, stating that if the divine shield is imbued with black magic, it will be corrupted, and since the church already knew this, they desired it. Grabbing her hair, the Pope opines that they should then recover all the divine shields that families and countries possess. "So divine power and dark power are compatible," deduces the Pope, stating that he will order the paladins to recover all. "But you have other tasks to do," he says, stroking Isabel's hair. "I received a divine message last night. The goddess Rebecca said that one of her daughters will betray me, so I order you to bring Rin before me, and I will punish her myself." The daughter Rin did not respond to the Pope's calls on 3 occasions and hid in a temple in the city, which is why Drevigo thinks her intentions are obvious. Isabel responds that the reason she does not obey his orders is clear and provokes the Pope, asking if he can really continue hearing the messages from the goddess Rebecca. This comment irritates the Pope, who, holding her neck, asks if she is doubting him. "I will give you 2 days. Bring Rin before me." "My will is the will of the goddess Rebecca," says the excited priest, explaining that Rebecca's daughter, Rin, could not tolerate the corruption of the church and has currently lost her faith. But Isabel swore loyalty, so she cannot disobey. The Church of Rebecca has become a prison for Isabel, who was educated by the church since childhood. She could not betray even a corrupt pope, so Casus prays for someone to save the church's situation. In the Church of Rebecca, in the city of Rolling, people wonder what that strange type is doing on the wall of the temple. The grid appreciates that the decorations on the wall are made of gold, but they are too well embedded to be removed. Someone calls the protagonist's attention and warns him that the citizens are looking at him embarrassed. The protagonist apologizes, saying that the decoration seemed very beautiful to him. The young man explains that Rolling is a resting place for users on their way to the Vatican and loudly asks if the protagonist is going there. He introduces himself as Dong Pao, a player of the priest class, stating that he is going to the Vatican and asks if the protagonist wants him to accompany him. The protagonist comments that he had never seen a priest user at level 160 due to the difficulty of the missions, but Dong replies that in real life he is just a normal person and that it is complicated for him to maintain the vows of silence, abstinence, and the constant missions he must fulfill to maintain his position as a priest. However, praying makes the missions easier and increases his divine power, so the priest agrees to accompany the protagonist. They decide to start the journey alone. When forming a group for the trip, the priest notices that the grid is only at level 147, surprised at how he has come so far with that level. The grid exclaims that he will trust him from now on, and the priest assures him that the path they will take is patrolled by priests, so there won't be many monsters, and it would be a pleasure to accompany him. Later, Don shouts that something is not right, as there shouldn't be so many monsters in this area. Defeating one of them, the grid shouts for him not to stop and to keep healing. Thanks to his cloak, he can attract many monsters to hunt them, and with the priest's healing, he will be able to level up quickly. The priest is ecstatic and shouts for him to follow, healing him. Don thinks that the grid is strong and realizes that it is thanks to the powerful dagger he carries. He then asks the protagonist why all the group rewards are given to the grid in the group settings instead of being distributed in turns. The protagonist apologizes, saying it would be unfair if someone found a good item, so they would split it at the end of the trip. The priest has to accept, and the protagonist threatens him, saying that if he does not trust him, he will die with him, pointing to the next wave of monsters. While they continue their journey, they arrive at a cave, and Don suggests resting there, puzzled by the appearance of so many monsters. He explains that he is not a fighter like Grid and that he has already reached his limit, as his mana regeneration is very slow. Grid prefers to keep going, but he has no other option, so he takes off his cloak. A warning window informs them that Marie Rose, the vampire duchess, is sealed in that place and, due to her evil influence, they would be unable to use any spells or abilities. Grid asks if it is safe to rest in such a place, and Don replies that they should not worry, as Marie Rose was sealed there by the second pope, Kessler, and the daughters of Rebecca, revealing that there is no possibility of her waking up suddenly. However, 3 players rank high in the assassin rankings appear and ask why they arrived so late. Grid asks if they are talking to him, but the priest explains that they arrived late due to the strange massive appearance of monsters. Don comments to the assassins that Grid seems poor but has a very good inventory, and since he is low level, it is complicated to threaten him with a loss of experience. Addressing Grid, he asks him to hand over all his items to let him go in peace. Realizing it is a robbery, Grid questions whether it would not be detrimental to his divine power to go against the law, asking if a priest of the Rebecca Church could do that. Don explains that there is little information about priests, and people think they are good, but they only have to follow the law during missions. Moreover, he could continue to increase his divine power by praying, clarifying that his faith in Rebecca is unwavering, but it does not necessarily have to reflect in his actions. With a surprise attack from one of the assassins, he comments that the core of the Rebecca Church is already corrupt, and Grid deduces that the assassins are around level 200 and that they plan to bring him to this place with Don to restrict his abilities and take advantage of their assassin status. Grid understands that, thanks to Tun, he learned not to underestimate rankers, but he already knew enough about assassins. Equipping all his items, he asserts that none of them come close to his feat as a faker, and swinging his sword, he repels the assassin with a strike. The assassins did not expect him to be so strong, and upon observing his appearance, they realize he is the psychopathic butcher. Without giving time, the assassins throw a smoke bomb and prepare to attack the 3 at once. The priest apologizes for bringing him without knowing he would be such a dangerous person. One of the assassins prepares to finish everything with his shurikens, one being explosive, another poisonous, and another to create a smoke screen. He throws them to cause a large explosion while the other two attack Grid. He comments that they would surely defeat him since he hit something with his sword and mocks the protagonist for encountering rancor assassins. However, from behind the smoke, a voice from Grid responds that the assassins had very good items and he would have died if he had underestimated them, announcing that he also has a pair of interesting items. Activating the blacksmith's wrath and Pagma's fencing, he defeats the three users with a single blow. Don cannot believe he can use abilities in a place like that, and even less that he defeated three top rancor assassins with a single blow. He must certainly be a hidden class. At this rate, he would lose his items and experience, so he kneels and apologizes for his actions, mocking their miserable actions, killing players to keep their money, and now asking for mercy. Now that he betrayed him, he would keep all the items obtained along the way, and the priest does not care and wonders if he would forgive him. But something interrupts any thought of Don as he complains of pain, asking what he was doing. A feminine voice comments that she did not expect to be awakened. Like this, smelling blood and food was in front of her, she said while consuming all the priest's blood. Releasing the priest, she introduces herself to Grid at the same time as windows notify the protagonist that he has found the vampire Duchess Mary Rose. Her spells and abilities are not available, and the gaze of a vampire subjugates lower creatures. He will lose his willpower and control of his body. The absolute charm of Mary Rose captivated him. However, other windows notify the protagonist that, thanks to Pagma's passive, he resisted all the effects of the vampire. The protagonist thinks she has a great presence. Malik is nothing compared to her. The protagonist asks how she awakened if she had been sealed. Mari replies that her cloak emits a powerful smell of blood, like that of thousands of people, and awakened due to such a stimulating aroma. Grid remembers that the cloak is stained with the blood of the virgins that Malik sacrificed. Addressing the protagonist, she comments that he does not have divine power like the daughters of Rebecca or the powerful magic of Braham, and yet he is not affected by the gaze and presence of the vampire. Grid wonders if the girl knows Braham and if she is more powerful than him. If so, the protagonist cannot face her and must be careful. Grid asks if her presence was interesting and if it would be interesting enough to let him live, asked a frightened Grid, apologizing that the vampire awakened thanks to him. After hearing the protagonist's words, Mary Rose begins to laugh and opines that Grid seems adorable, so she will let him go for today. The vampire wants to breathe fresh air after so long, so she bids farewell, proposing that they meet again another day, then disappears, and the protagonist thinks it is uncomfortable to be near her, but he managed to get out of the situation, almost ended up ruined for having a bit of free healing. He complained to himself, from now on he will be more careful with free things. Remember that it is free to subscribe to the Nerd Recap channel, but keep in mind that it has irreparable consequences, such as the fact that your intelligence and strength bars will max out. Continuing with the story, Grid notices that the assassin dropped his shuriken belt upon dying. He definitely got lucky obtaining a free item. Elsewhere, in the Rebecca Cathedral, sitting on his throne, the Pope speaks with a tone of superiority. "I heard you are using prayers as an excuse to seek a different truth," he said to the kneeling girl, recalling a past when the girl listened to his orders. He questions whether she is doubting him, even being the representative of Rebecca himself. Here it is revealed to us that the kneeling girl is the daughter of Rebecca, Rin. The Pope had ordered the girl to eliminate the priests who fomented the rebellion. He asks the girl if her loyalty is a lie, and Rin replies that her loyalty to the goddess and the Pope is eternal. However, lately, she has felt confused by the Pope's unfaithful behavior, so she has been praying to the goddess Rebecca for answers about her true loyalty. The Pope slaps her and orders silence from Rin, calling her a traitor, then orders to execute the girl and recover her sacred weapon, the Sword of Ikiel. In turn, a mission appears. The Pope's decision of level SS. The Pope is worried about losing control of a daughter of Rebecca, a definitive weapon of the Church, and wants to replace her. The mission's condition is to eliminate Rin, and as rewards, they would awaken abilities. The mission is sent to all Paladin players of the Rebecca Church, and if they reject it, they would be considered traitors by the Pope. One of the players thinks it is surprising that he grants abilities. With them, he could become a true Paladin of Rebecca. He thinks that, unlike the Judah Church or the Minion Church, which have excellent enhancing or combat abilities, the Paladins of the Rebecca Church can only heal, and it is difficult to switch to this class, so it is not very popular. But the real reason this player chose this path is that the Daughters of Rebecca are the strongest NPCs among the Paladins. The guy had surpassed level 200 and endured a second-class change and still did not improve anything, and now, if he just eliminates her, he will awaken. However, he takes off his helmet and, protecting the girl, shouts that he refuses to accept the mission. He could never kill such a beautiful girl. He introduces himself as Damian, the second-rank paladin and owner of the blog, praised the daughters of Rebecca, and exclaims that he will protect Rin. The girl is happy not to be alone, and Damian assures her that he will always be by her side. The Pope orders the paladins to eliminate the traitor, and they launch an attack, but a window is shown to Damian, divine punishment of the goddess, class change mission. As the representative of the goddess Rebecca, he must punish the Pope, and as rewards, he will obtain an awakening of abilities and the hidden class of representative of the goddess. A divine aura surrounds the player, and a window notifies him that he has awakened abilities by the goddess's blessing. Then all his statistics increase by 100 points, in addition to obtaining the abilities Blessing of Light and Heart's Desire. Furthermore, he is warned that the results of the mission for the hidden class change have the potential to transform the world of Satisfy, so the system asks him to be careful. Surprised, Damian discovers that the Blessing of Light ability increases his defense, attack, and accuracy of his entire group by 80% for 3 minutes, and Heart's Desire instantly resurrects the dead. Wielding his sword, he comments that these abilities are the best and thinks he is chosen, advancing by activating the Blessing of Light and shouting that he is the protagonist. The other paladins are surprised by the light surrounding the player and order to protect the Pope. Damian shouts the name of Pope Drevigo and, addressing him, shouts that his evil will end today. But, raising a finger, he launches a ray of light that pierces the player's offensive. Elsewhere in the cathedral, Isabel reproaches herself for bringing Rin when she herself knows that Rin hates the current Vatican. Casus consoles her, saying that if he had not brought her, someone else would have brought her by force, and asks her not to blame herself. "What will happen to Rin?" "His Holiness did not let me accompany her," said the girl, letting a few tears escape. The priest thinks they will dismiss her from her position, and in the worst case, she could even die, since as long as the 3 divine weapons remain intact, the daughters of Rebecca can be replaced at any moment. Overwhelmed by sadness, Casus sheds a few tears and thinks it is sad how they use the daughters of Rebecca as mere tools. Drying her tears, Isabel comforts the priest, exclaiming that the goddess Rebecca will protect Rin, but Casus breaks down, apologizing to the girl. "With our current strength, we cannot save her," but a voice interrupts the situation. "Why are you crying? An elder on the ground does not match your appearance," said the protagonist, addressing the priest. Casus recognizes the player, and Grid greets him upon seeing him after so long. The priest asks what he is doing there, and Isabel recognizes the cloak the protagonist is wearing. The daughter of Rebecca comments that she heard someone took down Malik not long ago, and Grid cleans his cloak, embarrassed for being so famous, but quickly recognizes the girl, calls her a shield thief, and demands it back. Casus introduces Grid as the blacksmith who made the divine shield that Isabel has, and the girl is surprised that a blacksmith defeated Malik, exclaiming that it is an honor to meet the powerful warrior who defeated the enemy that so many times escaped the church, and thanks him for defeating such an evil being. But Grid continues demanding that she return his shield. "They didn't even pay me for it," he shouts furiously. Isabel explains that the shield was catalogued as a potentially dangerous weapon, so the church decided to recover it, and asks Grid to hand over any other shields he might have created. Grid shouts that if they do not return his shield, there will be blood. While the priest tries to calm him down, changing the subject and asking why he came to the headquarters of the Rebecca Church, Grid explains that, besides coming to recover his shield, he also needs the goddess's blessing, which is why he came to see the Pope. Casus determines that it could be thanks to the goddess Rebecca when a loud noise interrupts the conversation. The daughter of Rebecca recognizes the immense amount of divine power and deduces that Rin could be in danger. But Casus warns that the Pope ordered no one to enter. Drawing her spear, Isabel orders the protagonist to step aside. Grid recognizes the great quality of the weapon, even superior to Ensleeve, so the only one who could have forged it is Pagma. Casus grabs Isabel, but the girl demands that he let her go, as she must save Rin. A strong flash interrupts the situation again. A blinding light appears. Luna, the last daughter of Rebecca, who strictly follows the Pope's orders, repeats to Isabel that she cannot enter. Isabel asks the girl to get out of her way, while Casus explains that Luna is only 14 years old, so the church's indoctrination has a great effect on her, and deduces that she will never move, as she is the favorite agent of His Holiness. Luna exclaims that she cannot disobey the Pope. Grid, for his part, wonders why the atmosphere is so tense when 3 system windows appear before him. It was a mission in which he must help the Rebecca Church. It explains that the church has deep ties with Pagma due to his friendship with the 5th Pope, Franz, so as his successor, he must help the church that is being corrupted by the 13th Pope, Drevigo. He must eliminate Pope Dre Vigo, and as a reward, he will receive the blessing of the goddess Rebecca. Since this mission is related to his class mission, if he fails this one, he will also fail his class mission. Grid thinks it is illogical to kill the Pope when he must obtain his blessing. When the system marks Isabel's spear, Grid wonders why there is a mark and if it might relate to his mission. By instinct, he knows it is a clue. The greater the penalty for failure, the greater the help from the system. So Grid deduces something. Between tears, Isabel begs Luna to step aside so she can save Rin, although she cannot do anything against the Pope, so she prays to the goddess for someone to save her. Grabbing his spear, Grid asks if he should just eliminate the Pope. Isabel hears a divine voice asking her to trust him, then asks if he would really help them, to which Grid apologizes, saying someone asked him. Then between tears, Isabel begs Grid for help. Grid exclaims that he will even save Rin, but in return, he wants his shield back. Grabbing the spear, he comments that he would give her something and activates his appraisal skill. By activating appraisal, Grid can find hidden abilities in the item he reviews. The Windows catalog the Spear of Leifel as a legendary level weapon, one of the 3 divine artifacts of the Rebecca Church. The immense divine power tests the user's mind and body, and when the previous daughters of Rebecca died prematurely for not being able to handle the power of the weapons, the 5th Pope, Franz, asked the legendary blacksmith Pagma to seal its power. The weapon's characteristics are astonishing. It has an attack power of 730 to 1270 points. When using it, it increases all characteristics by 60 points and includes the abilities Wheel of Light, Shield of Light, Guiding Light, and White Transformation. A window notifies that the protagonist discovered a hidden characteristic of the item. Thus the weapon's classification changes to mythical. Its attack power increases significantly, potentially reaching almost 2,000 attack points, and the rest of the characteristics. Additionally, the White Transformation ability will always be active. Grid had released the weapon during the reign of the 13th Pope. The system informs the protagonist that he was able to evaluate a weapon made by a god. Thus, your perception increases by 200 points and, when added to your current points, exceeds 500 points in this statistic. Now you will see the world differently. Now, Grid can craft imitations of mythical items. The protagonist couldn't believe it. A mythical object easily surpasses any weapon he could have forged. It is powerful enough to destroy the balance of this world. This would mean that Grid can now craft items like Valralla or Dian Sleeve. Let us remember that Grid has reproductions of these mythical weapons made by Khan's ancestors. The manual also explains that Valralla is of unique rank, while the original Dian Sleeve is mythical, and the reproduction or imitation that Grid has is of rank unique. Of course, ranks are classified with mythical at the top, followed by legendary, unique, rare, and normal. Returning to the present, upon unlocking all the features of the mythical spear, Isabel is surrounded by a golden aura. The weapon had unleashed all its power. We see in the background that the ornament holding Rebecca's daughter's hair breaks. She wonders why the White Transformation is activating automatically, in addition to feeling a great amount of power emanating from Eifel's spear. The protagonist, for his part, wonders why he can now see a number above the girl's head. Then, he understands that it must be a power counter. "It's amazing," he exclaimed, excited by his new ability. However, Luna also releases a huge amount of power, drawing out the Shield of Evriel, another divine artifact from the church. She invites Isabel to fight. We see that a window shows Grid that Luna's combat power is 50,000 points. Grid thinks that Isabel's power has risen from 55,000 points to 120,000 points, while Luna increased from 26,300 to 50,000. Therefore, Isabel should win this fight. The protagonist thinks he should also take action. Giving Isabel a little help, he asks her to stay here, as he will go save Rin. The woman smiles and thanks the protagonist. Returning inside the church, the Pope fired his ray of light, hitting the player directly. He apologizes to Rin and thinks that after all, he didn't turn out to be the protagonist. Rebecca's daughter supports the severely injured paladin, while a window notifies that by losing 41% of his health, he lost consciousness. Then, some shurikens come into play, creating a smoke screen in front of the Pope and his knights, murmuring that when the other guy used it, it seemed more brilliant. A window shows that Kenan's shuriken belt is of rank unique. It carries one shuriken every 20 seconds and can accumulate up to 3. As for the effect of each shuriken, it states that it is random. The furious Pope asks how they dared to invade the Vatican like this. Damian asks the protagonist who it is and, fully equipped, Grid greets the users.
He notes that the NPC Rin's attack power is 27,000 points,
while the player paladin has 12,500 points, so he must be a top ranker. Grid proposes to form a group, but he will keep all the items that the Pope drops, as it will be the payment for saving their lives.
The paladin agrees, joining the group.
He asks the protagonist to take care of the Pope while he heals. The Pope shouts that they deserve divine punishment for profaning this place. Damian activates his enhancer, and Grid thinks it is quite useful, pulling out his electric orb. Grid comments that there will be no divine punishment, as because of the Pope, the mission to obtain the blessings has become complicated, and the recommendation letter from his new father-in-law would also be useless. Grid charges at the Pope, but Drevigo blocks the attack with a blinding light. Grid cannot believe he blocked an attack enhanced by the Red Lightning and Damian's enhancer. This attack would have been enough to penetrate Malik's 3-layer defense, but the Pope, with only 24,000 attack points, was able to defend against it, calculating that Damian has 12,000 combat points, being a top ranker. Grid estimates that with the entire clan fighting against Malik, he must have around 200,000 combat points. Grid notes that the Pope seems to be stronger than Malik, so he cannot have this combat power statistic as a way to know the true power of his opponents.
Therefore, small differences indicate a large gap.
Jumping again, the protagonist exclaims that he will close the gap with control. Grid unleashes sword strikes he learned during the Labyrinth Guardian's incursion. Summoning his shield, the Pope exclaims that it would be useless and uses his light shield to protect himself again, but Grid smiles, surprised by the Pope's defense. He asks if he could withstand it and decides to test his own limits. He activates the Transcend ability and the Blacksmith's Fury at the same time and unleashes a barrage of attacks even more powerful than the previous ones. These clash with the Pope's light shield and manage to penetrate it. Drevigo cannot believe he can penetrate the power of light. How can an infidel destroy the power granted by a goddess? He shouted in the face of an impending attack. The Transcend cuts strike the Pope, causing 13 million damage to the NPC. Even the passive of the gauntlets activated, causing critical damage. Grid laughed heartily upon seeing the Pope's health drop to half with just one attack. He is already curious about the items he will drop upon killing the Pope. The Pope received a lot of damage from the attack and shouts to his knights to finish off the intruder. They do not understand the situation, but they must obey the Pope's orders. Grid shouts that now that the Pope is low on health, it is time to finish him off and asks Damian if he is just going to watch. Summoning a shield, the player protects Grid from the paladins and regrets taking so long. Now he will take care of the rear.
Grid estimates about 20 paladins and asks him to protect his back.
Seeing the situation, the Pope is very damaged, but Grid is running out of the effects of the Red Lightning and the Blacksmith's Fury. Launching himself again, he prepares to finish off Drevigo. He activates the assassination ability of Pagma's Grimace, and just before impacting the dying NPC, he is saved by a luminous light that heals his wounds. The protagonist is stunned as the Pope's health is fully restored. He cannot believe it, as assassination should have dealt around 300,000 points of damage to him, but that light protected him. The Pope used the goddess's breath ability, a blessing that protects his flesh and soul.
Healed from all damage, he exclaims that it is the ultimate ability of a priest, and aiming at Grid, he is ready to guide him to the light. Then he strikes a ray of light at Grid, in the name of the goddess Rebecca. The ray of light illuminates the entire room. Drevigo comments that it is a just punishment for an infidel and that he must now repent in the afterlife. Then, Grid's voice is heard, asking the Pope who he is to speak of repentance. Drawing his divine shield, Grid tells him that he is rotten and that he is the one who should be punished. The Pope cannot tolerate that a pagan uses a divine shield. He attacks again, shouting that it is a disgrace to the church. Behind his shield, Grid realizes that due to the powerful attacks from the Pope, the durability of the item is considerably decreasing. Drawing his dagger, Grid will not wait until his item breaks and decides that he will block his attacks without the shield. He then cuts the rays of light with his wind barrage. But one of the rays manages to hit the protagonist's mask. The Pope exclaims that Grid has good reflexes, as he intended to take off his head with that attack. Unexpectedly, he is hit by Pobranayam from behind. Turning to the Pope, Grid is now very angry because his equipment was damaged. Activating the Pagma's fencing link ability, Grid chains 22 cuts on the Pope. The NPC is gravely injured again. Outside, Damian observes the battle, and from his point of view, it seems that Grid has the advantage,
but he notices something.
Right now, the Pope is at his most dangerous point.
"Get away, Grid," the desperate player shouted to warn the protagonist, but it was already too late, and a ray pierces the protagonist, dealing 14,000 damage and losing 52% of his health in one blow. The Pope murmurs that Grid is finished, and Damian thinks that the Pope will finish off Grid while he is stunned by the health loss. Still, without either of them expecting it, the protagonist strikes the NPC's chest again with his dagger. Grid murmurs that he told him so, while a light surrounds his body. He shouts that he is willing to kill anyone who scratches his items. Apparently, Doran's ring activated, regenerating 7,280 health points. Drevigo wonders in shock, "Who is this human?" But the protagonist delivers a strong headbutt and climbs on top of the Pope, grabbing his dagger. He is ready to test the NPC's healing limits. Following this, he pierces the Pope's defense at close range, causing him several critical hits. Our dear protagonist is ecstatic and in butcher mode. It is then that Damian recognizes the protagonist's identity as the one who took down the giant clan. It was an image that remained etched in the minds of all present, a being even more malevolent than the Pope, who came to punish the Pope's cruel actions. Drevigo, for his part, feels humiliated by a mere pagan. Then, a light bursts forth from the NPC's body again. Grid deduces that it must be another absurd healing, but he steps back for something he cannot explain. He feels something different from the previous healing. Healing his wounds, the Pope stands up again and exclaims that the protagonist has no divine salvation. He is ready to finish off Grid in the name of the goddess Rebecca. Grid confirms that something has changed and senses that something is approaching. Outside the church, Isabel rises into the air. Luna prepares and is ready to receive the attack, exclaiming that Her Holiness's orders are absolute. Isabel points her weapon at who was once her companion and replies that she only follows the goddess Rebecca. Then, both daughters of Rebecca use the abilities of their divine weapons, and upon colliding, Isabel's power difference is evident, managing to penetrate Luna's shield and causing a great explosion in the area. Casus shouts worriedly the names of both daughters, but upon landing, Isabel comments that everything is fine, as Luna is just unconscious for a while. She asks the priest to take care of Luna while she goes to save Rin. Then, Isabel heads to the church ready to confront Her Holiness with the goal of saving her sisters. Upon entering the church, she comes across the confrontation occurring between Grid and Pope Drevigo. The Pope murmurs an incantation for a spell while surrounded by divine light. Isabel warns the protagonist that divine magic is stronger and asks him to dodge it instead of blocking it. Drevigo murmurs the goddess's wrath ability. The protagonist is not willing to back down and is hit by the Church of Rebecca's most powerful attack. Isabel, for her part, protects Rin from the spell's shockwave. The Pope is exhausted after casting the ability, but as he clears the smoke and dust, he grits his teeth in disbelief. "It's impossible," he shouted, unable to believe that Grid had blocked the goddess's wrath. The onlookers also cannot believe what the protagonist has done, while Rin apologizes to Isabel and Damian. She thought that obeying the Pope was serving the church, but ended up harming everyone, so now she is willing to fight against the Pope. We see that the weapon Grid wields is Ikiel's sword, one of the 3 divine artifacts. Grid removes his cloak and warns his companions that he will not let anyone interfere in his hunt and will kill anyone who does. He exclaims that Drevigo is his prey and that he himself will finish off this trash. Damian cannot believe that the protagonist is so powerful, and his task now is to empower him, using his ability to increase attack power and accuracy by 80% for 3 minutes. The Pope continues to not believe that he has resisted the power of the goddess. The protagonist draws the replica of Dian's sleeve. Drevigo grits his teeth for underestimating Grid, and the latter launches an attack against the Pope. The Pope ridicules the protagonist for launching useless attacks while he still has his light shield, but Drevigo notices that there is something different about this attack. The blow penetrates his defense, throwing him against the wall. "How did you penetrate my shield?" he asked, rising injured. Grid replies that he cannot block physical attacks with magical power and reveals that he used the Golden Shine ability of Dian's sleeve, which inflicts 1000% of Grid's damage on enemies in a straight line. Grid shouts for him to die already so he can drop items, and he charges in, activating the Link ability. The Pope did not think that this attack would hurt him so much, so he must heal as quickly as possible. A window informs Grid that the Link ability of Pagma's fencing has leveled up to level 2. Now it has more damage, and the number of strikes he can chain has increased by 5 attacks. Further on, he continues healing. "I will follow you, cutting," warned the protagonist, and then uses Link, chaining 17 attacks. The Pope is at his limit after receiving all these impacts. He pushes the protagonist away with a light shield, then orders him to die and uses the goddess's wrath again. Multiple attacks head towards the protagonist. The Pope is already celebrating his victory as the rays impact the prota. Windows notify the protagonist that he is taking a lot of damage, unlike what was happening before. The golden discs cannot block so many attacks at once. Drevigo mocks the pathetic end of the infidel, but someone grabs him by the arm. A bloodied protagonist appears from behind the smoke curtain. Drevigo cannot hide his surprise. How did he survive? Remember that there were so many times I should have died. But why don't you die? The frightened Pope wondered. He asks Grid, terrified, how he survived, and the protagonist replies that he warned him before, saying that now he is screwed. While a window explains to us that he survived thanks to the immortality ability, a legend does not die so easily. Drevigo asks again why he is still alive, in a furious tone, but the protagonist responds this time with the assassinate ability of Pagma's fencing. Disappearing, Drevigo curses the protagonist, determined to finish off the Pope. As he dies, the Pope emits a blinding light, and the onlookers cannot believe Grid's feet. Windows inform Grid that he has defeated the 13th Pope. As rewards, he acquired the essence of the goddess, holy light armor, holy light gloves, and the holy light crown. He also gained 95 million experience points and 500 gold. With the experience, he leveled up 20 levels and is currently at level 170. The protagonist collapses from exhaustion, and his new friends rush to rescue him. Grid exclaims that he is so tired that he cannot move a finger, but the system does not let him rest and informs him that he has completed the mission. His affinity with the Rebecca Church has reached its maximum, and now he must speak with Isabel to receive the blessing on Pabranium. Grid gets up to finish everything he came to do. Rebecca's daughters thank the protagonist with tears in their eyes for his actions. Thanks to him, the honor of the goddess and the church has been saved. Damian is surprised that a single person defeated the Pope. Without him, Rebecca's daughters would not have been protected. Moreover, thanks to him, Damian was able to complete his class change mission to become a goddess's agent. He can now become the Pope and lead the Rebecca Church. He also obtained the skills that come with his new class and unlocked the Dignity statistic. Damian thinks that most hidden classes are of rare category, and there are only 3 hidden classes of epic category. But he obtained a hidden class of unique category, that is, below legendary but above epic, and all thanks to Grid. Therefore, he thinks that one day he will repay the favor. Then, Grid opens his mouth. "Isabel, you aren't thinking of paying this back just with words, are you?" he said, implying that the church was very rich and demanding his money. He comments that his helmet, cloak, and armor were damaged, and that they still haven't returned his shield. The true personality of the protagonist surprises the onlookers even more than his achievements. Damian thinks that his name definitely matches his personality. The protagonist comments that there is something even more important and asks Isabel if she can bless these 2 golden discs. Surprised by the protagonist's request, Isabel comments that it is possible to bless them. She holds them and begins to murmur the blessing. Then, the Pabranium rises and starts to shine. Windows inform that they have been blessed, and therefore have gained the healing ability. Now, the health recovery speed of the owner increases by 300%. Grid is surprised because the metal can acquire abilities, in addition to having its own will. Perhaps it can gain more abilities by receiving the rest of the blessings. Then, Isabel takes Grid's divine shield and exclaims that she will return it to Grid, as agreed. Grid thinks that the blessing he will find most difficult to obtain is Yatin's, due to their relationship as enemies. But if they do not do it, Grid will force them to give the blessing by force. Isabel comments that it will be difficult to give Grid a monetary compensation, as she will have to use the church's funds to rebuild the Vatican, and asks Grid to accept the shield as compensation. The protagonist comments that it is a pity, but he will accept it, as he still has a long way to go. Damian is sad because Grid is leaving so soon. He thanks him for saving them and exclaims that, although he was not of much help this time, he will repay the favor one day. He then asks if he can rub his cheeks on the golden discs, as they touched Isabel's breasts. The embarrassed girl retaliates with a flying kick. If you don't want those 2 balls rubbing in your face, you have to subscribe to the Nerd Recap channel. The protagonist remembers something and comments that he has another request regarding his next destination, to which the saint replies that she cannot accompany him, as she will be busy with the reconstruction of the church. The protagonist irritates the girl by exclaiming that he does not want the company of an irritable little girl, and asks her to write a letter of introduction for him. Elsewhere in Satisfy, Tobias complains because his friends did not want to help him with a mission. He thinks it is an SS category mission, and the reward is a legendary sword. It is a unique opportunity he obtained for being the best paladin of the Juder Church. Tobias thinks that, because it is a difficult mission, no one wants to help him, but some people interrupt his thoughts, commenting that they are already here. They ask where they would start. They are the new members and are the only ones who decided to help him. They are not familiar to him, but since they are rankers, they would help him complete his mission. Standing up, Tobias comments that they have to go recover something. Their destination is the Holy See of the Rebecca Church. Here it is explained that Juder, the god of health and wisdom, and Dominion, the god of war, are both sons of the goddess Rebecca, and that is why the Dominion and Juder churches have maintained a close relationship, serving the Rebecca Church. However, the members of each religious body have their own ambitions. The leader of the Juder Church explains to Tobias that he cannot tolerate that Drevigo brings disgrace to the papal position, exclaiming that the followers of Rebecca must also be wishing for the rise of a new pope. He comments that if there are no candidates in the Rebecca Church, he himself must take on the responsibility of being the new pope. The responsibility of being the new pope is presented to us as Pascal, the 11th leader of the Juder Church. Tobias comments that the 5th Pope Franz was selected from the Juder Church, so, with precedence, it is very possible that Tobias, the best paladin of the Juder Church and the first in the paladin ranking, can do something for the church leader. He orders him to recover Franz's treasure from the Rebecca Church, if he can prove that he is his descendant. Pascal exclaims that he could be the next pope. A mission appears for Tobias. Pascal dreams of being the 14th pope and wants to prove to the Rebecca Church that he is a descendant of Franz. The player's mission is to recover Franz's treasure and deliver it to Pascal. As a reward, he will level up 5 times and obtain the Sword of Wisdom. If Pascal's plan to become pope fails, he will be ruined and the paladin will be hated by Pascal. Tobias thinks that the ranking among the top rankers varies with a small greed for experience. Currently, he is in 68th place in the unified ranking, being level 232. If he levels up 5 times, he can considerably increase his position, in addition to obtaining the legendary rank Sword of Wisdom, which has almost 400 attack points and restores the cooldown time of his skills with attacks, being usable only by the best paladin of the Juder Church. He thinks that, even being legendary, it has little attack power, but the effect of restoring the usage time of a skill will allow for consecutive attacks. With this, he could gain more levels. He still thinks that he does not please Grid, so this mission is a good opportunity to get a good item. The leader of Juder explains that the spy they have in the Vatican will inform the location of the treasure and wishes him luck on his mission. Tobias asks for information about the treasure and exclaims that he will start immediately. Returning to the present, Tobias remembers that the clan agreed to help him, but when they learned it was the Vatican, they refused. He thanks the new members for their help and warns that they may have to fight against the daughters of Rebecca. One of the new members comments that it will be resolved one way or another, but in exchange, they want to meet the man with the skull helmet. This player is introduced as Box, the first in the ranking of enchanters and 232nd in the unified ranking. Tobias recognizes him as an infamous heartbreaker. He heard that he broke so many hearts that there is even a group called the Killbox group. The enchanter is one of the most difficult classes in the game due to the difficulty of using magical power to control and influence the target. Tobias thinks that his place in the unified ranking is the lowest in the clan, but he is the best in his class, so much is expected of him. As the others are also rankers, he reassures Tobias upon seeing him. The girl is named Asuka and has the Berserker class, while the man is named Black Teddy and has the Summoner class. The Paladin thinks that the new members are strangely interested in Grid and comments that he will not reveal his identity until he can fully trust them. Box comments that they treat him like a treasure and know it very well, which is why they offered to help. He opines that they want to meet him someday, but in the meantime, they would gain the trust of the clan's personal leader. These words bother Tobias, who becomes nervous. He comments that they have been walking for 2 days, so they must be close to the Vatican. Then they see a glow in a tree, the spy signal that the leader spoke of. The spy is there to inform the location of the treasure. Tobias asks the new members to wait a moment while he goes to receive the message from the church. Asuka exclaims that it is very boring and wonders why the clan protects such a simple player. Teddy asks her to calm down, as they are already close to the Vatican. Asuka asks Box if they will really meet the man with the skull helmet if they help on this mission, to which the player replies that he is not sure, but they have no other way to gain the favor of the clan's personal leader. Asuka does not want to waste time, so she comments that she will continue on with Black Teddy. She asks Box to catch up with them later. Box proposes to go together, but Asuka exclaims that she is tired of waiting and orders Teddy to follow the path. Meanwhile, Tobias shouts in surprise. The spy tells him that it is true and that he saw with his own eyes. The Pope was brutally executed by a person blessed by the gods, the spy told Tobias. The paladin asks for the name of the person, but the spy could not obtain that information. All he knows is that he is strong enough to face the Pope alone with his sword. Tobias thinks that the NPC is referring to a player when he says he was blessed by the gods, but he cannot believe that a single person managed to defeat one of the most powerful NPCs in the game. He thinks it could have been Krogel, the first in the unified ranking, whom they talk so much about. Tobias heard that his power is so transcendent that not even the entire clan together could defeat him, but he reasons that it could have been a powerful unknown person, like the girl named Euphemina, who easily defeated Faker. Tobias asks about the situation of the daughters of Rebecca, as they are the ones guarding the Vatican. Were they also defeated? But the spy comments that they are safe. He explains that the relationship between the Vatican and the daughters of Rebecca has been very tense, so this could have been their rebellion against the Pope, and perhaps that is why they did not protect the Vatican. Tobias was unaware that the relationship was so bad, and now that the Pope is dead, the situation in the Vatican must be chaotic. This could facilitate the theft of Franz's treasure, so he thanks the spy for the information and asks for the location of the treasure. Later, Box hears the paladin return and asks if he finished his business, to which Tobias responds affirmatively and asks why he is alone. Box replies that Miss Asuka got tired of waiting and Teddy decided to accompany her. He comments that, according to what he heard, Black Teddy is Miss Asuka's assistant in real life. Box notices that Tobias is nervous and asks if he is okay, to which the paladin replies that the context of the mission changed a bit suddenly. Tobias reveals that he does not need to go to the Vatican, comments that the location of the treasure has changed, and shares it with the group. Then a loud crash catches the boys' attention. There seemed to be smoke, and they deduce that it could be Asuka hunting because she is bored. Therefore, they decide to go and meet again. With the information Tobias has now, he thinks there is no need to go to the Vatican right now and, therefore, they can avoid a confrontation with Rebecca's daughters. However, something doesn't seem right, as the mission is still SS level. At this moment, Box informs that the radar indicates the treasure is right in front of them, so perhaps Asuka has found the target. It is then that they see the player and decide to increase their speed to meet up, going with Asuka. Teddy asks if she is okay, to which the girl replies yes. The summoner agrees and begins to summon a black bear, a large beast that appears right behind them. The other group spots the creature from afar, so they run towards them. Tobias notices something, and Box arrives at the location. Asuka asks if this is really a mission to recover a treasure, while Tobias connects the dots in his mind. The guys discuss that there is no treasure anywhere. Tobias remembers that the leader ordered to bring back the treasure of Franz. When asking the spy about the treasure's location, the spy said that the guy who defeated the Pope took the treasure. Tobias asked if Rebecca's followers would allow that, and the spy reveals that Rebecca's followers only lamented not being able to give anything more to the guy. Back in the present, the black bear strikes, but is defeated before it can do anything. Tobias starts to piece everything together and remembers that Franz's treasure is the holy crown, the armor, and the gloves of light, which can only be used by the descendant of Franz. The spy also revealed that the stranger was able to use the light armor for a moment. After defeating the bear, a familiar voice is heard attacking suddenly. It is the protagonist who recognizes Tobias among the players attacking him. A chill runs down Tobias's spine as he remembers the mission. Then, Grid asks Tobias if he was the one who ordered them to attack. Tobias did not expect to find the blacksmith here. Grid asks for an explanation from his guildmate, while a bear is summoned behind them. This bear directly hits the protagonist, dealing a lot of damage to Grid, who then activates Doran's ring, restoring half the health he lost. Tobias orders a ceasefire, exclaiming that he is also a guild member, but Asuka continues to attack the protagonist. Grid thinks that the girl's damage is also quite high, so upon seeing her attack power statistics, he deduces that they are rankers, yet he is still taking a lot of damage. Grid wonders if it is because he is not using any defensive equipment. When Asuka launches another attack, Grid dazzles everyone with a blinding golden light, and the girl is repelled by the impact. The protagonist lands and reveals the reward he dropped, the treasure of the fifth Pope Franz, the legendary Holy Crown of Light, which grants 20 defense, 300 points in intelligence attributes, and 200 points in dignity. The legendary Holy Armor of Light, granting almost 1000 defense, a high chance to completely resist black spells, a 300% increase in magical recovery effects, a 40% reduction in physical attacks, and a 50% reduction in magical attacks. And lastly, the legendary Holy Gauntlets of Light, with 130 defense points, a 20% increase in attack speed, 40% accuracy, and the chance to activate 5 consecutive attacks and counterattacks. Grid looked imposing with the holy set, and by using all 3 items from the set, his defense increased by 500 points and his health by 600 points. The only condition for use is to be Franz. Grid asks if he is okay and proclaims that these are the new items he obtained. Tobias immediately recognized the holy set of light and couldn't believe it when it was mentioned in the mission. But then it means that Grid defeated the Pope and took his battle equipment. Watching in disbelief, Tobias wonders how he did this alone, even when just a few weeks ago he was only level 100. This was good news for Tobias, as if he could get Grid to help him, he could complete his mission. But when he calls the protagonist, he is defending himself from an attack from Asuka. The paladin grits his teeth and prays that the new members do not irritate Grid. The girl identifies Grid's great sword and asks if he is the psychopathic butcher and if he really took down the giant guild by himself. Grid replies not to call him that now that he is using such a magnificent new set and pushing her away with a strike. He asks why she attacked him for no reason. Teddy orders his bear to attack the protagonist, but it is pierced by Grid's killing skill. However, it begins to regenerate in front of the protagonist. Observing the summoner, the protagonist wonders if it is some skill of his, when the latter uses the Berserk skill, which grants immunity to states for summoned creatures for 10 seconds and doubles all their stats. The bear is surrounded by a purple aura and is ready to finish off the protagonist, but Grid uses Pagma's sword restriction spell, and now no one can touch him for 3 seconds. Teddy is surprised because Grid could deal damage to a white bear, a level 280 warrior in Berserk mode, and on top of that, he blocked it. Launching himself at the girl, Grid threatens, saying that if she starts a fight, she must finish it. Asuka feels overwhelmed by Grid's swordsmanship. She cannot believe he wields such a large sword at this speed, but a smile escapes her, as the harder a fight is, the stronger Berserker-class users become. She then uses the frenzied sword skill on the protagonist, which causes 9 consecutive strikes, but Grid addresses the girl, who is surprised that her attack had no effect. Grid comments that it is thanks to his new items and now he would show her what consecutive attacks really are. After that, he activates Pagma's sword link skill, chaining a series of cuts on the player, who falls to the ground from the damage. The intimidating protagonist asks the purpose for which they attacked him before. "You called me a psychopath. Let me show you what will happen if you don't answer properly," said the protagonist with malicious laughter. But the paladin steps in front of the protagonist, deflecting his sword. The grumpy Grid asks his companion how he dared to interrupt him from behind. Tobias apologizes, saying he did nothing. Grid explains that his words do not match his actions, but the paladin tries to explain that his body moved on its own. He explains to the protagonist that it was Box, the new guild member, a linker who can control his targets. The latter thanks Tobias. Box thinks he used the puppet skill, the ultimate attack of a linker, with which he can control the target with magical power, but it only lasted 3 seconds. Looking at the paladin, he thinks that if he used the puppet skill on a monster, the effect would last 5 minutes, and even on players, it should last 30 seconds, but the number 1 paladin's magical resistance was astonishing, thinking it was a shame to waste his skill like that. He introduces himself to Grid, explaining to the protagonist that they recently joined the guild and are now helping Tobias with a mission. Upon seeing him, Grid thinks that Box is quite a handsome guy, so he must be evil, but tells the protagonist that Tobias's mission is to kill him. Grid cannot believe this. He directly asks, "Are you really going to kill your guildmate?" The paladin apologizes, saying it is a misunderstanding. He explains that his mission is to execute the person who killed the Pope, but he did not know that the target was the protagonist. He explains that it is not necessary to fight and comments that his mission will be completed as soon as he gets the holy set of light, then asks the protagonist to sell it to him. From the bear's mouth, Grid asks if he should believe him now or when Tobias dies. Tobias quickly orders Teddy to release his guildmate. The protagonist is willing to help Tobias, as he is a guildmate, and asks how much he is willing to pay. The player responds gratefully that he would pay $2,000 for each piece,
totaling $10,000. Grid asks if he is joking, as he wants to receive $2 million for each piece of the set. Tobias negotiates, saying it is an absurd price and that he couldn't use it anyway. The protagonist replies that he can, and that it looks very good on him. Tobias asks him to reconsider, as it is his first SS rank mission. Grid knows that the equipment will not be useful for Tobias, but he is underestimating the capability and value of this legendary equipment. The paladin kneels and asks him to sell it for 2,200 gold each, as he needs it, but the protagonist tells him to go away. The paladin knows that the protagonist will not reach an agreement if he does not pay what he asks. It is then that he receives a private message from Box, asking why he doesn't just defeat him without further ado. Tobias looks at the new guild member, confused. The linker reveals to Tobias that they want to fight with all their strength against Grid. They are willing to defeat him and hand over the paladin's equipment, asking him to just stay out of it. Tobias debates in his head about betraying a member of his guild. The paladin is unaware of when Grid will forge him special equipment, and with the inferior equipment he currently carries, he would only delay the guild. But was it enough reason to betray the absolute trust of the guild? Thinking of the legendary sword they would give him as a reward, the paladin makes a decision, sends another private message to Box, asking him to pretend to be using his magic on him. Then, Grid realizes that Asuka and Teddy are receiving the paladin's enhancer. The protagonist turns around, knowing that the only paladin present is Tobias, who apologizes to the protagonist, pretending to be under the effects of the linker, although inside he thinks that the protagonist asked for this, and asks him to consider him a sacrifice for the guild. Grid notices that Tobias is acting strangely, but he will not waste the opportunity to test his current strength and the new items against real rankers. Box, for his part, wants to savor for himself the hidden class that defeated the giant guild. Asuka is the one who initiates the combat, summoning a spear, using the frenzied spear skill on the protagonist, causing 50% damage to targets within the attack range and lifting them into the air for 0.8 seconds. The player mentions that this is her favorite spear, the Hell Halberd, and with it, she uses a stun that would leave the protagonist unprotected for a while. Grid responds with a strike she does not expect, asking why she is not in the air. With a bear lifting her on his back, Grid heard that the Berserker class can use all kinds of weapons, in addition to having good defense, and that she was being enhanced by the bastard Tobias. The protagonist uses Pagma's sword wave skill, which inflicts 155% of his attack power in a 1-meter range, throwing them back after receiving the damage. Asuka is surprised because Grid could take 25% of her health with one attack, in addition to having pierced her unique rank armor. It is then that Box uses the magical power resonance skill on his companions. This skill increases the enhancer effect that his group has by 1.5 times, and then uses the magical gun skill on Grid. Despite the great characteristics of his new armor, the protagonist is barely taking damage. Box cannot believe that with all these attacks he has only dealt 300 damage, but he is attacked by the protagonist's Vibranium while he is lost in his thoughts. Then, Grid uses the Transcend skill to launch ranged attacks with his sword, but the boys are protected by Tobias's shield. Still, the paladin wonders who the hell Grid is, as even with his epic shield, he is taking quite a bit of damage. Grid directly asks why the hell he is acting this way. The paladin tries to apologize, but the girl steps forward and proposes to talk to Grid, commenting that she will explain why they were looking for him. She mentions that just as there are so many hidden classes, there are also people who sell information about them. She clarifies that this information serves to know and buy the best hidden class, and the best way Asuka had to obtain information about people with hidden classes was by fighting against them. She demands that Grid teach her how he obtained his hidden class, and if he does, she is willing to pay so much money that the protagonist could not spend it. She offers 120 million Korean wons. Tobias reasons that this must have been the girl's true intention and the reason why they were so interested in Grid. Everyone knows it is a very tempting offer for Grid, who is very ambitious for money. But the paladin wonders what Grid will really do. It is then that Grid opens his mouth with a figure, 1 billion Korean wons, meaning the girl offered 8 digits, but Grid demanded 13 digits. The girl cannot believe the amount Grid is asking for, almost unreal. Teddy knows that 1 billion is an exorbitant amount. Not even the daughter of a wealthy family like Asuka's could pay it. The latter asks the protagonist if he is crazy, to which Grid replies that it would not be such a hidden class if he told people how to obtain it. He explains to the girl that not everything can be bought with money and asks them to leave now that they have their answer, as he must complete a mission as quickly as possible to go on a date. Tobias thinks that the price Grid asked for is absurd,
but the information he has is worth it. However, if they fight, he thinks Grid will regret rejecting the offer, as a battle with rankers is on another level. Grid provokes Asuka, exposing that he calls her little girl for the faces she makes when she receives an attack so far, and decides that he will show the true level difference between them by activating the link skill. Asuka expresses that if she cannot obtain information from Grid, she will do so by observing his power with her own eyes. In the background, it informs that by receiving so much damage, she maximized the Berserker effect. Her attack rose by 80% and her speed by 50%. With this, she impacts a blow of 5,000 damage on the protagonist. Box urges Tobias to join the fight to know the true strength of the protagonist, as this information would also be beneficial for the Sadaka Guild. The Paladin decides that he will do it, as he wants to know the protagonist's limits. It is then that both players activate enhancers on the player, lifting the protagonist with a strike from her spear. He did not expect the girl's great increase in strength, which even lifted him. It is then that Asuka uses her hell chains, while Grid wonders how many weapons the girl has. His thoughts are interrupted by Teddy's bear, which heads directly for the protagonist, but Grid sends it away, striking it with his Pabranium discs. "Let's see how far your body can go now that you don't have the golden discs around," Asuka said threateningly, and drawing a sword, she uses the Great Sword Charge skill and impacts directly on Grid's chest. The protagonist screams in pain, and the attack dealt almost 30,000 damage. Tobias apologizes to Grid, as his actions had no excuse. Then, a glow surrounds the protagonist, and Asuka is repelled by the radiance. The protagonist murmurs that this time he thought he would die. We see that, thanks to Doran's ring, he restored half the damage received, but by using the Holy Armor of Light, this healing increases by 300% and he recovered almost 40,000 health. Asuka cannot believe what she is seeing and asks if he is really human. Teddy grabs the girl to protect her and sends his bear to attack. "Do you think you can get away with it after piercing me in the chest?" asks the furious protagonist, and using the assassination skill, he splits the bear's summon and Asuka in two. In front of Grid, windows appear informing that Asuka and Teddy have died. The linker thinks that Grid's strength rivals that of rankers and is above all his expectations. "It was worth finding him," he murmurs. He asks the protagonist to leave the Sadaka Guild and join them, as he came to recruit him. But before he could mention the name of his guild, he is cut in two by Grid. A window informs Tobias that another member of his group has died, and he cannot believe that Grid just took out 3 rankers. Grid praises Tobias's performance, as his enhancing skills almost killed him. Tobias cannot believe Grid's strength, but before that, he kneels before the protagonist, reveals that he has no excuse, it was his own decision to turn his back on a comrade, and apologizes to Grid, clarifying that he wanted to become stronger, no matter how, which is why he needed to complete the mission, although his actions are still unforgivable. Grid responds that if he tells Jishuka what happened, the Paladin will be expelled, but the latter comments that he will accept the punishment for his actions. Grid observes him thoughtfully and makes a decision. The protagonist understands that Tobias is desperate to obtain an item and is last on Grid's list. He reasons that he has enjoyed the benefits of being in the clan, so he will set the matter aside. However, from now on, Tobias will be his slave and will do everything Grid says. In exchange, the protagonist will forge an item for Tobias, who thanks him, thinking it is not a great punishment. Grid asks him to get up, as they must go complete a mission, but first demands that he hand over all the money he has with him. Otherwise, he will tell everything to the clan. Meanwhile, at the SA Group facilities, the developers of Satisfy hold an urgent meeting of the directors. They comment that Satisfy is a worldwide absolute success, with 20 million customers, which gives them influence and power superior to other companies. The director explains that this influence is even greater in Korea, as it generates many jobs and income for the country. Therefore, the Korean government sent a request the day before. The director explains that this is the reason for the meeting they are in. Continuing the story, at the SA Group meeting, those present question what international competition means. The director clarifies that they will rank the top 100 players from a unified ranking of each country to form teams and organize a tournament in Korea. The Korean government will be in charge and has asked the SA Group to design, promote, and sponsor the event. One of the developers opines that they are not a charity for the government to ask for things for free. Moreover, there are already hundreds of companies that organize tournaments of this type, questioning whether they should really spend their resources on this. One of the directors supports his point, as hiring a famous ranker costs hundreds of millions of wons. Director Yuang Min believes that if it is an international tournament for a game that 1/3 of the population enjoys, it will attract a lot of attention, being an interesting event to further enhance the game's popularity and the SA group's influence in the world. President Hun deduces that the costs of broadcasting rights will be enormous, and branch director Kim Ji-nong proposes turning it into an annual tournament. The lead developer thinks it is a good idea to create patriotism within Satisfy by accepting the government's request. However, Operations Chief Yoon Nahi interrupts the conversation to propose some improvements. First, she points out that the balance between countries is not equal, explaining that in the unified ranking there are 23 Americans and only 2 Koreans, which would not be a fair international competition. One of those present proposes reducing the sample by selecting the top 30 from the ranking and choosing a celebrity from each class. However, June thinks that if they do that, they cannot consider it an international tournament, and it would be too much work to coordinate each celebrity. Additionally, he informs that yesterday at 11 p.m., Eura reached level 280. This news delights a Eura fan, especially now that Korea has lost the title of best country in electronic games. Another attendee is surprised by this, as it would mean that the other players in the top 5 are above level 280, thinking that the rankers are leveling up very quickly. According to his calculations, they would reach level 280 in the next 2 months, but they did it before their predictions. June opines that the capabilities of the rankers go beyond their calculations, which seems exaggerated to his colleague. June uses a player named Regis as an example, explaining that he does not use weapons to keep the spirit of Taekwondo pure and still reached first place in the martial artist class. This surprises those present, who opine that if he equipped a brass knuckle, he could be even stronger. June returns to the main point, clarifying that he mentioned Eura because if they approve the international competition, they will need 3 months for preparation and promotion, and if the speed at which players level up continues, the top 5 will surpass level 300, which means there will be users who will reach their 3rd advancement. He states that in the last 5 months, the number of players who reached level 200 has increased exponentially, and there are more than 1,000. He comments that the difference may seem like one level, but a user at level 199 is at their first advancement, and upon leveling up to 200, they obtain their 2nd advancement, equivalent to a 50-level difference, and this difference will be even greater between the 2nd and 3rd advancements. The lead developer reveals that they will equate the difficulty of obtaining the 3rd advancement to that of obtaining a hidden class, making users who obtain it very powerful compared to others, and therefore, the results of the tournament will be very predictable. At this point, they cannot change the system, and he asks the financial manager for proposals. He responds that it would be complicated to limit participants according to their ranking, proposing to select participants through a mission. This way, they could encourage players to participate in the category they wish, tracking the users who participated in the mission and selecting participants for each country. The president thinks it is a brilliant idea, as this way everyone would have the same starting line and it would facilitate the selection of participants. Meanwhile, in the game, we are at the headquarters of the Dominion Church, where the leader is startled to hear that they want the blessing of the Dominion Church, as this is granted in a sacred ritual that occurs once a year for a selected group of devoted believers. She explains that even bringing the best paladin of the church, Juder, as support, and having a letter of recommendation from a daughter of Rebecca, it will not be easy. Rhonda thinks that the protagonist seems stubborn, but his eyes are genuine and leave a very peculiar impression. Tobias introduces the protagonist as the one who punished Malik and defeated the corrupt Pope Devigo. This surprises the leader of Dominion, as if it is true, he would have already been blessed by the goddess Rebecca. Tobias thinks he has fulfilled what Grid asked of him by introducing him this way, so now everything depends on Rhonda, who formally introduces herself to Grid and comments that if everything said before is true, she will grant the divine blessing. Grid murmurs that it was easy and asks her to bless his golden discs. Tobias cannot believe Grid's influence, as the Pope and the church leaders have tens of millions of followers, and even kings respect them, as they are authorities beyond imagination. Still, such eminences bow before a user, and while Rhonda blesses the discs, the paladin wonders how important Grid is. Later, the protagonist is surprised by the characteristics of the blessed Povranium upon receiving the blessing from the Dominion Church. Now, the owner's attack increases by 15%, while the protagonist celebrates euphorically. The paladin asks him to lower his voice, as they are in the territory of level 260 griffins. Moreover, the latter opposes the idea of going to the Juder Church without Franz's treasure, as Pascal would be very angry with him. The protagonist responds that it is not his problem and orders his slave paladin to take him to the Juder Church. Tobias curses himself for not realizing it sooner and asks Grid to at least crawl on the ground, as the place was really dangerous. Grid thinks that Tobias is trying to be an American soldier, but the paladin clarifies that he is misinterpreting, as he is not joking and it is for his own good. Grid informs that he was planning to hunt griffins to use them as materials, as he even used them in Pon's spear, and asks the paladin if he believes he cannot defeat a griffin. Tobias calculates that Grid must be in the top 10 of the unified ranking, considering only his attack power, as he can defeat a group of top rankers alone, but argues that in this canyon there are too many level 260 griffins, and he assumes that if they swarm too much, even the top 1 Kroggle could not handle them. Then, Tobias turns around, realizing that the protagonist has moved away from him, and notices that he is now wearing Malik's cloak on his back. A level 290 griffin leader appears along with a complete horde of monsters attracted by the blood scent of the cloak. The paladin knows he is dead. Grid orders him to run so he can hunt the griffins and threatens to tell Jishuka everything that happened if he takes off the cloak. Tobias believes that God has abandoned him and runs to escape the griffins, cursing his luck, as a level 290 leader has appeared. Equipped with his new set, the protagonist orders him to keep running while he takes care of the smaller griffins. Grid finishes off one of the griffins with a sword strike, and Tobias increasingly doubts that Grid is human, while the paladin dodges an attack from the griffin boss. It is explained that the boss monsters in Satisfy can be classified into 3 general types. First, there are hidden bosses, like Malik or Devigo. Then, there are dungeon bosses that reside at the deepest level of a dungeon. Lastly, there are field bosses, like this griffin. This last type of monster bosses is the weakest among the 3 types, but their stats are 4 times higher than a common monster, and hunting a common griffin without help is already an impossible feat. Tobias thinks he cannot hold out without help. Then, the protagonist appears, piercing the griffin boss with a skill Assassinate, delivering a critical hit, and activating the passive of 5 consecutive strikes from the Sacred Gauntlets of Light, causing Grid to deal almost 300,000 points of damage and finish off the boss with 1 blow. Then, he emits a strong light, and the windows notify the protagonist that by defeating the griffin boss, he obtained 4.5 million experience points, leveling up, in addition to obtaining 3 griffin tendons, 4 units of griffin leather, 7 griffin bones, and a book with the spell Tornado. Tobias is once again surprised by Grid and cannot believe he finished off a field boss with a single attack. He wonders if perhaps he did not use all his strength to defeat Box and the others. Although the protagonist, in turn, is also surprised, as the Pope's health was 300,000 points and he would have almost defeated him with this attack. This is due to the fact that the Assassinate skill leveled up to level 2, increasing the attack power by 1800%, combined with the Blacksmith's Fury, the power increase from the Dine Sleeve passive, and the 200 stat points he gained from defeating Drevigo. All of this came together with the attack enhancer of the Pabranium, the effect of 5 consecutive attacks from the Sacred Gauntlets, and a critical hit. With all this combined, it is not surprising to Grid the damage dealt. Tobias asks why he dealt so much damage, to which the protagonist replies that it was pure luck. Grid changes the subject, complaining about the poor rewards that the boss monster dropped, but Tobias responds that it is extremely rare to obtain the spellbook, as the probability of the griffin boss dropping it is 0.1%. Tobias exclaims that he did not expect to hunt the griffin boss, but thanks to the protagonist, he obtained items and experience. Before finishing his sentence, he realizes something. Is he in a group with Grid? He fearfully asks the protagonist if he can join his group, but with a horde heading towards them, Grid responds that a traitor does not deserve any reward and orders him to run. At this moment, Tobias did not know how this life of slavery would bring him fortune. Meanwhile, in Winston, Irene rewards someone for their contribution to the defeat of Malik. It is Yuka, who receives the title of Baron and the village of Bayan. Now, the Sadaka clan has been recruited by Irene. Elsewhere in Satisfy, the manual explains that once every 4 months, 2 full moons overlap and become one. At this moment, a secret path reveals itself along the banks of Brinicky. Euphemina exclaims that she has finally found the way to the depths of the ocean, as the dwarf master Milev settled there after marrying a mermaid 500 years ago. The girl thinks it is the final destination of her journey in search of Milev's descendant, plays a flute, and a window informs her that by playing Aurelia's flute, she can breathe underwater for 25 minutes. As the player follows the path of light, the windows inform her that she has discovered a path mentioned only in legends, and if she creates a map of this place, she could gain great reputation and gold if she sells it to the third prince of the Saharan Empire. A side quest will be generated, and a final window informs her that she is the first discoverer of the Siren Mine. She thinks she could jump for joy for discovering this kingdom before the other 2 billion users playing Satisfy, but her priority now is to find Milev's descendant, as this way she could obtain the production method of the orb used by Mumud, the first disciple of the great mage Braham when he was still alive.
Grid, I wonder how much you have grown. You still remember that you promised to make me the orb, right? Said the girl, longing for the past.
I will bring you the production method, exclaimed Euphemina.
Meanwhile, in the village of Bairan, Tun exclaims that he only joined the clan to find the man with the skull helmet, but ended up being the security guard of a remote village.
Asuka, Teddy, and Box also wanted to find this man, but why did they leave the clan? Asks the player. Therefore, he decides to ask them directly and sends a direct message to Box, asking if he discovered the identity of the skull helmet. Box responds that he has already met him, but did not get the result he wanted, so he withdrew. Tun is surprised that they have already met the man and asks for his identity, but Vox replies that it will not be fun if he tells him, advising him to keep an open mind. Then, he offers him to join his clan after resolving matters with the Skullman, as considering Tun's attack power, he would always be welcome. Then, he bids farewell to the player. Upon hanging up, Tun reviews all the clan members to find the Skullman, and upon encountering Grid, he quickly dismisses him as just a simple blacksmith from Winston. However, he realizes that he has leveled up to 172 when he was only level 110 a month ago, and thinks it is very suspicious.
Meanwhile, Jishuka is informed that Pon and Ibelin are dealing with the monsters near the village along with the soldiers, while Faker takes care of the finances. The village is progressing rapidly, and many users are moving here, Vander revealed to Jishuka. In turn, she responds that the village has always had the potential to grow due to the multiple high-level dungeons and being just half a day away from Winston. Vander wonders where the chief of staff, Tobias, is, as it has been over a week since they refused to help him complete his mission. The clan leader and now Lady of Bayan responds that they still do not need his help, so it is all right. Meanwhile, in the windows, they inform that he now has the right to join the noble society and a territory management system has been generated. The bald man complains that Grid is not helping either, commenting that at this rate he would never get equipment from him and he is hunting alone. He has surpassed level 170 in less than a month. Jishuka thinks it is a very fast level gain and could be compared to Regis in his golden days. After seeing Braham in the maze, Jishuka researched Pagma. Apparently, he is the best blacksmith in history, while also being the strongest swordsman. The leader was unaware that Grid had inherited this power and, considering the difficulty of the mission related to his legendary class, it is understandable that it is taking him a bit longer to return. The leader hopes that Grid hurries to complete it, as she wants to see how much he has already grown. At night, elsewhere in Satisfy, Tobias begs Grid to rest, as almost 4 days have passed. Grid responds that he wants to reach level 200 and obtain the awakening of his stats. Tobias asks him to at least let him rest, as being the bait, he gains no experience. He explains that the awakening of stats increases all stats and is activated every 100 levels. He comments that it is a great benefit for common users, but for someone with a legendary class like Grid, it does not seem to be related to levels, since he has defeated 4 top rankers who were above level 200 hunted level 260 griffins without help. He is definitely stronger than those who obtained epic classes. Therefore, he directly asks how he obtained his legendary class. Grid remembers that it all started in the cave of the extreme north, where he had a horrible life, dying countless times and full of debts. The protagonist did not want to remember that, so he asks him not to ask such things. The paladin deduces from the tone in which he responded that he must have gone through many hardships. Tobias stands up and asks to stop the hunt for now to go to the sanctuary of the Judah Church, commenting that he will help complete his mission, belittling the time and effort he dedicated to obtaining his class. Grid thinks he was rude to the player and accepts his proposal. Still, he would tell the clan if he did not obey him and would accept the paladin's proposal this time because he is kind. The next day, at the Judah Church, the Pabranayam discs add Judah's blessing to their stats. In this case, thanks to the blessing of God Judah, the owner's defense increases by 15%. Grid thinks that now only the Church of Yatan is left. Pascal, in turn, asks Grid if he will really help him. The blessing granted to him is an honor as the leader of the Judah Church, to help an agent of the goddess Rebecca. I am interested in hearing the story of how you defeated the evil Malak and the corrupt Drevigo, mentioned the church leader. The protagonist did not expect this hospitality. He was ready for a battle, as he heard that he wanted the sacred set of light. Even so, he thinks he should not let his guard down, as he does not know what he is planning. Currently, he is at level 180 and all his stats exceed those of his level because he crafted items,
so he is sure he can defeat him if they fight. Pascal, in turn, wonders why he is so alert and thinks that maybe Tobias said something to him about the protagonist. Even so, he thinks he should not be hostile to someone from the church. He needs to get the sacred set of light to become pope, now that the Rebecca Church has no candidates and Dominion is not interested. Therefore, he is grateful to the player for taking down Pope Dre Vigo. He informs the protagonist that the Yaten Church is very reserved. The location of its sanctuary is still hidden to this day. If you wish to obtain the blessing of God Yaten, you must place your hopes in the future, he warned Grid. The protagonist asks if Tobias knows the location, but leader Pascal doubts he does. Then he asks about the location of his best paladin, revealing that the paladin is vomiting outside. In the castle of Winston, people wonder why there are so many people. There were hundreds of soldiers, so they wonder if the king is here for an inspection. After hearing what happened in Winston, they recognize Lady Irene, her knight, Sir Phoenix, and the Sadaka clan from Bayan, then deduce that it must be an event. Trumpets are heard, and the attendees wonder which important person they are receiving. They shout that it must be the king, as this welcome ceremony can only be for the king. But upon opening the door, the identity of the protagonist is revealed along with Tobias. The players and inhabitants are disappointed with the person they are receiving, as he looked like a beggar. However, Irene jumps to hug Grid and welcome him. The attendees did not expect to witness this sight and, with tears, she murmurs that she missed Grid. The protagonist greets who will be his wife, but the reunion is interrupted by Jishuka, who also greets the protagonist, welcomes him, and comments that they were waiting for his return. Grid praises the leader's outfit and asks if he missed anything. The news went viral. A user was warmly welcomed by Lady Irene and the new Baroness of Byran, Jishuka. The presenter informs that they are desperately searching for the identity of the user who was received by two iconic beauties. Grid exclaims that what appears on TV is him. His sister asks if he refers to the man surrounded by beauties, to which Grid responds affirmatively, explaining that he returned from a long journey and they were very happy to see him again. His sister does not believe his words and exclaims that they are too good for him, to which Grid responds that he is more popular than she thinks. His sister thinks the girls look very beautiful and confident. Grid asks if there is food at home, as he worked hard and is very hungry, to which his sister leaves exclaiming to do whatever he wants. Grid deduces that his sister is jealous. He remembers that he would marry Irene after completing his mission, which would mean he would lose his virginity on the wedding night. If you, dear viewer of the Nerd Recap, also want to lose your virginity, you should subscribe to the channel to fulfill your most intimate dreams. Back to the story, Grid's sister informs him that it is already late and everyone is going to sleep, and it is then that she comes across her intellectual and talented brother reading. She cannot believe the sight and runs to tell their parents that the protagonist is sick because Grid is studying. You don't have a twin sister? Then that makes you the most beautiful person in the world, said Grid, closing the book of love phrases that works 100% of the time. It is then that he decides to move on to the main event and searches the forum about sex and satisfy, reading a page. He thinks the game is amazing for allowing you to do this with NPCs. He thinks that real women like his ex-colleague Ah-hyung mean nothing to the protagonist now. He then reads that users can have relations once a month, provided that the partner is the users and both agree. If these conditions are not met, the function will be blocked. After reading this, Grid thinks it must be some regulation to prevent the misuse of game functions. Even so, it seems little to once a month, but those are the system rules, so he must obey them. Even so, the protagonist is willing to enjoy his first time until his member falls off. In Can's blacksmith shop, Vander cries out with tears in his eyes, asking how he managed to win the hand of a goddess like Lady Irene, while the tank cries. Pawn mocks him for his hair loss. This comment irritates the bald player, who reveals that it is the image he chose for the game and in real life he is not bald, something that the tank does not believe. Grid recently heard that Jishuka became the Lady of Byron and asks if she has time for that, to which the leader reveals that she can always make time for a clan member's wedding, exclaiming that everyone is surprised, as he will be the first player to marry an NPC. Changing the subject, the player comments that Grid seems to have become more mature. The protagonist asks about Faker, as he needs to ask something to the assassin, to which Jishuka responds that he should be nearby, but he is always hiding with his stealth. Pawn exclaims that it is no wonder he is number 1 in the assassin ranking, while Grid heads towards the shadow. There he finds Faker, who reacts in surprise. Grid comments that he obtained an item by defeating a user assassin and asks him to teach him how to use it. The assassin cannot believe he was found in a glance, even while using his stealth skill. Definitely, the protagonist has changed in a few months. Here we are revealed that the protagonist can read a person's nature and has greater moderation, thanks to the effect of his perception stat of 600 points. Holding the bag he handed him, Grid exclaims that it is a trap installation tool and a top-quality poison combination machine. Grid responds that he obtained it from a player named Sai when he defeated him, along with his companions. Faker knows the identity of the player. He is 5th in the assassin ranking, and when he says companions, he must be referring to Sniffer and Curb, then wonders how Grid defeated a group of elite assassins alone. It is then that Jishuka interrupts the conversation and mentions that it is already time, so they must get moving. In the background, Faker remembers that the leader mentioned that Grid has the ability to surpass Pawn and Regis, and taking a look, she thinks he is definitely special. Under the sunlit city, the priest cites the words to unite the couple. Both swear love to each other before the priest, while the guild members in the background cannot believe that Grid has come so far in such a short time, and all of this will also end up benefiting the Sadaka Guild. Now you can exchange the symbol of commitment, said the priest to the couple, something that Grid did not understand, taking out some rings. Irene clarifies that it refers to the exchange of rings, but asks Grid to stay calm, as her family has already prepared everything. After exchanging the rings, the priest blesses them as life partners. A window notifies the protagonist that he is using the engagement ring. If he is with the person who wears the same ring, special effects will occur. He will gain more benefits and have a stronger voice, the more his wife's favor for him increases. It also informs the protagonist that if his wife's favor is low, the worst-case scenario will be divorce. Grid has become the son-in-law of the Count, the nobility stat has opened, and all his stats have increased by 20 points. Now he can join the social circle of the nobles and will receive a monthly salary of 500 gold. The protagonist promised eternal love to Irene Winston Bonstein. You have become the husband of Lady Irene, says the priest to the protagonist. Grid comments that she looks beautiful. Then, the priest declares them husband and wife, while the attendees congratulate the couple. Among the attendees, Elderkin also congratulates, happy for his disciple, remembering how the protagonist saved his blacksmith shop and gave him a reason to live. The elder was very grateful for the sound of his hammer in the cold blacksmith shop, but now he is a noble and they could no longer be together. Upon leaving the ceremony, he thanks the protagonist and bids him farewell. However, a familiar voice calls him by name. I notice that the coal in the blacksmith shop is running out. I have to get back to work as soon as possible. So I ask for a little for myself, please, Grid asks Elder Kansas. The latter did not expect Grid to continue forging after becoming a noble, but with a smile, Grid reveals something. Your son asked me to take care of you. The elder is moved and lets a few tears escape. Then, the Count joins the conversation and mentions that he heard that Ken was a good friend of Grid. The elder formally introduces himself to the Count, but the latter asks him not to be so formal, as he could never underestimate a great blacksmith like Elder Kansas. Then, he raises his voice to start the party. The protagonist grabs Elder Can and asks him to set aside his responsibilities for today to enjoy a little. Grid's marriage to Irene, the Lady of Winston, was a celebration that allowed him to overcome the losses suffered after the battles against the Yatton Church. Another window informs that all products from Winston will be tax-free for 10 days. Users who establish Winston as their residence will gain a 50% increase in experience gained and 30% in item acquisition for the next 15 days. A final window shows that users who have settled in a city or village belonging to Count Stein will also gain a 30% increase in experience gained and 14% in item acquisition for the next 10 days. The population in Count Stein's territory increased exponentially due to this event. The village affiliated with Winston, Bayan, also flourished during this period. This marked the beginning of a new experience for the Sadaka Guild. Jishuka, in turn, exclaims that she is very busy and does not even have time to enjoy the improvement and level up. Meanwhile, Grid is on his wedding night and feels very uncomfortable, as it is the first time. Irene mentions his name, surprising him. The protagonist comments that he first met her when he came to the castle to deliver the sword he crafted and also rescued her from danger several times. She mentions that she is very grateful for that and feels relieved because of him, but also scolds herself for not being able to accept the fact that a lady who should protect her people cannot even protect herself. Grid looks at her and thinks that it is definitely a traumatic experience to be kidnapped several times and really thinks that the girl is not weak. I still lack power, but one day I will protect you, she declares to Grid. The protagonist smiles upon hearing his wife's words. Despite being gentle, she is strong. Grid raises his arm and expresses that no one has ever touched him that way, placing his hand on her cheek, exclaiming that he hoped that day would come. After that, he kissed his wife, took off Irene's piece of clothing, and that was the day Grid lost his virginity. The next day, Count Stein comments that Irene would be a countess after his death and is currently the lady of a great city. The Count respects the idea that Grid wants to focus on his work as a blacksmith, but that a commoner is the husband of a lady is not something orthodox in terms of reputation and social standing, so he asks him to accept it. He then grants the protagonist the title of Viscount. Now Grid has become a Viscount of the Eternal Kingdom as the son-in-law of Count Stein, acquiring the surname Stein. A window informs that he now has the authority to govern a territory and command soldiers. He can now hire 3 NPCs or users as knights and receive a monthly salary of 2,000 gold. The Knight Sir Phoenix reveals that, according to aristocratic law, a count can designate up to 2 viscounts and 8 barons, but the Stein family is highly regarded, so with the prestige granted to Stein, he appointed 6 viscounts, including the protagonist. "It is a title that should be useful for him in power and authority," said Grid. The protagonist thinks that, including the 500 gold he receives as a salary as the son-in-law of a count, he now earns $2,500 a month without doing anything. Then Stein asks if the wedding night was good, if his daughter requested discretion. He blushes, saying that everything was great, but inside he thinks it's a shame that it can only happen once a month. In the background, Irene blushes as she remembers her first time. The protagonist finds it frustrating not to be able to enjoy his dexterity more, but now that he has a goal, looking at his wife, he thinks he is willing to do anything to protect her. He will not put her in danger like last time. He then asks Irene to lend him some soldiers, as he needs to get stronger to protect her, planning a raid to secure his territory, wanting to defeat the guardian of the Bayan forest, who has been a threat to his people. Grid is willing to forge his first weapon design, failure. Elsewhere we see 100 soldiers formed. One of them asks why they were called, and another replies that they might be punished for causing so many problems, mentioning that there are now only about 2,000 soldiers in Winston due to the battle against the Yatton Church. They need all available men, so he doesn't believe they will be harsh with them. They ask the captain directly why they were called, but the latter knows nothing. Seeing their captain, they think that, despite being very strong, he is useless. Then a soldier asks for attention and introduces Viscount Grid in front of all the soldiers. They know he is the hero who saved Lady Irene, and they have also heard that he is an incredible blacksmith. Grid, in turn, wonders if these are the soldiers Irene prepared for him. They seem to be stronger than the common soldiers of Winston, and looking at the new sword he received from Irene, he decides that he will assess their skills before starting the raid. The commander's sword is a sword granted to military commanders designated by royalty or nobility, giving the military the advantage of being able to closely observe the skills of their soldiers, increasing the protagonist's dignity stat by 30 points, and generating the character observation ability, which allows observing personal information of allies, their current stats, the limit of their stats, and their skills. As the protagonist's perception is over 600 points, Level 3 character observation is activated. Observing one of his knights, he sees that his name is Romeo, level 196, with the skills Elite Spirit, Decent Strike, and Cool Head. It also shows a brief description of the knight, being the third son of Viscount Laniche and a disciple of Captain Phoenix, recently worried because his growth has stagnated. On the other hand, there is also Psyche, at level 185, with the skills at Lake, Situation Understanding skill, and Conventional Fencing, with excellent situational understanding, always acting according to trends and with great ambition for success, having the potential to become a commander. The protagonist thinks that the sword provides a lot of information, but he still needs to review the third NPC, named Jude, at level 103, with the skills Steel Enemy Weapon, Silence, and without thinking, being presented as a fool born in Winston, a natural warrior with extraordinary strength, but lacking intelligence, unfit for a high position. The protagonist thinks that this type has worse characteristics than the other 2 knights. But considering his level, they are actually quite high. Moreover, the maximum growth level of his stats is incredible. If he can reach his maximum potential, he will at least be twice as strong as Romeo. The protagonist thought. Although his intelligence is terrible, he is determined to help him grow so that he becomes his knight. It is then that he announces that they will defeat the guardian of the forest. Upon hearing this, Romeo is surprised by the declaration and exclaims that it will be impossible with 100 men, even taking all the troops from Winston. It would be difficult to defeat him, and they would at least need 2 great wizards, of which Winston has none at that level. He then asks if he would ask for help from the Sadaka clan of Byron, but Grid says they will do it with just this number of soldiers. Grid wants to gather all the blue orichalcum to forge the failure, so he does not want to include the clan. Besides, he is enough to defeat the Guardian. Finally, our protagonist had the moment he had been waiting for. Now we just have to keep rooting for his growth. If you don't want to miss the upcoming releases, subscribe to the channel and leave a like. This is very important for us, as well as the comments, which generate engagement for the channel. I look forward to seeing you in the next Nerd Recap. Meanwhile, at the Sadaka clan headquarters, Vander asks the leader to speak with the protagonist so that he remembers him. Supposedly, he was supposed to craft my equipment now, but he has been hiding since his wedding. Jashuka clarifies that the protagonist is not hiding and heard that he was going on an expedition against the Guardian of the Forest. Tobias remembers the Guardian, mentioning that when he first met Grid, he was trying to join the expedition against the Guardian of the Forest. Therefore, he wonders if he will be seeking something. Vander thinks it is very petty because he didn't tell the clan anything, but Jashuka defends Grid, commenting that he likes to do things alone. Jashuka also had in mind to talk to Grid about item crafting, because even if he doesn't do it himself, he will realize the importance of a clan when he fails in his expedition, especially at this time of year, said the clan leader. Returning with the protagonist. 4 days have passed since Grid started the expedition in the Grey Forest. The soldiers are exhausted and think it is torture to fight for 4 consecutive days without rest. They knew there were strong monsters, but they didn't expect there to be so many. They think they haven't had casualties because Grid sent the knights whenever things got terrible, but it didn't seem like he wanted to stop that anytime soon. More than a commander, they saw Grid as a demon. Romeo informs the protagonist that they have advanced very far and believes they cannot go any further. The protagonist asks why, and Romeo explains that there is a poisonous mist generated by a plant within a 300-meter radius near the entrance. It is still far away, but some soldiers are already suffering its effects. Grid thinks that the poisonous mist causes a fixed damage of 350 per second, so it will be difficult to cross it, as the soldier's health is only 3,000 points. Grid assumes he is completely alone now, but Jude steps forward and introduces himself into the mist. Grid thinks he is not afraid of the mist like the other soldiers. The combat training these days has made everyone stronger, but Jude fought on the front lines, and thanks to that and his potential, he has already reached level 110. Definitely, this NPC has caught the protagonist's attention. He thinks that if he continues to grow like this, he will make him his knight. But then he collapses in the middle of the mist, remembering that the knight's intelligence is only 11 points. Then, the poisonous plant and the goblins are ready to attack Jude. The knights could not get closer to save him because of the mist, but Grid eliminates all the monsters using the skill wave of Pagma's fencing. The knights were stunned by the protagonist's display of power. The protagonist asks Jude if he is okay, and he quickly gets up to respond that he is. The protagonist is surprised by his health, but still asks him to take a potion anyway, majestically holding the Dian sleeve. The protagonist comments that it is good to be brave, but asks him to think before doing something next time, as he does not have 10 lives. The knight thanks Grid for the advice. The Knights of Irene cannot believe that the protagonist defeated all those monsters at once, and even more incredible, he is a noble willing to risk his life to save a commoner. Grid raises his voice to announce that there are still many goblins left, so he groups the knights into 3 groups while he will go against the Guardian. The 3 main knights decide to follow the protagonist. Back at the Sadaka headquarters, Vander asks the leader what she meant earlier when she said that Grid would understand the importance of a clan, especially at this time of year. Jashuka replies that they have been on several expeditions against the Guardian before, and despite the entire clan participating, the Guardian was strong enough to injure them severely. But now it is the time of year when 2 full moons overlap, and the blue orichalcum that the Guardian is largely made of has infinite power during this time. Jashuka mentions that the awakened Guardian is stronger than the Pope, and even Grid could die if he is not very careful. We are in the place where the Guardian of the Forest should appear. The protagonist already knows his physical appearance, although it is nowhere to be found. He wants to craft his failure item, but the blue orichalcum can only be obtained through hunting. He managed to bring the soldiers here, so he cannot waste this opportunity. He needs 15 units of blue orichalcum to forge the failure. Even having obtained 3 units by selling the Sword of Self-Transcendence, he still needs 12 more. The protagonist kicks a stone, irritated, and buys information about the Guardian on a website, but he may have been deceived. The stone he kicked starts to move, and he smiles as he confirms that the information was correct. As something begins to emerge from the ground, Romeo orders the troops to prepare for battle. The creature fully reveals itself, but it looks very much like a human. The protagonist thinks it is 5 meters tall, realizing that the guardian is not as described on the website, but its body is made of blue orichalcum. Without warning, the guardian attacks the Knight of Irene, and the protagonist can barely react to its speed. A window indicates that the knight has died, and the protagonist cannot believe that the guardian has taken out a level 185 knight with a single blow. So, we are introduced to the awakened guardian of the forest, of unknown level. The protagonist wonders who the hell this guy is, with an incalculable combat power. Meanwhile, in Can's forge, Vander is upset because the protagonist hasn't returned yet. The player thought the protagonist would fail the mission quickly, but since he hasn't come back, he asks Khan to start crafting his equipment when the protagonist returns. He hears the elder mention something negative about the protagonist in his marriage, embarrassing the player, who thinks Khan is too close to the protagonist. Someone thanks Khan for the tea and leaves for now. Vander has never seen that guy before, and it seems the elder is very friendly with him. Then, the player whistles, and a large dragon comes flying in. The knight wonders if this dragon is his pet, and the hooded figure prepares to meet someone. Don't be surprised when you meet him. He is much more challenging now, exclaims the happy blacksmith. The masked figure knows how quickly he is growing and says goodbye after greeting the elder, after so long. Vander doesn't know if there is any rancor with a dragon as a pet and curses the newbies for growing faster than him. He wants the protagonist to craft his equipment at once. Returning to the protagonist, he orders everyone to retreat, as he cannot see. The monster's power means it must be much more powerful than the Pope. The protagonist thinks it will be an imposing challenge, but it will probably also drop more blue orichalcum. The guardian attacks again, and the protagonist prepares to intercept it with his sword, landing a critical hit on the monster, dealing 5,700 points of damage. The protagonist dealt good damage with a normal hit, taking 1% of its life. The protagonist chains hits and reasons that the awakened guardian must have lost defense and life to increase its combat power and speed. He mocks the monster for its simple attack patterns, but at the last second, the guardian dodges the protagonist's sword to deliver a direct kick. You received 13,090 points of damage. You received a lethal blow, he screams, shocked to lose a third of his life with a simple hit. Then, Doran's ring activates, along with the sacred light armor, causing the protagonist to recover almost 20,000 life points. He activates the skill Pagma's swordsmanship bind, but the monster jumps into the air, dodging his attack, and lands a powerful kick on the protagonist, who manages to protect himself with his sword. Windows indicate that the durability of Dine's sleeve has been reduced by 37 points from the blow. The protagonist cannot believe that the monster damaged his black iron sword, a high-level mineral. Undoubtedly, blue orichalcum is the second best mineral after adamantium. The protagonist activates Blacksmith's Fury with the aim of turning the monster into materials for his swords. He attacks with the skill Pagma's swordsmanship wave, managing to hit the monster, dealing 10,000 damage and reducing its speed. He doesn't wait a second to chain the skill Assassinate, but the guardian strikes the ground, causing the protagonist's attack to fail. It is the awakened guardian's opportunity to counterattack, and the protagonist is still shocked because the monster found a way to neutralize his attack. The guardian strikes the protagonist with a punch. Jude decides to help the guy who saved his life, but Romeo stops him, saying he would only be a hindrance. The guardian is very angry, and then we find out that he only struck a vibranium disc. Grid mocks the simple brainless golem, seeming to have activated Braham's boots to fly. The knights are surprised by the magnificent abilities of Viscount Grid, but the guardian jumps to reach the protagonist. Grid mocks because the monster cannot reach him and calculates that he can jump about 4 meters. He finds the monster spectacular, with combat power that surpasses the Pope and a very strong body capable of breaking black iron. But Grid sees himself capable of defeating it if he can buy some time. He wanted to test this for a long time and begins to dance in the air, activating the skill Transcend Pagma's swordsmanship, and then attacking with Bind, unleashing a barrage of powerful cuts from a distance. The orichalcum golem seems overwhelmed and takes all the protagonist's attacks. The onlookers cannot believe Grid's unreachable power. It seems the hit was critical and dealt almost 200,000 points of damage to the guardian. He is weakened on the ground, and a window informs Grid that he successfully fused a skill, generating the fused skill Transcend Bind, increasing his intelligence by 10 points. Transcend Bind will unleash a total of 20 consecutive hits that immobilize the opponent for 0.1 seconds with each hit received. This skill does not share the cooldown time of Transcend or Bind, costs 1600 mana, and has a cooldown of 900 seconds. Grid finds this incredible, and with this action, he manages to elevate Pagma's swordsmanship to level 2. The Guardian, in turn, crawls furiously on the ground, and the windows indicate that by elevating Pagma's swordsmanship to level 2, his skills and passives also improved. He thinks that obtaining a fuse skill is good, but leveling up Pagma's swordsmanship to the next level is even better, and his stats should be similar to those of a level 240. He needs to finish the mission quickly to return and forge the failure. The Guardian's life has been reduced by a third, and his attacks will not reach him while he is in the air, so it is a simple task. Grid decides to try to fuse the skilled Transcend with other skills and activates the skilled Transcend again, followed by the skill Wave. The Guardian cannot do anything and receives several consecutive attacks, in addition to having his speed reduced by the skill Wave. Grid cannot fuse these skills and thinks there must be specific combinations, besides the monster being covered by the attacks with the mineral on its back to reduce the damage. He still cannot use Assassinate due to the cooldown, so he needs to attack it more. He activates Blacksmith's Fury and attacks with more ranged hits from Transcend. His life is decreasing, but the shield on his back is mitigating the damage. Then, the duration of Transcend ends, and Grid is also reaching the limit of his stamina. He will soon be able to use Assassinate, so he disables Flight to save mana and lands a direct hit on the monster. Romeo celebrates because Grid is dominating the Guardian of the Forest and exposes that at this rate, he will be defeated. With so many hits, the monster's health has dropped to 25%, but Grid wonders when the monster completely changed color. The latter prepares something and releases a large amount of power, causing Grid to retreat. He hits a rock and is instantly hit by something. He hasn't had time to react when he sees the Guardian above him, more powerful after changing color. The Guardian subdues the protagonist, but the Vibranium discs come to his rescue, opening a gap that Grid takes to retreat. The Guardian unleashes a powerful shockwave that manages to paralyze the Vibranium. He runs towards the protagonist, who manages to protect himself again with his sword, but the durability of the sword has decreased much more than the first time, so the monster has also become more powerful. Grid had forgotten the properties of blue orichalcum. It is a mineral created thanks to the magical power of the Guardian of the Forest and the Moon, both imbued in the orichalcum. It is impossible to grant additional power to the mineral, as its magical concentration is the highest among all minerals, and it becomes stronger in darkness. Grid thinks the Guardian is very troublesome in his awakened phase and activates the flight skill, but he is grabbed by the leg. The Guardian strikes the protagonist against the ground, dealing almost 20,000 points of damage. The protagonist cannot use Assassinate or his fuse skill again, so he calculates that he has no chance of winning. The monster has overwhelming power and speed. The protagonist had never faced anything like this before. Grid thinks that the raid will fail and he will die. At this rate, a window informs him that the composure stat has been activated. Grid doesn't understand anything while taking hits. The composure stat is calming his mind. Grid mocks himself for having relaxed too much and thanks his powerful items. But when things aren't easy, you rely only on your skill, the protagonist murmured, regaining his fighting spirit. The Guardian intends to end this once and for all. Grid takes the hit but also manages to impact his attack against the Guardian. The Guardian did not expect Grid to counterattack, prepares his knee, and strikes the protagonist again, but also takes damage. He doesn't understand the situation, and Grid smiles, proposing a battle of endurance to the Guardian. "Let's see who dies first," he murmured between laughs. The protagonist and the Guardian hit each other, but Grid takes the opportunity to drink high-level potions. Between blows, he deals significant damage to the Guardian, but he is also taking a lot of damage. The Ring of Doran and the Holy Armor recover their cooldown and add 23,400 health points to the protagonist. The Golem cannot believe it but uses his speed to dodge Grid and position himself behind him. Grid orders him not to defend now and intercepts the Guardian with a direct blow to his abdomen. The latter cannot believe it. Grid charges another attack and lifts the Forest Guardian into the air, preparing to finish the fight. He activates Pagma's fencing, however. He is faster and pierces the protagonist with his attack. Grid grits his teeth and shouts that the winner will be the last one standing. The Guardian does not know how he endured this, and we see that Grid managed to hold on with his blacksmith skill. He does not die so easily. After that, he pierces the Guardian with his Assassinate skill, exclaiming that he will be the winner for having endured so much over the last 27 years. Those present are completely impressed by the spectacle. Windows inform Grid that he leveled up many times, reached level 200, and his stats awakened, improving his unique characteristics. A window informs the protagonist that he defeated the awakened forest guardian during the 2 full moons, and he shouts in celebration of the feat. A window informs him that he received as rewards 14 pieces of blue orichalcum, 3 pieces of purple orichalcum, and the amethyst shield. Then, Grid curses himself for thinking he could have extracted all the blue orichalcum before killing him. Faced with the weapon plans, he curses himself for needing one more piece of blue orichalcum to forge the sword. Although by luck, he still has the ones the auction house administrator gave him. Then, he notices that he also received a piece of purple orichalcum, a mineral that can only be obtained when the forest guardian is asleep, due to the 2 full moons. It has a unique magical power, is weaker than blue orichalcum, and is suitable for accessories. Grid thinks it must be some material for accessories, and since he has enough rings, he thinks about making a necklace. However, this shield is what worries Grid the most, an epic-level amethyst shield, and according to its description, it seems to be related to the Red Knights Piero and Asmul. Grid thinks that perhaps he shouldn't have rejected Piero's mission. He decides that if he ever visits the Saharan Empire, he will accept Piero's mission. The knights ask Grid if everything is all right, to which the protagonist responds affirmatively. However, he apologizes to Romeo for not being able to protect Deck. The knights then realize that Grid is truly a humble person. At that moment, a gigantic dragon lands before everyone. The knight removes his hood and apologizes to everyone for the noise. It is Yoroi, who greets Grid as his lord. After so long without seeing each other, the protagonist is emotional about the reunion and notices that his friend has grown a lot, seeing his combat power of 10,000 points. He calculates that he must be above level 200. Yoroi explains that many things have happened in the 4 or 5 months they haven't seen each other and reveals that there are not even 100 players in all of Satisfy who have managed to tame a Uavern. Then, Grid tells Yoroi that he arrived at the right moment, then orders him to hunt ice orcs and collect 28 Sylpha scales for him. Yoroi cannot believe how cold Grid is during their reunion, but the protagonist orders him to return the favor he did for him and estimates that he will be able to get the scales in about 10 days. Grid intends to make a stealth zip-up hoodie by combining the ones he has with the ones Yoroi will bring, and he will be able to make 2 of them and sell one. He proposes to his companion to take his knights, as it will be good training for them, orders him not to use his flying moth, and to take the soldiers on foot, which the player accepts without understanding the reason. Grid says goodbye while flying and promises to reward him with good equipment when he returns. Yoroi, in turn, does not understand how the protagonist can fly. He thinks he is as unpredictable as always and will definitely create a brilliant path, so he accepts Grid's order since he made him a vow of loyalty. After that, Grid flies off to craft the failure. Next, we are transported to Can's Forge, where Jishuka is surprised because Grid has already managed to defeat the awakened forest guardian alone, in addition to leveling up from 180 to 200. Grid reveals that it was complicated because the guardian was awakened, but in the end, he defeated him anyway. Jishuka thought that the legendary class of Pagma's successor would cause an imbalance in the game, but now she understands that it must be a system error. She calculates that not even the entire Sadaka clan together could defeat the awakened guardian, which would mean that Grid is stronger than all the clan members combined. Braham's boots and the Pabranium played a crucial role in his victory, but still, Jishuka must reconsider Grid's strength. She wonders if it is right for someone so powerful to work as a mere blacksmith. Then she approaches the protagonist and understands that Can's Forge is his base, but offers him to settle in Bayan. She is willing to seduce him if necessary, to obtain his combat power, but Grid immediately rejects the offer and asks her to leave, as he will be busy with the forge. The clan leader feels ashamed of her failed attempt and will let Grid work in peace. Later we see that outside the forge, people are surprised to see Jishuka in this state. She curses a certain guy, and those present understand that someone must have broken her heart. The next day, rumors began to circulate about a possible romantic relationship involving Jishuka, but Grid was focused on another matter. I only have one chance to craft the failure with the blue orichalcum I have, thought the determined protagonist, knowing that the failure is the best weapon in the game and must be obtained at legendary level to increase the chances of getting a legendary item. He must craft a blacksmith hammer suitable for his level. He is determined to make this place known as the site that witnessed the birth of a legend. At the spawn point of the Forest Guardian, someone reviews the marks of the battle, thinking it is incredible. He has been waiting for 4 months but cannot find the awakened guardian anywhere, but from the battle marks, he thinks they might have defeated him before his arrival. He thinks it must have been some powerful clan and curses them for making him waste time. Then, we are introduced to the guy as Agnes. 4 days later, we see that Grid has stayed awake for 4 consecutive nights without interruption and can barely keep his eyes open. But he has finally managed to forge the hammer of the legendary blacksmith of legendary rank. A window indicates that it improves production-related skills and its condition of use is to be Pagma's successor. Grid thinks this is his 4th legendary item, and all his statistics increase by 25 points for forging a legendary item. His reputation also increases by 1,000 points across the continent. Seeing the characteristics of the hammer, Grid thinks it is an incredible hammer, but he has only managed to increase the possibility of forging a legendary item by 1%. The normal hammer has a remote possibility of 0.01% of achieving a legendary item, so we see that it is indeed a significant increase. The Elder greets Grid, who has been working tirelessly, and the Proto reveals that he needed to craft this hammer. The Elder thinks it is a spectacular hammer, the result of Grid's work, but asks why he has such a bad expression. The Proto reveals that he is worried because he has the opportunity to craft the sword he desires and does not want to waste it. He tells the Elder that, although he now has better chances with his new hammer, they are still very low. Then, someone enters asking Elder Ken about the equipment he requested. Ken explains that the forge will be closed until tomorrow, and the person responds that there are many people waiting outside. But the Elder blacksmith shuts the door in his face. Grid asks why he did not accept his requests, and the old blacksmith asks Grid to sit with him for a moment. He asks Grid to observe all the hammers he forged during these days. He explains to the Proto that some have a different color, others have unique edges and finishes, because, although all were forged by the same skilled blacksmith, none of them are the same. Then he asks Grid if all are a failure to him. He expresses that the only thing one should never lose in important occasions, where the process and the result matter, is the love for their results. He asks him to appreciate everything that has passed through his hands with pride, and then enough to be grateful for a simple detail in a hammer. He asks Grid not to worry about the customers, but to never forget to wait with enthusiasm for the result of his work, as everything is a great experience. Grid understands the words of his wise mentor and thanks him for the encouraging words. Meanwhile, in the real world, the president receives a call from Yun Nar, who asks the president to review the breaking news. The president asks if something happened, and the developer explains that in the world of Satisfy, all users received a shocking notification. A successor of Pagma's techniques and determination has emerged. The one who can craft legendary items is a legend in itself. Then, he informs the lead developer that Shin Yong-gu, Grid's user, successfully crafted his 5th legendary item, and the official announcement of Pagma's successor's ascension was made to the entire world. Grid activates the patience of the legendary blacksmith. The developers see the moment when the Proto forged the failure. Seeing Grid's process, the developers question whether they should allow the boy of legendary class to also possess the best weapon in the game, as this would break the balance of Satisfy. When forging the failure, Grid focused so much on the process that all his blacksmithing passives were activated. Yun Nar explains that the game's balance will not be broken, and if it is, the game will adjust itself. Returning to Grid's process, the last step was the activation of the legendary blacksmith's breath and the enhancement of the effects of the crafted item. Crafting completed. The failure of legendary rank has a durability of 90 points, an attack power, a defense of 80 points, and weighs 550. The weapon increases agility by 50 points, has a chance to block enemy attacks, to activate 5 consecutive attacks, and to activate the cutting skill. It will also create the dissection skill, causing a fear effect if the enemy is 20 levels below the user, and the attack power increases by 20% in darkness. Being made of orichalcum, it is a weapon created by a blacksmith who became a legend, and the unique shape of the sword increases the effectiveness of its cutting ability. The small blade that stands out from the sword helps in defense, is light, so the attack speed will not be affected. The conditions of use are to be above level 300, have more than 5,000 points of strength, and have advanced sword mastery at level 80 or higher. Grid celebrates having succeeded, and because he has already forged several legendary items before, he can feel that this one is different. The legendary items he has crafted so far were not real compared to the unique rank sword he forged, but the failure is a definitive weapon. He exclaims that having the best existing armor and the strongest weapon in the world makes him the best. Now he is no longer afraid of the witch Yura. In this, the sword begins to shine. The protagonist's name is being engraved on the sword as an effect of the creation skill. Then, a window informs that something special will happen every time he forges 5 legendary items. The protagonist wonders what it will be.
Windows inform that the initial G of the craftsman will be engraved on all items he crafts.
So far, Grid's potential is blossoming, and he will no longer be an unnamed blacksmith. Another window informs that the penalty for reducing an item's statistics when the conditions are not met is reduced to 15%. Additionally, the penalty for using the item's skills will disappear. In contrast, the speed of understanding an item is doubled.
The protagonist celebrates this news, as he can now use the items almost at their maximum potential.
However, another window informs that, as a result of his enlightenment, his growth capacity has decreased, and the statistics gained from crafting items have also decreased. He will no longer gain additional statistics from crafting rare and epic items, and now his statistics will only increase by 4 points when crafting a unique item and by 10 points when crafting a legendary item. This news does not please Grid, but the windows do not let Grid rest and inform that the legendary blacksmith's craftsmanship has been updated. As the legendary blacksmith's craftsmanship has risen to level 3, he can now craft imitations of objects catalogued as mythical. Although the chance of obtaining them is even lower than obtaining a legendary item, the Proto is pleased to be able to craft imitations of the objects made by the gods. A window notifies that he has 11,830 reputation points across the continent, and when he reaches 30,000 points, he will be able to access a reputation shop. This is a special shop that all users can use to buy products using reputation points. The location of the shop changes periodically. Grid celebrates being able to use a special shop in the future. Then, another window informs that the objects he crafts will now increase his statistics by 17%, but he will receive fewer reputation points, which bothers him again. Now he needs to craft many mythical objects to be able to access the reputation shop. He shouts at the system and the developers for cutting so much growth from a legendary class. Then, a window informs that Pagma's successor class has been revealed to the public, while another asks if he wants to announce that he is Pagma's successor by registering in the ranking. The protagonist immediately rejects the idea, not wanting to show others that he now gains fewer statistics. A window informs Grid that he has rejected registering in the ranking. Then Elderkin enters, surprised by the large size of the sword that Grid forged. Grid seems to be both happy and unhappy with the changes in his class. He likes having unlocked the forging of mythical items and how beautiful the failure turned out, but he wants to continue gaining many statistics from forging legendary items. Ken is concerned about Grid's mental health and decides to talk to him. The developers, in turn, think that the adjustments were applied too late, as he has gained many statistics from forging so far. Yoon Na responds that they cannot change the system unless it is to add new episodes or missions, and the adjustment was already programmed by the Satisfy system. The subject thought it was a system error, but the exaggerated increase in statistics was already part of the system's design. The companion responds that there are limits for a non-combat class, but the Satisfy system could not foresee Grid. The items he crafted were all of low rank, despite having a legendary class, so it took 3 more months than expected to craft 5 legendary items. She thinks this prolonged the effect that allowed Grid his statistics. The other developer does not understand how Grid turned his bad luck into fortune. Definitely, Grid seemed to be a special player. Despite his incompetence, he managed to exceed the expectations of the Satisfy system. The news of the emergence of Pagma's successor spread throughout the world. The first user of a legendary class, the legendary blacksmith and master swordsman. Many theories about his identity and abilities emerged. Subsequently, fame. The top-ranked blacksmith announced that he was not Pagma's successor, and Kat said that a simple blacksmith could be easily hired. Pagma's successor is the main topic among rankers and clans. Concerned about the intense environment generated by this news, the SA group thought of a solution: divert attention by promoting the mission of the international competition. The story continues at Kan's blacksmith shop. Jishuka warns about a possible confrontation with the Yatan Church, asking Grid to forge items for each clan member. During this month, the protagonist responds that he does not have enough time, as he is considering participating in the mission for the international competition, which will take place in 2 months. The clan leader asks if he will really be able to handle the pressure when his role as Pagma's successor is revealed. The protagonist wonders if it will really be a problem. Other clan members comment that the international competition will be a big event with missions, raids, and special rewards. The protagonist hears special rewards and decides to set aside item crafting, but a silhouette rises behind him to ask him to stop for a moment. He requests Grid to forge armor so he won't die in future battles, and Grid decides to accept. While the happy Vander hands over the production method to the blacksmith, The clan leader calls Grid to explain. I want you to focus on crafting items for the clan members, Jishuka said, trying to warn Grid about the movements of the Yatan church. Since there is nothing to worry about for Grid right now, nor does he need to level up further, he decides to act as if he were a hidden master to enjoy his activities. For now, he decides to accept helping the clan, thinking that in any case, he is already the best. At the protagonist's house, we see that his sister has left, is reading a book, and thinks that the question is very complicated, but she needs to make an effort, as she must return to classes soon. Shin Sarah's goal was to dedicate herself to her studies to take care of her parents and Grid. However, Grid has been very successful just playing Satisfy. She likes the idea that her brother will smile again after so long worrying about money. But she is concerned that he may be presumptuous. Grid doesn't even go out for a walk or go anywhere, and yet he buys a car worth 8 billion wons. Moreover, he was accompanied by those beautiful ladies on television. Sarah worries that her brother might self-destruct due to vices, so she decides to study to become a licensed therapist, just as a preventive measure. In the background, a guy recognizes a very luxurious car. Grid's sister asks what such a luxurious limousine is doing in a place like this. At that moment, a door opens, and a girl comes out asking if this is the place. Her bodyguard confirms the location, according to the information received. Sarah remembers having seen the girl on television. It is Miss Yura, who confirms the location of Shin Yong-gu's house. Then, Sarah quickly calls her brother to come out as fast as possible. The story continues with more fans gathering upon noticing the presence of superstar Yura. A neighbor does not understand why someone so famous is talking to the daughter of the vegetable shop owners, and another is amazed to learn that the luxurious car belongs to the protagonist. Perhaps Shin Yong-gu's fortune has something to do with Yura. But, on the other hand, they notice that Grid's sister is not intimidated in front of the famous Yura. Sarah asks why she came to see her brother and if she plans to use him for suspicious matters. Yura reveals that she met Shin Yong-gu in Satisfy and they became very close, pretending to be lovers for a while. These words leave Sarah in shock. She cannot believe that her brother has become romantically involved with a girl of Yura's level. The famous player asks about the protagonist. Inside the game, we see that Grid is forging something, thinking that his original plan was to enhance the failure and his armor, as after fighting the Guardian of the Awakened Forest, he realized that even legends need to be enhanced. However, he cannot delay the crafting of Vander's wave armor any longer, and considering its characteristics, he will be able to sell it for a good price. Although there is a small problem, Grid is bothered by the bald man's gaze and comments that he will call him when it is ready. Vander can go do his tasks, while the excited player responds that he wants to see the birth of his magnificent armor and proposes to pray for it to be useful to Grid. Then, he kneels and prays for it to be legendary, and Grid feels almost as much pressure as when he had to forge the divine shield for Casus. Then, he wonders if everything is alright at the Vatican, as he hasn't heard news about the election of the new pope, and that Isabel's spear has not yet been sealed. It must be dangerous. Then, he receives a call from his sister, asking him to come out as quickly as possible. The protagonist then sends a message to Vander informing him that he is leaving because his sister is calling him. The bald man goes into a rage again and curses Grid, but an urgent announcement from Jishuka interrupts his thoughts, ordering everyone to gather at the agreed location immediately. Grid, for his part, closed the session and got out of his capsule, as his sister called him so insistently. Sarah did not interrupt him while he was playing after he started earning a stable income. So, he deduces that it is an emergency and it could be a robbery. He punches and shouts at the top of his lungs, "Who dares to touch my sister?" Yura responds, impressed by how much Grid loves his sister, and the protagonist did not expect to find the dark mage here. Sarah, for her part, warns the player not to try to use her little brother, if she does not want to be punished by God. Grid takes a seat and does not understand why the atmosphere is so tense. Then, he directly asks Yura how she knows the location of his house, feeling that she knows too much about him, murmuring in an intimidating tone. Yura realizes that the protagonist is different. Before, he couldn't even look her in the eyes and was quite unsociable. So, she directly comments that he has changed, even his physical appearance has improved. Grid thinks that since his financial situation has stabilized, he has been taking care of his health and exercising. "I've become so impressive. How can a woman like her be interested in me?" The proud protagonist wonders in his mind. Grid blushes, and his sister is proud of him. But the protagonist quickly changes the subject and asks why she is there. Yura gets straight to the point and asks him to participate in an international competition as Korea's representative. Grid did not expect this proposal. The famous player explains that there was an unofficial request from the Korean government to form a team with Yura at the center, so that Korea can achieve good results in the competition. She reveals that the tournament will last for 4 days starting from May 1st. Grid did not know that high-level players had contact with the government. Yura continues, saying that Korea's reputation as one of the best in video games is now a thing of the past, and the government wants to regain Korea's competitive power in the video game industry with the results they achieve in the international Satisfy competition. But realistically, it's difficult, as the media predominantly perceives that Koreans lack physical perseverance compared to Western countries. Grid understands the situation but does not comprehend why they chose him when there are so many other Korean players. Yura responds that she is sure Grid is the first user to receive an epic hidden class that has not yet been revealed. Grid reasons that Yura still thinks he is the first user of an epic class, concluding that it must be because he came out unscathed from her most powerful attack. Although Grid knows that the first user of an epic class is actually Mina. Grid points out that there are 9 events in the international tournament, and a person can participate in a maximum of 3 competitions. Then, he asks Yura if she can't just win 3 gold medals in those events. Sarah questions whether she is trying to use her brother for something illegal. If it is something legalized, she sees no problem. The player thanks Sarah and explains to Grid that the 9 events of the tournament are PvP, boss raid, maze traversal, crafting, pet marathon, harassment, objective destruction, unsheathing the holy sword, and treasure hunting. Yura will not be good at boss raid, maze traversal, crafting, or treasure hunting. Moreover, the pet marathon will be advantageous for users of Uavern, not to mention that there are no users in Korea who own a Uavern. She murmurs that she is confident in harassment, but the number of people is also important for this type of battle, so it is difficult for the Korean team to aspire to a medal, as they are inferior in terms of power. Then she sees a note under the T. My brother is not an idiot. Do not underestimate him. Grid gets lost in the conversation. The famous girl feels that Grid's sister does not like her very much and continues explaining that PvP is the only remaining event, and there are at least 7 people who are better than her, so it will not be easy. Grid argues that Yura is 5th in the unified ranking and does not understand why there would be 7 players better than her. Because we know she is the 8th servant of Yaten, so she should have some kind of special power. Yura justifies that the unified ranking is just an official ranking, but there are rankers who are anonymous within Satisfy. Including them, there would be at least 10 players as strong or stronger than her. Among the known rankers are 1st place, Kraugel, 2nd place, Syval, 3rd place, Chris, 7th place, Agnes, 8th place, Urant, 11th place, Vondre, and 15th place was AO. Yura considers that, in terms of power, these 7 players are stronger than her. Grid understands that Agnes can surpass her due to having an epic class, but he did not know that below 8th place there could be such powerful people. The player shares that their levels are lower than theirs, but each of them has monstrous physical power. Although really none of them can compare to Kraugel. Kraugel is a genius not only in knowledge and proper use of skills, pattern analysis, and weaknesses but also has a perception of the flow of battle, efficiency in his attacks, combat tactics, among many other skills. He is so brilliant that there are not enough ways to praise him. Yura thinks that his talent exceeds hers within the game, considering so many powerful players. Grid reasons that Yura seems useless in the tournament. Regardless of the power of 1st place, Grid is convinced that Yura will not be able to say that again when she sees the power of his weapon. Failure. Yura comments that the government promised great incentives if they obtain a medal. It is a difficult situation, but as an epic class user, please show what you are capable of, the protagonist kept insisting. One of the tournament rules is to reveal identity, and Grid thinks it would be problematic if they found out he is the user of the legendary class. But Yura is desperately asking, and Grid would love to help if there were a way to avoid exposing himself. Then Grid agrees to participate in the pet marathon competition, since his pet is a non-living thing. But it has a will of its own and infinite health, with a bonus that it follows his orders. Yura did not expect Grid to agree and thanks him for the help. Although she had never heard of a non-living pet, except for a first-class golem made by a great wizard, the protagonist responds that it is similar, and anyway, they will be pets fighting to reach the end, so if that is all, he agrees to participate, but is convinced that he will win. But there is one condition. He does not want to expose his identity. He will pretend that his pet is her pet, but the incentive will be his, he tells Yura, offering her a gold medal. The player accepts, although it is hard for her to believe, as she has never heard of any similar pet. In any case, she is satisfied to have convinced Grid, as Yura did not seem to fully trust him. The protagonist asks her to go home and log in as soon as possible to show her pet. However, Yura recommends that he log in later and asks Grid if he remembers when in the meeting he promised to pay the debt. Grid remembers that Yura promised never to kill him in battle, despite the protagonist being a target of the Yatten Church. Yura explains that 40 minutes have passed since she logged out of Satisfy, which would be about 2 hours in the game. She comments that by this time, the city of Bayran must be in chaos. Vander asks the captain what the hell that hole over the castle's sanctuary is. Jishuka grits her teeth, incredulous. It is a small and pathetic land, very lamentable even to set foot on. Malik was defeated by these useless mortals, a dark voice murmured. Then the silhouettes of Balak, the fifth servant of the Yatten Church, and Nibirius, the fourth servant of the Yatten Church, appear. Grid asks Yura if he came just at the moment when the Yatten Church planned to attack, to which Yura responds that the power of the Yatten Church is weakened, but currently, there is no group in Satisfy that can stop the Yatten Church. She comments that it was the only way to save her savior from an inevitable defeat. She asks Grid to understand. Jishuka, in turn, orders her army to prepare to defend Bayran. Grid thinks that Yura did something unnecessary, as there is no way a blacksmith like him can get involved in a guild conflict. Since those attacking are the fourth and fifth servants, he asks the girl if they have the power to grant the blessing of God Yatten, to which Yura responds that only the first servant can grant the blessing of God, but requesting an audience to receive it is something difficult, even for her. In any case, why do you want a blessing when you are against the Yatten Church? The protagonist questions. You are very incompetent and at the same time very curious. The protagonist replies, ending the conversation and asking her to leave. With several hunting areas and events that occurred thanks to the marriage of Lady Irene and with the commitment and protection of the Sadaka Guild, the city of Byron was emerging as a prosperous city, with more than 2,000 inhabitants, including NPCs. However, this was before the mass teleportation appeared over the castle of Byron and the invasion of the Yatten Church began. The inhabitants and players are fleeing, logging out. There were 1,000 soldiers of the Yatten Church at level 160 or higher, surpassing the average user level. The hellfire burns everything whenever someone uses black magic and poisonous mist. The Sadaka Guild notes that the Yatten Church is massacring the NPCs and users who are evacuating through the North Gate. The mage estimates about 1,000 enemy believers. Layla screams that the only help they have is from the inner walls of the castle, while the mage notes that they are completely surrounded and that 100 believers above level 200 have entered the castle garden. The mage thinks that the orb she obtained in the last raid is powerful, but there are too many enemies. She is not sure if she can stop them while helping to evacuate civilians. Then, Scene sees that the believers are even chasing the children and cannot help them because her skills are on cooldown. But the Beast Master Tun massacres the believers who entered his territory. The Yatten soldiers use magical chains to restrain Tun, but the martial artist begins to grow feathers and curses the enemies. Then he transforms into the Lord of the Skies and finishes them off. Tun is so fast that the Yatten mages cannot hit him with their spells. He descends at great speed and transforms into the King of Beasts to massacre the invaders. Layla does not get distracted watching Tun's fight, and the mage warns her about the believers who came from behind, but the black mages are struck down in an instant. It was Faker, and Layla thanks the assassin. Then, a strong explosion at the main gate of the castle catches everyone's attention. A familiar voice asks Scenes and the mage to protect the civilians of the city, as he will defend this place. If you don't want to miss the next releases, subscribe to the channel and leave a like. This is very important to us, as well as the comments, which generate engagement for the channel. I look forward to seeing you in the next Nerd Recap. This is about Regis, who will use these 100 believers to train his body. Elsewhere in the city, Jishuka and Vander quickly run across the rooftops. The bald one easily massacres an enemy, and the captain fires her deadly arrows, ordering Vander to crouch. She takes out 2 servants with 1 shot, but the tank asks Jishuka to save her energy for when they reach the top of the central wall of the castle. The captain orders Vander to hurry, as his health has already decreased significantly, all due to investing his points in strength instead of defense. The tank already regrets his decision, as his strength does not stand out compared to his other statistics. Then, he realizes they haven't even reached the corner of the castle's inner wall. There must certainly be some church leader boosting the statistics of the believers in the area. A powerful explosion pulls him from his thoughts. Nibirius, the fourth servant of the Yatan church, appears, playing his flute. The elderly servant asks if it is the pagans who defeated Malak and damaged the church. The sound of his flute contains black magic that causes loss of balance and distraction. The evasion probability of those present drops to 0%, accuracy drops to 60%, and spell casting speed becomes twice as slow. Nibirius will make them pay for their actions, and another window informs that the negative effects will last until the sound of the flute stops. Vander thinks that the power of this type is overwhelming. They barely managed to defeat Malak, and it would be impossible for just the two of them to get out of this situation. Then, Ibelin appears in the fight, attacking the servant. He asks Vander to continue while he buys some time. The melody seems to affect the young novice. Nibirius mocks Ibelin, kneeling, saying he couldn't even hurt him with his pathetic sword. Charging a spell, he prepares to end the existence of the insignificant pagan, but Faker attacks Nibirius's neck and pulls Ibelin away. The black mage is impressed that someone managed to touch his skin. This surprises Faker, who thought he had landed a great blow, but Ibelin explains that his flute decreases accuracy, among other negative effects. Vander proposes that the four collaborate to take down Nibirius, but Faker asks them to continue while they hold the black mage until reinforcements arrive. There are still more enemies ahead, and as a guardian knight, it is Vander's duty to protect the guild master. After that, the bald one will clear the way for Jishuka to cross the door. Inside one of the forges in the city, Yatin's followers will make the owner pay for forging the pagan's weapons. They demand that Smith, the blacksmith of Byron, pay for his sins with his life. He laughs and exclaims that he was so focused on forging that he didn't even notice the invasion, and still does not regret it, as after receiving motivation from a young blacksmith, he was able to give his all and successfully forge Jaffa's special weapons. After 50 years as a low-tier blacksmith, he was able to witness the stage where fire and hammer become one. He will not regret seeing his master. Then, the two black mages are massacred in an instant. It has been a while since the protagonist stabbed someone with an arrow, he said, proudly holding the magnificent arrow forged by Blacksmith Smith. Moreover, he proposes to reunite with his master later. The blacksmith cannot believe that Grid is there, while the protagonist helps him up. Smith reveals that whenever he forged with enthusiasm, he remembered Grid, and cannot believe he could see him again. The protagonist replies that he did a great job with the arrow he holds, exclaiming that he is sure this is one of the best arrows that exist. Smith feels the greatness of Grid. The old blacksmith collapses, as he has become the blacksmith he wanted to be at the end of his life. In tears, he expresses that he wanted to work for more years. Grid does not know what he can do to save the old smith. Then a window appears before him. You have been deeply moved by the old blacksmith's desire, who has surpassed his limits with determination and passion for his work. Grid is entrusted with the mission to be affectionate towards the blacksmith. The protagonist maintained Pagma's humanitarian ideology of using the forge to benefit others. He wants to compensate the old blacksmith for making him remember that a blacksmith's heart is warm as fire and strong as steel. The mission is to protect Smith's forge, and as rewards, he will receive the blacksmith's affection skill and extend Smith's life by another 30 years. Smith is a hard-working person who developed his potential late, so now he has the potential of a craftsman. The extension of his life will be beneficial. The blacksmith's affection skill increases an NPC blacksmith skill by 1 to 5 levels if he has maximum affinity with him. The blacksmith who receives his lessons will be loyal forever, and whenever he acquires a new production method, he will share it with Grid. The situation is similar to when Grid saved Can's forge from bullies and acquired the blacksmith's fury. He bandages Mr. Smith's wound, and since they are not deep, his life is not at risk yet. If you want to continue your work and do it properly, you need this forge, said Grid, heading for the door. Smith asks Grid where he is going. The protagonist does not have the habit of being a good person, but removing a stone from the path of a passionate blacksmith will not be a problem, will it? Doesn't it seem like there is too much noise in this place to work now that you are at your best? Asked Grid, offering to solve the problem. A large explosion destroys the outer wall to the north of the castle. Tobias resists as best he can, but the damage caused by the fire is too much. Regis is trapped in the inner castle, and Pan is busy with the high-ranking believers at the west gate. The rest of the companions will not be able to help him at this moment, but Tobias will not be able to hold Balak for much longer. He is too powerful. The fifth servant attacks the paladin's shield with force. Tobias thinks that, although he can block his attacks, his passive ability is very strong, reducing 500 damage per second, and the health of an average level 250 user is 20,000 health points.
He believes it makes no sense to block his sword if the burn from his fire deals so much damage, so he retreats to get out of attack range until more reinforcements arrive. Balak expresses that moving away from him is useless and quickly runs towards the player. He positions himself behind Tobias and is pleased to be able to defeat a holy knight of the pagans. He then deals 3,900 damage with one attack and a critical hit of 7,800. Tobias uses all his boosting skills but continues to take a lot of damage and needs another way to contain him. Then, he summons a swampy shield that traps Balak's sword. The servant feels as if he is stuck in the mud. The more he tries to get out, the more he is absorbed. He tells Tobias that it would be easier for both of them if he simply died to become a slave of God Yatin, but the survival tactics disgust him. Tobias, in turn, responds that he will continue to use these shameful tactics. Then, reinforcements arrive, and everyone uses their ultimate abilities on the fourth servant, striking in unison against Balak, causing a massive explosion. Then, someone orders the losers to step back. Tun charges a powerful attack and mocks the pathetic ultimate abilities of the rest. After that, he advances with his Lord strike against Balak, but after the impact, a voice is heard, first that of a pagan and then that of a beast. He did not think to dodge their weak attacks, considering the effort they put in, but in any case, it would not be necessary, thanks to the flute of the old Nibirius. Balak thinks that the Sadaka clan is underestimating the strength of common believers. He then activates the Hellfire Festival ability, a rain of powerful flames that destroys the village of Byron, but the believer's stats increased by 50% thanks to the blessing. Vander takes 2 potions and uses all his strength to defend the clan's captain. The believers were strengthened, and the clan was greatly weakened because of Nibirius's flute. Vander doesn't even have time to drink more potions, besides noticing that Jishuka is taking a lot of damage. He remembers that his main duty is to protect the clan's master, so he pushes the confused captain, shouting that he has failed in his duty to protect her, but to change the tide of battle, he needs to send her safely to the center of the castle. Even if the hope is only 1%, he will pave the way for her. Then Vander activates the Protector's power ability, which increases the defense of all group members. He eliminates all the servants and goes out destroying everything like a true berserker. The black sorcerers launch an attack against the player. Vander shouts for Jishuka to leave quickly, and the believers cast their spell, causing a massive explosion. Jishuka thought that Garcia would have done a better job as a guardian knight since Vander always gets carried away. Totally weakened from protecting Vander, she asks him to take better care of his stats in the future. Vander is confused, as he intended to risk his life to protect her, but it was Jishuka who protected him. The captain responds that losing experience points due to death penalties is dangerous for everyone, and for rankers, it takes months and even years to recover, and in any case, Jishuka would also die after Vander, as they are completely surrounded. Half of the church's strength is there, so he decides to use his ultimate ability, Phoenix Arrow, to take some with him, but someone asks him to stop. The guys look to the sky and see a guy flying. It's Grid, who asks his companions if they really intended to die. In tears, Jishuka scolds Grid for arriving late, and the embarrassed protagonist apologizes to her. Vander, in turn, is irritated by Grid's delay and asks if he at least finished his armor. Amidst shouts and complaints, Grid throws something in front of them, revealing that the knight is left speechless. The believers do not relent and attack, but their attacks ricochet off a kind of wall. The wavy armor, relieved of legendary rank, reduces damage taken by 60%, and if health is above 60%, it increases defense against slashing attacks by 30%, and generates the persistence ability, which generates 20% health if below 5% and will protect him from an enemy attack, no matter how powerful it is. Among the items crafted by the great blacksmith G, this is the second piece that is born with emotions. It was abandoned during its manufacturing process and became anxious, full of the desire not to be discarded again, and this desire affects the user. It has bad feelings towards its creator but does not dare to express them. Vander is impressed with the legendary rating and defense of the item, which is incredible, but it also has the persistence ability, which can neutralize even ultimate abilities. It is the best ability for a guardian knight. He shouts loudly to the protagonist, and with it, he will pave the way for the clan's master. Jishuka asks how he located them, and the protagonist reveals that his perception has increased significantly, and he can see the situation. Therefore, he will entrust this place to the guys to help other groups. Returning to Balak, his flames devastate Byron with his Hellfire Festival.
They will not be able to fight at a distance, and he intended to use his sword festival as well, but they are too weak and pathetic.
Tobias knows that Pan and Regis are held captive by the high-ranking believers, so they will not receive reinforcements. The only person who could break through Balak's defense is Tun, but his attack power is insufficient. He curses himself for not being able to enhance his strength, but if he received an extra boost, he could create an opening for his companion. Then, a sword falls beside the boys. Tobias immediately recognizes the Dine sleeve and quickly looks for Grid. Is he the leader of the fireworks?
He wonders if there are 5 companions here, then they could easily take him down if they had the Dine sleeve. Next, he goes to help those at the West Gate deal with the other leader, but Tobias tries to stop him. The paladin shouts that to use the sword, one must be level 250, have 1800 attack points, and master advanced swordsmanship, but he has none of the requirements. Grid responds that among them is someone who meets all the requirements, and although he doesn't like him, they can trust him for now. Grabbing the sword, Tun says that the protagonist doesn't please him either for pretending to be a low-tier blacksmith, but now that he has the butcher's sword he sought so much, things are getting interesting. In the latest news, the current situation of Byron Castle is reported, under attack from the Yatan Church. The Sadaka clan, known for being one of the best, is starting its counterattack, but the situation is terrible. 2 powerful forces from the clan, Pan and Regis, are held in the inner castle and at the west gate, respectively, and are at a numerical disadvantage, needing support from a team in the center. Meanwhile, Layla and Senos are fighting alone inside the wall. An arrow passes by Layla, saving her from a believer. Jashuka finally arrives at the inner wall of the castle, and from this position, she can adequately respond to the enemy attack. Senos asks if they shouldn't finish off Nibirius first, but Jashuka asks him not to worry, as they shouldn't have problems against Balak either. The 4th servant asks about the identity of the stranger, but his sword would be useless anyway, and then he attacks the clan members with his flames. The clan players are overwhelmed by Balak's flames, but Vander comes to support the boys after completing his main mission. Tobias is impressed by Vander's armor, and the bald man responds that they will start the counterattack. Let's clean up this mess, Captain Jashuka orders. The believers retreat, as the bleeding does not stop, and Ibelin challenges them to avoid the spikes of his sword, thinking that the only way to support Faker now is to keep the believers at bay. We see that the assassin fails in his attacks due to the sound of the flute, in addition to the effect that reduces his accuracy. After receiving a direct attack, he expresses that he can do nothing with 0% evasion, falling wounded to the ground. Nibirius comments that the player is fast, but he is out of power, preparing an attack and saying that it is a disappointment, as if Faker used dark magic, it would be another story. He asks them to reconsider if they are reborn and use their dark fire storm attack, causing a great explosion. And Ibelin shouts worriedly the name of his companion. Someone steps forward, all of you have become stronger, and to think that a few months ago you could barely face Malak, said Grid amidst the smoke, commenting to Faker that everyone mocked them if they couldn't defeat a simple zombie. The assassin responds that it is not the time to boast, but that he cannot use all his potential because of the flute. Grid orders Ibelin to take Faker and move away from the area, as it is about to become a disaster. The 4th servant did not expect to face a wizard capable of flying, and Grid asks the old man if he is strong, drawing a weapon and proposing to use the dark wizard as his test dummy. Asking Nibirius not to die quickly, "This is my new weapon, and I would like to try it," said Grid enthusiastically. Asking Nibirius not to die with a single blow, Ibelin is stunned by the size and power of Grid's new sword. Nibirius thinks it is not easy to see a wizard who uses swords and says that he is not an idiot like Malak. Grid thanks him for the warning and uses the combination of Transcending and Pagma's swordsmanship bond. Nibirius is overwhelmed by the attack and is startled to realize that the sword is not just a pretty weapon. He invokes the Dark Firestorm to protect himself from Grid's cuts, but Grid's ability easily pierces his attack. Nibirius protects himself with a dark ice wall and then attacks Grid with lightning, impacting his attack on the protagonist. Grid decides to get serious and activates the effect of the light armor, becoming immune to dark magic, and uses his assassination skill. The Elder is surprised that his Abyss Ray has no effect on the player and did not expect a monster to appear out of nowhere. He then uses the reverse gravity skill. Grid curses the Elder for neutralizing the assassination, and Nibirius launches into the attack, preparing to finish off the monster. He uses the double launch to attack with dark lightning and dark water, hitting the protagonist squarely. Nibirius realizes that Grid's armor is imbued with holy power, but it is not 100% immune to dark magic.
Grid receives consecutive attacks from the Dark Wizard, and although thanks to the armor and the vibranium they are not powerful blows, at this rate, he will be a punching bag. So, he decides to take action, and as gravity is inverted, he will use the sky as his ground. He uses his Pagma's swordsmanship bond skill, but the Elder deactivates the reverse gravity, and Grid lands thinking it is a nuisance. He put a lot of effort into this, and the Elder managed to waste 3 of Grid's attacks. In the news, it is reported that someone who seems to be Pagma's successor has appeared, and Sadaka is regaining control since he appeared. However, he seems to be overwhelmed by Nibirius, and users are criticizing the legendary class. Then, they ask the opinion of the third place, Chris, who came to the program as a commentator. He deduces that, since he threw the black iron sword at the North Gate, Pagma's successor and the psychopathic butcher must be the same person. The host is direct and asks Chris if he could defeat him in combat. The player responds that, based solely on the current situation, the abilities of Pagma's successor in raids seem to be better than his. He expresses that he could not face Nibirius, much less defeat him, and since the protagonist has a legendary class, his stats must also be superior. But Chris can confidently assert that his own skills in PvP are better. 4 Grid's control is terrible, and his technique is very simple. He comments that he does not know the power of his abilities, but this Pagma dance has been neutralized several times. Nibirius questions Grid why he hides behind so many items. He should be ashamed of his lack of skill in combat. After that, he fires his Black Storm. Grid remembers that Yura used this ability, but feels that the Elder's is more powerful. A great explosion hits Grid, but he steps forward and orders the old man to shut up and stop mocking his combat or control skills. "You can say that after you defeat me if you can, because I have other powerful items," shouted Grid, advancing behind his perfect divine shield of legendary rank, swapping the shield for the sword. He notices that Nibirius is preparing another attack and sees that the Elder is holding an orb. He remembers that Euphemina warned him that wizards can use the magic stored in an orb immediately, without casting. Chris is sure that all the players in the top 20 of the unified ranking agree with him, but there is something above classes and items. Battle skill, and a powerful devastating attack explodes in the village of Byron. The manual continues at the West Gate, where Pawn uses his true illusion skill. His accuracy has increased since he stopped hearing that annoying flute, and the guild situation is improving. He cannot believe that he is dealing alone with several believers above level 200 at the same time, and he is surprised at how strong he has become after Malik's raid. He thinks it was thanks to Grid's spear, an item that gave wings to the guild. Vander, for his part, attacks Balak, expressing that it is difficult to hit the bastard, and the flames bother him a lot. Tobias warns him not to get too close, as the flames do more damage than they seem. However, the bald man responds that the flames are nothing to his new armor. Tun, for his part, strikes, shouting that it would be a shame not to make the most of such a good item. Tobias reasons that the combat skills of the members were excellent, but their items did not allow them to reach their maximum, so now that they have received good objects, their morale is at an all-time high. Returning to Grid, Nibirius reveals that the 2 spells he stored in his orb are among the most powerful he possesses with 3 attributes. Using one of them, he can defeat any pagan, and that idiot who trusts his toys will not be a problem, or so the Elder thought. But the protagonist had the audacity to face his ultimate ability, charging his second spell. He thinks that Grid's armor is not ordinary, and the divine shield is the best he has ever seen, but they are foolishness in the face of ultimate power. And then, he casts his most powerful spell, the Dark Granite Storm. He mocks the protagonist for storing another spell in his orb, but just before he finishes speaking, he cannot believe that Grid also pierced his second spell, receiving a total of 14,000 damage. The Elder asks for Grid's identity and the existence of his ridiculous artifacts. Grid reveals to Nibirius that he has less power than the Pope, and the latter has already spent all the spells in his orb, unable to use more powerful magic. But he has lived many years thanks to Yatin's blessing, and for 123 years he has accumulated much knowledge, and he has never encountered something so ridiculous before. He activates a diamond shield and a dark shield at the same time, his most powerful defensive spells and the ones he is most proud of. Grid will never be able to pierce them and will take the opportunity to retreat. He deduces that it will take time to teleport, and while doing so, he will not be able to perform tricks to avoid his attacks. Nibirius mocks Grid for even thinking he can pierce his defense. Grid still cannot use Transcend, only the Bond, nor Assassinate, but a basic attack will suffice, as his legendary sword is the best weapon in the game.
The gloves of holy light activate, chaining 5 attacks that accumulate with the 5 attacks from the failure passive. With his shield broken, Nibirius cannot believe that the boy is just swinging his sword without using skills. The elder is finished in the intimidating presence of the protagonist. Grid attacks, tearing off an arm from the elder and activating dissection, which inflicts 800% attack damage to a single target by cutting off a part of the body. Nibirius screams in pain and thinks it cannot be real, that this boy is on a completely different level. He asks Grid if he is a Templar of the Rebecca Church, trained in the secret temple of the church where they train Rebecca's daughters and the assassin Templars. Grid responds that he is not any Templar, just a guy with powerful items that he so despised, and pierces Nibirius with failure, ordering him to leave. Nibirius dies unable to believe that a single person could defeat him. A window informs Grid that he has defeated Yatin's 4th servant. Nibirius, holding his sword, gains 67 million experience points and an additional 4,000 reputation points. Until a new Dark Wizard appears, the Dark Wizards of the Yatin Church will appear less frequently. Other windows inform that the hostility of the Yatin Church has increased several levels, and its affinity with the Rebecca Church has reached its maximum. Rebecca has reached the maximum, so Grid will be well received when visiting the temples of Rebecca. His affinity with Dominion has increased by 2,000 points, and visiting their temples will grant him great blessings. The same goes for the Juder Church. Grid celebrates finally having defeated and acquired the flute of Nibirius and the bracelet of Nibirius. Grid would like to examine his new items more closely, but clearing the area is more urgent. Attacking with a failure, he decides to defeat everyone before moving forward. Tun fights fiercely against Balak, and Grid watches the combat from a rooftop, exclaiming that he defeated the enemies before coming, but hoped they would have finished as well. Balak recognizes Grid as the one who defeated Nibirius and thinks that the protagonist does not seem that strong. Tun pulls him out of his thoughts with a strong attack, which the servant manages to defend against. Grid asks Tun if he likes the sword and if he is willing to sell this piece of junk for 4 million gold. Tun thinks that Grid must be crazy for calling a sword that easily ranks among the best weapons out there junk. Grid asks the guys to simply defeat him. Otherwise, he will keep all the rewards. Vander is not willing to give up the drops. Tobias asks Grid if he was the one who really defeated Nibirius, to which the protagonist responds affirmatively, exclaiming that he left many good items. The unique rank bracelet of Nibirius reduces magic casting time by 20%, and the flute of Nibirius is a legendary ranked item. Grid thinks this item is interesting and decides to play it, as the enhancement classes are very limited. Then, the sound of the flute has an effect on the clan. When a follower of Yatin plays this flute, it reduces the enemy's evasion by 50%, reduces enemy accuracy by 30%, and increases casting time by 150%. But when a follower of the other churches plays it, it increases allied evasion and accuracy by 20% and reduces casting time by 50%. Balak counterattacks the allies, and both players notice something. They receive the disadvantages of the flute, and a window indicates that if a neutral person plays the flute, the effect is random. Grid must play the flute for at least 5 seconds, and the effects last for 30 seconds. The usage conditions are null, it has a 10-minute cooldown, and the effect radius is 20 meters. As they heard an unpleasant sound, all statistics are reduced by 30% for 30 seconds. Balak mocks the Sadaka clan for having a fool among its members, and now his stay would have fun with them, but Grid cuts his sword with a single attack. Was it your favorite? The protagonist provocatively asks, determined to resolve the problem he himself caused. Balak cannot believe that his sword broke with a single blow from the protagonist's great sword, and his aura deduces that he is definitely the user who defeated Nibirius. Grid has not yet tried to assassinate and decides to use it against Balak. The latter does not realize that all the cells in his body scream danger, so he retreats from the location, exclaiming that the battle was already lost since Nibirius was defeated. Grid thinks the guy is quick to escape and is disappointed that he did not use assassinate. Then, a window informs him that he has completed his mission. Smith's life will be extended by another 30 years. I suppose it would be too much to say that things have changed in our favor, said the protagonist, somewhat relieved. The invasion of Castle Byron ended with the victory of the Sadak clan. All the clan's effort and money were invested in Byron. Over the next 20 days, the damage was immense, but it was only thanks to Grid that things ended this way. Naturally, media outlets around the world were talking about the strange guy who defeated a servant of Yatin. There were discussions about how Nibirius was weakened by other clan members, and thanks to that, he no longer had all his abilities or mana. Still, Grid continued to be the center of attention, and on the other side of the world, in Miami, United States, he defeated Nibirius, who was level 300. On the other hand, Asuka and Teddy were also defeated by this guy. I regret offering them an executive position, murmured a guy, while someone known comments that they still need Asuka's wealth, so they cannot let her go yet. We, from the Serpent Clan, will gather the best from each category and create a new nation, said the guy, standing up and planning to monopolize the dungeons to constantly obtain legendary items. Grid caught the guy's attention for being able to forge legendary items, but he does not want to waste resources on a fool. Zybel Graven, second place in the ranking and master of the Serpent Clan. A window shows us the description of the city of Byron. The NPC who manages the city is named Grill and is of grade C. The city has a population of 451 NPCs and 5,104 players, with 2 knights and 103 soldiers. As the city was destroyed by war, the current security is 10 points out of 100. Jishuka sighs, thinking that it took a month to develop the city, but everything was reduced to ashes in half a day. Then, a window informs that a distinguished person has appeared in the city. Jishuka wonders who it could be. At this moment, they need a new administrator for Byron. Upon seeing his ruler's sword, she thinks that the perception statistic increases when one is a ruler or commander for a long time, and Yuka's perception is only 75 points, so it will be complicated to find the right NPC to be the city's administrator. However, she can ask for help from a certain person who has more points in the perception statistic than she does. Later, we see Grid surprised by the task entrusted to him to find a talented unknown person. Holding Jishuka's ruler's sword, he explains that he is a blacksmith, but the clan master pleads for his help, knowing that he has many points in the perception statistic. Thanks to this, Grid was able to quickly understand the situation of the battle and helped everyone. The protagonist sees the statistics of the ruler's sword and thinks it is an improved version of his commander's sword. Jishuka winks at him and whispers that she will reward him later if he helps her with this. "Why are you so pretty today?" the protagonist questions, realizing that his heart started beating faster than normal. Maybe she liked him, thinks the protagonist, although he reasons that it is impossible, and all women are dangerous, except for his wife Irene. "I don't care about the reward. I just helped Vander," and Tun responded, explaining that the players did not have enough money to pay for the armor and sword. Jishuka opens some windows and confirms that the clan's funds are depleted. Grid will have to wait a little longer for payment, although there is something that the clan members gathered for him. Then, she hands the protagonist 7 pieces of blue orichalcum, 21 pieces of normal orichalcum, and 55 pieces of black iron. Grid recognizes that these are valuable minerals and asks if they are sure about giving all this for free. "You are our only and valuable blacksmith." "You deserve it," replied the clan captain, explaining that the clan is also the protagonist's home. Grid thinks that he does not like being part of the Sadaka clan just for this kind of support, but rather because they truly recognize his value and treat him well. Grid jokes that if they really want to get along with the girl, they should call him Oppa, since Jishuka is only 24 years old. The latter does not think it is appropriate for a clan master to use such terms. A window informs Grid that his perception has exceeded 600 points, so his talent search is now at level 2. With talent search at level 2, he can find the hidden potential of NPCs. Grid observes a miner named Ian, but he has no hidden potential. Grid's perception increases by 1 point, and this is already the 5th time this has happened. Grid earns double perception points with this sword than with the commander sword. He estimates about 500 NPCs in the city with whom he can further increase his perception. Additionally, he can find candidates for knights, but after seeing so many NPCs, he confirms that Jude is stupid. A window informs Grid that Yura has requested to communicate with him. The girl apologizes to Grid, as she has been watching the broadcast of the Battle of Byron. "Is the successor of Pagma in your clan?" Yura asked about the unidentified player who appeared saving the war. Grid did not know that the battle was broadcast live, but feels relieved to have concealed his identity. He responds affirmatively to Yura but changes the subject, asking about the reason for the call. The girl wants to see the pet that Grid mentioned and is also curious about the successor of Pagma. Grid replies that his clan would not approve, as Yura is a servant of Yata. "I will use a disguise," the girl proposed, asking Grid to keep it a secret, as they both have a special relationship. She then hangs up, saying she will see him later in the city of Byron. Grid blushes for not understanding what Yura means by special relationship. Then someone calls him from behind, pulling him out of his thoughts. It was Tun, who came to return the sword, as although he likes it very much, he cannot afford it. He is not someone rich and cannot afford to pay 4 million gold. The protagonist concludes that Tun is ranked 40th in a unified ranking, besides being popular in his city, so he must be earning a lot of money from the media, just like the other clan members. Tun does not know what the other Sadak clan members do, but he does not like the media. Grid does not understand the player, and he exclaims that he does not receive offers from the media and earns only 10,000 gold per week from hunting, which would be $10,000. Grid thinks that decent items cost more than 40,000, so Tun's ranking will drop due to item limitations. He thought he was rich for being a ranker, which is why he lent the Dine sleeve, and it seems he is really a good person since he came to return it. Tun asks why Grid lent it to him, as he could have run away with it after they did not part on good terms during their first meeting. Grid responds with a broad smile, "You returned it to me. The rest does not matter. If you find a decent production method and have the materials, bring them. I will craft the item for you at a reasonable price," he proposed to the player. Tun is impressed by the protagonist's kindness, and here we learn about his past. Due to life's difficulties, he had to join the Italian mafia. It was only for a year, but he committed terrible acts. By chance, he found the vast world of Satisfy, an overwhelming world with landscapes he had never seen before. This was the light that gave Tun hope to start over. Tun had to sacrifice his left eye to leave the mafia, but although he was reborn in this world, there was another form of society, and the only language Tun knew was violence. Again, he ended up choosing the alleys, but this time it had to be different. He had to do something more. He joined the Sadaka clan, becoming the head of security, and decided that he would distance himself from his previous path. This was the promise he made to himself. As he started his new life, he wants to demonstrate it to the rest and tries to apologize to Grid for his actions and how he scorned his work. But the protagonist minimizes the past and only asks him to be better from now on, advising him to start by stopping spitting on the ground, as he looks like a gangster. Tun will try because of the man who was unconditionally kind to him for the first time in his life. "Now go and don't make strange faces," Grid ordered the boy, who shyly said goodbye. He thinks that today everyone is very strange. First Yashuka, then Yura, and now Tun. Then he worries, thinking that if the battle against the Yatan Church was broadcast live, there is a possibility that the Pobernayam would be revealed to the public, so he will do something before the pet race. We head to Smith's blacksmith shop, where the old blacksmith greets the hero of Byron with joy. Grid, in turn, asks him to be less affectionate, then uses the blacksmith's affection on Smith, and Smith's advanced crafting skill increases by 4 levels. He is surprised to see that his skills improved instantly. The protagonist smiles and asks to enjoy his best years as a blacksmith. Then he asks Smith if he can use his forge, and the blacksmith agrees without knowing what the protagonist will forge. The Pobernayam has weak attack power because Grid gave it a defensive form inspired by Malik's cloak, but it has insufficient material even to forge 2 small daggers. Grid knows that there is no pet that can harm the Pobernayam, but he wants to show a devastating difference in the competition, transforming the Pobernayam into the best defensive form that can exist. Later that afternoon, we transport outside of Byron, behind a tree, where we see a hooded person. Grid mocks the girl for hiding behind a cloak, but understands her because she is in enemy territory. Yura, in turn, responds that if she were afraid, she would not be in such an open place, and if people recognized her, things would be more problematic. "There is no time for nonsense. Show me your pet," she said, getting straight to the point. Grid responds that the girl arrived at the right moment, as she has just finished her tasks and can show them while they are fresh. As he steps back, he asks the confused black mage to throw a stone. Yura asks if he is sure, as she cannot see any pets. He uses his magic and shoots the projectile at high speed towards the protagonist. Grid asks to go at maximum speed, as he won't be able to surprise her if she relaxes. Then, the rock collides with something before even touching the protagonist. Grid already wants to see the surprised expression of the player and orders Pobranium to destroy the rock. The rock is completely disintegrated, and Pobranium quickly passes by Yura, even cutting through a log that was behind her. Grid reveals that he shaped this after thinking for a long time. They are 30 Pobranium needles with infinite durability and 8 attack per unit, capable of penetrating any physical material, but weak against targets made of magic. If they penetrate the enemy's weak points, they can cause abnormal states. Additionally, they can combine to create a barrier. Yura wonders if this is really a pet, but above all, the shine they emit seems familiar to her. A large explosion interrupts the young people. Grid does not know why there was such a sudden explosion, and the smoke reveals the silhouette of the Phoenix being, who is worried about Viscount Grid. A feminine voice reveals that she came to Byron to help her husband rebuild Byron, but found him meeting someone strange outside the castle.
It is Irene, who recognizes Yura as the 8th servant of Yatin and the woman who kidnapped her. The confused Lady of Winston asks Grid what is happening. The protagonist, in turn, did not expect to see Irene here and curses his situation. "Dear, why are you here with this person?" questions the protagonist's wife. Yura hears Irene call the protagonist dear, which leads her to deduce that Grid is the person who married the Lady of Winston. The Phoenix being brandishes her sword and declares Yura a sworn enemy who has taken the lives of hundreds of her men. Grid, in turn, thinks that Irene will confuse this as infidelity, so he invokes the Dine Sleeve out of nowhere, pretending to attack the Black Mage. "Despicable woman, did you think that by getting close to me you could threaten my wife?" shouts Grid, threatening the player. Yura is shocked to hear Grid call her a despicable woman, but understands something. The protagonist's situation reveals that Grid's golden needles are very similar to the golden discs that a certain person used during the Yatin invasion. Now that she has seen Grid's pet, she can know his secret identity and will withdraw for now, but now thinks that Grid will be even more indispensable to Korea, being Pagma's successor and having a legendary class. She leaves using her flying ability. Irene is relieved that there was no further confrontation, and Grid exclaims that everything will be fine now that he is by her side. A few days later, Jishuka thanks for the help they received to recover a large part of Byron. She will not forget her lady's favor. Irene responds that Grid's matters are also her matters and asks Jishuka to continue being someone trustworthy for her husband. She bids farewell to Jishuka to return to Winston, and Vander seems to be furious with Grid. "You look very happy, Grid," he said, jealous that the protagonist has not left the castle since Irene arrived. "Don't talk about what you don't know," replied the furious protagonist, questioning his partner for not being able to share a night of passion. And a few nights earlier, we see that Grid feels uncomfortable in bed next to Irene. The windows inform him that he still has 10 days of cooldown before he can have relations with his wife. Grid explains to the bald man that it was unbearable, and Vander apologizes to Grid. Irene bids farewell to Grid to return to Winston, a bit embarrassed, asking the protagonist to also return as soon as possible. "Next time, let's have a more exciting night," she proposed, embarrassed. Grid, in turn, apologizes to his wife for not being able to satisfy her. All because of those damn game developers, he bid farewell to Irene and stopped thinking about that subject for now. If he wants to return quickly, he must finish his work of finding talents in Byron. Grid continued his search in the Byron mines. He has already observed about 400 people and found no one with potential. Although his perception and perseverance stats have increased during the search, Grid is disappointed for not having found any hidden talent. He is surprised to see that there are already miners working, as they seem to have practically finished rebuilding the outer walls of the castle. He remembers that he came here to mine when he had a low level, and at that time, the simple act of climbing the mountain was difficult. A rock pulls him from his thoughts, but he manages to block the fragment before it hits him. One of the miners apologizes, as it was unintentional, and the fragments fly when he mines. Grid understands that these things usually happen, but someone reprimands the miner, as it is not the first time this has happened. It is a young man who explains to the miner that he can improve his technique to minimize the fragments. He has already said several times that he can minimize the generation of fragments by observing the texture of the mineral. Grid is impressed with the sermon the young man is giving to the miners. He seems to be about 15 years old but has incredible energy. In the past, Grid would have had difficulty noticing his existence, but with his current perception stats, he can feel that the boy will be someone very interesting. That same afternoon, we transport to the castle of Byron. Vander is surprised to learn that the population will exceed 12,000 inhabitants and asks if the city will be able to accommodate that number. Tobias, in turn, thinks they should scale this city up to a city. It was fortunate that the Sadaka Guild gained many fans thanks to the live broadcast of the battle against the Yatin Church, and many people decided to move to Byron after the incident. Vander finally understands why he was being watched by female players. Although Pawn brings him back to reality, explaining that it is because the bald man is the bodyguard of the guild master, Vander responds by mocking Pawn for not having been so important during the battle, and Tobias thinks it was a big problem that the Yatin Church managed to hold Pawn and Regis during the war. Then, Faker appears out of nowhere and reveals that Smith, the city's blacksmith, has become, for no apparent reason, an advanced blacksmith, which means that the city's weapons and tools will be better.
All of this is thanks to Grid. At first, he thought the protagonist was selfish, but something changed within him, and he grew as a friend, so they must grow together with him. Ibelin expresses excitement, as although the protagonist concealed his identity during the battle, he drew a lot of attention.
She also saw the broadcast and thinks it was absolutely amazing when Grid rescued Jashuka. Vander believes that the guild master is starting to see Grid differently, and Tobias thinks that Jashuka is finally taking an interest in a man. While the players head to the meeting in the library, we hear someone complaining, "Do you want me to risk my life for a question?" Grid, understand that the boy disagrees because he is being forced to read a book instead of working with a pickaxe. We see that it is the boy from the mine, named Miner, who is 13 years old and level 23. Among his skills, the fantastic S-rank mining technique stands out, master of S+ rank minerals, and the talent that will reveal itself as SS rank. Despite his young age, he can collect minerals faster than miners with 20 years of experience. The villagers believe that one day he will become a legendary miner. A great talent. If this talent flourishes, he will be a representative of a country in this particular territory. Fantastic mining technique. His talent is S rank, a talent that awakens in one person every 100,000, allowing for the collection of minerals at a very fast pace, and the collected minerals will have a value above the minimum. The Master of Minerals is S+ rank, a talent that awakens in one person every 100,000, allowing one to know more about the types of minerals in the world and their details, according to intelligence. The talent that will reveal itself is SS rank, and it is a skill that only one person in every 10 million possesses. No matter how much he tries to hide it, his talent will reveal itself to others. The young man is destined to live a life being watched by others and will inevitably receive many temptations. His statistics will grow rapidly, and he will become arrogant. Grid believes that the ruler's sword is very useful for seeing the details of the target skills. The growth limit of common citizens is 100, but miners is surprisingly high. The talent that will reveal itself seems strange, but they are all S-rank skills, making him a perfect companion for a blacksmith like Grid. A knight informs Viscount Grid that they have arrived at Smith's Ferraria. Jashuka asks the protagonist if he was expecting guests and who they are, to which the protagonist replies that it was about time they arrived, as his work in Byron is almost finished. He will go to Smith's Ferraria and leave immediately for Winston. He asks Jashuka to keep his governor's sword for a while longer, as he needs to use it later at Smith's Ferraria. We see that Roy has returned with the knights after completing the mission the protagonist gave him. Grid congratulates the boys, as the soldiers' levels have increased by around 8 to 10 levels and they had no casualties. The most notable was Jude, who is now level 103 and has over 1,000 strength points, along with high-ranking skills. Grid is surprised that the knight has leveled up 17 levels and his statistics have increased by 280 points, although his intelligence has not increased. Then, Grid asks Roy about the sylph scales he requested. The boy exclaims that he got the 28 that the protagonist asked for and asks what he will do with them. Grid explains that now that they have the materials, they will return to Winston. He knows that Roy obtained the sword mastery skill after getting his second class, so he will forge a sword for him, in addition to making his special item, as there is something he needs to collect before the international competition. In the real world, we see a Korean presenter giving today's news, reporting that some information portals have published interesting data that caught attention, such as the number of tourists in the country, which is approximately 800,000. Considering that the average number of participants in the Olympics is between 200,000 and 500,000, and that in recent years the Olympics have lost popularity, the public believes that we are facing a new important global event. Everything indicates that the international competition of Satisfy will be a resounding success. 4 months after the Yatan Church's invasion of the village of Byran, the village has been completely recovered, while in the real world, everyone was talking about the international competition. However, this did not spark Grid's interest, who is currently focused on a small cave in the north of the Eternal Kingdom, where we can see Miner resting outside. We hear a loud explosion coming from inside the cave. Miner is bored but happy that he is about to finish, as this was the last place. Then, something catches his attention, a group of imposing orcs. They seem happy to have found a juicy human for a snack. Miner yawns and warns the monsters that it would be better for them to escape. Didn't they hear the explosion? This comment irritates the orcs, who prepare to finish off the boy, but are struck down in the blink of an eye by the sword failure. As the orcs disappear, they still cannot understand where this sword came from. Storing the failure, Grid complains about Braham's traps,
as although the golems are not a problem for the protagonist, the traps can detect his presence even when he uses the stealth skill. Miner, for his part, reproaches Grid, asking if he didn't want to give it to him since he is the one in danger waiting outside the caves. Grid replies that it cost him a lot to make it, so he needs to amortize it. It is the unique rank zip-up hoodie, which, when worn, becomes invisible, gains 30% movement speed, 20% wind resistance, and has no requirements to be used. Miner asks Grid if he found what he was looking for, and the protagonist answers affirmatively, saying he just needed to know where to look. This is the 7th fragment of Pabranium he has found, thanks to Miner. With this, Grid has gathered all the hidden Pabranium in the Eternal Kingdom. The information you have is always correct. Training him has been truly rewarding, said the protagonist, holding the young man to return. Miner asks him not to mention it again, as he still remembers the 4 months he was stuck in a library for Grid to obtain that strange thing. Grid takes off, saying that it is always good to gain more knowledge, although Miner just wants to be the king of mining. Grid would like to leave the boy alone, but to obtain all the remaining Pabranium from the great mage Braham, he must forge the soul vessel. To make the vessel with the Pabranium, he needs the blessing of the 4 gods, but that is impossible, as Grid is a mortal enemy of the Yatan Church. Finding Miner was a true salvation for the protagonist, as after increasing his intelligence, he strengthened his ability to find minerals and was useful for locating the Pabranium. For this reason, Grid no longer needs to forge the soul vessel, as he can obtain the remaining Pabranium on his own. Inside the cave, we see someone cursing Pagma's successor, insulting him for breaking the agreement and taking the Pabranium, ignoring his soul fragment. The guy questions whether Pagma's successor is starting to doubt his true identity. It is the mage Braham, who is thinking of using his plan B to revive if Grid does not help him, but he will never forget the protagonist's betrayal. At the headquarters of Group SA, Manager June calls the president of Satisfy to report an urgent matter. She reveals that the requirements for another legendary class, the successor of Braham, have been completed. The president thinks it is Grid, finally realizing that Braham is the biggest liar in the world and is actually a villain. Manager June responds that it is not so, that Grid is not smart enough to realize it on his own. The president agrees, but at least the boys signed up for the international competition. It will be fun to watch, exclaims the president. However, June explains that in fact, Grid may not even show up, as it was Yura who signed him up for the international competition to help the Korean government. The president starts laughing and expresses that Grid is totally unpredictable, proposing to make a bet to see if he shows up at the competition or not. Meanwhile, at Khan's forge, Grid is explaining to Tobias that he cannot make the fire shield without the main material, as the paladin only gave him the production method. He comments that he cannot obtain the main material called fire stone by himself, and mentions that Miner could find them with his skill. Grid responds that the Master of Minerals ability is not an omnipotent skill. Without clues, specifically, he will not be able to find. Tobias is disappointed and comments that he needs the fire shield, which has high fire resistance, for the raid against the Phoenix in 10 days. Grid asks if there is another fire-resistant material that can be used as a resource. Fire stones are a mineral with powerful fire energy, used to craft various items with the fire attribute. There is an extremely low chance of obtaining them after defeating certain types of boss monsters. Grid has already told Miner to take a look, so he tries to cheer up the paladin. Then, Miner rushes in and exclaims that he has found the location of the fire stone and how to obtain it. The paladin is surprised by the news and cannot believe it. Korko Island, south of the Eternal Kingdom, would normally take a week to reach, but Grid can get there in a third of the estimated time using his flying ability. Tobias knows the name of Korko Island. Grid asks if something is wrong, and the paladin decides to confirm something with the clan. After that, he confirms that it is related to the Silver Knights clan. He thanks Grid for the help so far, but they will have to leave him, as Korko Island is an area controlled by the Silver Knights clan. In terms of strength, they are weaker than the Sadaka clan, but they are still a strong clan with over 200 members, and their master is in the top 100 of the unified ranking. He explains that, according to the agreement signed by the clan, they cannot enter areas controlled by other clans without permission. Tobias really wants the shield, but if they do not obtain permission, it could lead to war. He decides to officially request their cooperation in the future. Initially, it was assumed that we should take care of the resources. Thank you for helping me find the main resource, but let's leave it at that, said the paladin, thanking Grid and giving up on obtaining the fire stones. Grid thinks that the clan members are disciplined and faithful to their promises. He calls Can and informs him that he will be out of the blacksmith shop for a few days, and the elder responds with laughter that he does not need to explain anything, as he only had good intentions with the blacksmith shop. "Don't worry, you can go," he said, explaining that obtaining materials for a good cause is also another quality needed from a blacksmith. Grid will reward Tobias for being so faithful and obedient so far by equipping his coat with a zipper. He explains that he can go wherever he wants without anyone knowing, just asking the player to prepare compensation, as he will consider this a business trip. Tobias could not be more grateful to the protagonist. 2 days later, in the real world, we are in South Korea, where the opening of the first international Satisfy competition is taking place. The presenter declares that 17 nations are participating in the competition. Each country has 13 members on its team, meaning there are 221 people with an average level of 213 participating in the event. About 3.6% of the earnings will be directly invested in the economy, helping the public. They ask for a big round of applause for the South Korean government and the SA group for making this tournament possible. Manager June estimates that, with 800,000 tourists, the effect on the economy has exceeded the expectations of the Korean government, and they have many requests from other nations to be chosen as the next host. Besides the fantastic public approval, the company's stocks are increasing in value. The president believes that the rankers who came to Korea were paid an incredible amount of money, and millions of people are receiving quality entertainment that they have not had for a long time. "The world I created has surpassed physical barriers," he said, proud of how far he has come. Among the participants, we see that Jishuka is a bit flushed. Her teammates think she is acting strangely, and another teammate explains that Jishuka has been looking for someone on the Korean team for a while, believing that his name is Grid. Returning to the protagonist, he exclaims that it took 46 hours, but he finally arrived. "Your dimension is a quarter of the island. You is an surprisingly large island. It seems I arrived earlier than expected. According to Miner, I have to be there at the precise moment to obtain the Fire Stone," said the protagonist, thinking about defeating the Hellfire Master, Hell Gao. Then, he tries to remember another pending thing he had to do today. The manual continues with Grid asking for the menu recommendation for food, and the waiter gladly accepts. The protagonist remembers that Yuroi said that the more you buy from NPC merchants, the faster your affinity with them increases, and it will be easier to obtain information. He also thinks that the place seems to be very developed, despite being an island. The Silver Knights clan is impressive. "Sorry, I came to find the monster Hell Gao. Do you know where it is?" asked the protagonist to the NPC, who is surprised to hear the name of the fearsome monster, warning Grid that it is suicide. He tells the legend of Myler, the Sword Saint, who sealed the demons 300 years ago. He reduced Hell Gao's body to ashes, but his soul could not be sealed, and that is why the soul of this demon still appears from time to time. Grid knows the story of the legendary Sword Saint and cannot believe that even a man like him could not completely defeat the monster. Then, he sees a group of people, and the waiter reveals that they are part of the Silver Knights clan. "They said the demon would appear again," said the NPC, wondering if they will be able to withstand Hell Gao's flames. The waiter advises Grid to dye his equipment with a fire stone if he really plans to go where that demon is, and the protagonist does not understand what he means. The man explains that it will be necessary for the protagonist to resist the demon's flames, which are even hotter than those of the demon clan. "Go to the South Street and find Helen. Tell her you come from me, and she will dye your equipment at a special price," said the waiter, leaving Grid with doubts about who Helen is. "To create this dye, I just have to dip the firestone in my special solution. A dye made with this method will be imbued with fire energy. So, if you have your equipment with this, your fire resistance will increase," said Grid, asking if he can also dye mithril armor. The elder Helen responds that firestones are a symbol of harmony and can be fused with anything, surprising the protagonist with the properties of fire. Grid is immune to burns thanks to his immunity to status effects, but this does not apply to the damage he receives from fire, which is why he will have to increase his fire resistance. He takes off his armor and gloves so that Helen can apply the fire resistance. The lady accepts the protagonist's request but is surprised to see the armor. It's a beautiful and perfect armor, worthy of dwarves. "It shouldn't have been made by a craftsman even more skilled than the dwarves," said the elder Helen, who has not seen anything like it in her 56 years as a dyer. Moved, she shouts to Grid that she will take care of it, putting her whole soul into this perfect work of art. We see how she works very focused on the firestone solution to dye Grid's armor. The protagonist realizes he is a true craftsman because he does not let a single drop of color stain the golden details of the armor. Grid watches the woman working on his armor for hours, which increases his perception by 10 points and his dexterity by 20 points. He also learns a bit about the method of dyeing fabrics and metal. After a hard day's work, Helen thanks the protagonist for trusting her with the job. It seems the woman is proud. Grid is ecstatic about the new look of his armor dyed with fire stones, which increases fire resistance by 19% and improves the gauntlets by 7%. Now, there is only one thing left. He orders the fragments of pabranium to be attached to Grid's backpack. A golden glow appears, surprising Helen. 7 forged fragments of pabranium unite at Grid's coccyx, forming a tail that gives him a demonic appearance. Now, there is only 1 hour left for the raid against Helgao. Grid needs to sneak to the entrance of the cave, where the Silver Knights clan is about to begin their work. Korko Island has been officially handed over to the Silver Knights clan by the Eternal Kingdom. The Sakura clan also fought to obtain this territory. They present Peak Sword, ranked 16th in the unified ranking and master of the Silver Knights clan. He shouts to put Korea on the map with today's raid, aware of South Korea's weak presence in Satisfy. He is disappointed to have to decline Yura's and the Korean government's proposal to participate in the international competition, as Korea was once known as the best country in gaming, something that was a source of pride for Peak Sword. He will not allow this to become just a memory and orders that Helgao be defeated to restore Korea's reputation. Meanwhile, in South Korea, the opening ceremony of the first international competition is being broadcast. The host informs that Kraugel, the first place in a unified ranking, has officially announced that he will not participate in the competition, but the top 5, excluding him, will be participating, along with 21 players from the top 50 of the unified ranking. It will be an exciting event. The representatives of the United States are taking the oath. The United States has a relatively high level and is one of the main competitors, with 6 players in the top 20 of the unified ranking. On the other hand, despite being the host country, South Korea has been considered to have the weakest team of players. Some suggest that the country that possesses Pagma's successor will be a variable to consider for victory. The host explains that the competition will start the next day, and the stadium is buzzing with excitement. That afternoon, in the city, Pan walks alongside Jishuka, impressed by the large number of beautiful girls in Korea. Jishuka asks him to behave. Jishuka has known Pan for over 10 years in the game but cannot believe he is that kind of man in real life. On the other hand, Regis is even more excited, as he is eager to visit the land of Taekwondo. In a cafe where the guys stop to eat, Palm laments that Kraugel is not participating, as he wanted to challenge him. Regis questions whether Spain is not interested in winning, while England seems to be fully committed. Pan replies that they are also interested in winning. Regis is very excited to visit the land of Taekwondo, as he was a national Taekwondo athlete for nearly a decade and has only now, at 26, managed to visit Korea. Pan comments that the media must be focused on the United States, to which Jishuka shouts Grid's name. Pan asks the clan master if she did not respond to his message, but Jishuka reveals that the protagonist did not even read her message and did not attend the opening ceremony. She questions whether he will really participate in the competition. Back in Satisfy, Helgao incinerates hundreds of players from the Silver Knights clan with his flames. Peak Sword wonders if it will be another failure upon seeing half of his clan being pulverized by a single attack. The protagonist wonders why his invisibility has disappeared, questioning whether he was detected by Helgao. He puts away the hood and decides to continue his mining mission to get out of there quickly. Regis comments that Korea is not receiving attention in the competition, as, except for Yura, most Korean participants are considered weak. Jishuka is worried, and Pan comments that surviving the competition is success. Jishuka stands up and declares that she will return to the hotel to log into Satisfy and ask Grid for his home address, wanting to meet him in person. The guys think the captain seems very interested. Pan thinks it's a good idea, as by fighting among themselves, they can gather information. He asks his teammates if they think Grid will show up, and Regis replies that if he does, he will surprise everyone. They are the only ones who consider South Korea the biggest obstacle to victory, explaining that all nations are only concerned about the United States. Pan is excited for it to start soon, and Jishuka exclaims that they are in the top 15 of the unified ranking, so she is sure they will score well. Regardless of the outcome, this competition will restore the reputation of the Sadaka clan, as Grid has crafted items for them in recent months, making them incredibly strong. As for the protagonist, he is mining in the meantime. Hell Gao prepares an attack from behind, targets the protagonist, and strikes, causing a massive explosion that even startles Peak Sword.
When the smoke clears, the silhouette of the protagonist can be seen without a single scratch.
Peak Sword asks how it is possible that he is unharmed, and Jishuka reveals that her clan possesses something that no other clan has. Grid exclaims that it's not a big deal, they are just powerful items. The story continues with the incursion on Korko Island, where a single skill annihilates half of Peak Sword's companions, even though they have 86% fire resistance. On the other hand, the fire seems to have no effect on the protagonist, who tries to mine fire stones while his tail blocks Hell Gao's strikes, taking the Dine Sleeve with an enhancement of 8 more, blocking Hell Gao's attack and forcing him to retreat. I don't want to fight like this, so go away, Grid orders the monster. Even the best damage dealers of the Silver Knights clan could not injure Hell Gao, but the boy made the monster retreat with a single blow. This ridiculous power of attack and defense seems to indicate that the intruder has a hidden class. Moreover, the golden aura surrounding his sword means it is enhanced by 8 more points. It is worth noting that items can be enhanced by up to 10 more points, and from 6 more points, an aura can be seen around the object. Peak Sword knows that the chances of enhancing an item are very low. Peak Sword has only seen items with enhancements of 7 points or more.
The young man possesses a hidden class, a high level, a lot of money, and in addition, is lucky, so the ranker deduces that Grid must be very arrogant. He directly asks if he is a Japanese spy from the Sakura clan and orders him not to interfere with the incursion. Sakura clan? The protagonist reveals he is Korean, and the companions of the Silver Knights clan rejoice to learn that there is another person as talented as Yura or Peak Sword in Korea. They exclaim that they are Korean too and celebrate that the day has finally come when a genius was born in Korea. Grid, in turn, responds to Peak Sword. What do you mean by interrupting? Don't you see that I am the only one attacking this monster? He questions the Silver Knights clan. He uses Assassinate from Pagma's fencing, dealing a critical hit of 10,500 damage to the demon. Hell Gao complains of the pain and retreats. I am not interested in this monster. If I wanted to take advantage of you, I would have done it already, the protagonist mentions, explaining that he came only to mine fire stones and requesting that they continue with their business in peace. Although Grid knows that these guys will never be able to defeat this thing, he cannot see Hell Gao's combat power. Moreover, his health has not decreased by even 10%, despite Grid landing a critical hit with Assassinate. I can use my passive skill of a blacksmith. I don't die so easily. I'm not sure I can defeat this thing, the protagonist calculates in his head. He has a bad feeling, so he will take the 3 firestones he needs for Tobias's shield and leave. This is not something an insignificant human can touch, Hell Gao screams, surprising the protagonist. Peak Sword takes advantage of the distraction to use his draw sword attack, striking the monster by surprise, which did not expect it. Then, the player sheathes his sword and uses the amplitude attack to strike again. He jumps to attack and trusts the protagonist for now, as he is Korean. He orders to focus the attacks on the monster's opening. This time they would defeat Hell Gao to demonstrate the capability of the Silver Knights clan. The demon exclaims that humans are pathetic and cannot compare to a certain person. Then, Grid notices that the firestone began to glow out of nowhere, which could be the source of Hell Gao's magical power. They must be connected in some way. Then the demon launches an area attack. The power of hell is far beyond your understanding, he mentions, mocking the humans. He asks Peak Sword to remember his words before dying along with his companions, seeing their fate with Hell Gao's attack. The ranker thinks that all the training for a month was useless. It was my mistake for not accurately calculating Hell Gao's attack power, he thinks, apologizing to his clan companions. But suddenly the flames from Hell Gao's staff go out. Then he notices something and shouts to the other human, bastard. Grid acquires a firestone and mocks the monster because his hypothesis turned out to be correct. He throws his pickaxe to Peak Sword and reveals that the firestones are the monster's weakness. Find a glowing firestone and start mining to reduce its power, the protagonist orders the surprised player. He cannot believe that the pickaxe is of legendary rank, made by the legendary blacksmith G. With this pickaxe, even a 5-year-old child can collect high-quality materials. The only usage restriction is being level 200 or higher. Hell Gao charges at the protagonist and screams that it is really a pain. Grid, in turn, orders Pabranayam to attack, the fragments of his tail unfolding individually to strike. Hell Gao thinks he won't be distracted so easily by some metal fragments,
But it seems strange to him that they cannot be destroyed by his staff, and the strangest thing is the ability of the metals to move with their own consciousness. Then Peak Sword explains to the protagonist that he has no skills related to mining. It is then that the protagonist draws his legendary rank sword, Failure, with an enhancement of 9 more points, charging his attack. He shouts to Peak Sword that even an idiot could mine with that pickaxe. "I'll take care of this monster. Put aside that crappy sword you have and start mining already," he orders the rank 16 swordsman. Grid attacks the demon with his Pagma's Fencing Bind attack. Hell Gao lost 10% of his health. He definitely became weaker after losing a Firestone. Moreover, in the last 4 months, the protagonist has been leveling up like crazy and is now at level 246, so there is a possibility of defeating Hell Gao. He thinks it is strange to receive so much damage after losing a single Firestone, and he reasons that Grid has become much more powerful after drawing that gigantic sword. Then he hears Peak Sword strikes and will not allow them to obtain another Firestone, but the protagonist orders him not to get distracted and strikes hard. "That strange golden metal and that sword, did you steal a treasure from a god or something?" the creature asks, revealing that he has never seen a human like him, except for Myler. Grid knows the legend of the legendary Myler, who defeated Hell Gao long ago. Then he attacks with his transcendent skill Bind. "I am very sure that you will die again today." "I am also a legend like Myler," the monster replies, charging another attack and mocking the protagonist for not even being comparable to Myler. Then he deals 4,800 damage to the protagonist and inflicts a burn that will subtract 2,000 damage every second until death. The monster reveals that this is the fire of hell and it will not extinguish until it reduces its target to ashes. But a window informs that Grid has managed to resist, mocking that its pathetic fire has gone out. When hit by Grid's cuts, the monster cannot believe that the fire of hell has been extinguished. Perhaps it is a legendary human like Myler, the strongest of legends, who sealed the great demons. Despite being human, 150 years ago, he sealed the body of Hell Gao, and the demon could only exist using fire stones and the body of a demonic creature. But Hell Gao is the eternal flame of hell, the 9th of the 33 great demons, and will not allow such a disaster to repeat itself. Then, the fire stones light up, revealing that the monster is preparing an attack. Grid is overwhelmed by the monster's speed and receives a blow from its staff, suffering almost 8,000 damage. He notices that the monster has suddenly become stronger and orders Pobranium to attack, realizing that its appearance and atmosphere have also changed drastically. The demon attacks the protagonist with multiple consecutive blows, and the damage he receives, despite having improved his armor to +6, is devastating. Grid does not suffer damage from the burns, but cannot ignore the damage from the fire of hell. Then, he uses the wave of Pagma's swordsmanship to create distance and deals 18,500 damage to the monster, as well as reducing its speed. "It seems you still have some tricks up your sleeve. I have to admit that your effort reminded me of Myler," said the intimidating monster, towering over the protagonist. But it exclaims that the protagonist is not Myler. The protagonist only has 30% of his health left, but he needs to hold on a little longer to gain the advantage again. "If only I could get one more fire stone," he murmured. Seeing that the swordsman is resting, despite having found another fire stone, he exclaims that mining is complicated, but he almost understands how it works. Grid cannot believe the incompetence of the high-ranked players from his country. "Do you want to die here with me?" he shouted furiously at the damned idiot. Today is the first day of the first international competition of Satisfy. Amidst the applause of the audience, the results of the boss attack and the maze crossing were announced. The results are as expected, with the United States, Canada, and France being the main contenders for victory in the competition, as they have won the most medals in the boss attack. Cybele, the second place in the unified ranking of the United States team, won the gold medal by a large margin, while in the maze crossing Vondre, the 11th place in the unified ranking, won the gold medal for France, analyzing the structure of the maze and deceiving the rest of the ranked players with his skills. The last of the three greats is Canada. Chris participated in both games but was defeated by the United States and France, respectively, managing to secure only 2 silver medals for Canada. Considering that each participant can only participate in 3 games, Chris's results are somewhat disappointing. On the screen, the leaderboard of the international competition with today's results can be seen. The presenter explains that tomorrow the objective destruction game will take place, and to win, the countries only need to hit the objectives. Returning to the Hell Gao raid, Grid mocks the high-ranked players of Satisfy for not being able to perform such a simple task as mining. He explains that at the base of the Firestone there is a weak zone, and if hit at that point, the stone can be extracted quickly. Hell Gao attacks, shouting for the protagonist not to get distracted, and takes the opportunity to strike. Grid cannot avoid the sudden attack, so he summons his divine shield to protect himself. The demon cannot believe the endless amount of artifacts that Grid possesses. The latter again asks Vibranium to buy him more time, but Hell Gao shakes off the fragments, striking them, and launches himself at the protagonist, managing to dominate him. Grid did not expect the demon's speed and confirms that he is on a completely different level than the Forest Guardian. The demon mentions that Grid underestimated him and will now pay the consequences. I will burn your brain so that the Prota can no longer think, and causes a great explosion with his flames. Peak Sword covers himself from the shockwave, and Hell Gao cannot help but mock the protagonist's end when he begins to shine. Grid reveals to the monster that he is still alive, and we see that the Ring of Doran has activated to restore his health. Hell Gao curses Grid's artifacts again, but the Prota swings his sword, saying that the demon is also a threat. He cuts off the creature's arms, activating the failure skill and dealing 46,000 points of damage. The monster screams in pain, and the windows inform that by cutting off Hell Gao's hands, he will have restricted movements and a significant drop in his speed and attack power. Grid, in turn, has recovered all his health, as the effect of the Ring of Doran was enhanced by the abilities of his divine armor. Now that the monster has lost 30% of its health, the combat has become balanced again. Hell Gao begins to charge an attack, cursing the Prota, but his flames go out again. Then he turns around, looking for the reason, and we see that Peak Sword has finally managed to mine the Fire Stone. Grid feels pity for the monster's situation but starts the second round. Peak Sword, on the other hand, never considered mining an option, but the satisfaction he felt from extracting the mineral was equal to that of battles, and he reconsiders the possibility of learning mining-related skills. Grid praises the player for managing to mine the Fire Stone, and the latter thanks him for the compliment with satisfaction, but quickly becomes embarrassed, as he is a guild master and is in 16th place in the unified ranking. He shouldn't be happy because a young man 10 years younger than him praised him. Still, he feels that the young man is on another level, able to swing that great sword effortlessly, and deduces that he is Pagma's successor. The media described him as an uncontrolled individual and said he only relied on his items. But Peak Sword does not think the same. Using the items he crafted himself sounds like the characteristic combat method of a blacksmith. Grid is able to dominate the monster that wiped out 200 level 140 elites from the Silver Knights Guild. This is the true level of a Korean with a legendary class. He will not allow Korea's hope to experience failure and will carve a path to victory through mining. Meanwhile, in the Byron Castle, we see that Tobias is very worried. A guildmate asks what happened, and his companion explains that Grid went to mine fire stones and said the phrase, "Trust me." The boy still does not understand why Tobias is worried, so the woman asks if he also asked Grid to craft an item. She clarifies that in the last 6 months, the Prota has crafted 140 objects for the guild, and 8 out of 10 are of normal or rare quality. The boy understands that the quality of an item depends a lot on luck, but he can understand that the guild members had very high expectations. The woman begins to explain that apparently everyone who received a normal item did so because Grid said, "Trust me," and Tobias jumps up, asking his companion not to repeat that phrase again. He is worried because the protagonist may not be able to get the fire stones, and the raid against the Phoenix will have to be postponed. The girl thinks they shouldn't worry, as they are just simple words, and asks for the other boy's opinion. The latter seems very concerned and reveals that Grid also told him the phrase. Returning to Grid, the protagonist asks him to trust him to win this battle. Hell Gao manages to block the protagonist's sword with his forearms but cannot block all the cuts. He cannot allow the humiliation to happen again. Then, green flames appear in his subconscious. They are the flames of the lower demon that lent him the body. It seems this is the limit of this vessel. Hell Gao thinks this human is putting him in trouble and that he must finish him off, as he has already lost 2 of the 4 firestones he brought to this world, using his blood to attack. He exclaims that he will not be ridiculed in hell again. The fluid unexpectedly hits our protagonist, and the windows inform Grid that he has taken damage. Hell Gao, in turn, did not expect to encounter a human at this level again. He will need an excuse for the ridicule that awaits him in hell, but at least he will drag Grid's soul to hell to be his slave for eternity. The protagonist cannot believe that the demon still has other attack mechanisms. Hell Gao attacks again with his blood. Grid avoids the explosion and is terrified that he still possesses this attack power, despite having lost 2 fire stones. Hell Gao begins to use ranged attacks, and the protagonist feels that his attack pattern was simpler when he used the staff. Overwhelmed by a direct attack, Grid cannot get close and still has a cooldown time to use ranged attacks. With Transcend, he blocks the attack with a Pobranayam and decides to take the battle to close combat to win, but the ground beneath his feet begins to tremble, and a fiery blast from the ground lifts our protagonist into the skies. Grid is being overwhelmed by the unimaginable combat ability of the monster, despite being weakened. He cannot imagine what the monster would be like in its full form. Hel-Gao, in turn, decides to end the battle once and for all, directing all his flames at the protagonist and ordering him to turn to ashes. Grid cannot avoid this attack and will have to resort to something specific. A massive explosion hits the protagonist, destroying and illuminating the boss room. Peak Sword has to use the pickaxe to brace himself and not be thrown by the explosion. This explosion was very powerful, and he thinks that no matter how powerful the protagonist is, he could not have survived. Hel-Gao celebrates his victory by mocking the pathetic human. Then, an object can be seen dispersing with the smoke. It is Kennan's dart belt, and Hel-Gao cannot believe that his attack hit this object instead of Grid. A window informs the protagonist that he was detected by Hel-Gao and, therefore, his stealth has been disabled. Grid confesses that he managed to avoid the attack using a smoke dart. He took quite a bit of damage, but if he had taken the attack all at once, he wouldn't be here to tell the tale. A window shows that he suffered almost 16,000 points of damage. He decides to end this and activates the Smith's Fury. The demon is surprised by the protagonist's cunning and becomes slower after losing 2 fire stones. Then, Grid hits his Pagma's fencing assassinate attack, dealing a critical damage of 500,000. Hel-Gao is incredulous that his health has been halved with a single blow. Grid could have defeated him if the consecutive hits from his sword or gauntlets had been activated, but he decides to continue with the Link. A window informs that the Link has leveled up to level 3, the damage has increased, and the number of attacks has increased to 5. Grid thinks it was the perfect moment and deals 156,000 points of damage to Hel-Gao. The monster acknowledges the protagonist's strength, but it is not enough and attacks the protagonist with an explosion. Grid blocks using the skill wave, which inflicts 155% damage to all targets within a 1-meter radius, and the skill restriction, which prevents them from touching him for 3 seconds. The protagonist manages to block the demon's attack and restrict his movements with restriction, then counterattacks using his flames. Grid knows he should not prolong the battle, as he will not be able to withstand Hel-Gao's magical power any longer. He thinks the monster is not like those he defeated previously and must defeat him by inflicting a large amount of damage with few attacks. He remembers that the Link fused when it leveled up to level 2 and sees it as a good opportunity to try to fuse it with another skill, now that it has leveled up to level 3. He needs multiple hits from Definitive Assassinate and will combine them with the Dance of Link. The fusion is successful, and Grid receives a new skill, in addition to increasing his intelligence by 10 points. The fuse skill, Assassinate Link, randomly generates 3 to 7 hits that will inflict 1,500% damage per hit, 300% less than Assassinate. It costs 90 mana and takes an hour to be used again. The monster feels a simple yet wild energy at the same time. He senses that this attack will be dangerous but will advance to finish off the protagonist. Grid considers this new skill as his ultimate and attacks with the first hit of Assassinate Link, causing 215,000 points of damage. With the second hit, he deals 219,800 damage. Hel-Gao questions whether Grid is really a human and suffers several more attacks, inflicting incredible damage on the demon. Then, the effect of 5 consecutive hits from failure is activated and deals 1,000,000 damage to the monster, while the Sacred Gauntlets also activate the effect of 5 consecutive hits and deal a critical 2,200,000 damage. Hel-Gao is completely pierced by Grid's sword and acknowledges his defeat. He will have to postpone his plan to gain power with human souls and recover his sealed body. Grid asks the demon to remember something in hell. "I am in the same category as Myler." Saying this, the demon admits and disappears with a great explosion of lights. The windows inform that he has defeated Hel-Gao, the master of Hellfire, receiving 118 million experience points, leveling up several times to reach level 253. Peak Sword screams in surprise, unable to believe that the protagonist has defeated Hel-Gao. In the background, the fire stones begin to shine and explode out of nowhere. Grid deduces that the stones disappeared along with Hel-Gao but feels that his stamina is at its limit. He collapses, lamenting not having obtained the necessary fire stones, and the Ranker asks if he is okay. Helping Grid, he offers the stone he extracted while the protagonist fought, but it would still be enough for him. Grid insults the player's incompetence, who entertained Hell Gao for 30 minutes and only managed to extract one fire stone. Peak Sword has no excuses and apologizes to Grid, but still likes the idea of having a legendary class in his country. The curious player asks Grid what kind of reward he received for defeating the monster boss, and the protagonist did not receive any gold, only managed to get one thing. It seems to be some kind of bean, but a window catalogs it as a Memphis egg. Peak Sword has never heard of a pet by that name. Grid did not receive instructions for hatching, so he assumes it is some ingredient for food or something like that. He is disappointed with the reward he received for defeating Hell Gao. The Korean ranker would like to invite the protagonist to a banquet in his castle, but the protagonist has exhausted his stamina and cannot recover with potions, only by resting. Peak Sword explains to the protagonist that he will recover his stamina faster after eating. When he receives a message, the master has to leave because the ranker has been informed of the presence of another clan. The player asks Grid to log out as quickly as possible. A voice is heard in the boss room. He did not expect this. If you are alive, it means you succeeded in the raid against Hell Gao. Then the identity of Yoshimura, the second-ranked archer, 98th in the unified ranking, and master of the Sakura clan, is revealed. The latter asks Peak World for the ownership of Korko Island. The protagonist asks about the identity of the strangers, and the Korean explains that they are from the Sakura clan, one of the 3 most powerful clans in Japan. They were looking for an opportunity to seize the island. Despite not having a good reputation in Japan, they continue to be a clan with many rankers. It seems they plan to take Korko Island when the Silver Knights clan is vulnerable after the raid. Peak Sword mentions that protecting this island is the responsibility of the Silver Knights clan as Koreans, so he asks Grid to disconnect as quickly as possible while he holds him back until his clanmates reappear. Grid does not understand why they want to protect this island, despite the tough battle, as they will lose many experience levels.
This is the island where I met my clanmates.
Whether it is an island or a nation, there is always something you want to protect, said the Korean, wielding his sword, exclaiming that it could be considered patriotism. He asks Grid again to leave, attacks with a sheathing skill, and strikes several members of the Japanese clan. Yoshimura counterattacks, considering that until now they have not been able to set foot on the island, and this would be the opportunity to take it. Grid pulls out his zippered hood and thinks that the Japanese are really crazy. He will log out before his stamina reaches 0. Then a window informs him that there are remnants of magical power from the great demon Hell Gao in the atmosphere, and it is impossible to log out due to this disturbance. Peak Sword shouts to the protagonist to take the opportunity to leave, but the protagonist shouts that he cannot disconnect. The men of the Japanese clan warn that the other player is with Peak Sword and order to finish him off to leave no one alive. Peak Sword, for his part, shouts that he is a comrade and will protect him to the death. Although we see that Grid does not really want to have anything to do with their personal problems. He manages to recover a bit of stamina with food, and in his current state, he can barely swing his sword twice before dying.
Then, the egg starts to move and speak. Hunger, I want to eat. A voice is heard from inside the egg.
Grid cannot believe that this thing actually spoke. For his part, he attacks mercilessly and takes out some members of the Sakura clan. Grid thinks that if Peak Sword defeats the leader Yoshimura, the rest of the companions will probably surrender, but he does not believe he can do it alone, and Grid is not in a position to help either. As for the egg, it seems to have stopped talking, and Grid wonders if it was his imagination. He will take the opportunity to escape now that they are not focusing on him and buttons up his zippered hood. Yoshimura already sees himself as the owner of Korko Island, and our protagonist sneaks past him. It is then that the Memphis egg begins to shine, and a voice is heard again, hungry, asking for food. Then, a shadow comes out of the egg and swallows the leader of the Sakura clan. The leader does not know what happened, while the windows inform that he lost a part of his soul because of the Memphis. Now it is easier for him to be affected by status conditions and he will lose 50% of his stats for 3 seconds. Grid, for his part, obtains the title of the man who touched hell. His health increases by 300 points, in addition to unlocking the demon power stat. Memphis is the strongest demon beast of hell, born after detecting a human soul corrupted by greed. Grid has become the first user of Satisfy to be the master of a demon beast from hell. From the egg was born a kind of cat, which speaks to tell the human from the Sakura clan that his soul was delicious. The Japanese is enchanted by the creature and asks where it came from. Although he is attacked from behind by surprise, Yoshimura did not expect this and lost 70% of his health with a single blow. Grid thinks that the cat's ability is really useful, draining the subject's stats.
Grid finishes him off with another blow and tells him not to complain, as it was he who decided to invade when they were weak. The players of the Sakura clan cannot believe that their master was defeated in an instant.
They observe who could have defeated a ranker within the top 100 of the unified ranking and recognize the psychopathic butcher who defeated the giant clan. Their leader is dead. "Do you really want to continue with this?" asked the protagonist with an intimidating smile. The invaders reason that the Silver Knights clan will reappear soon and they will not be able to withstand fighting against Peak Sword and this guy at the same time.
It is then that the Japanese begin to retreat.
Now the protagonist falls completely exhausted, and Peak Sword asks if he is okay and, on the other hand, asks about the cat that appeared out of nowhere. The latter flies away laughing, as his master is a killer. Grid increases his demon power by 1 point for having defeated the Japanese. With demon power, the protagonist can communicate with demon beasts, and when he reaches a certain power, he will be able to enter hell. Memphis is the most powerful species among existing demon beasts, considered a treasure of hell. However, they are an endangered species due to their lack of reproductive capacity. When adults, their combat abilities surpass those of the highest-level demon kings, being the favorite beasts of the 33 demons. Their natural habitat is hell. Grid cannot believe that this thing is a treasure of hell.
The cat mentions that it ate a human soul with its own power as soon as it opened its eyes for the first time, revealing itself as the strongest since birth, just like its title of the strongest demon beast of hell. A window shows its stats and reveals that it still has no name and is a narcissist. Among its abilities, it has fluidization, which allows its body to become a fluid like water to minimize damage, but some magical attributes may be more effective in this form. It also has a level 1 soul ingestion ability, which can take half of the target's highest stats and transfer them to its master. This ability has no cooldown time. In addition, it has a level 1 scratch ability, with which it attacks with its paws and poisons the target. Grid opines that these are fantastic abilities and that his sister Sarah would love to see the little cat, so he thinks about buying another capsule. The cat asks if its master likes it, and the protagonist replies that yes, that he is to his liking. The cat is very happy and exclaims that it is normal because it is elegant, beautiful, and strong, in addition to being the most powerful demon beast. However, it comments that the master has a horrible face, trying to console Grid by saying that it will not abandon him, even if he is ugly. This comment irritates Grid, who was trying to be tolerant. He decides to start by giving the cat a name to increase the affinity with the animal, and the latter is pleased. Grid proposes the name No, explaining that it sounds like slave in Korean, but promises that it is not. In fact, it is the name of a noble and powerful warrior from legends, trying to deceive the animal. The demon beast falls for the deception and thinks it is a splendid name. A window informs that the cat will be called No, and the protagonist's affinity with No has increased by 5 points. For his part, Peak Sword thinks that Grid cannot be normal, mocking a demon beast in this way. He proposes to the protagonist to go to his castle to rest, to which the protagonist thanks for the offer but thinks it will be better to rest in his own base. Peak Sword asks out of curiosity if Grid will not participate in the international competition, and the protagonist reveals that a young lady signed him up without his consent, but he does not want to expose his identity to the public, as he does not receive any benefit from it. Peak Sword thinks it is a shame, as he would have loved to play alongside Grid to boost Korea, but that dream will have to wait. He thanks the protagonist for all the help he has given, and the ranker regains his hopes. "I will become stronger in the future, so I hope to meet you again," comments the player, finally introducing himself as Peak Sword. Grid also introduces himself and thanks him for the fun. "If you want me to make an item for you, just contact me, and I will be happy to craft it, but it will not be free." Back at Can's forge, Tobias understands that the protagonist will not be able to obtain all the necessary stones, but it was a complicated situation. Grid does not want to make excuses, but Helgao was truly powerful, and it was impossible to focus solely on mining. He apologizes to Tobias for not being able to gather the materials. The paladin can sense that Grid is serious. Everyone took the protagonist's work lightly, but Grid never stopped giving his best while working at the forge. He is probably the most desperate. Upon accepting the crafting of an item, Tobias asks the protagonist not to apologize, thanking Grid for trying, and Vander will be able to invent something during the Phoenix raid, as he has been increasing his health points in recent months. This reassures Grid, who will keep the firestones until they can gather the rest of the supplies. Tobias thanks him but changes the subject,
asking if the protagonist was not signed up for the international competition. The protagonist replies that he is exhausted and barely made it there, so he will disconnect to sleep immediately. Then, Tobias assumes that Grid did not have time to read Jishuka's messages and explains that the clan master said to contact the protagonist as soon as he arrived in South Korea. Grid also thinks it would be fun to meet everyone in real life, but he asks if the international competition in the real world has not ended yet. It is the second day of the international competition, and today the destruction of objectives will take place. Today, the centers of attention will not be the United States or France, but South Korea and Brazil. Both nations are led by the beauties of Satisfy Yura, who ranks 5th in the unified ranking, acclaimed for her magical control, casting speed, and precision, and alongside her is Jishuka, the best archer in Satisfy and ranked 13th in the unified ranking. The event will take place on an island in Satisfy called Tira. The first country to reach 150 points will win the game. They only need to destroy the small discs that fly at 40 meters per second, and each disc grants 1 point. There is also a golden disc that grants 50 points but flies 10 times faster, making it the hardest to hit. The presenter explains that it is valid to eliminate enemy users, but this will not grant additional points. Each country has 2 participants, who will have to take turns breaking the discs and protecting their partner. Of the 17 countries, only 1 nation is participating alone. The audience wishes for Yura or Jishuka to win, and the cheers of excitement resonate in the stadium. However, it is a pity that when the game starts, all the countries will focus on eliminating them, and Yura is representing Korea alone. Did her partner give up? The other countries mock Korea's situation, thinking that at least Peak Sword would come, but it is disappointing that they have given up this way. Then, a familiar voice asks Yura if she is really giving up. It is Regis, representing England. He heard that Grid has no intention of participating, despite being signed up for the competition. He explains that the clan also tried to contact him but received no response. The player recognizes Regis and understands her own situation, as she was the one who signed up the protagonist without his consent. Regis deduces that Yura really thought Grid would show up, but it is a pity that he left her alone. The young man comments that it will be complicated for the girl to play alone, but he promises that England will not attack her at the start of the game. Then, Jishuka asks the Englishman if the protagonist really did not show up, which Regis confirms. The girl curses the protagonist, getting emotional upon seeing his name on the list, but she will not be able to see him, despite having made such a long trip to get here. The clan master asks Regis to focus, as if he worries about other people, he will regret it later. Yura thinks the same and exclaims that she will not give up. The people on the battlefield are the elites representing a country. Here, everyone aspires to be the best, whether in pairs or individually. Yura exclaimed confidently. The summary continues with the international competition, where there are many discs and some teams take the opportunity to score as many points as possible, watching the other players. Someone asks Jishuka if it would not be better to aim from a high place, but the clan master, Sadaka, replies that this way they would be an easy target. Here, the Brazilian team is presented, with Jishuka in 13th place in the unified ranking and Samuel in 95th. Jishuka explains that there are 17, and while the rankers face each other, Brazil will take the opportunity to score points. Elsewhere on the island, we see Yura's Black Storm explosion. The presenters cannot believe the firepower of the ability capable of destroying a fifth of the island, wiping out the Italian team. Jishuka reasons that the beginning is often the scene for idiots who do not understand their capabilities and for predators who are overwhelmingly powerful. Yura uses her Black Lightning and destroys the discs with extreme ease. The presenter calculates almost 50 points and informs that Korea is advancing rapidly. Tsiban, on the other hand, watches the broadcast and deduces that the power of the eighth servant is on par with a boss monster. It seems that his plan is a massive bombardment and can be considered a great plan, considering he is participating alone. But this way, he will only increase the excitement of the spectators and eventually lose. Apparently, 8 different teams have allied to eliminate Yura. In the Spanish team, they ask Med, first place in the monk ranking and 33rd in the unified ranking, if it would not be better to score points, but the Spanish ranker replies that they can focus on that later. 8 teams, with 16 players in total, have gathered to take down Yura. The latter uses the intimidation skill randomly and causes devastating damage. Samuel cannot believe that the Black Mage has taken out all those players, but Jishuka asks him to focus on the objectives for now. She fires her arrows and takes out multiple discs, quickly rising in the rankings. She expresses that this is the international competition, and the players participating are the best from each nation. Everyone present on this battlefield is truly strong. The presenter mentions that the teams are pushing Yura to the limit, as among them are 6 players who are within the top 30 of the unified ranking. The absence of a partner begins to be felt. Grid watches the competition from his home and wonders if he is an idiot for abandoning her, even when she recalculated that she would not participate. He finds the girl's will to fight incredible and is intrigued by what her motivation will be. Grid reasons that it must be the sense of responsibility they have, after having represented South Korea for so long. The presenter shouts that Yura has met the expectations of the Korean people, and everyone encourages her to continue. Then, Grid remembers the motivations that drive him. "We need you," Grid recalled Jashuka's words and Irene's love. Then, Peak Sword's voice asks him if he has a place he wants to protect. Grid understands that Yura wants to meet the expectations that others have placed on her. Returning to her, he thinks that if she is cornered now, she will not be able to win, but if the battle drags on, it will become more difficult. Then, an explosion saves her from the situation. "Sorry, I couldn't stand the fact that many are going alone against one." It was Regis, who asks the Black Mage if she still holds her desire to be the best. A player tells Regis to mind his own business, as because of his sense of justice, he will help another nation win the gold medal. Regis charges his attack and mentions that this has always been the moral code he defended. Regis is in first place in the unified ranking and comments that there is no reason to mock others. He strikes the player with his bare hands and deals 9,200 damage. Then, he lands a critical hit of 10,900 points with his skill-strong palm. The other player manages to withstand it but admits that Regis is strong, managing to break his bones with just 2 hits. Then, the player activates the Origin Opportunity skill and restores all his health to the maximum, healing all his wounds, but his health will gradually decrease until it reaches the minimum. The windows inform that his stats have been redistributed. His intelligence, perseverance, patience, and luck have decreased to 1 point, but we see that his agility has risen to over 2,137 points, and he strikes Regis with astonishing speed. Regis thought the guy would have broken bones. "Just as you trained your body in martial arts, I, as a monk, also trained my body with extreme patience," revealed the Spanish ranker. Med asks the Englishman not to impose his moral code in a place where the only goal is the victory of a nation. He attacks Regis and exclaims that the only thing that matters is the results. Yura, in turn, also faces other rankers with a powerful explosion. She faces Bubit from Turkey, with the Destroyer class, ranked 25th in the unified ranking. He thinks that, with his rare Destroyer class, he is one of the best initiators, but still cannot get close to Yura. She has extreme control with area skills and vast crowd control combos. However, he thinks that the girl's mana must be at its limit and decides to finish this once and for all. Yura, in turn, charges an attack she had saved in her orb and uses the Divine Punishment skill, which massacres 2 of the players who were attacking her. The girl barely managed to escape the situation, took out the main damage dealers, and will now use the remaining mana to fight one-on-one. Then, Bubit emerges from the smoke and prepares to finish the battle. He strikes Yura in the side with all his might and deals significant damage. The presenters inform that the survivors have surrounded Yura, and since mages have low defense and health, this seems to be her end. The presenter thinks it is a pity, as they thought Korea would win a medal in this game, but her partner receives information about another Korean who has joined the competition. As there are no rules for such situations, the SA group decided to allow the Korean player to join the event, promising better organization for future competitions. The spectators focus their attention on the Korean and mock his way of dressing, coming to an event like this in flip-flops on the island. Meanwhile, they inform that Yura's health has fallen below 20% and she will not be able to survive this competition. The players curse the wound of the Dark Mage, which has taken the lives of many players alone. They decide to finish her off, as, despite not being able to win the competition, they will take revenge. Then, Yura summons a diamond shield to protect herself. This is the girl's only defensive spell. Despite being at level 200, she will have to achieve her 3rd advancement to get more. Still, she is not willing to give up. However, Bubit breaks the girl's shield and exclaims that it is too weak for the level of the rankers. He apologizes to the girl but must defeat her. Although he cannot win the competition, he will leave with the reputation of having defeated a top ranker. The audience's fury is directed at the player who joined the event late, thinking that if he had arrived on time, he would at least have taken the attacks for Yura. Even Peak Sword would have been a better option,
considering that the reward for obtaining a gold medal is 200 million Korean wons. The boy's attitude is quite problematic. Grid blames Yura and Peak Sword for not informing him. He only made a light commitment. Still, he does not want to see his country lose.
Things would have been different if they had not mentioned the reward for the medal from the beginning, said Grid, determined to obtain the medal.
Bubit prepares to pulverize Yura with his hammer. Regis will not allow them to do this in his presence, but Med does not let him get distracted. Then, a golden glow appears on the battlefield, exploding in front of the rankers, causing them to retreat.
The players notice that there is something on the ground. They were strange golden blades. "Hey, stop pretending to be weak and get up, or it will look like I'm here to rescue you or something," said our protagonist as he enters the scene. He exclaims that since the guys did not play fair, things will be simpler for him. Taking off his zippered hood, he comments that there will be no need to be civilized. "You better prepare mentally for what is going to happen," said the protagonist, equipped with his divine armor. "From now on, this will be a very bad experience for you," he said, initiating the one-sided game.
The audience cannot believe that the player who just connected saved South Korea from defeat. The Koreans are happy that Yura is still alive. But the name of the player Grid is not familiar to them. As he appeared out of nowhere, they deduce that he is an assassin. Samuel warns his companion that the player named Grid has appeared, and Jishuka exclaims that it is her opportunity to score as many points as possible. The rest of the players think that Grid arrived too late, but Regis does not believe it. The Korean team avoided a major loss but is still in a dangerous situation, as their score has stopped since the rest started attacking Yura. Grid decides to solve this problem and sends the Pobranayam to work. The Korean score starts to rise wildly again, while the strange golden blades destroy discs at a surprising speed. They were not simple pieces of armor. The players express that Grid is about to part with his most valuable items, but the protagonist attacks them, causing them great damage. The players are incredulous at the protagonist's power, with simple ordinary attacks. It is then that they recognize the great sword that destroyed the giant clan. It is definitely the psychopathic butcher. Bubit charges at Grid and mocks him, saying that the protagonist is wielding the sword as if it were a fly swatter. He uses the bull rush, closing spaces with the protagonist and dealing him damage. Then, he uses the skill Observe the Stars, and leaves Grid unconscious for 2.5 seconds. However, two windows indicate to Bubit that Grid resisted the CC. Grid, in turn, praises the high rankers, as despite using the Dine sleeve, which specializes in combat against many opponents, the players only lost 20% of their health. He will draw failure sooner than expected, and now that his identity has become public, he will have to make a grand debut. Then, he uses the skilled Transcend Pagma swordsmanship link, which deals a lot of damage and takes out 3 players instantly. Other players are also disconnected by Grid's overwhelming attack. Bubit is incredulous at the power of Grid's ranged attack and still does not understand how the protagonist is immune to CC. He is a demon capable of swinging the gigantic sword with surprising ease. Just like the other rankers, he is struck by the protagonist. "Why does a kid like this have to be from Korea?" he lamented before disappearing. Yura, for her part, thinks that she never became Korea's last hope out of her sense of duty, but because she had to do everything alone after losing the support of her family. As a result, she developed great self-confidence and believed she could do everything by herself. Grid asks about the girl's condition and offers her rest, taking a potion. Now, Yura has someone she can trust and accepts Grid's help, while the Korean audience shouts the names of the players. Meanwhile, Brazil is racking up points wildly and has already reached half of what is needed to win. Jishuka sheds a few tears of jealousy, thinking that Grid is an idiot for ignoring her all the time and yet came to rescue Yura immediately. Brazil is one of the top candidates to win this competition, but it is being threatened by Canada and China. A new battle is about to begin. In the rankings, we can see that Korea is still leading the table, thanks to the Pobranayam blades of the protagonist. The players from the United States are surprised by the ability of the legendary class, having defeated 15 players and still leading the points ranking. Here is Hurant with the Aura Master class, ranked 8th in the unified ranking and 2nd in the United States team. The latter asks his companion Lowell to take care of the golden blades. On the other hand, Lowell is first in the Kigong Master ranking and the best among the 10 rookies. He responds that the blades seem to be made of the same material as the golden disc seen in the Byron War, so it will be impossible to destroy them. On the map, we can see that Japan is hot on the heels of the United States, and as the team scores are almost the same, it will soon become an elimination battle.
Lowell calculates that France will also be able to score points quickly, as they are well positioned in the mountains. The United States can only aspire to the silver medal if they do not compete with Korea, which, at this rate, will win the gold medal. Huron trusts the cold strategist's decision from the United States, who will take care of France and return in 3 minutes, but Huron explains that Japan continues to press. He will engage in a 2-on-1 confrontation. Quickly, we see the Japanese arriving at the location of the American rookie. The presenters cannot believe that Huron abandoned his companion. The battle around the island is nearing its end. Regis instantly defeated Med, while his companion Natasha continues to score points. Meanwhile, Brazil is being attacked by China and Canada. It seems that the second place will be decided here. Jishuka could try to handle the situation even while being alone, but it would be quite difficult. So she uses her Phoenix Feather skill and takes out the Chinese team. As for Lowell, he is managing to hold off the Japanese. What a curse! That bastard Huron left me alone against these guys and abandoned the strategy, Lowell grumbled. He uses his Void Vessel skill and takes out a Japanese player. He is definitely among the best rookies. Another Japanese player escapes the boy's attack and says he will not fall for his traps. Then Huron takes out the Japanese player with a surprise attack from above. The presenters praise Huron's control for managing to defeat the Japanese player after having taken out the French team. But Lowell criticizes him for taking 4.9 seconds. Canada, for its part, thought it would be the winning team but ended up being surrounded by the Americans. Huron uses his aura blades to try to get rid of the Canadians. The players exclaim that they are also high-level rankers and mention that Huron is very confident. Then, he can barely block a poisoned arrow with his forearm. Jishuka aims for the heart, but he manages to dodge. The American ranker praises Jishuka's insight and asks the Canadians not to interfere anymore. To ensure this, he uses his aura spear to massacre everyone and open a corridor among the players so he can reach the Brazilian archer. Jishuka charges a powerful attack thinking that he is faster than she had thought. She must try to delay him. Samuel tries to stop Huron's advance and charges at the American, but is quickly repelled by a counterattack from Huron. Jishuka thanks her companion for buying her half a second and fires her powerful arrow at the enemies. But we can see that her attack is being tamed by someone. It is the rookie Lowell, who uses air to control the flames and open a path for his companion. The latter advances to finish off the Brazilian team. Jishuka thinks that the control of a player who is among the top 10 is very out of the ordinary. During the fight, Huron mentions that archers are a nuisance from a distance and prepares to end the combat. A powerful explosion is seen, and as the smoke dissipates, the American player realizes that he has hit something hard. "Are you Huron?" asks Grid's voice, praising Huron's sharp senses. The American player confirms the rumors that the legendary class belongs to the Sadaka Guild and mentions that it is exaggerated to have a guild meeting in the middle of the international competition. Grid will not fall for the provocations and states that he came to protect Jishuka. The guild captain questions him for ignoring her messages, and the protagonist apologizes, saying he was too busy. Huron thinks things will get complicated from now on and sends Lowell to score more points. Grid asks the others to give up, as the Sadaka Guild will win all the medals. Huron, for his part, responds that they aspire to at least get the silver medal, and for that, they must keep the protagonist busy. Grid replies that it will be complicated, and we see Huron begin to release a red aura, explaining that there are growth classes within hidden classes. Jishuka remembers that his aura was blue not long ago. Then, Huron reveals that his class was initially of rare rank, but he developed it into an epic class. He reveals that in the future it will be a legendary class and challenges the protagonist to a fight. Grid advises his guild master to score more points, just like the rookie from the United States. He explains that even England and Regis are aspiring to get the silver medal, but since Jishuka is the guild master, she should at least secure second place. He recognizes his guildmates as the first people who acknowledged him and showed him respect, so even if he cannot score points for them, he at least wants to give them the opportunity to finish in second place. He explains that Yura and her golden blades will secure first place for Korea, and he wants to face the United States because they have a reputation for being strong. Jishuka understands that the protagonist is not good at expressing his emotions and accepts his decision. She and her companion Samuel withdraw, asking the protagonist not to lose. On social media, Grid is a complete mystery. He does not appear in the rankings but has the support of beauties like Yura or Jishuka. Sarah's friend explains that she wants Grid more and more as he becomes more famous, but the protagonist's sister explains that Grid is not interested in real women. She thinks that the more people get involved with the protagonist, the more nonsense he has in mind. She wonders what will happen in this game called Satisfy for people to change so much. The girl insists on asking about Grid's tastes, and Sarah responds that he loves money. Hurent mentions that it will not be so simple to obtain the silver medal, as the United States is also interested in it. I have already helped them a bit. The rest is in your hands, said the protagonist, charging his attack, determined to put on a good show. He begins to unleash the dance of Pagma's swordsmanship, but is hit before he can do anything. Grid did not expect to take so much damage, despite using a legendary class. Hurent gives the protagonist advice and warns him to be careful when casting his skills in a PvP confrontation. The protagonist feels humiliated and decides to try to assassinate Hurent. Hurent can feel the great energy of the legendary class but thinks it is a disappointment and counterattacks the protagonist. Grid realizes that the damage is always the same, so he deduces that the damage from his aura is fixed and ignores armor. Hurent does not let the protagonist rest and attacks him again. He advises him to try to immobilize the opponent before using his skills with such high casting times. Or at least try to predict his movements. He mocks Grid's little combat experience and doubts that the protagonist is handling his class properly. Grid asks Hurent not to underestimate him, as he has already defeated hundreds of monster bosses alone. The American player responds by mocking the monsters that do not fight intelligently, so one cannot consider that combat experience. Grid thinks that the American is just a chatterbox and tries Pagma's fencing again, but his movements are easily read by Hurent, and he is thwarted once more. It seems your learning ability is also deficient, said the ranker, disappointed for having overestimated the legendary class and given up on winning the gold medal. Grid has already understood that the casting of his skills takes between 0.8 to 2.5 seconds. He had no problems against the monsters, but it is completely different against other players. It seems that using Pagma's dance against the rankers won't be so easy. Therefore, he activates the blacksmith's fury, strikes with a simple blow, and advises Hurent not to underestimate him. The American, in turn, cannot believe that Grid has pushed his aura to the limit. The protagonist's strength was worthy of a legendary class. Grid continues to attack and shouts that he doesn't need to use his skills. He will defeat him with strikes. Hurent, for his part, is impressed with Grid's resilience. Despite having used great skills and taken a lot of damage, he does not seem tired. The protagonist's stats are unusually high thanks to his items, so if this battle drags on, the first person to get exhausted will be Hurent. Putting the aura on his toes, he thinks that the best option is to gather as much information as possible. Then, he uses his escape skill to reduce his attack by 30% and increase his speed by 30%. He already has a good idea of Grid's strength, so now he will estimate his speed in the blink of an eye. Grid appears next to Hurent using the quick movements of his dagger. The American cannot believe the speed the protagonist has achieved just by changing weapons. Are his items good enough to compensate for his lack of combat experience? Then, he receives a message from Lowell informing him that it is enough and asks him to quickly focus on the objectives. He decides to get rid of the protagonist and uses his aura spear, causing a large explosion. He wonders if he hit when Grid's silhouette appears from the smoke, ready to defeat Hurent with simple strikes. Then, the American smiles and tells Grid that it's all over. Grid does not understand when the announcer announces that the Korean team has already reached 150 points, making them the winners of the event. Grid forgot that the Pobranayam was destroying the objectives all along. According to the rules, the team that has already reached 150 points cannot remain on the battlefield, and the Koreans will be forcibly disconnected. Hurent, for his part, bids farewell to the protagonist and joins Lowell in the fight for second place. Grid is very furious and curses the American's luck. That same afternoon, the second day of the international competition ended. The main topic of conversation was the appearance of the first legendary class, the successor of Pagma. Right now, the press conference is taking place, and a journalist explains that player Shin Yong-bu won the gold medal, then asks the furious Korean to calm down a bit. Another journalist mentions that, thanks to the victory in objective destruction, Korea can enter the competition ranking, and it was impressive that the protagonist pressured the United States to achieve only second place. We see that the bronze medal was obtained by Regis for England, who took care of attacking Jishuka, while Samuel could do nothing to defend her. Then, he asks Grid about his relationship with player Yura, questioning whether they are lovers, and also asks about Jishuka. These questions surprise the protagonist, who did not expect them. Grid wants to say that he will never have a relationship with a real woman, but he is quickly cut off by Yura, who responds that they are just colleagues and also explains that Grid is part of Jishuka's guild. She asks the protagonist not to say strange things. Otherwise, it will unnecessarily prolong the interview. But we see that Grid does not know what he said that was strange. Several journalists begin to bombard the protagonist with questions about his class and his items. Yura advises him to provide information that calms the media's curiosity without revealing anything personal, as Grid is now the center of attention for the whole world. A journalist mentions that 40 days ago there was a global message saying that the first legendary class appeared and asks if Grid obtained his class at that moment. "Can I, a simple person who has always been locked at home, do that?" asks the protagonist, hesitantly. He remembers that he is not alone now. Even now, he has someone who will support him. Then, he answers the journalist's question decisively. "I am capable of crafting legendary items. Moreover, you are correct. It was at that moment that I became the successor of Pagma." Then, the journalist asks how the legendary class felt fighting against the American H-Urant, which embarrasses the protagonist. Another journalist mentions that the protagonist's class is known for its incredible strength in fencing, although it seemed deficient on screen, and then asks about the protagonist's class. "Is the difference in skill control between you the cause?" questioned the journalist. Grid appears highly irritated because H-Urant ridiculed him in his debut, but Yura reasons that the difference in control was not the main cause. The successor of Pagma is a class with skills related to fencing, but its strength lies in its skills related to blacksmithing. It cannot be considered a strong class in terms of combat. Grid used skills like transcending lunge, link, assassination, and wave, with surprising combat power, but deficient due to their high cooldown and casting time. This will be Grid's greatest weakness when facing top rankers, who take advantage of even the slightest second. It is the limit of a production class. Then, Grid responds to the question, "It is not something natural. I have not yet completed the missions related to my class change, so I have not fully received Pagma's skills." This surprises both Yura and the journalists present, who cannot believe that the legendary class is still not in its final form. Then, the journalist asks if, when the protagonist completes his class change, he will be able to defeat H-Urant. Grid immediately notices that the journalists are trying to create controversies. He thinks that he could have used restriction to immobilize the American and defeat him overwhelmingly, or he could have also used instant activation skills like Unbreakable Justice or Golden Shine, but Grid did not use them because he did not want to reveal all his options. He asks Yura if H-Urant will participate in the PvP event of the competition, to which the player responds affirmatively, confirming that Grid is also registered for the PvP, in addition to the pet marathon. Grid responds to the journalist saying that he is still a rookie compared to the real Pagma of Legends. Remember the words of H-Urant. Questioning whether he could properly use his class, he then decides to talk about H-Urant. "In 30 seconds, I will defeat him." In just 30 seconds, at the PvP event of the international competition, confirmed the confident protagonist. Meanwhile, in the satisfying news, they report that today was the second day of the international competition and that the objective destruction, siege, and treasure hunt events were held. Fewer and fewer events remain until the end of the first competition, and it seems that the host country, Korea, has still not managed to gain a significant advantage. Although it had previously been assessed as the weakest country compared to the other 17 countries, the Koreans finished last in both the siege and the treasure hunt. Even with Yura's amazing skills, she was unable to reverse the low expectations placed on the Korean team. However, it seems that a new star has emerged among them. With the phrase, "I will defeat him in 30 seconds, his fame spread quickly around the world. They refer to Grid, the successor of Pagma. We see that journalists continue to ask questions, but Yura ends the press conference, explaining that what has been said is more than enough. Grid asks if they can really end the conference whenever they want, to which Yura replied that what they talked about was more than enough. There will be more press conferences in the future, and they should return to the waiting room. The protagonist thanks his companion, as, thanks to her help, the press conference went well. The girl seemed to have experience in these matters, but Yura explains that Grid does not need to thank her, mentioning that the atmosphere of the Korean team has been very depressing due to the results obtained in other events, but thanks to the protagonist's performance, the mood has improved a bit. She thanks the protagonist for participating in the events, despite having signed her up without consulting her. Grid asks her not to worry, as he is having a lot of fun and his performance is better than he expected. Later, in the waiting room of the Korean team, Yura apologizes to the team for the mediocre results obtained in the siege, despite everyone having worked very hard.
The Korean players exclaim that it is not Yura's fault and that they are the ones who want to apologize. Then, they get emotional upon seeing Grid. The first legendary class is a Korean. The boys feel honored to meet him in person, but then someone enters the Korean room. It is the Sadaka clan, and Jishuka, who immediately jumps into the protagonist's arms, shouting his name. The protagonist is too shocked to recognize her, but realizes that she is his clan master. The boys from the Korean team immediately recognize the Brazilian beauty of Jishuka and the famous players Regis and Pon. Jishuka reveals that she was really looking forward to seeing Grid in person. Grid is surprised to see that Pon and Reg also came and cannot believe Jishuka's real beauty. He is surprised to see that Grid looks exactly the same in the game and in real life, while Regis thinks Pon is the only one who looks different. Then we see that the master of the Sadaka clan gives a challenging look to Yura, wanting to mark her territory, and sticks her tongue out at the player with disdain. This irritates the Korean player, who does not understand the foreigner's bad attitude. Later, the boys leave the stadium, and Yura praises Grid's participation today. Grid asks the girl if she is okay after participating in so many events in one day, despite not getting good results. Yura thinks it is a shame, but she really improved in something and was able to grow as a person due to the maximum effort along with her teammates. If I were to obtain victory without this, it would not have been a satisfying victory, said the player, enjoying failure as some form of reward. Grid repeats the wise words of the elder Kan and mentions that enjoying the process is more important than the result. Then Yura asks Grid what he plans to do, and the protagonist does not understand what the girl means. Yura refers to Grid's fans who follow him everywhere, and we see that Jishuka asks the protagonist to teach her about Korea. Regis wants to visit the Taekwondo theme park, while Pon wants to go to a nightclub, but Jishuka tells the boys to leave. Grid will be alone with me, she screams furiously. The protagonist cannot understand what the boys are saying in another language, as Grid only speaks Korean with difficulty. Then Yura offers to be an interpreter to translate for the protagonist. She will make a reservation at a restaurant and offers to go all together. Later, at the restaurant, we see that Pon celebrates the delicious traditional Korean food while drinking, and Regis is excited to taste the flavor of Taekwondo. But Pon mocks him, saying that Taekwondo has no flavor. Jishuka angrily questions why that woman came with them and orders the boys to eat quickly so they can leave and let Grid and her be alone. Pon explains that Yura is capable of speaking 8 languages and is good at relating to others, although Jishuka does not want to relate to a servant of Yatten. Offering food to Grid, she mentions that the only reason she decided to participate in the international competition was to meet Grid, commenting that it would be a good opportunity to come live in South Korea. Yura translates what Jishuka said and explains that she is not enjoying her stay in South Korea, and that if it weren't for the international competition, she would not have set foot in Korea. Jishuka curses the cunning fox for not translating correctly and reveals that she has learned a little Korean. Yura apologizes for not understanding well, probably due to the excess fat on Jishuka's vocal cords. This comment irritates the Brazilian, insulting Yura for being an ironing board, while Grid, in turn, finds himself in the middle of the battle and does not understand why. He asks Regis for help, but realizes that the chubby guy has fallen asleep after eating too much. The only alternative left for our protagonist is Pon, but we see that the player is flirting with a Korean girl. Grid cannot believe that these guys are his friends in Satisfy and needs some time for himself. He goes to the men's bathroom and, in front of the mirror, thinks that the guys' attitudes are completely different from those in the game. He smiles and remembers that it has been a long time since he socialized with people in real life. His past self would never have imagined that something like this would happen one day. Friends really change a lot, he thought fondly. He thinks it is time to go home and deduces that Yura will be fine, but wonders if the others will stay in a hotel. Grid asks the waiter about Pon, and the worker reveals that he left with the lady he was talking to. Grid laments that the spearman left without saying goodbye and tells the others to go home. Then we see that Jishuka and Yura have completely collapsed from mixing international competition and alcohol. Grid asks about Regis, and the waiter explains that he ran out shouting something about Taekwondo. He seemed very drunk too. Grid cannot believe that everyone has left him alone. Friends are definitely a headache. The next day, we see Sarah screaming, and his parents come in worried. The protagonist's sister is concerned about what she saw in Grid's room. Apparently, a miracle happened in Grid's room. The protagonist responds that he had to perform the miracle to get them into the taxi. He mentions that the girls are rankers participating in the international competition and are famous celebrities, so he couldn't leave them in that state and brought them home. Sarah believes that her brother threatened them,
but Grid asks her to wake them up if they doubt him. Later, the father understands that the boys had a meeting the day before. Jishuka calls Grid's father Dad and asks everyone to eat together. The father does not understand why she called him that and explains that he has already eaten. The protagonist's father tries to explain to his son that polygamy is prohibited in Korea, but the protagonist explains that it is not what it seems. Then, Grid asks the girls if they are not going to participate in any events today, but Yura explains that they can only participate in 3 events per player in the competition. The presenter explains that on the 3rd day of the competition, there will be an event related to production, and many fans are disappointed that Pagman's successor will not be participating as a blacksmith in this event. Yura thinks it is a shame but explains that he will also only participate in 3 events. Before the event starts, they will have a small interview with Urant. They ask him about the challenge the protagonist launched in the PvP that will take place in 2 days. Urant responds that the story of 30 seconds is something immature, something only an inexperienced person would say. Lowell asks Cybele about the confidence his companion is showing, as even if Urant fights at his maximum level, it will be difficult to defeat the protagonist due to the items he has. Cybele thinks that the rookie strategist is someone very cautious and reveals that Urant has a wide variety of uses for his aura, in addition to not having shown all his skills or potential. It will be problematic for someone who only relies on their items. That rookie is a few steps below me, and that is something I can say for sure, assured the American, referring to the protagonist. Grid thinks that both the pet marathon and the PvP event are individual events that will take place on the 5th day of the competition, and there will be no teams by country. This means that a country with many talented rankers can take all 6 medals from the 2 events. He assumes that the Americans will try to get all the medals, but they made a mistake in their calculations. They did not consider that he also has the same idea, revealed the protagonist, willing to take both gold medals. The story continues on the 5th day of the international competition, exactly when the events of the pet marathon and the PvP will take place. This last PvP event will be held at the Castle of Leon, located on Pearl Island. Through a draw, the 32 participants of the event were paired, and experts believe that the finalists will be Chris, the 3rd place in the unified ranking, and Vondre, the 11th place. According to the draw, the protagonist will kick off the event with his match against Urant in the 1st round. We remember that, although Grid declared that he would defeat Urant in 30 seconds, the audience is on the side of the American. Urant, who is already connected and ready for his battle, is probably thinking about the opponents he has drawn, while recalling one by one the players in the top ranks. He activates his red aura of epic rank, although this rank can be increased through training, destroying a tree with his aura. We see that the skill inflicts a fixed damage of 4,600 to the target and can be deployed at a maximum range of 5 meters. It has the Master Aura class and the title of candidate for Sword Saint. He also has the sensitivity skill at level 1, with which he can predict the movements of his target within a range of 10 meters for 6 seconds, but will lose consciousness for 2 seconds after using it. It costs all current mana and has a cooldown time of 3,600 seconds. He wants to surpass the other 6 candidates for Sword Saint and will start by surpassing Chris and Vondre in this international competition. The audience cheers for Urant, and almost all bets favor him as the winner. The Korean player, in turn, is being flooded with booze, as news has emerged that he disappeared along with Yura and Jishisu, both in a state of intoxication, generating much controversy. Yura is surprised by the ways the Korean audience insults our dear protagonist. Grid responds that he is already used to it. He has no experience in receiving compliments, but he will shut them up by getting the gold medal. As the protagonist connects to the battlefield, the presenters reason that the protagonist's attitude and statements could be the reason for the audience's hatred. Grid seems to want to start the fight using his Pagma dance immediately. Urant thought it would be a more complicated battle, but understands that the protagonist has not learned the lesson from last time. Urant activates his aura and will not let the protagonist finish casting his skill. He dodges Grid's Pabranayam and delivers a blow that causes him 4,600 damage. He is disappointed because Grid does not cancel his dance, even when he is being attacked, and since Grid seems to have high cooldown times, he will only use his aura defensively until he tires him out. Then, Grid uses the restriction skill, with which he immobilizes his rival for 3 seconds. Urant does not understand why he cannot move suddenly, curses the protagonist for hiding such a skill, but uses his aura to increase his defense until he can recover from the immobilization, but is instantly pierced by the protagonist's assassination skill, causing him 68,300 damage. Urant dies, unable to believe what just happened. The Korean stadium falls into complete silence, while the presenters also cannot process what happened in this battlefield. Grid mocks the rankers for being shocked when someone comes along and crushes everything, but this is the only way he has to grab the audience's attention. Watch carefully and learn. The villain has appeared, declared the protagonist with a smile. In just 5 seconds, Grid ended the fight. Urant, one of the favorite contenders, was not defeated in 30 seconds, but in just 5 seconds. The Korean audience explodes with emotion, while others curse Urant for losing money on bets. The protagonist's companions, in turn, celebrate like crazy. Those who already knew Grid knew that the result would be obvious and decide to spend all the money they won asking the protagonist to make them new items. Grid, in turn, praises the Americans' great defense, which received only 68,000 points of damage, even when the protagonist used his ultimate assassination skill, but still mocks him, as he managed to shut him up. Meanwhile, in the United States team, Lowell informs his companion that he lost and asks him to get out of the capsule. Urant understands that he was never a real opponent for Grid, curses his disgusting strategy of using a large crowd control skill with an ultimate skill, realizes that he is still not a rival for a legendary class, and will focus on training more. Lowell, in turn, explains that the abysmal difference in the protagonist's items also played an important role. Urant asks Lowell if he is implying something and remembers that the Snake Clan promised large subsidies to recruit rookies like him, while we see the protagonist in the background mocking the defeated. Lowell explains that he was fascinated by Grid's skills, is tired of being called a rookie, and if he wants to be considered a ranker, he will need items that help him. Understanding that powerful items are better than having good control, he decides to join the Sadaka clan and asks Urant to reconsider his position as well. Urant understands his American companion's decision, but personally feels that he will not be comfortable near someone he eventually wants to defeat, but still wishes Lowell good luck. On the other hand, Vondre watches Grid's fight and thinks it was incredible that the protagonist defeated Urant in just 5 seconds. He will have to be careful with the protagonist's sword, plans to freeze the ground to hinder the protagonist's dance, and, remembering that Grid can use fly, according to what he saw in the Byron War, he is pleased that the fight takes place on an island where the humidity favors him. Vondre will use his ultimate skill, Absolute Zero, which he learned from an S-rank spellbook. This skill freezes and inflicts a fixed damage of 42,000 points. It would be a skill capable of dealing with Yura and Urant on a humid battlefield, whether on land or in the air. A rookie like Grid will not be able to escape. Vondre presents himself, from France, with the Ice Mystic class and is in 11th place in the unified ranking. Yura runs to warn Grid that Vondre will be his next opponent. Once he casts his Ice Prison or his Ice Web, there will be no room for the protagonist to move freely. She needs to warn him because if the protagonist underestimates his opponent in this encounter, he will definitely lose. Returning to the protagonist, he encounters someone who heard Ibelin describe him as a genius. The boy introduces himself as Rill Smith, but his username is Lowell. He asks the protagonist to accept him into the Sadaka clan, but corrects himself and asks Grid to accept him as his subordinate, swearing loyalty. Grid is surprised because the boy speaks Korean and deduces that he must have watched many Korean series, the famous dramas. He then asks directly, "Do you think I will craft items for you if you become my subordinate?" Lowell answers affirmatively, and the protagonist accepts him, recruiting more slaves for his team. He thinks that Maynor has been very annoying lately, sending him only to dangerous places to obtain minerals. It is dangerous due to his intelligence, so it is a good idea to have a new slave who can revive. Lowell did not expect the protagonist to accept so easily, and as thanks, he will provide information about Vondre. He explains that the key to victory depends on the protagonist's ability to interrupt the casting of Vondre's Ice Prison and his Ice Web. If Grid cannot break the ice barrier that Vondre uses to buy time while casting the rest of his abilities, Grid will lose without being able to do anything. The only thing the protagonist understands is that he must defeat him before Vondre starts playing with his ice cubes. Lowell knows that Grid is very arrogant, but because of that, he will have a bad experience. This will be good, as long as it can improve. With all the battles of the first round, Chris starts the second round, and it seems it will be a crushing victory. He is fighting against Regis, the 12th ranked player in the unified ranking, who was one of the best players in LTS, but it seems that things have changed in Satisfy. Chris never imagined that the psychopathic butcher could defeat Urant, let alone in record time. He will be a worthy opponent in the finals. Then he shouts to Regis that he is not on the same level and decides to finish the fight, but is unexpectedly hit on the side. "I always thought using a pair of these would be a luxury for a martial artist, so I never used them," said Regis, having Chris's health with a single blow. "I never imagined I would use these things called weapons," exclaimed the martial artist, realizing that using them makes a big difference. He wields the Duke of Thunder's knuckles, of unique rank, with truly surprising characteristics, made by the great blacksmith G, who combined lightning stones with blue orichalcum. The main weakness of Taekwondo has been overcome with lightning energy. Regis does not like the fact that Chris despises the level of others, so he will defeat him quickly, connecting his combo on the knight, causing additional physical and electric damage by activating the effect of the gauntlets. He then connects a 10th combo and activates the Thunder Carriage skill, destroying the 3rd-ranked player in the unified ranking. Chris disappears, cursing those weapons, which are also the work of Grid. The announcer informs that the Canadian Chris has been defeated, causing a global uproar. Regis was able to overcome the wall that occupied 3rd place in the unified ranking. The presenters are surprised, whether by the presence of the Sadaka clan or by the talent of its members. The Sadaka clan is indeed powerful, as the player pawn was also able to advance through the round with ease. The fame of the Sadaka clan was born in the LTS game, but it seems that this fame has really never disappeared. But they must overcome one last obstacle to regain their former fame. 3 months ago, a competition took place for a Japanese company, and Vondre easily defeated Katz. Vondre is ranked 11th, has a normal class, but prides himself on being as strong as a legendary class and is undefeated. He begins his combat, and despite having low health, his class possesses ice magic specialized in movement restriction and defense. Once he immobilizes his enemies, he defeats them easily, being considered a neutralizer of damage-focused classes. The combat will take place in a location that is advantageous to him, as the humidity increases his magical power and casting speed by 20%. Vondre is the favorite against the player Grid. He notes that Grid will use a different sword than the one used in his confrontation against H. Urant, but still exclaims that his victory is guaranteed, freezing the ground. He reveals that he knows that Grid's dance requires at least 4 steps, and now that he has frozen the ground, he has limited the protagonist's movements, activating his ice barrier. He welcomes Grid to the world of rankers. If Grid uses his flying ability, Vondre plans to use his ice web and finish him off with absolute 0. But then he is hit by a golden flash from the protagonist. The Ice Mage received 12,530 damage and lost 80% of his health with a single blow. The Thunder Carriage is applied, and he is stunned for 3 seconds. Vondre cannot comprehend how he was attacked, even without the protagonist using the sword lance. The ice barrier is the most resistant shield to physical attacks, and yet it was pierced by an instant attack. It is revealed that Grid used the golden flash of Dine Sleeve, an attack with 1000% magical damage, and although Grid does not have excessive magical power, being considered a warrior and not having increased that statistic, it was more than enough to defeat an ice mystic characterized by having low health. You should start playing like an adult and not like a child. "Have you finished your ice castle?" said the protagonist, making a reference to the movie Frozen. The combat ended in just 4 seconds. This time, there was a twist in the events of the PvP, as the tournament favorites, H. Urant, Vondre, and Chris, were eliminated. Only 4 finalists remain, and it seems that there will be a new era at the top of the rankings. And the most interesting thing is that 3 of the 4 finalists are members of the Sadaka clan. The battle between Palm and Regis is very intense. Both are geniuses in battle, and it is difficult to determine who has the advantage in this encounter. We see that Jishuka encourages both equally. Palm is determined to achieve victory, but Regis's speed is surprising, and he positions himself behind Palm, striking the Lancer from behind. Regis reveals that if it weren't for the brass knuckles that Grid forged for him, he would have lost. He proposes to end the encounter with a big final attack, as he does not want to show the maximum potential of the items here. Palm responds that Regis's face says otherwise, but still accepts the offer, putting away his spear as a good opportunity to test his other spear, exclaiming that he will emerge victorious from the encounter. Both players collide in a great explosion, and when the smoke clears, we see that the winner was Regis. Palm tells the martial artist not to be so pleased, as he will have to fight a certain person in the finals. On the other hand, Grid will be facing Bubit to see who will be the other finalist. The protagonist not only defeated several favorites in this competition, but also demonstrated his qualities as a celebrity. The presenters mentioned that a new version has emerged due to a possible design flaw in his class. The most fervent fans cannot explain where his overwhelming strength comes from, but the audience that accepted Grid seems to need no explanation, given the circumstances. Before starting this encounter at the SA Group headquarters, They decided to hold an informative conference. They asked the president if his strength is a mistake, as in reality, it is a production class, to which the president responds that it is not a mistake, as it was specifically designed this way by the development team.
He reveals the existence of 9 legendary classes, and all of them have a passive ability that makes them immune to crowd control. This is a reward for the hard work required to obtain a legendary class, so they already knew that normal classes would not agree. However, he mentions that they designed Satisfy so that the strength of normal classes increases exponentially after their second and third class advancements, so despite hidden classes being excellent, no difference in strength is impossible to overcome. Satisfy will adequately reward the efforts of all users, declared the president, asking for trust in the development team and the rest of the company, as this was the best explanation he could give. Although it is not a mistake, Grid's strength was not anticipated by the development team, as it was assumed that the protagonist would forge 5 legendary items in less time so that he would be limited in his stat gains. Since Grid constantly failed to forge legendary items due to his bad luck, the penalty was delayed, and he gained more stats than planned. Grid managed to halt the expansion of the Yatin Church and, in the process, rescued the Rebecca Church, aiding in the emergence of the first unique hidden class. Grid changed the world of Satisfy with absurd luck. The plans designed for Satisfy do not seem to fit with the protagonist. He could be considered an incomparable protagonist who was the result of significant failures. It is then that the system informs the president that mission RD3991X has been completed. Kea Rogel was the first user to reach level 300 and advance to the 3rd class after advancing to White Swordsman. He plans to move from the Western continent to the Eastern continent. The president is surprised by the multiple titles the player has earned after completing many missions. Kraugel has become someone unparalleled, a normal swordsman class that is at the top among all users. The president asks the system to calculate a confrontation between Kraugel and Grid, and we see that currently, Kraugel would have a 51.3% chance of coming out victorious. Kraugel is superior to the protagonist. He is different from the rest of the players and likes to move alone. His constant victories are a consequence of his talent. He is a genius with incomparable skills. Grid is starting to gather geniuses around him, while Kraugel is a solitary genius. 2 opposite extremes that possess amazing abilities alongside incredible growth. The president questions who will be the strongest player in the world he himself created, the genius or the clumsy one. Returning to the protagonist's confrontation, there was a twist in the events. Bubit was going to face the protagonist in the semi-finals. He is a master of crowd control and thought that fighting the protagonist would be a waste of time, so Bubit forfeited. As a result, the protagonist advanced directly to the finals, and his current opponent is Regis, who manages to land a hit on the protagonist. Regis takes advantage of his speed to instantly disappear from the blacksmith's line of sight. He cannot risk taking a single hit from the protagonist, so he positions himself behind the protagonist to prevent Grid from attempting his sword dance. Regis strikes with the palm of the supernova and causes a massive explosion. The protagonist regrets having given the brass knuckles to the martial artist and takes almost 10,000 damage from the blow. The protagonist would like to use restriction to stop Regis, but with his speed, he is sure that Regis will be able to dodge. He tries to perform Pagma's dance, but Regis anticipates him to stop him and lands a kick that sends the protagonist flying. Regis warns Grid that as he becomes more famous, he must be more careful with the skills he decides to reveal. We see that Grid is hiding his sword and seems to be preparing something. Grid exclaims that he can only trust his improvisation and seems to be combining the skill of his dagger with unyielding justice. He uses the Wind of Justice skill and hits Regis. Wind of Justice combines the strength of unyielding justice with Wind Gust, inflicting 320% of Grid's damage at a range of 6 meters. Regis receives multiple damages from the Wind Gusts and cannot believe the new skill that the protagonist is using, an instant skill with area damage. The protagonist appears right in front of the martial artist, needing at least 2 seconds to execute my sword dance, he revealed, mentioning that after 2 seconds it is difficult to stop what happens, and he crosses Regis with a deadly skill of Pagma's fencing, which he carried while the Englishman resisted the gust of wind. Regis praises the magnificent use the protagonist makes of his items and, disappearing, decides to learn to use items as well. The presenter exclaims ecstatically that the winner of the PvP event, Grid, has crowned himself as the strongest player, surprising everyone. The protagonist murmurs that Regis complicated things for him. Korea is showing remarkable results in this competition, despite initially believing it would not be able to win any medals. With the end of the PvP event, Korea has won another gold medal, reaching 3rd place in the competition ranking. Grid exclaims that he won the gold medal, as promised,
and Yura mentions that the protagonist is truly amazing. The presenter explains that the United States is trying to maintain its leading position, while France threatens from second place and Canada tries to reach third. Definitely, Korea is making the competition tighter, and the results will be determined in this final pet marathon event. The presenters mention that the strongest pets are the Uavernis, due to their speed, endurance, and flying abilities. Although Uaverni masters are scarce and there are no more than 100 players in total, the United States has the largest number of Uaverni masters, giving them an advantage in this event. The location for the event will be Juria Island, and the first pet to reach the peak of Chinsa Mountain will be the winner. In this event, the pets will participate, not the players, highlighting the training that the players have given to their Uavernis. At the starting line, the majestic Uavernis of different attributes, such as fire, ice, poison, and wind, among others, can be seen. Majestic creatures. The favorite to win this event is Sybil from the United States, who is in second place in the unified ranking. The player poses proudly with his Uaverni named Captain America, with whom he has developed great chemistry over time. This will also be the last event in which the player named Grid will participate, so they expect a miracle from him, but the presenters are unsure if that will happen, as there is no information that Korea has any Uaverni masters. Sybil is impressed that the protagonist will win the PvP after defeating the undefeated Vondre in just 4 seconds. Only a fool would think that the protagonist won using dirty methods. Sybil can confirm without a doubt that Grid's power is at Kraugel's level. They underestimated the emergence of a new monster. Although he thinks that Grid will not be able to maintain his winning streak, especially in an event where users cannot participate, but rather the pets, he believes that Grid's arrogant behavior will end here. At that moment, a girl screams, calling his attention. Sybil thinks that Grid is crazy. How can he bring a cat to an event like this? No screams in fright for his master, while people question why the legendary player brought a cat to the competition. It scratches Grid's face, who does not understand why he is bleeding so much. The Uavernis can use different types of breath and are twice as fast and strong as level 260 griffins. Although they are inferior compared to dragons, Uavernis are known as difficult creatures to tame and as the ultimate pets. The audience thought this event would be a competition between Uavernis. They thought Grid would bring something unique and rare, like a Uaverni with a dark attribute. But instead, he brought a cute kitten. Sybil reasons that it is normal for Grid to have brought another type of pet, as Uavernis are indeed difficult to tame, but bringing a cat is too much. No screams in fright at the dragons, and in his state, we see that he is scared. The Memphits are the strongest demonic beasts from hell, even stronger than adult demons. But there is something that scares them a lot. The ultimate life form, the dragons. Grid orders No not to embarrass him anymore, as he is the strongest beast from hell, and orders him to fly to the finish line, dodging the Uavernis. No refuses and asks the protagonist to let him go. The presenters think that the cat could be devoured by the Uavernis and, even if it is a game, it could be considered animal abuse. It is then that a missile starts the race. The pet marathon begins, and the Uavernis take flight towards the peak of Chinsu Mountain. Meanwhile, we see players Grid and Sybil remain at the starting line. Sybil can stay there because his Uaverni is of the wind attribute, and he trusts he can surpass the rest. Sybil cannot underestimate Grid's participation in the international competition, but he cannot believe that his participation will end so lamentably. He mentions that the clown role fits Grid perfectly and orders the Uaverni Captain America to get the gold. Grid curses the cat and orders him to start flying immediately so as not to finish last, but No continues to be scared, mentioning that Grid is very evil and is afraid of being devoured by those dragons. But then a smell reaches his nose, and he begins to question whether they are really dragons. He confirms that the smell is not from a dragon and, with that, uses his ability on Sybil's Uaverni. The American does not understand what just happened, as something immense came out of the cat and swallowed a Uaverni. The windows inform that Captain America's movement speed has decreased by 50%. He did not use the soul ingestion ability, with which he can temporarily steal the highest stat from the target and give it to his master. But the cat reasons that this time, he will use the stat increase on himself. He will not let those flying lizards win the race, especially after being tricked. No thought the creatures were dragons, but they turned out to be Uavernis. A window shows that No's speed increased by 50%. Sybil finds it strange that his pet speed suddenly decreased after being attacked by the cat, even though at first glance it does not seem to have suffered physical damage. No asks his master if he was scared to think that the strongest demonic beast would lose to some flying lizards.
Grid understands that No might feel so arrogant after devouring the soul of a Uaverni, although he knows that the effect of soul ingestion lasts only 3 seconds. A window informs that Captain America's speed has returned to normal, and Cyval orders him to overtake everyone in front of him. A window also shows that No's speed has also returned to normal, and the protagonist orders the cat to stop talking to focus on the race. The cat screams that he could not lose to the lizards, even if he wanted to, and uses soul ingestion on Captain America again, increasing his movement speed again to quickly catch up with the rest of the Uavernis, and laughs uncontrollably. He uses his soul ingestion on all the competitors, stealing stats for himself. He exclaims that it is time to eat and overtakes them with extreme ease. Grid notes that he is faster than Pabranium. He is definitely not an ordinary cat. The 6 participants from the United States seem desperate, and Cyval is in trouble. The United States thought they would have a crushing performance, but at this rate, they will be tied with South Korea in terms of gold medals. Cyval's pet thinks it is all Grid's fault and orders that the cat be eliminated. All the American Uavernis concentrate their attacks on the protagonist's pet. No suffered 2,430 damage. The presenter screams that there is no way to resist the attacks of several Uavernis. Grid worries, remembering that No is only level 1 and that the 3 seconds of his ability should have already passed. Grid's pet falls quickly after being hit by the attacks of the American pets, and now the Uavernis are ready to finish it off using their tails. No dodges the lizard's limbs using another of his abilities. Cyval cannot believe that the cat used fluidization. The Uavernis use their attacks against the pet again, but they seem useless, as No dodges them with agile movements and fluidization. "You lizards are no match for me," No exclaimed, realizing that the pets had gathered in one place, conveniently for him. Using his soul ingestion, he thanks everyone for the food and devours all the American Uavernis. After defeating the Americans, he sets off to catch up with the pets from other countries. The cat is faster than a bullet, and nothing can stop him. It is a chaotic race, and the presenters think that No will achieve first place. But we see that, amidst the chaos, Captain America flies at full speed. Cyval's pet tears through the sky with its great speed, instantly leading the race. Cyval knows that this is the true potential of a Uaverni with a wind attribute, and its great speed is the result of its wings compressing the air and making it explode. There is only 1 kilometer of straight line to the finish line, and when a Uaverni reaches its maximum acceleration, no other creature can catch up to it. We see that Captain America flies at full speed, but No takes advantage of the lizard's momentum. "You are very fast. I didn't expect that from a lizard," he mentioned, striking the Uaverni with his claws. No used level 1 tier to injure and poison his target. Captain America was petrified for 3 seconds as a consequence of the poison. Cyval is incredulous, while the presenter informs that the cat is getting closer and closer to the finish line. No advances, causing total destruction and defeating the low-level Uavernis. With this, he levels up several times, and the audience wonders what the hell this cat is, after all. No celebrates for being the strongest demonic beast from hell, and his stats show that he has reached level 26. Cyval cannot believe what he just heard. A demonic beast from hell. Now that Grid's pet has revealed its identity, it heads towards the finish line at great speed. The American ranker reasons that hell is still an unexplored territory, but Grid managed to tame a demonic beast from there. He wonders if the protagonist is really on another level to be able to explore hell. The presenter announces the result of the race and exclaims that Grid's pet is the winner of the pet marathon. Korea once again wins the last event of the international competition, accumulating another gold medal. Grid, for his part, likes the idea of winning without having to do anything. Cyval is embarrassed by his pride, as he considered himself a great pet tamer just for taming a Uaverni, and admits his complete defeat. The United States was confident in winning the pet marathon, but they did not even receive a bronze medal. At the end of the international competition, we see that the United States was the country that accumulated the most medals, taking first place, followed by Korea, with 3 gold medals from the protagonist, and France in second place, with 2 gold medals, as well as others in silver and bronze. It is an unexpected final ranking, as it was expected that the United States would completely dominate the competition. However, the American plans were ruined to a level beyond imagination by someone who would be considered a hero in South Korea. Sometime after finishing the international competition, Yura walks with Grid through the streets of Korea, with a guide by his side, grateful for all the help his friend is providing him. It has been chaos since the competition,
receiving many requests for interviews and advertisements. Grid did not expect the scale to be so large, and Yura understands what he means, as the protagonist's fame has not only expanded in the country but is known worldwide. Grid spent all his money and even what he earned in the competition, so he will be in deficit for a while. Yura explains that she doubted when the protagonist asked to find a place to build a building, but the Korean ranker found the best possible location according to resources of information, so Grid should not worry. The protagonist thinks it will only have 7 floors, but it already seems tall, and he thanks Yura again for all the help. This leads Yura to realize that Grid is a very valuable asset, capable of turning imagination into reality, so she will also look for some land near that place. Meanwhile, at the airport, they are surprised because Grid is already building a building. Regis comments that he will move to Korea to learn more about Taekwondo. Pon agrees with his companion, as there are many beautiful girls in Korea. Jishuka, in turn, exclaims that now that the competition is over, it will no longer be our Grid, but her Grid, and she will not let Yura make her moves alone, and she will also move to South Korea. Meanwhile, in the Harken Kingdom, we find ourselves in the city of Yabatakan, where we hear mockery regarding Seival for being defeated by a cat. Vox asks the young Asuka to control herself, as, despite being responsible for the finances of the Snake Guild, she is exaggerating in her mockery. Asuka, in turn, responds that Seival also mocked her and Black Teddy when they were defeated by Grid. Seival apologizes to them, as he ended up becoming an obstacle in the plan for the Snake Guild to take over the continent. Asuka accepts the apology, but Seival failed to recruit Urant and Lowell for the guild, so he asks for more options, proposing that Seival recover his reputation by achieving his 3rd advancement or trying to recruit cats. Seival understands that so far the most outstanding players were those who master the technique, due to the difficulty of obtaining quality items, but thanks to the unreal items of that guy, things have changed in Satisfy. He exclaims that they will go to the paradise of production and manufacturing, the city of dwarves, where they will recruit the top-ranked blacksmith, Pan Mir, who has been preparing to receive a hidden class, and will be a good rival against Grid. Meanwhile, in the Principality of Bon Cost, we are at the 3rd temple of the Yatan Church, where the believers have just finished praying to their god, and then welcome the new priest. Yura kneels thinking that the new priest, successor to Malik, is level 420, an NPC with a 4th class advancement. The player shudders at the thought of how strong the first servant capable of leading all these monsters could be. Here Chaos presents itself, the 2nd servant of the Yatan Church, who exclaims that in this place there is a person whose heart is not strong enough to show the greatness of Yatan, referring to the 8th servant who needs to grow more. Then, the Rank 2 penance mission is created, and Yura must safely find the first servant, and we see that the rewards and punishments of the mission are unknown. The player thinks it is the opportunity to meet the first servant, but laments that the mission is so poorly described. Although, if things go as she imagines, Yura could help the protagonist receive Yatan's blessing. Yura wonders what Grid will do this time, and we see that he is in a television interview. The producers thank the protagonist for his great work on the show, despite being so busy. Grid responds that he has only managed to sleep 2 hours in the last few days and says goodbye tired, finally being able to go home, and mentions that shows and interviews do not suit him. Because of the stress, he has been losing hair and had to use products to hide the hair loss during the shows and commercials. There are still 3 months left to finish the construction of his building, so he will have to earn some money in Satisfy. He decides that from now on he will invest 14 hours a day in Satisfy, because if he wants to maintain his earnings, he needs to constantly craft unique ranked items, and in the last month, he hasn't even managed to craft an epic item. Here are the most important news that occurred in Satisfy during this time. Firstly, there was a great interest in exploring Hell to obtain a Memphis, but many incidents occurred due to false information. Another news explains that the legendary map of the Water Clan of the Mermaid Kingdom has started to be distributed, and they wonder who was the first person to discover this place. It is unknown who this first person is, but they surely obtained many titles for that feat. Grid is surprised by the banquet prepared for dinner and asks if they are celebrating something today. His mother mentions that Grid has been working very hard lately, so they wanted to give him a good meal. Grid responds that thanks to this food he has been able to endure all the activities he has been doing. Sarah shares information he read, explaining that if someone does not sleep enough, they are more likely to have a premature death. This information seems exaggerated to our protagonist. Then, Grid's father comments that they managed to overcome the difficulties that threatened the home thanks to Grid's inhuman effort, apologizes for small mistakes from the past, and thanks him, advising him to let go if he still feels the weight of home on his shoulders. He explains that he does not understand much about Satisfy, but he will always be there to support him when he is exhausted. I don't know about you, but I am incredibly proud of our protagonist. If you don't want to miss the upcoming releases, please subscribe and leave a like. This is very important to us, along with the comments, which generate engagement for the channel. I look forward to seeing you in the next Nerd Recap. That night, Grid Sarah stays awake because he is very thirsty and notices that the lights in his brother's room are still on. He is surprised to see that his brother is still working at this hour of the morning and worries that he is not sleeping. Looking at Grid more closely, we see the reason he is sleepless. It is the fan club that No has, which is much larger than his own fan club, and it is no small matter, as the cat had an average of 1 million more followers than he did. Sarah is worried about his brother and wants to find a way to help him. He reasons that since problems related to their family and money have arisen, his goals have become confused. He has been thinking about this since he started building his building, but he does not know what he should do now. He then decides that since he has already achieved his dreams, he should aspire to more and will decide something important tomorrow. In Winston, we see that Ken's blacksmith shop is crowded due to the rumor that Grid works there. Ken is tired. Even with 4 workers, he cannot rest. He thinks it is good that the blacksmith shop he plans to hand over to the protagonist has so many customers all of a sudden, but he does not know why they came for no apparent reason. Then, a familiar voice catches Ken's attention. "Oh, come on, don't you think you're exaggerating? You look younger than before." It was the player Euphemina. The blacksmith did not expect this and is happy to see the young woman after so long. The girl mentions that she has not visited the place since the item-making competition and is surprised by Winston's progress since then, praising the new lord. Ken agrees with the city's significant growth since then. He asks the girl if she found the production method she was looking for, and the player replies that she is precisely there for that. She explains that even in situations that put her on the brink of death while exploring, it was an incredible experience, and now she needs Grid to craft the best orb. We see that Euphemina, besides the titles of qualified to be a heroine, will not tire easily, her statistics will grow faster, and competitor, acquiring the statistical skills of good luck and rolling the dice, obtain the title of Friend of the Water Clan, which allows her to breathe underwater for a long time while maintaining her movement speed and affinity with the clan. Additionally, she received the title of One Who Receives the Blessing of the Sun, increasing her health and mana by 2,000 points, and increasing the power of her skills by 7% under the sun and 16% for fire skills. Meanwhile, another group observes the blacksmith shop from afar. They have not come here since the international competition because they are very busy, but they know that a trusted ally frequents this path. Remembering the humiliation they suffered in rolling, they exclaim that they are no longer the same as before, as their stealth skill is now level 6. Even more so now that the shadows are on their side, they will take revenge on the protagonist for making them lose valuable items. This is the group of assassins that Grid humiliated in the cave, heading to Rebecca's church, and they swear they will take the life of a subordinate of the protagonist to show how terrible assassins can be. Meanwhile, in the castle of Winston, the protagonist summons the knight to join him. This ability transports the knight close to the master regardless of the distance. The novice Lowell responds to his master's call. He then asks the protagonist why he was summoned. We can see Grid embarrassed saying goodbye to his beloved Irene after spending a magnificent afternoon together. Grid asks Lowell to sit down and requests that the protagonist not use the knight's summoning unless it is an emergency, due to the long cooldown time, so it is best to save it for a critical moment. Grid says there will be no such emergency since he is the most powerful player in Satisfy. Then Lowell thinks that Grid is extremely arrogant, although his words make sense. The protagonist expresses his desire to become a lord, asking the strategist to prepare a plan for that goal. Lowell is moved by the protagonist's decision, as he has been insisting that he advance since the competition. It seems that Lowell's insistence has begun to bear fruit, which he has been eagerly waiting for, to serve his master. Moreover, seeing a powerful person worthy of being the first player to aspire to the Emperor's throne, Lowell will finally be able to design the plan that will help Grid achieve this goal. Grid asks for his strategist's opinion and the feasibility of the objective, to which the novice explains that it is possible, but first, he must do something to obtain territory. It is necessary to gain influence and also leave the Sadak clan. He explained to Grid, impacting the protagonist, asking him to create a new clan where he could also recruit members of the Sadaka clan. He mentions that there will not be much resistance from the Sadaka clan, as they would not be able to refuse the benefit of being able to use the items that Grid crafts. The protagonist reasons that he has saved the clan on many occasions and has not done anything to harm them, so it should be enough. He thinks he will only be asking them to go to a better place, so he decides to do it.
It is then that the protagonist receives a message and sees that it is from Euphemina.
The girl explains that she is at Khan's blacksmith shop. Grid jumps at the realization that it is Euphemina, and Lowell asks who this person is. Grid explains that she is a terrifying girl, possessing an epic class. He reveals that he promised to craft an item for her, but if Grid crafts an object with a rating lower than epic, the girl will become a problem. Lowell thinks he was unaware of the name of one of the 3 epic classes and is surprised to learn that her identity is Euphemina. Seeing this from another perspective, he thinks that Grid has very good personal connections. The boy proposes recruiting Euphemina for Grid's new clan. The protagonist does not feel very comfortable with her, but what Lowell says is true, as the girl is dangerous. Grid cannot send someone ordinary to deal with her, so he will go himself. Elsewhere, we see that certain people celebrate that it was worth the wait. Holding a bloody dagger, they exclaim that, according to their investigation, the subject is close to Grid. The group of assassins proclaims themselves villains and blames the subject for choosing Grid as his master. We see that the injured person on the ground is the speaker Euroi. The only weapon that speakers could use was books, with very little attack power, and their only offensive skill was the bitter tongue, which was not very useful in combat due to the long cooldown time, with no defensive or escape skills and less health than a mage. Speakers could only progress through missions and group hunting, but no group would be willing to take care of a speaker due to the few benefits of their class. Lowell reasons that if Grid only sends Euroi for strange jobs, he does not know that there are important uses for a speaker that are very useful. Obviously, they can raise military morale, but they are even more coveted by nobles. A speaker can move the hearts of the people, even being able to overthrow a noble. Although he reasons that this would depend on the speaker's ability to survive in the midst of chaos, and in that, Euroi counters an assassin's blow. The assassins think it is impossible for a mere speaker to counterattack an assassin with a book. But then they notice that Euroi is not holding a book. The speaker wields the psychopath butcher's sword. Although it is actually a prototype of a mass-produced sword of unique rating, it has great attack power but with fewer usage restrictions than the Dian sleeve. It is an experiment by the legendary blacksmith G, designed to reference the reproduction of the Dian sleeve, managing to manifest great attack power, but by focusing on this convenience, he neglected other additional functions. Euroi recounts his story, describing his past self as a lamentable person, but all of that changed the day he met his master and received a rank S mission. The assassins become furious upon seeing that Euroi started telling his story out of nowhere in the middle of a fight. Euroi continues to recount that he had to endure being trapped in a hellish prison, and when he lost all hope, his master, Lord Grid, appeared and broke the chains that bound him. He explains that after that, he was granted a new power, and that was the story of how he met an unparalleled hero. The assassins feel their hearts immensely moved. They think it is a fascinating story and that Grid is an incredible person. Windows inform that the guys lost their sense of reality and fell into a state of confusion for 3 seconds. Sai asks his companions to hold on, as he noticed it is some strange skill. Euroi insults the assassins, and with that, he boosts his morale, so his next attack will be a critical hit. The guys are affected by the bitter tongue and reduce their defense and attack power by 30%. Then Euroi attacks them with Unbreakable Justice level 5 and inflicts 650% of his area attack damage, causing a critical hit of 10,000 damage, and the assassins will be unable to recover their mental state, something that Sai cannot believe. The speaker caused chain confusion. Euroi exclaims that these are the fortress and the weapon that his master granted him to compensate for his weaknesses. We see that the second class that the speaker obtained is the companion of the Apostle of Justice. Euroi plans to finish off the guys, and Sai understands that he will not be able to dodge this blow. He was saving this resource to fight against Grid and curses himself for having to use it against the speaker. Then he shouts the name Kassan. Another assassin comes out of Sai's shadow and strikes Euroi by surprise. Euroi takes 4,000 damage without understanding how another player came out of the shadows. Kim praises Euroi's reflexes and for dodging his fatal attack. Euroi retreats, but the other assassins can move again. Sai exclaims that they completed a rank S mission from the Assassin Association and paid a large sum of money to hire this NPC assassin with his third-class advancement. Kasim. Euroi takes a potion, thinking that he has heard that name before, and an assassin with his third-class advancement is too much even for Euroi. Calling to his Averni, he mentions that he will not let the intruders surround them in his master's territory. Sai is surprised to see that the speaker not only has a powerful item but also has a powerful pet. Could he be a mini version of Grid? He questions incredulously.
Then Uroi begins to perform a skill and boosts the morale of his Uaverni, called Lord of the Skies over the Prairies, significantly increasing its attack power and magical power. The enhanced breath of the Uaverni causes such a powerful explosion that it even alerts the guards of the city of Winston. The guards must mobilize quickly and ask Captain Jude for instructions. Jude responds that they must put out the fire, but to put out the fire, they need preparation. He then reasons that to put out the fire, they need fans and orders to bring many fans. This disappoints the guard who does not trust the captain's plan. Ken also notices the fire near his blacksmith shop and wonders what happened. Even some customers went to see the situation. Euphemina believes it is not a fire but an explosion, and she does not know who it could have been. It seems to be a very long battle, but he is curious and wonders if he might gain some new skill. On the other hand, Grid mentions that the sacred armor of light is very complicated and that if he wants to complete his understanding at 100%, he will need to work on it longer. At that moment, Lowell calls the protagonist, shouting that it is an urgent matter, as the guards reported a massive explosion in the vicinity of the city, revealing that the exact location is near Can's blacksmith shop, which worries Grid. Returning with Uroi, the latter cannot believe that the boys resisted the breath of his enhanced Uaverni. We see that Kim ordered some shadows to appear. Disappearing, the NPC decides to play a little more with Uroi, who appears behind a speaker and lands a surprise attack on his back. Uroi remembers a rumor he heard while traveling. Assassins, with their third-class advancement, can learn special skills, such as shadow manipulation, and recalls that the Master of Shadows was named Kasim. But it is too late, and he is surrounded by shadows. Still, the boy does not give up and will not let them approach his lord. As Uroi's health drops below 20%, his stats increase by 30%, but Kasim does not forgive and lands another attack on poor Uroi. The latter curses the bastards. Sai, in turn, mocks the speaker, while his companion Sniffer notes that too many spectators have started to gather, probably due to the massive explosion, and orders Kasim to quickly finish off Uroi so they can retreat. The assassin exclaims that it is no longer fun and decides to finish Uroi. Shadow soldiers appear, and it is heard before other shadow soldiers stop Kasim's attack. The assassin retreats, thinking that these shadow soldiers are not his. He reasons that the summoner is not an assassin by his appearance and questions whether they were illusions. It is Euphemina, who copied the ability to summon shadows and mocks the assassin for the ease of handling this ability, mentioning that even novices could do it. This comment irritates Kasim, who finds the girl amusing. Kasim goes on the attack, thinking that the girl's shadows are mere illusions, but then distinct golden blades appear, stopping Kasim's strikes. Quickly, the assassins from Sai's group notice whose blades these are, and in the air, we see that the protagonist is flying and asks about the identity of the subjects. He does not know who they are, but they dared to harm his knight. Lowell explains that they managed to arrive in time thanks to the protagonist's flying ability and asks Uroi to recover. Sai curses Uroi for resisting for so long. They were instantly surrounded. Kasim is surprised by Grid's artifacts, capable of moving on their own, but more importantly, he notes that the boy undoubtedly wears Doran's ring. He thinks it is interesting and decides to investigate more about the protagonist before facing him. Sai remembers that the main objective is Grid's death, so he asks Kasim to finish him off while they entertain the rest. But then Kasim begins to disappear, hiding with his stealth. Sai is startled, as Kasim vanished into thin air. Lowell reasons that his companion abandoned them, so they should capture the three assassins and lock them up in prison, as they could steal their items in exchange for their lives. Grid calls the boys' attention and asks if they heard what Lowell said, explaining that everything will follow his smart friend's plan and asks that the assassins be recaptured. Back at Winston's castle, Uroi mentions to Grid that he will check on the confinement status of Sai and his gang. Grid agrees and explains that he will be in the underground blacksmith shop, so they can look for him there if needed. Uroi thanks Euphemina for what she did earlier, including saving him when he was in prison. Euphemina asks him not to worry, as she helped him because he was a familiar face. She mentions that she was very surprised to find out that Grid had a legendary class and was a noble, having seen him on television during the international competition. Lowell explains that Grid is a viscount and the husband of the Lady of Winston. In the blacksmith shop, the mage cannot believe there is a place like that under Winston's castle. Grid wants to get straight to the point and asks about the unique or superior classification orb and the materials to make them. Euphemina does not understand why Grid is in such a hurry and hands over the materials, explaining that it took her a year to acquire the production method and another 6 months to gather the materials.
Grid takes the items, thinking that the girl was crazy for spending so much time to obtain them, although he was the same in the past, determined to succeed at any cost. Due to Euphemia's ability to conjure an infinite number of unpredictable and irrationally powerful spells, he thinks he should not irritate such a powerful and crazy person. Then, Grid acquires the production method for the Mumud orb. We see that the conditions to craft it are to master the art of forging or the art of dwarf forging at level 5 or higher. The Mumud orb is an orb that can store magic, designed by Mile Poo, a dwarf craftsman who taught Pagma a great lesson before becoming a legend. Grid is surprised by the characteristic of storing magic, different from merely storing magic, which can only be used once. Storing magic means it can be used indefinitely, like Braham's boots, which have the magic of flight attached. An item with attached magic is a treasure in itself. Even in the description of the legendary forging art skill, nothing is mentioned about any form of storing magic. It is possible that even Pagma did not know how to add magic to items. This would mean that Grid could be the first user capable of crafting an item with attached magic. With the crafting of this item, Grid thinks he will be able to surpass Pagma, at least in this aspect. He feels his heart racing and asks Euphemia to trust him. The more he sees the production method, the more amazing it seems to him. It is definitely the best production method he has seen so far. If done correctly, it could become an item superior to Dine's sleeve. Seeing the stats of the Mumud orb he is about to craft, he wonders why the amplification of magical damage is not so high, even at the unique classification. Then he reasons that it is because the design is intentionally balanced to decrease damage amplification in order to reduce the conditions of use. It is a perfect solution to the exaggerated usage conditions of his failure sword. He thinks that the knowledge of a master craftsman is incredible and that with this, he will be able to finish the prototype of the mass-produced one-handed sword. As he takes out the materials, he wonders if he will be able to learn something new from them. He also has the Breath of the Ice Queen, Abyss Mithril, Luxurious Magic Stone, and the Tears of the Water Clan King. According to the description of the Tears of the Water Clan King, this is the item that allows magic to be combined with items. If the protagonist could use it, he could design a production method to combine magic with items. He could even combine meteors with vibranium. He reasons that if the Abyss Mithril is a special mineral from the Mermaid Kingdom, it would mean that Euphemia was the first person to discover the Mermaid Kingdom that made the news. He bets that the girl won the lottery with the missions and titles, and now the protagonist must give a gift to this person who won the lottery. Then he comes back to himself and reasons that it was thanks to Euphemia that he was able to learn this production method and he should not let himself be consumed by envy. Grid combines the Breath of the Ice Queen with the Tears of the Water Clan King to successfully create the blue crystal, just as Pagma and Braham created vibranium. This is the material he created himself, the blue crystal that is as malleable as liquid and at the same time as hard as steel. Grid is moved and decides that he will do his best, but his subconscious does not let him do that, thinking that Euphemia has already won the lottery by discovering the Mermaid Kingdom and, with that, was able to level up many times to reach level 283. Soon he cheers up again, as he is learning many new things and decides to strive, activating the patience of the legendary craftsman. He begins to flow in his work and focuses on Euphemia's orb, also activating the breath of the legendary craftsman and increasing the effectiveness of the crafted items. 2 days later, we see that Euphemia happily asks Lowell if Grid finished the orb, to which the strategist responds affirmatively and informs that the protagonist is in the blacksmith shop. Grid is fully equipped and hides behind a chair to receive the boys. Lowell asks why his lord has that face and why he is wearing his armor, to which Grid asks the boys not to worry about him and reveals that the orb he forged is inside the chest. Grid curses himself for having finished something useless and wasted all the materials, so Euphemia will definitely try to kill him. This is why Grid is ready for a possible fight. The girl takes out the orb, and we see that the protagonist forged an indecisive Mumud orb, which is of legendary classification and can permanently store a spell of level S or lower. Among its characteristics, there is the possibility that magical damage is reduced by 50% or increased by 100%. When magic is added, there is a possibility that the effect is halved or doubled among the items crafted by the great blacksmith G. This is the third that is born with emotions, being affected by the emotions of its creator. Due to emotional fluctuations, it is possible that it may not work properly or may work better than expected. The compatibility with its creator will differ according to its mood. Grid crafted a legendary item, and for that reason, all his stats increased permanently by 10 points. Additionally, his reputation rose by 500 across the continent. The protagonist, in turn, reasons that it does not matter if it is legendary, as this chance in the improvement or worsening of spells makes it the worst item in the game. Then, Euphemina calls the protagonist, who responds startled from behind his chair. Then, the player mentions that this is the best item. It is unbeatable in every aspect. Euphemina thanks the protagonist with tears for crafting the reward for all the effort she put in for a year and a half. Among Euphemina's stats, we can see that the girl has the title of competitor, which enabled the good luck stat. For this reason, this orb would be better than a normal Mumud orb for her. Grid shares feelings with Euphemina, recalling the hard path he had to walk. He believes he knows how the girl feels and thinks that he no longer has to worry about a possible fight. Lowell takes advantage of the fact that the protagonist finished his work to make him a proposal. He proposes that Miss Euphemina join their alliance and asks the girl directly. The girl did not expect to be asked to join an alliance and, as she has never been part of something like that before, does not know how to react. Grid thinks it is unnecessary to ask, as the girl knows the protagonist's abilities, and deduces that the answer will be an obvious yes. Euphemina notices that the protagonist has changed a lot in the last year and a half. He has a completely different atmosphere, and she agrees to join the boys' group. Grid takes off his armor and mentions to Lowell that it is time to do what they thought. Euphemina, in turn, asks if she could stay there. Lowell wonders if it is really a good time. Grid exclaims that, with the young American's ability to convince anyone, he is sure everything will go well. They will leave immediately for the castle of Bayan. Lowell comments that Grid is slow for other things, but quick to action. As his advisor, it will be fun to prepare his path, thought the young novice. He arrives late at the castle of Byron, everyone is shocked, and Tobias asks if he is serious. Grid confirms and comments that he will leave the Sadak clan. Ibelin blames Lowell and asks what the bastard did to convince Grid. Lowell, in turn, responds that Grid would not lower himself to that level. The protagonist explains that he is planning to become a lord and will need a lot of money for that. Jishuka questions whether marrying could not make him a lord while remaining in the clan, as there is no reason for the protagonist to leave. Grid doubts the clan master's response, but Lowell is firm and explains that the protagonist needs to achieve a certain position to govern people. Being a viscount is not enough. He explains that, under the current system, the protagonist would need to have at least the authority of a clan master to have many subordinates, and therefore, it is impossible for him to continue being an ordinary member of a clan. Thacker reasons that some guild members do not like Lowell, despite being someone very close to Grid. But he is a good advisor and strategist, so in this situation, they will need a good negotiation to keep Grid. Jishuka exclaims that they can give all the taxes of Byron to the protagonist, considering their value. She thinks the other clan members will agree. Lowell calculates that it was an extreme decision, justifiable and consistent with Lord Grid's pride. Indeed, she is a high-level clan master. They will need to be cautious if they want to convince her. Grid immediately rejects Jishuka's proposal and explains that the minimum he wants to start is a territory the size of Winston. He proposes that everyone become his subordinates. This shocks the clan master of Sadak, who did not expect Grid to say that. Grid explains that he has protected them on several occasions and crafted numerous items for them. He explains that this place is small and they would not be losing anything by leaving this territory behind. Lowell cannot believe his master's lack of tact, as the protagonist crossed the line in an instant. "Are you saying that, in front of your great ship, we should leave our small boat to get on yours?" asked the clan master in a cold tone. She explains that they are grateful to Grid for the help he has given them, but she directly asks the protagonist, "Does all the effort we made seem useless?" Grid tries to explain that he was just proposing a good offer, but the clan master responds that before Grid joined, they had been rowing the boat called Sadaka for 6 years. They even discussed whether they would continue rowing the boat. They advanced slowly, but improved with every step they took. Because if they did not row the boat directly, they could not call it an adventure. Jishuka comments that she felt the same sincerity from the failed objects that the protagonist forged, for which he didn't even sleep for entire nights, but exclaims that she cannot be with someone who underestimates the efforts made to make a small boat advance. She tells Grid that he is free to leave, that they will not stop him, and that this will be the end of their adventures together, with Jishuka concluding the negotiations. They thank Grid for all his help so far and say goodbye. Elsewhere, Euphemina thinks that the orb the protagonist forged is impressive. She had only dreamed of having a legendary one and decides to add magic. She does not know what rank spell she is adding, and among her options are the Burning Tail of the Demon King, the Area Gravitational Storm, or the Fury of Karshian. Then, she opens her list and thinks that this will be the one she uses most often. Astral projection, with which she can separate her soul from her body for 3 seconds and control her soul, which is immune to all damage. Euphemina reasons that it was worth following Count Osur to copy this exclusive ability of the archmages. A window alerts the mage that once the spell is added, it cannot be removed, but Euphemina accepts, thinking that from now on many fun things will happen. The astral projection ability is removed from the girl's skill list and added to Mumud's indecisive orb. Then, a window informs Euphemina that her location has been revealed to someone, and she will not be able to escape vigilant eyes. The girl does not understand what kind of warning this is, thinking that she must be giving her location to the creator, which does not matter to her, but we can see that her location has been revealed to someone who is trapped in a cave. This latter celebrates having located the item that Grid created and congratulates him for naming it after Mumud. He curses him for secretly collecting Pabranium and breaking the promise they made. This is the wizard Braham, who decides to get Grid's attention using methods different from the traditional ones. He invokes something and orders them to teach a lesson to Pagma's successor. Then, a complete army of powerful golems appears. We transport to the great city of Pedro, located in the south of the Eternal Kingdom and territory of the giant clan. Its members seem to be facing something and order to defend Pedro. We see that the enemy is an ancient golem of level 240, which is comparatively stronger than common golems, in addition to having an anti-magic shield, a rank S defensive magic. Then, they realize that the anti-magic spell is being cast by another larger golem, which is neutralizing the mages of the giant clan. Then, Sirkin appears ready to deal with the gigantic golem, jumps, and strikes with all his might, but knows that his strength is not enough, as these are not common golems. In this, the clan master Chris appears and decides to take charge of the situation, explaining that the golems have great defense and vitality but are very slow. He orders them to split into groups of 3 and counterattack the golems under the orders of the 7 captains. Then, they are attacked by a level 280 soul doll, which is a battle doll created by capturing the soul of a warrior capable of using the fighting skills of their original life. Chris confirms that the monster is fast and strong, and among the golems, he sees that some are at level 298, just like him. He blocks the soul doll with his great sword but feels that their strength is equal to that of a mini-field boss. He cannot believe what kind of wizard could create monsters at this level, feels that it is too much for the giant clan, which has an average level of 140 among its members, so he decides to defeat them immediately to conserve his strength. He uses the guillotine skill and defeats the soul doll, gaining 87,000 experience points. His companion thanks the clan master's work and informs him that the rest of the groups were also able to hold off the golems. The mages had to resort to the spells they had stored in the orbs, but they managed to hold on. They think it was a complicated moment, but a window shows a rank S mission, Defensive War. 300 golems have crossed the borders of the kingdom, and the Eternal Kingdom must be protected from the golems. The mission is from a certain U.S. Baden, and the giant clan will take advantage of it to advance. Chris remembers that he was the first player to obtain the title of Viscount and, after doing so, built the Castle of Pedro in a year and a half, so he wants to be the first user to obtain the title of Count and be one step ahead of the American Sybil. Knight Sirkin informs that, even though it is a rank S mission, they lost half of the clan members in the first 10 minutes, and if it weren't for the fact that the giant clan is massive and has more than 700 players, it would have been disastrous. Acelas reasons that if the golems have a goal, someone is controlling them, questioning who could be capable of controlling this number of golems, as it would be impossible even if all the strength of the wizards on the continent combined. Chris replies that they will know soon, as Pedro managed to stop the advance of the golems towards the kingdom. But his companion notices something and reveals that the mission has not yet been completed, leaving his guild master shocked. The ground begins to tremble as the players review the mission conditions. Apparently, the number of golems crossing the border into the Eternal Kingdom is increasing every second. It is then that they come across the army of golems they must defeat to complete the mission. The number of golems has risen to over 1,200 enemies, and Chris orders worriedly that the members regroup. In the satisfying news, they report that a month has passed since the international competition, and this will be the biggest highlight since Kraugel's third-class advancement. The army of golems, which suddenly began to advance towards the Eternal Kingdom, is destroying the giant's base in Pedro, a symbol of the south of the Eternal Kingdom. 3 days later, in Satisfy Time, we find ourselves in Rianar, the capital of the Eternal Kingdom. Here, we hear 2 girls who have just started playing Satisfy trying to use the inventory. They are Grid's sister and her friend, who decided to call themselves Sexy Warrior Schoolgirl and Ruby Mage. Both girls attract the attention of other players due to their beauty. Sarah reveals that this is the first time she experiences virtual reality and feels amazing to be able to feel the senses as in reality. Her friend Jaren explains that this city is called Reinhardt and is the capital of the Eternal Kingdom, known for being the best city for beginners. Then, Jaren asks her friend why they went to a hidden capsule room of her brother Shin Yong-bu. Because if she had said, Grid would probably have bought a capsule. But Sarah replies that Grid earned his money by working hard, and since she can only play for an hour a day, buying a capsule would be a waste of money. Then, she reveals that Grid has not been sleeping well lately and seems to be suffering, so Sarah decided to enter Satisfy to try to help him. Then, other players exclaim that they spotted a golem at the castle gate and head there to try to gain some contribution. Another exclaims that it is their opportunity now that the giant clan has not succeeded. Jaren does not understand what is happening, but another player explains to the newbies about the mission.
Right now, an army of golems is marching north and will soon reach Reinhardt.
As the kingdom sensed the crisis, it sent a mission to all users.
The player explains that if they exceed 3,000 contribution points, they can become barons, while if they exceed 10,000 points, they can become viscounts.
Points are obtained by defeating golems, soul dolls, and ancestral weapons.
The type underestimates the golems, mocking their speed and tries to flirt with the girls, warning them about the danger.
Jaren takes the opportunity and approaches, asking if she can help, and the guy invites them to join his group to gain points and receive rewards.
Then, Sarah bumps into a boy for standing in the middle of the way.
The boy calls her a stranger and orders her to be more careful, to which Sarah apologizes. The polite girl apologizes again, while her companion explains that the boy is not real and is an NPC. Sarah explains that it was her fault for being in the middle of the way, but her friend thinks that Grid's sister is very strange, deducing that the experience is so immersive that Sarah confused the boy with a real boy. Then, she reveals that they did not accidentally bump into each other, but that it was a thieving NPC who usually teaches new players about the map and some NPC secrets. This leaves Sarah speechless, confirming that some potions have disappeared from her inventory. Jaren mentions that the other player said he would help them get some rewards, and since they have some time, she proposes to go look for this NPC. They will have to ask the locals to find him. Sarah is impressed because her friend knows so much about the game, and Jaren explains that she had to accompany her ex-boyfriend when he played. The girls approach a post and ask about a boy in worn purple clothes. The inhabitant quickly recognizes the boy described by the name of Rig and asks if he has returned to stealing miracle potions from the strangers. Jaren is surprised because NPCs call life potions miracle potions, and the inhabitant explains that these can heal almost all types of injuries, which is why they are sold at a high price. He reveals that Rig is helping a lady who sells medicinal herbs due to her family circumstances. He mentions that they can find the boy on Austin Street, where there is an alchemy shop. Grid's sister seems to be moved because the boy is helping a lady, and in the background, Jaren calls her to continue their adventure. She explains to her friend that if she stops to listen to all the NPC stories, it will take more than 2 years to level up. Sarah, for her part, feels that even though it is a game, the situation is very unfortunate. Jaren comments that her friend is indeed better at reading books than playing games, so she proposes to go recover the potions and finish for today, so as not to spend more money in the capsule room. But a loud explosion interrupts the path of the two girls. In a moment, Jaren is startled to see that the player from before was affected by the explosion. Sarah cannot believe that the feeling of fear is so real within a game.
Stopped in front of the army of ancient golems, both girls question whether this is really a virtual world.
To the north of the capital of Reinhardt lies the castle of Winston. Grid forged a mass-produced one-handed sword of epic category, but the usage restrictions are very high, needing to be level 300. Grid thinks it is a failure.
After returning from his meeting in Byron, all he did was craft items, but all were failures.
He decides to simplify, remove some options, and change the materials to increase the attack power. Despite learning things by forging Mumud's orb, applying the knowledge is very complicated. He remembers all the legendary items he has forged so far: the Sword of Self-Transcendence, the Divine Shield, the Spine of Deep Resentment of Ibelin, the Hammer of the legendary Blacksmith, the Failure, and the Relieved Wavy Armor. And lastly, he forged the fantastic pickaxe and Mumud's indecisive orb. In a year and a half, he has only crafted 8 legendary items. He thinks it is disastrous for a legendary blacksmith to have only these items as his best work. Grid feels like giving up. After creating 5 legendary items and having their stats nerfed, He thinks that maybe he shouldn't forge any more legendary items, as they might get nerfed again. At home, he orders black pasta to eat and tries to push away unpleasant thoughts, attempting to dive into the nutritious food, but the memory of Jishuka saying goodbye to him comes back to his mind. Suddenly, Grid realizes that he has ruined everything. He thought that with his limited power, he could become something special and acted arrogantly, even outside the game. They were the first people to treat him well. They were like a ray of light that pulled Grid out of his dark corner.
I called them friends, my comrades, but all I did was belittle them, Grid thought, being honest with himself.
He was no different from Liu. He didn't even think about what was important to them, and he questions whether he really protected them. Grid feels disgusted with himself and thinks he has become a rich noble who suddenly gained a great fortune and acts vulgar because of it. Then, a news report on television catches his attention. The golems are wreaking havoc on everything in their path towards the capital of the Eternal Kingdom, Reinhard. The presenters discuss what could be the reason for the golems invading the neutral Eternal Kingdom. His partner explains that the relationship between the 17 nations is complicated, and one nation alone would not be able to control so many golems. Even the city of Pedro, guarded by the giant clan, couldn't hold out for more than 20 minutes. Grid is surprised to hear that even the famous giant clan couldn't stop these golems. The presenters think that the ancient golems and ancestral weapons have some relation to the past. The only candidates capable of controlling the golems would be Braham, the great legendary wizard of the past, or his disciple. If we analyze the end of the path taken by the golems, they are heading towards the northern area. The presenter reveals that the destination is Winston, and he can't believe the connection between Braham and Winston. He won't even be able to finish his plate of pasta, as the protagonist must go to Winston to protect Irene. He decides to go protect his wife from the golems and return before his food gets cold. Then he sees a familiar face on the news, a known girl who seems to be in the middle of the golem invasion. Grid isn't sure if his eyes are failing him, but staring at her confirms her identity, wondering why the hell his sister Sarah is there. Here they show us a map of the Eternal Kingdom, and we can see the path of the golems, which pass through the castle of Pedro and are currently in the capital of Reinhard. Behind, we have the city of Winston and further back the village of Byron. The story continues at the castle of Winston, where Lady Irene joyfully receives her husband, Grid. He is surprised at how scared his wife looks. Then the grandmother thanks the heavens that Grid has arrived, informing him that the war situation in Reinhard is terrible. Lady Irene is very worried about Count Stein and his army of 60 soldiers, who were recruited for the war. The Lady of Winston explains that thousands of people are being murdered by the war, and there is a real massacre. The girl is very worried about her father. Grid can't believe that Count Stein left for war so quickly while he was disconnected. But he remembers that time passes 3 times faster in Satisfy than in real life. So he asks Lowell about the distance between Winston and Reinhard and how long it will take to get there. Lowell reveals that even if the protagonist uses flying, he will arrive at noon. That's a long time and not short enough to ride. So he asks if it would be faster to go on the Wyverny of Euroi, but Lowell has already prepared an emergency transport method. Although he hoped not to use it so soon, he reveals that they can use the mass teleportation that Miss Euphemina has saved to go immediately. The mage explains that she was saving it because it is a rare spell, but she will gladly use it to help Grid. The protagonist is surprised by the level of preparation and the help he is receiving from his friends. After the incident with the Sadaka clan, he felt a bit depressed. But this makes him reflect on the meaning of companionship. Grid promises his wife that he will bring Count Stein back, and she waits for him in tears. Irene also asks the protagonist to be careful. Lowell will tell the administrator to prepare what is necessary and asks Grid to call him if he needs anything, reminding him that he must collect the contribution for the reward for exterminating the golems. Grid receives the mission to rescue Count Stein of rank A. The Count must survive, and as rewards, the protagonist will maximize his affinity with his father-in-law and will be able to exert great power in the north. He exclaims that it will be a busy day and asks Euphemina to take him to the castle of Reinhard in the capital of the Eternal Kingdom. We see that the golems have completely invaded the city. Here the identity of Vise Baden, the 13th king of the Eternal Kingdom, is presented. He wonders what could be the identity of the evil being causing all this. And why would he do it to the Eternal Kingdom? Then they inform the king that reinforcements from Count Stein have arrived. The count kneels before his king and apologizes for the delay. He comments that the current war situation is terrible and he heard that thousands of adventurers are participating. The king reveals that the situation has worsened, and most of them have retreated and are fleeing. Now it will only be them along with the kingdom's soldiers. The Count mentions that his army will help with all their might, but it is still a pity that no adventurer is willing to help, and they cannot prevent the soldiers from being massacred. We see that players are fleeing the location upon seeing that magic does not work against the golems. There were even some golems with great speed of movement, and as the event is still ongoing, they cannot disconnect. The players flee, leaving behind the NPCs who will not be able to escape from the monsters. Then we see someone covering the golem's attack and telling the mother to flee with her child. It is Sir Phoenix, who orders Romeo to build a defense line to lead the refugees. There the army will hold off the golems and buy some time. Romeo obeys the knight's order. We see that neither the royal guards nor the adventurers are able to stop any golem and are being massacred. Sir Phoenix grits his teeth and wonders if Goddess Rebecca will come to rescue them. Just at the perfect moment, a portal opens in the sky above the knight. The destroyer has arrived, shouted Grid, destroying a golem with a single attack. The players are surprised to see that the protagonist took out a soul doll with a single attack, and others quickly recognize him as Grid, the winner of the international competition. The Phoenix Star recognizes his friend, and the protagonist asks the captain to help the residents while he takes care of the golems. The knight agrees and leaves it in the hands of the protagonist, the man whom Lady Irene values so much. Grid asks Euphemina if she can count the number of golems, and the mage responds affirmatively, as her perception statistics are very high. The player calculates about 733 ancient golems, 187 soul puppets, and 12 ancestral weapons. The combat power of the golems is 9,300 points, that of the soul puppets is 15,000 points, and that of the ancestral weapons is 26,000 points, reminding the protagonist that a difference of 100 combat power points is equivalent to the difference between an eagle and an ant. Grid wonders if he will be able to handle the situation, reasoning that the power of a soul puppet is comparable to a top ranker. And if he gathers 12 golems, they will have combat power greater than that of the Pope. Grid thinks there are too many, so many that they make him nauseous. If he wants to find Sarah, he will need some support. Then, a great explosion lights up the entire battlefield. Grid uses the ability to summon knights, and his comrades immediately help. The situation is as grave as Lowell imagined. Grid notices that the giant golem is blocking magical attacks and decides to deal with it first. This seems like a wise decision to the strategist. Lowell decides to create a group to which Euphemina and Euroi will be added, and to start at once, Euroi shouts at the top of his lungs the qualities of his lord. We see that the windows inform that the protagonist's morale has increased, raising his attack and magical power. In his next attack, which will be critical, Grid activates the Transcendence Link ability, launching 20 consecutive strikes that inflict 150% of his attack power. Euphemina cannot believe that the protagonist made the giant golem kneel with a single attack. Now that the anti-magic shield has been deactivated, she decides that the mage will make a massacre. Activating her orb, we see that an effect has been activated and magical damage has increased by 100%. A dark sphere appears in front of the giant golem, and Euphemina uses gravitational storm, attracting golems and soul puppets without them being able to resist. Everyone is gathered by the mage's gravitational magic. Lowell decides to finish them off and takes the opportunity to use the Kingen cannon he received from his lord. We see that it is a unique essence cannon that fits into the arm of a Master King Ong to amplify the ki before firing it, inflicting 250% of his attack power on a target within a 5m radius. Lowell uses his Earth Dragon shout, destroying the enemies without any response. Other soul puppets focus their attention on the brilliance of the explosion but encounter Jude, who destroys them to fulfill his lord's orders. The players present cannot believe that the golems, who did not even receive a scratch from the attacks of thousands of people, are being crushed by the combined attack of just 4 people. Others quickly recognize Lowell and think he is even better than the rumors say, but they do not know the identity of the rest, although they are equally impressive. Grid orders to advance while they defeat them. He must find Sarah. Grid moves at great speed, striking down golems with every swing of his sword, and King Baden thanks the goddess Rebecca for sending them a savior. Stein recognizes his son-in-law and explains that he could not bring him with him before, but reveals that Grid has the skills of a legendary warrior. The king is surprised that Stein's son-in-law is a legendary warrior. The rest of the nobles cannot believe what they have just heard, as a legendary warrior has not been seen since Pagma, over 100 years ago. Count Stein is the most powerful noble in terms of influence, as he has protected the north for 3 generations. They reflect that if what Stein says is true,
It is only a matter of time before he becomes a marquis. The latter asks Vice Baden not to worry, as his son-in-law will protect this land, going with Romeo. He struggles against a soul puppet and questions if this will be the end, as they have already lost a third of the troops, and decides that he will return to train with his friend Deck in the other world. Then he is saved by Grid, who finishes off the monster, telling him that if he is a true knight of Lady Irene, he must hold on until the end. He orders him to stop complaining and hands him a potion, demanding that he pay for it later. It costs 50 gold. Although Romeo knows the value of potions and that they are worth only 8 gold, Sarah and Yeren, on the other hand, flee in fear from a golem that is chasing them. Then, a structure collapses next to Grid's sister. She stumbles and it seems she will be caught by the monsters, but the golems are massacred by Grid, who orders them to stay away from his sister. Both Sarah and her friend quickly identify the protagonist, but Grid questions his sister about why she is there. He orders her to focus on her studies and get out of there immediately. Sarah does not know what to answer, but her friend defends her, telling the protagonist that he should first ask if she is okay. She reveals to Grid that her sister started playing because she wanted to help him after seeing him stay up all night every day. Grid was being too harsh on someone who cares about him. He reasons that his sister is acting as if she has already matured, but she should act more like a girl her age. He explains that girls are a nuisance, so he asks them to hide somewhere. They will not be able to disconnect while the event is ongoing. Sarah asks her brother to be careful, which Grid already knows, demanding that the girl delete the account when everything is over. He thinks he has already given up many things in his life to have this strength, and he will not allow his sister to go through all these hardships. Then he activates the assassination link and destroys the golems. Sarah cannot believe her brother's strength and sees the boy named Rig with an elderly woman amidst the chaos. Rig asks the elderly woman to hold on, and Sarah immediately recognizes the boy who stole from her. Grid activates the Smith's Fury and calls his companion Euroi. The speaker responds to his master's call and, on top of his Uaverni, activates his ability and begins to raise the protagonist's morale. The protagonist's morale increases, and with it, his attack and magical power also significantly increase. For his next attack, Grid's next strike will be critical, and he attacks with the assassination link to cause great destruction. A house collapses from the fervor of the battle and seems to involve the civilians, but Sarah jumps to save the young boy and the elderly woman. The boy incredulously recognizes her as his savior, who tells the NPCs to flee the area, handing them something. She asks them to run as fast as possible, and the boy is astonished by the kindness of the outsider. Sarah offers some potions and mentions that they will need them for the grandmother. The confused boy does not know whether to thank the girl's purity or to apologize. He questions why a stranger is so kind to him, despite having stolen from him. He thought adventurers like her no longer existed. Then, some windows appear in front of Grid's sister, calling her weak, but regardless, she is capable of sacrificing herself to save others, and she will be an example for others. Sarah, in turn, does not understand what all this is about. Yeren brings her back to reality and asks her to react, but Sarah tries to explain what she saw. Then, Grid asks the girls again to leave the battlefield as quickly as possible. He orders them to take refuge in a safe place, and his sister agrees. Then, one of the golems that the protagonist has already knocked down continues to move. A remnant of Braham emerges from the golem's body and locates Pagma's successor. Now, Grid's body will know the price of ignoring the great mage. Grid feels that something dangerous is definitely coming and is hit by a great explosion. The powerful explosion lights up the entire battlefield, and Sarah screams worriedly for her brother. Grid receives almost 600,000 points of damage but manages to survive thanks to his ability that a legend does not die easily. However, his current health is at a minimum. Grid's companions immediately notice the situation and shout in concern. Grid did not expect the explosion to be so powerful, and as he was only prepared to fight the golems, he did not equip his Doran ring. He feels he wasted his immortality ability, and the possibility of losing this war begins to invade his thoughts. Sarah feels that everything was her fault and wonders if she can do something for her brother. A window beside her shows that, despite being injured, Sarah responds with generosity, risking her life to save him. Grid, for his part, has no time to take potions and is about to die in the face of the imminent attack from the golems. The mentality of sacrificing for others is something difficult to practice and find, especially in someone who is just starting their adventure. Sarah's benevolence is enough for her to receive this qualification. Then,
Grid recovers 20% of his total health, and his Sacred Armor of Light enhances this healing by 300%, restoring 33,580 health points. Grid cannot believe that someone can possess healing in percentage. He wonders who the person who healed him could be. Windows, on the other hand, inform that after advancing, it is mandatory for him to perform 50 or more good deeds per month. If he does not comply with this rule, his qualification will be permanently revoked, and he will not be able to acquire other skills that are not exclusive to his class, and he will only be able to use weapons exclusive to his class. A window asks Grid's sister if she would like to become the Saint, a hidden growth class. Sarah accepts, exclaiming that she came here to help. We see that her name in the game is Ruby, and although she is at level 1, she has obtained the hidden class of Saint. She shouts for her brother to keep fighting, that she will support him from here. Grid thinks it is a completely absurd class, but he will receive help from his level 1 sister. Grid destroys enemies to the right and left, exclaiming that he must match Sarah for his pride as an older brother. He also invites Sarah to the group to help her level up. Yuroi is surprised by how quickly Grid's group is growing and by the great heals from the level 1 girl, astonished that she obtained the hidden class of Saint at level 1. Lowell, on the other hand, is more surprised that one of the girls is named Sexy Schoolgirl. Lowell heard that the girl named Ruby is Grid's sister. Due to the level difference, she will not be able to receive experience points, but she will be able to obtain the mission rewards, as they are distributed among everyone. The minimum contribution she can receive per enemy is 100, but to obtain the title of Viscount, she needs 10,000 contribution points. There are no level restrictions to receive a notorious title, including that of Viscount, so a level 1 noble will appear. Lowell reasons that Ruby basically was born with a golden spoon in her mouth. The novice, in turn, does not understand all the windows that are appearing in her interface. Then, a window congratulates her for becoming a unique existence in Satisfy. Her power to heal others without resorting to divine power must be backed by a great sense of responsibility. The Saint class starts with an epic qualification, and certain conditions must be met to increase the qualification. Ruby unlocks the statistics of kindness and composure. Additionally, the skills of hope, discipline, benevolent light, whole heart, and sacrifice have been generated. She also receives the title of role model for all. Ruby receives the exclusive weapon of her class, the wooden staff. As she increases her class qualification, the qualification of the weapon will also increase. We see that, just like her class, Ruby's staff is of epic qualification, has 200 durability, 133 attack and defense power, increases all her statistics by 50 points, has a weight of 180, and the usage restrictions are to be the Saint. The Hope ability is epic and randomly restores 10 to 30% of the target's maximum health, spending 10% of her mana. It has a 90-second cooldown, and its qualification also increases as Ruby levels up her class. The Discipline ability, in turn, is also epic. This ability restores the normal state of a member of your group and grants immunity to status conditions for a certain period of time, costing 2,000 mana and having a cooldown time of 300 seconds. This ability also increases its ranking as Grid's sister increases her class. She also obtained the level 1 Benevolent Light ability, which restores the health of all group members, including herself, by 3,500 points. This increases according to the kindness and intelligence points that Ruby possesses, costing 1,500 mana points and having a cooldown time of 180 seconds. On the other hand, Whole Heart is an epic ranking passive ability that makes its user immune to abnormal status conditions, in addition to conveying a sense of threat to vampires, demons, and other corrupt beings. It will also increase its ranking as Sarah increases her class. She also obtains the epic rank Sacrifice, with which she resurrects the dead at the cost of her health and mana decreasing by 1 point. This ability cannot be used on NPCs and will cause great damage when used on a corrupt being, having a cooldown time of 12 hours. Its ranking will also increase along with the class. Sarah does not understand much about these abilities, but even she senses that they are very incredible things. Then, she is attacked by one of the golems that infiltrated the city. Euphemina warns the protagonist that she curses herself for not being able to arrive in time, but Sarah is saved by her friend Jaren, who jumped to push her away from the monster's attack. Sarah thanks her friend, but the latter scolds her for being so distracted in the midst of the battlefield. Then, a window informs her that she will be rewarded for voluntarily sacrificing herself to defend the Saint. Then, Jaren receives the epic hidden class of Saint Knight, which is the powerful shield that will protect the Saint, who has weak defensive abilities. Jaren does not know what all this is, and the system explains that when in a group with a saint, the power of all her abilities will increase by 50%, all her stats will increase by 30%, resistance to abnormal states will increase by 50%, and the saint's defense will also increase by 40% when Jaren defends her.
Grid is surprised because his sister's friend also managed to get a hidden class.
Definitely, the students are surpassing themselves.
Lowell is surprised because all the events surrounding Grid are unexpected.
Truly, he is the perfect person for the strategist's ambition. Then, Jude jumps determined to protect his lord's sister, Count Stein, who in turn also joins the battle.
Grid warns his father-in-law to retreat, as the area is dangerous, but the Count replies that he is not too old to stand by and watch the fate of the kingdom at stake.
Grid thinks it is not a bad idea and asks Jude to protect his sister, and to his father-in-law, he asks Sarah to focus on healing him, and the girl agrees. Euphemina, for her part, tries to use her copying ability but cannot observe the target's ability, reasoning that if she cannot copy an ability with her epic class, it would mean that Grid's sister's class is unique or superior, as the only abilities she could not copy were Grid's and Agnes's. She remembers that Agnes's class, ranked 7th in the unified ranking, is of epic rank, like Euphemina. Therefore, theoretically, it could be copied, but Euphemina reveals that Agnes is a growth-type class user. These classes are considered superior to the epic class.
Lowell asks if Euphemina knew about Agnes's class, as this player is shrouded in complete mystery and only surrounded by rumors.
Euphemina has a hypothesis. Considering all the observed characteristics, she can determine that Agnes is probably a powerful undead. He seemed to have infinite magical power while transcending life and death. She advises Lowell not to confront him unless he is fully sure he can defeat him, for he is a very unusual and dangerous person. But Euphemina remembers that the priority now is to end this disaster. Lowell knows that Euphemina has good intuition. Her analyses and decisions are precise. Lowell thinks that in this battle that seems easy, there is a hidden bomb. He asks Grid if he can take care of the ancestral weapons, and Grid replies that he can reach them with some support. Lowell requests Grid to do so and takes the opportunity to say that he is very strong. The protagonist blushes at the comment and decides to work harder to exceed his companion's expectations. Then, Lowell asks Roy to use his spiteful tongue. The speaker activates his spiteful tongue on the golems and inflicts 200% of his magical damage, in addition to reducing the golem's attack power by 30%. Grid will take advantage of the fact that the monsters are weakened to use his ultimate ability, Assassinate, and ends an ancestral weapon, inflicting 100% of Grid's physical damage. He proclaims himself as the most powerful being and orders his companions to use all the enhancers on him to finish off the rest of the giant golems. Not receiving a response, he asks what his companions are doing, but Grid has no time to be distracted and is overwhelmed by a full army of golems. Grid does not understand what is happening and feels that they are piling up very quickly. Still, he activates his linking ability. Lowell explains that the news recently mentioned that the sudden appearance of these golems could be due to a great wizard, and the self-destruction of the ancestral weapons is evidence that they are evolving according to the course of the battle. He emphasizes that the only person who can kill an ancestral weapon by himself in this battle is Lord Grid, so the golems will probably become more cautious around Grid. Euphemina calculates that there are still about 800 golems left. Considering the group's resistance, it would be better to gather them in one place to then attack them. The mage praises Lowell for being good at dealing with fools, and the strategist explains that it is something basic. They explain that Grid has a very useful ability to be the bait. This infuriates Grid, who understands that the compliments made a moment ago were just a deception. Then, Grid's companions use all their offensive abilities to finish off the golems gathered by the protagonist. Despite the great combined attack, a full army of golems still remains. Grid feels something and calls Lowell. Another of the giant golems seems to want to self-destruct. Grid has already used his immortality passive, so even if he equips Doran's ring this time, he will die. Lowell knows that Grid is in trouble and uses the ability Earth Dragon's Ascension to summon a stone wall that launches Grid into the air, away from the giant golem's explosion. The latter self-destructs, causing great destruction on the battlefield, even destroying other golems. Grid reprimands his strategist for using him as bait, even being his lord. Lowell replies that the plan could only succeed if the great Lord Grid fulfilled his role as bait and expresses that Grid did wonders. The protagonist is once again swayed by Lowell's sweet words and Euphemina's. He calculates that there are still about 423 ancient golems left, 10 soul puppets, and 9 ancestral weapons. Even with the same plan, They will not be able to finish this. Grid returns to combat, exclaiming that they are just pieces of stone and he will continue breaking them. The news reports that it is already getting dark on the battlefield of Reinhard. The situation is still critical, with about 500 golems attacking the city, but the army of golems that destroyed the 700 members of the giant clan is being overwhelmed by just 6 people. Then, they show the people who are saving the kingdom from this crisis, starting with an apparently novice user, but extremely efficient in healing her allies, and beside her is her companion. They also identify the speaker, ranked in his ranking, who exerts absolute influence in terms of enhancers and de-enhancers. They also describe Jude as an NPC knight with overwhelming strength, also identifying the first place in the master ranking, Kingen, who strolls calmly through the battlefield, helping his colleagues, despite being a long-range class with great damage. The presenters deduce that Euphemina must be a mage with a hidden class, as she is able to use magic of all types of attributes without casting time. Leading the front line is the superstar of the international competition, Grid, who restores his health with great efficiency thanks to Sarah's heals and the enhancers from his holy armor. This last one praises the healing of his sister. Both Count Stein and Jude witness Grid's skills on the battlefield and are impressed by his overwhelming strength. Lowell thinks that having this overwhelming strength on his side, it is not unreasonable to hope that Grid will be able to resolve this desperate situation. That would be the case if everything continued the same way, but Lowell has a bad feeling. Then, the golems seem to be charging magical attacks. They have evolved again and begin to use magical attacks against the protagonist. Grid has lost almost 24,000 health points and realizes that the enemies have changed their attack pattern. He asks Sarah to heal him again. A window informs that Grid's healing has been reduced by some effect of the golems, but thanks to his passive, he resists this status effect and, along with the Doran ring and the holy armor, restores almost 36,000 health points. Still, this healing reduction effect that the golems have managed to inflict makes Grid worry. Something has changed in these pieces of stone. Then, one of them manages to attack Euphemina. The girl agrees that not only have they become faster, but also more powerful. She does not know why the situation changed suddenly. Lowell runs to rescue the mage, using his spherical prison to save Euphemina. She warns Grid that the golems are completely different and advises him to use all his strength. Grid blocks an enemy attack and confirms that what his strategist says is true. The golems seem to be stronger. Uroy decides to help his lord and uses his rancorous tongue to weaken the enemies. However, Windows inform that the golems have developed resistance to his rancorous tongue and thus neutralize his ability. While Uroy tries to understand what is happening, he is hit by some soul dolls. They attack the speaker and manage to knock him down. Lowell notices this and uses his Earth Dragon Claw ability to protect the speaker from the imminent attacks of the enemies. But then he is unexpectedly attacked from behind by other golems. Sarah cannot keep up with the healing on the battlefield and uses her hope ability to heal the allies. Then, Jerem tries to protect the golems that have managed to advance towards them. Jude covers them, following his lord's order to protect them, and strikes an attack on the creature, but is suddenly overwhelmed by the new strength of the golems. This surprises even the protagonist, as Jude has reached the maximum growth of his strength statistic. He has over 2,000 strength points, something unique even among the top rankers, and is now using the Dine sleeve with an additional boost of 8. Even so, he is being pressured by the enemy. Count Stein tries to help and orders his army to be the wall that protects the heroes, but the knights are insignificant next to the imposing ancient golems. The enemies begin to charge magical attacks and fire at the humans, causing a great explosion, and Count Stein loses hope, while the army he was so proud of is defeated. The Count vows to find the cause hiding behind the damned golems. Then, Grid finishes off one of the golems before they can attack his father-in-law. He shouts for Count Stein to get out of there as quickly as possible. He cannot fail in his mission. Grid calculates that the power of the ancestral weapons has increased from 26,000 points to 32,000 points. But as night falls, the failure passive is activated and he gains 20% more attack power. Grid uses his combined Assassinate Link ability and deals a ton of damage to the enemies, chaining up to 6 million damage to the enemies with a combo. Grid feels that he must deal with this by giving his best and asks Sarah to heal him again. Lowell is impressed with the new ability he saw Grid use and thinks that the protagonist did not show all his arsenal in the international competition, but even so, it would not be enough. Euphemina, in turn, uses her rank S Demon King's Fiery Tail ability, but this ability does not seem to work against the enemies that leap into the attack through the fire. Lowell reasons that the rancorous tongue does not work against them. Moreover, they are increasing their resistances and anti-magic shield, and even the Saint has reached her limit. She was able to reach level 13 quickly while healing Grid, but a battle between someone of her level and enemies close to level 300 is too much for her. Lowell calculates that there are still 8 ancestral weapons and 300 golems remaining, and now that they have been powered up, it will be more complicated for the strategist and Euphemina to defeat them. This would mean that Grid must deal with a large number of golems on his own, and the protagonist is reaching the limit of his endurance. What terrifies Lowell the most is not knowing the reason for this invasion and wonders who could carry out such a large invasion, and why. Braham, in turn, mocks Grid and exclaims that Pagma's successor will finally realize that he is just a kid. He orders him to engrave in his mind that this is the fate of someone who forgets a promise with a great mage Braham. Grid uses all his abilities and feels that he must do it, finishing off the enemies. He feels the responsibility to protect everyone. He must protect them. But then he is attacked by a soul doll from behind. Grid remembers in his mind how he told Jashuka that he had protected them on several occasions. The golems leap over the immobilized protagonist, who remembers how his guild master asked if their efforts seemed futile. Grid understands at once that he will not be able to protect anyone without help. He apologizes to everyone for the arrogance he had before being defeated by the golems. Lowell shouts worriedly the name of his master, but the golem that was subjugating Grid is struck down out of nowhere. Grid manages to recognize the storm spear. "You rushed into your fight just because you are so amazing. I knew this would happen." I wonder if this feeling is similar to the anxiety a mother feels when separated from her child, exclaims a familiar voice. It is Jashuka who shouts for the idiot Grid to get up or she won't help him. Grid is surprised to see Jashuka here, seeing her current state. Jashuka feels that Grid must have realized his mistake and exclaims that they have made a decision. She decides that they will sail in a boat where we will all use our combined strength to reach our destination, exclaims the guild master Sadaka. Joining the war, she reveals that from this moment the Sadaka guild is dissolved and all 21 members of the guild will become Grid subordinates. She calls him chief and promises that if Grid forgets again what is important, she will kill him. Lowell reasons that Sadaka is a guild formed by the strongest elites. They are the last piece that the strategist needs to complete his ambition. Now everything is in place, and from now on they have new plans. He asks Grid to immediately create the guild so that they can receive all the rewards from the mission. This will be a great start. The system asks the protagonist what name he will give to the guild, and Grid thinks that the guys are idiots for asking him to create a guild, even when he hasn't even apologized. So he decides that the guild will be called Overgeared. We travel to Byron Castle a day before the Reinhardt invasion, where the Sadaka members are surprised that Grid will no longer be with them. Some think that having him gave them a great advantage, but others think that the protagonist was just a money-crazy fool and is not fit to be a guild master. Jashuka explains that Grid's items are certainly grand and incomparable, but they cannot ignore the fact that he made a disrespectful proposal that overshadowed his reputation. She mentions that Grid underestimated all the years the guild spent together and thinks that the way they approach things is more important than the items they equip or the strength of a single individual. For this reason, she made the decision under her personal judgment and apologizes to the members who were eager to receive amazing items. Pon supports her, saying that a guild master must be prepared to carry this type of responsibility on their shoulders, and exclaims that Jashuka did well, but is always too hard on herself. They ask her not to worry, as everyone knows that there is no one more upset than her about Grid's departure. Jashuka tries to respond nervously to hide her love for Grid, but Pon replies that it is more than enough for them to be valued more than her ambition as a guild master. He mentions that Grid was straightforward in conveying his reason for becoming a guild master, so at least they should give him a chance, since if they think about it, the Sadaka guild always did what it wanted. Trying new things is often very exciting, and the Sadaka guild always made its decisions based on that. Returning to the present, Jashuka comments that for the first time in a long time they analyzed Grid's decision without thinking too much about the past, and although everyone agreed, she does not know what kind of name Overgeared is for a guild. She orders to eliminate the guild and create it again. Lowell, in turn, thinks that establishing a guild is complicated and the name must be something unique and powerful that encompasses all its qualities. The strategist thought of many names that would fit his ambition, but cannot believe that in the end, it has this shitty name, which will always appear over his nickname. He wonders if the protagonist has a stone brain like the golems. Grid, for his part, expresses amidst laughter that the name is simple and precise, and the Overgeared guild is successfully created with 27 members. Then, a window appears before the protagonist showing him a new SS rank mission, for which he must protect the Eternal Kingdom from the invasion. It seems that the mission has been updated, and Lowell explains that it is a guild mission. This was one of the reasons to establish the guild now, an opportunity to accumulate achievements all at once, and he asks the new guild master to give the orders. Then, Grid orders to defeat the ancestral weapons. This will be the first step the guild will take, and for that, he calls Uroy and Tobias. Both players activate their enhancers to improve the guild members. The players decide to split into groups to deal with the golems. Regis chains his combos with brass knuckles on the monsters. The martial artist feels really powerful for receiving the speaker's enhancement and thinks it is an amazing class. Chaining the 10th combo activates the throne carriage ability and crushes the golem. Another player was taking the opportunity to use his new claws. Tun cuts the golem into pieces, activating the lion's roar effect that weakens nearby enemies. He tells Regis not to take advantage of the enhancers alone, or he would be too ambitious. Then one of the golems uses its magical attack, but Vander comes out unscathed from the impact and shouts at the piece of rock that it cannot penetrate his armor. Then, Pawn uses the bald head as a trampoline to propel himself and thanks the bald head for being a great support point. He asks Vander to hold on while he finishes off the golems, activates his true sight ability, and destroys another ancestral weapon, going with Ibelin. The latter is surprised that these two are capable of showing a surprising result despite their bad relationship and thinks he must also do something, although he believes he cannot ask any clan member for help. Then the golem he was facing is gagged by the Wind Dragon's turbulence ability. The cause was Lowell, who tells Ibelin not to make excuses that he did not receive help, although he doubts the boy can do anything with his abilities, even when the golem was immobilized. Then Ibelin uses the acceleration ability, which deals a fixed damage of 60% of the target's current health. Lowell cannot believe that he was able to deal such a huge blow to a gigantic golem, not to mention his astonishing speed, so he praises the rookie for having improved significantly. Ibelin, in turn, responds that Lowell is also a rookie and can understand his surprise. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Faker stops a golem that was heading towards the residential area. Then the golem grabs the assassin from behind at high speed, which surprises Faker, but the enemy is destroyed out of nowhere by a powerful attack. Faker identifies the user who saved him from a tower, and Euphemina expresses that it was a pity that she tried to finish off the pursuer who tried to kill her in the past but failed because a golem got in the way of her attack. Still, she comments that the boy now owes her a favor for saving him. Faker proposes peace now that they are in the same clan and jokingly tells the girl to put herself in a risky situation so he can save her and repay the favor. Then he notices that the golems are protected by an anti-magic shield and it will be complicated for the mages to attack. Senos thinks that with these shields, attacking is completely useless, and Layla understands that they will not be able to do anything unless they break that shield. Drawing a weapon, Jishuka exclaims that she had to put it away after they separated because she thought it would be too shameless to use it. But now that everything is resolved, she has no problem using it. She charges an attack with her bow called Salamander Horn of unique rank and decides to do it in style, activating her rapid shot ability to impact 7 arrows and cause chaos on the battlefield. Destroying the golem's anti-magic shield without any problems, going with Grid, he is calmer because the situation has stabilized and he will do his job. For his part, taking a potion, he receives a message from Lowell, in which he asks him not to relax, as they still have to do things carefully, considering the self-destruction function of the golems and how they became stronger moments ago. He emphasizes that the golems receive information from their defeats, and if they are updated once again, it will be difficult to predict the strength they will gain. She comments that the anti-magic shield has restored and they are unable to overcome it, despite Jishuka's firing speed. She proposes to destroy all the ancestral weapons at the same time. Grid finishes off some golems with Transcend Link while ordering the clan to coordinate to finish off the ancestral weapons at the same time, exclaiming that he will start a countdown. Jishuka asks her companions not to worry about the shield and to start charging their ultimate abilities. Then, she uses her rapid shot to break the golem's shield, as Grid continues with his countdown, opening a hole in the ancestral weapon's shield. For his part, Grid activates his ultimate Assassinate Link. Jishuka fires her Phoenix Arrow, and when the countdown reaches 1, Jishuka orders Layla and Senos to attack. Both rankers use their ultimates to finish off the ancestral weapons. Grid, in turn, deals over 12 million points of damage with his first attack. After the attack, the battlefield is devastated. Grid is surprised by the enhancers he received, which help him deal over 12 million damage with his first blow. He asks Euphemina about the situation, and the girl comments that they finished, but there seems to be problems with one group. One of the ancestral weapons is still alive.
It is with Pawn and Vander's group and deals 18,000 points of damage to the rankers. The situation is terrible, and the Lancer has lost 60% of his health with one blow, falling unconscious. Sarah tries to heal the injured Pawn with her Saint ability, but the Golem significantly reduced the healing on Pawn. Then the ancestral weapon continues attacking and deals great damage to other clan members. Jashuka confirms that the rival is definitely much more powerful. Windows inform that the remaining ancestral weapon is very resistant to fire and lightning, and as its body has become smaller, it has gained much more agility, increased its casting speed, increased its resistances, and learned the ability to fly. The remaining ancestral weapon has become a damned monster. Jashuka feels that it is completely different from the rest of the golems and, being resistant to so many attributes, the only one who can face it is Grid, but we see that Grid's resistance has hit rock bottom. He thought everything would end, but there is still a final boss left. Lowell informs that there are only 40 golems and one ancestral weapon remaining. If they fail, all their effort will be reduced to ashes, so he asks his lord to do something. Grid curses the strategist for calling him lord, even when they are taking advantage of him, but he will draw a resource he did not want to use. It is then that he calls his cat, and No devours part of the monster's soul, reducing its stats for 3 seconds. Lowell knew that Grid was hiding something up his sleeve and asks the boys to attack. No devours the souls of the golems and is happy that they are delicious. The golems are completely destroyed by Grid's clan. The stolen statistics are transferred to the protagonist, who increases his resistance to over 2,000 points. Grid decides that this will be his last skill and will end this invasion. Grid curses the rocks for making him take out the cat, and he didn't want to do that because No's fan club will grow more than his own. He finishes furiously with the last ancestral weapon using his assassination skill. Definitely, it was an incredible clan opening. The Manua continues in the capital Reinhard, where they are restoring the city after the invasion. On the other hand, an NPC rewards the players who helped during the invasion. A group of 16 users managed to defeat a giant golem. Next on the list is a player named Happy, who defeated 3 ancient golems and a soul doll, receiving 1,900 gold and 800 contribution points to the kingdom. These rewards surprise the other players, recognizing Happy as a ranker within the top 300. The latter thinks that the invasion event was a great opportunity for the users who could participate, although he is jealous because he feels that if he had tried harder, he could be on the special platform like them. We see how they reward Baroness Jashuka and her 21 companions with 20,000 gold and 10,000 contribution points for saving Count Stein and contributing to the defeat of 6 ancestral weapons. At this moment, 22 new Viscounts would emerge, marking a before and after in Satisfy, as until now only Grid, Cyval, and Kais were the only users to hold the title of Viscount. This is a significant change in the power landscape. The hierarchy of nobles in Satisfy goes from Duke as the highest rank, followed by Marquis, Count, Viscount, and Baron. The presenter informs that these 22 Viscounts are subordinates of Grid, and considering that each Viscount can have up to 3 knights, it would mean that Grid could possess up to 70 knights. The division of rewards continues, and the NPC invites the following players for helping Grid's Viscount defeat 473 ancient golems, 115 soul dolls, and 6 ancestral weapons. They will receive 4,429 gold and 184,800 contribution points. Euroi, Lowell, Euphemia, Ruby, and Collegiate Sexy will also be rewarded with the title of Counts of the Eternal Kingdom. The players receive the title of Hero of the Kingdom. With this title, all their statistics increase by 120 points, and their reputation is the highest in the entire kingdom. As they have become Counts, they can have up to 10,000 personal soldiers and 5 knights, 3 spouses, and will receive a salary of 3,000 gold monthly to maintain their reputations. The heroes also obtain the title of the first Count, receiving 200 points in the dignity statistic and 500 points in charm. If they have more than 500 points in charm, people of both sexes will show more friendliness towards them. The presenter exclaims that there is a limit on the Counts who can have a kingdom, but they are still witnessing the emergence of 5 Counts. This would mean that the contribution was so great that the Eternal Kingdom decided to compromise its financial integrity. Then, King Bice Baden decides to deliver the last part, and his knight Aiden accepts His Highness's order. Vander is jealous of the difference in rewards they received just for arriving a little later. Jashuka tries to see the bright side, explaining that this is a necessary sacrifice to properly cement the foundations of the future. King Bice Baden declares that Grid's Viscount led all these people at the forefront and managed to achieve unparalleled feats, so not only will he be given the title of Hero of the Kingdom,
but he will also receive a large amount of gold and infinite contribution to the kingdom. Additionally, a statue of him will be built in the Hall of Fame for future generations in honor of his achievements. Jishuka comments that the difference in rewards is irrelevant, as the new chief Grid is just starting to move and still has plenty of time to achieve more feats. The king grants him the title of Duke, thus obtaining the title of Hero of the Kingdom and First Duke. The title of First Duke grants him 600 points in dignity and 800 in charm. If a statue of him is made in the Hall of Fame, special effects will occur, such as a figure that will leave its mark in history. Grid's reputation across the continent increased by 10,000 points. Considering the historical background of the Western continent, a duke has no limits to the expansion of his power, but if he expands his power infringing on the authority of the royal family, there will be a risk of conflict. Then, Grid swears eternal loyalty to His Highness, remembering that Lowell advised him to swear loyalty only to King Baden and not to the royal family. Grid deduces that the rest of the nobles are already trying to keep Grid under control, and that is why he only swore loyalty to King Baden. He thanks the protagonist again, mentioning that it is impossible to express all the gratitude he feels, but still bows before Grid. The protagonist completed the Defensive War Clan mission, and for that, his clan gains 50,000 contribution points to the kingdom. The clan levels up 2 levels and gains 5 million gold. Grid will take the moment and decides to claim the reward, so he requests it from King Baden. He thinks it won't be enough, so he decides to give Grid the great city of Reed and Lowell. He knows the great city and locates it on the western border of the Eternal Kingdom. He deduces that the king is giving them a great responsibility disguised as a great city, a reward that will make the poor strategist suffer. Stein thanks Grid, as thanks to him he was able to rise from Count to Marquis, but jokes that Grid is now a Duke, a rank higher than Marquis. Grid responds that he should not thank him for anything, as Stein was the only noble who participated in the war. The rest of the nobles cannot believe that the savior of the kingdom turned out to be the heir of the monstrous Stein. Now he is a marquis who has a duke as a son. They are a team with great influence in the kingdom. Grid also completed his reward for rescuing Stein, so his affinity with him increased to the maximum. By completing the defensive war, the contribution of the Overgeared clan increased by 50,000 points. The clan leveled up 2 levels, and acquired the great city of Redan, along with 5 million gold. Grid decides that now that everything is over, it is time to do what he had pending. He decides to do it here and now, so he calls Jishuka and the others. It will be his first step from the starting line. Kneeling before everyone, Grid deeply laments having delayed his apologies for so long. He expresses that he was so absorbed in his personal power that he forgot how important his companions are. He explains that without them, he would certainly make the same mistakes, so he wants them to watch over him while they are in this group together, as friends. Jishuka is speechless, not expecting the protagonist to apologize in a situation like this, while they are the center of attention for the whole world. She thinks that Grid may be slow, but he is taking good steps towards the future. They ask Grid not to forget what is important, while everyone supports each other, as that is what companionship is about. Grid falls speechless but thanks the guys for everything. Then, Baden decides to grant a consolation reward to the residents and asks them to leave behind the difficulties of the past and focus on the present. They decide to start the banquet in honor of Duke Grid and the Overgeared clan. The clan members are surprised, as the title of Hero of the Kingdom increases all statistics by 120 points, and rankers usually have at least 7 different types of statistics. Basically, it is as if everyone had gained 84 levels. A complete madness. Grid thinks that everyone is very excited, but laments that the 5 million gold is for the clan and that he will only have a small part. Lowell responds that it is fair, as without everyone's help, they could not have completed the mission. He advises that Grid should stop being so greedy. Sarah, for her part, cannot believe that she received more than $400,000 as a personal reward for her contribution and asks Grid if he could take care of the money for her. Jaren, for her part, heard that people often ruin their lives after winning the lottery. Grid mentions that it is not that much money and that no matter how much money he has, he cannot peacefully eat a plate of black noodles. Although Lowell reminds him that the first time he obtained a large sum of money, there was also a lot of commotion. In reality, he suggests to the protagonist that he manage the girls' money, as they have no experience in the gaming world and, if they continue playing, it would be good for the clan if they invested that money in equipment. Grid agrees without problems but reminds the girls that in the real world they must have already spent more than 10 hours. This scares Sarah and Jaren, who need to disconnect to go to school. Lowell mocks the students,
But Grid reminds the American that he is also just a kid.
Lowell changes the subject, asking if they know the identity of the person who could be behind all this. As to control this number of golems, they should be at least at the level of the great mage Braham.
Then, Grid remembers that the last ancestral weapon dropped something and he couldn't check at that moment.
He takes out of his inventory what seems to be a letter and thinks it is a crappy reward for the difficulty of the golems.
Then, a window informs that an unknown magic is creating someone's voice. Grid hears directly Braham's voice in his head, and he comments that it was just a warning.
"Don't think I don't know you broke your promise with me."
"I know you have been secretly collecting vibranium," exclaimed the mage, ordering Grid to obtain the blessings of the four gods to forge the soul vessel and resurrect him as soon as possible. He warns that if he neglects his promise again, he will send the protagonist unimaginable nightmares next time. Grid can believe that it really was Braham and did all this to give him a warning. In any case, he cannot receive Yatin's blessing, as he is a hostile enemy.
He remembers that Braham said he was unable to create the soul vessel because Pagma died after creating the vibranium.
But, according to legends, Pagma died 100 years ago and Braham died 300 years ago.
There is a significant difference in time.
If what he says is true, the timeline is full of gaps and errors.
Grid thinks that if he continues to receive help from Minor, he will certainly be able to gather all the vibranium, and whenever he can gather everything, future class missions will find a way to continue.
Grid suspects Braham, but never thought he would threaten him.
As Braham's message self-destructs, Grid remembers that he has already completed many strange missions, but he will cancel the mission of this disgusting bastard. As the banquet and the great incident caused by Grid's decisions came to an end, the emergence of the Overgeared clan and the increase in the status of its members led to a meeting among the 7 clan masters, who were concerned about the power expansion of the Overgeared clan. The next day, in the castle of Winston, Grid goes out with his wife and asks everyone to listen to what Lowell has to say. The strategist will present his initial plan. Jishuka must gather 3 talented people who can take care of Byron. All others must go to Reed End and start preparations. Jishuka wants to go to Reed End with Grid and explains that Byron can function even in her absence. But Lowell comments that they have no one who can manage a city the size of Byron. He explains that soon the other clan members will gain experience as lords, and once that happens, they can look for a substitute for Jishuka as Lady of Byron. He asks Grid to hold on until then and reminds them that they must continue the raid of the Forest Guardian to accumulate more minerals. Then, he embarrasses the former clan master, saying that she can make a knight's vow with Grid so that the protagonist can summon her when he needs. She blushes at the thought of being a knight for Grid. Grid asks if she could do that for him, and Jishuka agrees, becoming a knight of Grid, and the protagonist will be able to summon her to his side, as long as Jishuka agrees. Lowell reminds them that they will need many preparations for the territory they obtain to become a valuable asset. But first, he decides to go collect some items from Sai and his gang of assassins, who are in prison. Afterward, he will join the rest of the group. Grid asks Vander to take Elder Can and go to Reed and to advance with the preparations. He should also take Minor, and if he tries to escape from Vander, then tie him up with a rope. Since the new city will need many talented people, Grid calls Euphemia, who responds to his call, and asks the girl to go with her father-in-law Stein to take care of something, and decides to give her a Great Lord sword that he received. With this ability, one can observe characters and search for new talents. Euphemia responds that she does not need it, as her perception is over 1,600 points, which grants her the ability to observe characters. Grid is surprised by this information, as despite all his titles, he only has 1,100 points of perception. He asks Euphemia to make a request to Stein, explaining that since Grid is a noble of higher rank, his beloved father-in-law will not be able to refuse her. He explains that they need a specific person and asks her to find them. Finally, Grid has something pending. Irene expresses that they finally had a fun night together, but she understands that her husband needs to leave Reed End. Grid feels embarrassed that his wife has to endure all this, hugging her tightly and promising to protect her better from the threat of the Yatin Church. He explains that he is doing this to create a world where he can be with her, asking her to hold on a little longer. Irene responds that she will protect this place so that his love always has a home to return to. Lowell senses the tension in the air and changes the subject, asking why he sent the group to Raydan earlier and if there is something important to do first. Grid replies that yes, he needs to go to a place to start, asking the rest to move ahead. He needs to recover a pending treasure. We are transported to the Kezan Gorge. Grid remembers that he suffered a lot to get here a year ago, but he is relieved to recall the way. Grid knew he would return to the Kezan Gorge, but he did not expect it to be under these circumstances.
He tells a male silhouette that he still has a place for her, asking if she would become his knight.
Piero asks the protagonist directly, correcting Grid about his name and inquiring about the protagonist's identity. Let us recall that in the previous chapter, our protagonist reunited with Piero, who asks about the protagonist's identity and if Grid sent him to Smale.
Grid did not expect the NPC to have forgotten him and tries to remind him that when they first met, he offered him a mission.
Here, Piero's statistics are revealed. Level 367, 39 years old, class Hermit Swordsman, title of Great Swordsman, as the greatest swordsman of this era with over 2,000 points of strength, 1380 in endurance, 1910 in agility, 530 in intelligence, 812 in leadership, and 824 in indomitable. As the greatest swordsman of this era, he is the person who has come closest to reaching the level of the Sword Saint.
He is currently suffering from a terrible heart disease, which reduces all his statistics by 20%.
He possesses skills such as C+ level trap setting, B level imperial fencing, a level overload. Piero can overload someone with a lower level than his with his spirit, and whoever is hit will feel fear, and A+ level imperial military tactics, which are high-level tactics he learned from the commanders of the Saharan Empire. He also has the S+ level Great Swordsman Illumination skill. Piero has reached a state where he has become one with the sword, being able to use sword ki and create an intangible sword. He also has unique fencing of rank SS, a fencing style that has been passed down through generations in Piero's family. He also possesses a skill called Destined to Perish with an unknown level, which causes the target hit by the sword to die, at the cost of 40% of the maximum sword ki and a cooldown time of 1 hour. The effect of this skill cannot be applied in a mission or raid. Grid can see the NPC statistics thanks to the Sword of the Great Lord and confirms that his abilities exceed the protagonist's expectations. All the swordsman's passive and active skills are at a superior level, and more importantly, there are no limits to the growth of his statistics. Considering the protagonist's energy, Piero deduces that Grid is not someone who would follow Asmol's orders, asking Grid to introduce himself, questioning the protagonist's upbringing, and thinking that an NPC with indefinite growth is on another level. Grid introduces himself as the successor of Pagma and Duke of the Eternal Kingdom, and then asks the NPC to become his knight. The business is going to get even crazier in the next video. If you don't want to miss the upcoming releases, subscribe to the channel and leave a like. This is very important to us, along with your comments. I look forward to seeing you in the next Nerd Recap.